Qin Mo was raised from a young age by 5 peerless masters. There was Dragon Master at the pinnacle of martial arts, the invincible hacker, Grandpa Kang, the world's greatest gambler, Cloud Master, the unrivaled chef, Grandpa Lu, and Granny Luo, known as a modern-day Hua Tuo, but they all lived in anonymity in the desolate lands of China's restricted zone. Qin Mo learned from these 5 masters since childhood, which allowed him to acquire a formidable set of skills. It was also because of Qin Mo's presence that these 5 elderly masters found the motivation to keep living. That was until the arrival of a woman completely shattered the peace. This woman was Zhang Xiqing, his mother's best friend. To fulfill her friend's last wish, she had to bring Qin Mo back to the city. She had traveled far and wide and finally found him. When Zhang Xiqing first saw Qin Mo, she was suddenly overcome with emotion. Then she tentatively asked him. Qin Mo was stunned speechless. When Dragon Master heard the news, he let out a long sigh as if he had long anticipated this day. He then advised Qin Mo, "It's about time you went out into the world to gain experience. Perhaps it will help you break through your current bottleneck." Following that, all 5 masters gave Qin Mo their parting words. Granny Luo smiled and told him to refine a few more love pills and bring some nice girls back for her. Cloud Master chimed in, telling him to gamble well but not to bankrupt the casinos. With tears and snot running down his face, Grandpa Lu brought over a pot of soup, hoping their bond would last forever. The food outside was no good and the most he could do was cook for him a little more. Grandpa Kang patted Qin Mo's head. "Don't listen to them. Knowledge is what changes fate. If you're short on cash, just go hack a bank system and take some money to spend." Standing beside them, Zhang Xiqing was dumbfounded. Just what kind of people were these? Under the guidance of his 5 grandparents, Qin Mo, along with little Milkball, set off on the journey home with Zhang Xiqing. Watching Qin Mo's departing figure, a hint of reluctance flickered in Dragon Master's eyes. After a 3-day journey, Qin Mo finally returned to Dragon City, China. But when he arrived at his aunt's home, Zhang Xiqing's husband and daughter gave him nothing but cold looks. Only Zhang Xiqing took care of him and promised to take him to see his parents the next day. Early the next morning, the two arrived at a cemetery. Although Qin Mo had never met his parents, his heart stirred when he saw their tombstones. He desperately wanted to know the cause of their deaths. Unfortunately, Qin Mo's mother, fearing she would involve Zhang Xiqing, had avoided telling her many things. "Aunt Zhang, you can head back first. I'd like to be alone for a while." Zhang Xiqing looked at Qin Mo with concern, sighed, and turned to leave. Just then, the chatter of a group of people could be heard. "This tomb is the most suitable one. Captain Zhao Ying, trust me." It was as if they hadn't seen Qin Mo kneeling there as they pointed at his parents' tombstone. "I don't know which clueless wandering ghost occupied this prime feng shui spot. Just dig it up." Seeing Qin Mo, another person kicked a rock over and said, "Don't block the way." At that moment, Qin Mo put his hands in his pockets and said slowly, "Please leave, otherwise don't blame me for getting violent. And please respect the deceased." But the feng shui master, seeing that his words had no effect, kicked over the incense burner. This act instantly ignited Qin Mo's fury. He landed a heavy kick on the feng shui master's stomach. The master's face changed drastically as he stumbled back dozens of meters, spitting blood after just one hit. This sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in place. With an icy glint in his eyes, Qin Mo said, "To point at a tomb is to disrespect the deceased. To desecrate this sacred ground is to dishonor and insult the deceased. For that you should be executed." At this, the enraged master directly told Captain Zhao that this tomb was a prime feng shui location and that they had to dig it up. It concerned his grandfather's burial. Zhao Qing didn't dare to delay and followed the feng shui master's advice. "Young man, how about we discuss this? I'll buy this burial plot." "And what if I don't agree?" Hearing this, the feng shui master started shouting again. "If you don't agree, we'll level this place. There's never been a prime feng shui spot I've set my eyes on that I couldn't get." Qin Mo suddenly laughed. "You're a feng shui master in the feng shui business here in Dragon City." Naturally, Taiching didn't take Qin Mo seriously. Then Qin Mo said coldly, "I wonder if you've ever heard of the 9-star feng shui arts?" Upon hearing this, the feng shui master's expression changed dramatically. Just then, Qin Mo took out 9 silver needles from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, he plunged the needles into the ground. It was the heavenly fiend soul-shattering phoenix dance of 9 stars technique. With a sharp command from Qin Mo, the 9 needles instantly shot up from the ground. Qin Mo took out a paper talisman and after lighting it, it floated out and instantly ignited the 9 needles. The feng shui master was already pale with fright. This was nearly identical to the miracles recorded in the ancient texts. He then excitedly knelt before Qin Mo. "This humble one was not aware of the heavenly master's presence and has greatly offended you. I beg the heavenly master's forgiveness." In terms of seniority, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for Taiching to call Qin Mo Grand Master. He then sighed and said to the captain, "Captain Zhao, this is not someone we can afford to offend. Let's go, quickly." Zhao Qing gave Qin Mo a complicated look as an idea suddenly formed in his mind. He then said respectfully to Qin Mo, "We were too reckless just now. I wonder if the heavenly master is also proficient in medicine? Could you save my grandfather's life?" Qin Mo replied nonchalantly, "Tonight is his time of death. Why should I save him?" Hearing the words, "time of death," Zhao Qing became even more agitated. "Heavenly Master, it was my mistake before. As long as you can save my grandfather, my Zhao family will be at your beck and call." Qin Mo was somewhat swayed by Zhao Qing's words. Granny Luo had always taught him that a doctor should have a benevolent heart. and help when they can. Chin Mo then nodded in agreement. There is no illness in this world I cannot cure, however. For disturbing my parents' rest, you must send people to sweep their graves for 3 years with incense burning continuously. The scene shifts to Dragon City Second Hospital. Seeing Zhao Qing arrive, the doctors all made way. A greasy middle-aged man in a white coat hurried forward to take credit. Thanks to my treatment, Commander Zhao can live for another month. But Zhao Qing then recommended that Chin Mo treat his grandfather. Dr. Zhou's face fell. Not daring to lash out at Zhao Qing, he immediately directed his anger at Chin Mo. Which hospital are you from? What are your qualifications? What's your name? Hearing this, Chin Mo answered calmly, I'm not from any hospital, nor do I have any title. Just an ordinary person who never went to school. Dr. Zhou burst out laughing. Mr. Zhao, are you trying to harm your grandfather, entrusting your grandfather's life to an ignorant kid who knows nothing? I truly admire you. Chin Mo's answer also made Zhao Qing's expression a bit awkward. Chin Mo, however, remained unfazed. He walked up to old Master Zhao and placed his hand on his pulse. He immediately knew the treatment method. He just needed to inject spiritual energy to clear the blood stasis in his cheeks. For Chin Mo, this was as easy as flipping his hand. He then turned to Zhao Qing and said, I need a living 100 poison pine as a medicinal catalyst. This statement stunned the surrounding doctors. A living 100 poison pine? That thing is extremely poisonous. How can it be used to treat an illness? Seeing his chance, Dr. Zhou seized on this point to make a scene. Are you trying to fool us professional doctors? Everyone knows that the 100 poison pine is incomparably toxic. A single touch can be fatal. I have reason to suspect you've been sent by an enemy faction to assassinate old Master Zhao. Hearing the doctor's words, Zhao Qing's face changed drastically. Because his grandfather held a high position, there were countless people who wanted to harm him. He hadn't expected Chin Mo to be an assassin and pointed at him, calling for his arrest. Chin Mo shook off their hands and said, Don't touch me. I can walk on my own. Chin Mo walked out coolly. As he passed Zhao Qing, he paused and said, If your grandfather's condition becomes critical tonight, bring a thorny branch and come beg for my forgiveness. In the Dragon City Temporary Detention Center, Chin Mo was thrown into a cell full of vicious criminals. Seeing Chin Mo enter, a scar-faced man suddenly stopped what he was doing and felt Chin Mo's chest muscles. Chin Mo jumped back in fright and said, What do you want? With a wicked smile, the scar-faced man pulled a bar of soap from his pocket and threw it in front of Chin Mo. Little brother Big Bro dropped his soap. Could you please help me pick it up? At this moment, they were unaware of Chin Mo's strength and planned to use some unsavory methods on him. Soon after, blood-curdling screams echoed from the cell, bringing a sinister smile to the faces of the guards outside. They wondered how long this newcomer would last. Meanwhile, at Dragon City Hospital, a nurse ran anxiously to Dr. Zhou and said, This is bad. The EKG readings are dropping rapidly. The Dr. Zhou and Zhao Qing were all shocked to hear this. Zhao Qing grabbed Dr. Zhou's shoulders and demanded, Didn't you say my grandfather had another month to live? At this moment, Dr. Zhou's body tensed up and he began to tremble. Sudden changes in a patient's condition are something that many of us doctors cannot predict. Zhao Qing punched the wall helplessly, thinking, Is there really no other way? He suddenly remembered what Chin Mo had said to him when he left. If your grandfather's condition becomes critical tonight, bring a thorny branch and come beg for my forgiveness. With this in mind, he ordered his men to prepare the 100 poison pine and then had his adjutant accompany him to the prison to see Chin Mo. Outside the Dragon City prison, several guards were sitting at the entrance playing chess. Just then, a military jeep pulled up to the gate. Seeing Zhao Qing in the vehicle, the guards hurriedly put away their chessboard and rushed forward to greet him. The young man who was brought in earlier, where is he? Take me to him, quickly, the guard said timidly. We put him in cell number 2. Hearing this, Zhao Qing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Cell number 2 was the most terrifying cell in Dragon City. Its inmates were not only ruthless but also had special perverse tendencies. Upon learning this, Zhao Qing immediately ran towards cell number 2. But when he arrived, a scene before him left him completely stunned. The vicious criminals inside were giving Chin Mo a back massage, fanning him and even putting on a show for him. Chin Mo was enjoying himself immensely. He looked up, saw Zhao Qing and wasn't surprised at all. Back at the hospital, Chin Mo immediately had Zhao Qing prepare a pill furnace, which was to contain 99 top-grade herbs. Once everything was ready, Chin Mo took out a lighter, tossed it lightly, and with a soft command instantly lit the furnace. Dr. Zhou, witnessing this scene, was deeply shocked. Could this be the long-lost Han Dynasty art of furnace fire control? Seeing the power Chin Mo displayed, Zhao Qing secretly began to believe that perhaps he really could save his grandfather. At this moment, Chin Mo pointed his finger and shouted softly, Condensed pill, then slapped the furnace. The various herbs in the furnace instantly merged together, then transformed into a glowing pill. Holding the pill, Chin Mo looked at Zhao Qing. The pill is ready. Bring the living 100 poison pine and have him take it with this pill. The doctors who witnessed this felt their scalps tingle, utterly shocked. Are we really going to give old Master Zhao something like this? Zhao Qing turned and glared at him. Do you have a better way right now? With that, he placed the pill and the 100 poison pine into old Master Zhao's mouth. Time ticked by second. Everyone watched nervously when suddenly the EKG monitor reacted. Seeing this, everyone was astonished. The old master's body stirred and he slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Qing, a king among soldiers, couldn't hold back his tears at this moment and knelt beside old Master Zhao, sobbing. Grandpa, you're finally awake. Zhao Qing wiped the tears from his face and recounted the process of Qin Mo's treatment. As Zhao Beifeng listened, his expression gradually turned to one of amazement. To think there is such a young talent in this world. Quick, go and invite our benefactor, the Heavenly Master. Upon seeing Qin Mo, Zhao Beifeng laughed heartily. I never thought that on my deathbed I would get to meet such a world-shocking and extraordinary person. At this time, Zhao Qing also had a generous gift prepared. Sir, a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it for now. We will send other significant gifts later to express our gratitude. But Qin Mo refused. A doctor's heart is benevolent and seeks no wealth. This is what Granny Luo often taught me. Then Qin Mo turned and left. Zhao Beifeng's admiration for Qin Mo grew even deeper, so young yet with such noble character. He thought to himself, my Zhao family must forge a good relationship with this person. The next morning, An Zhang brought Qin Mo some good news. You can go to school tomorrow too. The next day, Qin Mo became a student in the physical education department of Huahai University. When his classmates saw him, they all mocked him, calling him a country bumpkin. Even the teacher thought he was a weakling. Qin Mo had just found a seat when a guy with bleached blonde hair walked up to him. The next second he kicked Qin Mo's desk right over. It turned out this blondie was one of Shu Yu's suitors. When his lackeys told him that Qin Mo and Shu Yu were living together, it sent him into a rage. He threatened to break Qin Mo's legs if he didn't stay away from Shu Yu. Seeing that Qin Mo didn't resist at all, the blondie became even more arrogant. He even told Qin Mo to serve them tea and water during the upcoming martial arts competition. Before long, the opening ceremony of the martial arts tournament finally arrived. The stands were filled with enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was rooting for their contestants, just hoping that this year wouldn't be another crushing defeat like in previous years, because their opponent was the Dragon City First Martial Arts School. With the referee's whistle, the match began instantly. A weakling roared to pump himself up, but with a sharp crack a fight was over. The second contestant, a guy with small eyelids, was defeated just as quickly. What followed was even more miserable for Huahai University, as their fighters were beaten to their knees begging for mercy. After winning 7 consecutive matches, a chubby opponent grew even more arrogant. Is this all you've got? You're not even qualified to fight. At this, curses erupted from the stands. They placed their final hopes on the blondie. All their hopes rested on him. But the blondie knew he was no match for the martial arts school and was currently groveling like a lapdog before the martial arts school's captain. The captain said angrily, if you want to save face, you'd better take care of my men first. The blondie understood and roared at Qin Mo, hurry up and get the water. Just as Qin Mo was handing water to the chubby fighter, an accident happened. He accidentally knocked over the water bottle, getting the chubby fighter wet. He had been holding it all in, but the moment a towel was thrown in his face, he finally snapped. Seeing the look on Qin Mo's face, the chubby fighter grew even more excited. Do you dare to get on stage and fight us? If you win, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa. With Qin Mo's entrance, the competition resumed. Another wave of boos came from the crowd. A weakling like him going up was just a waste of time. It was too painful to watch. But in the next second, something completely unexpected happened. Qin Mo suddenly rushed at the chubby fighter and knocked him to the ground with a single move. This scene stunned even the referee. Qin Mo said provocatively, "Who's next?" A boxer, not believing his eyes, jumped onto the stage. But before he could do anything, Qin Mo sent him flying with a single punch. "Don't waste my time. All of you come at me at once." Such arrogant words completely ignited the fury of the martial arts school students. At that moment, they all rushed toward Qin Mo. But Qin Mo, facing 7 opponents at once, completely shocked every spectator present and won the martial arts tournament for Huahai University. This not only made Shu Yu change her opinion of him, but also earned him a legion of fans who chased after him, begging to become his disciple. Just when Qin Mo thought he had escaped the pursuit of his underclassmen and could get some peace and quiet, he ran into trouble again. A girl walked up to Qin Mo and yelled, "I am not giving you my contact information. Can you please stop chasing me?" This sudden accusation left Qin Mo speechless. The next morning, Qin Mo was walking his little milkball in the park when he turned to see it run toward a girl. The girl held out a jambing to little milkball, who ate it with a wagging tail, only to spit it out after one bite. Seeing this, Qin Mo quickly picked up little milkball and apologized to the girl. "It's not that your jambing tastes bad." When the girl saw Qin Mo approaching, her smile vanished. "Are you annoying or what? I already told you I won't give you my contact information. And now you're using this cute dog to get close to me. How shameless." This second misunderstanding left Qin Mo at a loss for words. But just then a group of thugs approached them. The leader, who had a pompadour, looked at the girl with ill intent. "You dared to hang up on me? Was it just to get my attention?" The girl's name was Chen Wan. Her parents made a living with a jambing stall. Because she was so beautiful, thugs often came to the stall to flirt with and harass her. And this pompadour was always threatening her parents under the guise of collecting protection money. Seeing him harassing her parents again, Chen Wan couldn't help but curse at him. "Wasn't smashing our family's stall last time enough for you?" After being yelled at, the pompadour only grew more excited. "I just love your little wildcat attitude." "I like it." Just then, Qin Mo suddenly stepped forward, tightly gripping the pompadour's hand. His powerful grip made the man break out in a cold sweat. But Qin Mo looked at Chen Wan and explained, "I'm really not here to harass you. Then he turned to the Pompadour and said, "If you want a jambing, I'll make it for you." The Pompadour glared fiercely at Chin Mo and said, "What the hell are you gonna feed me?" Chin Mo skillfully picked up the tools, leaving Chen Wan's parents stunned as they watched from the side. In just a few minutes, a perfect jambing was ready. The aroma instantly filled the entire street, attracting many passers-by. It was the first time they had ever smelled such a fragrant jambing. The scent alone was enough to make one's mouth water. The Pompadour standing nearby also said he wanted to eat, looking at Chin Mo and urging him to hurry up and give him the jambing. Then Chin Mo fiercely threw the freshly made jambing, slapping it right onto the Pompadour's face. All it was heard was a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing their boss get hit, his lackeys immediately roared and charged at Chin Mo. Chen Wan's face turned pale with fear as she anxiously shouted to Chin Mo, "Run or they'll really kill you." Unexpectedly, Chin Mo wasn't flustered at all. He picked up the spatula, scooped up a few jambing and flung them one after another onto the faces of the lackeys. The scalding hot jambing landed directly on the faces of the charging thugs, who let out heart-wrenching screams. Chin Mo walked up to the Pompadour with a smile and said, "Do you want to eat some more?" Terrified, the Pompadour stumbled backward, saying he would get lost right away. He then left, supported by his lackeys. Chin Mo even called out after them, "Safe travels, esteemed customer." Thinking about how he had lost all face in front of his boss today, the Pompadour spun around and roared, "You just wait, I'll be back." Chin Mo had resolved the crisis for the Chen family, and Chen Wan's parents thanked him profusely. Chen Wan, on the other hand, said reluctantly, "What's there to thank him for? Look how much of our family's stuff he wasted." In truth, you couldn't blame Chen Wan. She had grown up in poverty, and her exceptional beauty had attracted many wealthy suitors. Having seen too many of their tactics, she was naturally disgusted by what she perceived as Chin Mo's method of pursuit. Chin Mo didn't take it to heart and prepared to go to the park to practice his swordsmanship. When Chin Mo arrived at the park, he, in full view of everyone, instantly pulled a large sword out of his pants. Those pants were practically comparable to Doraemon's magic pocket. The sword was named Longxia, and it possessed a spirit that recognized its master and was extremely loyal. Chin Mo stood with his sword executing 10 Lingxiao slashes, each move flowing as smoothly as clouds and water. Just then, the Pompadour arrived at the park with a fierce-looking man, seeking revenge on Chin Mo. Seeing that Chin Mo hadn't left, the Pompadour shouted excitedly, "That's him!" Chin Mo sheathed his sword and frowned. "Did you not have enough jambing?" The man with the leopard print shirt looked at Chin Mo fiercely. "A little chick like this dared to touch my brother," Chin Mo said coldly. "I'm the one who hit him. What are you going to do about it?" The man in the leopard print shirt held up 2 fingers to Chin Mo. "You beat my brother up like this. Don't even think about leaving here safely without paying 200,000. The onlookers in the park shook their heads and sighed. This kid was really unlucky to have offended someone from the Tiger family fist gym. It was only then that Chin Mo realized, "So you're here to extort me?" A murderous glint flashed in Chin Mo's eyes. "And what if I don't give it to you? If you don't, then don't blame me for not being polite." With that, the man in the leopard print shirt clenched his fist and charged at Chin Mo. With just a simple sidestep, Chin Mo easily dodged the man's storm of punches. At that moment, an old man saw the crowd in the park and, leaning on his cane, came over to see what the commotion was about. Seeing the scene before him, the old man was utterly stunned. The clothes on his body instantly tore into shreds, and he then took out a picture frame to paint, wanting to capture this spectacular fight on canvas. Meanwhile, the man with the leopard print shirt clenched his fists and charged at Chin Mo again. You can still cry and beg for mercy while paying up, but Chin Mo remained unfazed. This time he landed a punch on the man's face, and with a scream of pain the man fell to the ground, unable to get back up. The onlookers were shocked. The top disciple of the Tiger family fist gym was knocked out with a single punch. At that moment, Chin Mo looked down at the man on the ground and muttered, "Such a big guy, I didn't think he'd go down so easily." Then, with an innocent expression, he looked at the Pompadour with a sly smile. "Do you need my help?" Seeing Chin Mo's malicious grin, the Pompadour and his gang fled in terror. Just as Chin Mo was about to leave, the old man called out to him. He then tightly gripped his hand. The old man's eyes were filled with admiration for Chin Mo as he said, "I can create a great work that will break through my bottleneck. It's truly fate that we met, old man. This painting is a gift to you." People said that any one of old Lu's paintings was worth over 10 million, but Chin Mo refused old Lu's kind offer, saying that the painting still had some flaws. This statement stunned everyone present. A man with a beard stepped forward and explained to Chin Mo, "Little friend, you may not know this, but the man before you is the famous national painting master, old Lu. Countless people beg for his paintings. I am a Chinese painting enthusiast and a loyal fan of old Lu, and I will not allow anyone to casually critique his work." But Chin Mo snatched the painting from the man's hands and immediately began to modify old Lu's work. When Chin Mo revealed the modified painting to the public, old Lu's entire body trembled. Not only was the bearded man astounded by the painting, but it also made old Lu want to take Chin Mo as his master. However, Chin Mo said he was just doodling. The painting instantly made old Lu admire him with utmost respect. As Chin Mo was leaving, the bearded man hurriedly chased after him. "Master Chin, I was so offensive just now. Please forgive my earlier recklessness. May I request that you paint a picture for me?" Chin Mo then agreed to paint a landscape for him. The bearded man now felt this was absolutely wonderful, both Master Chin's technique and artistic conception. The bearded man then handed Chin Mo a card saying, "This is the gold card for the Tianfu Hotel. As long as you come, all our services are free. Please, you must accept this token of my sincerity. Chin Mo then took the card, thinking to himself that he wasn't very interested in going to a hotel. Just then, Zhao Qing suddenly ran over anxiously and said, Mr. Chin, I finally found you. My grandfather's recovery banquet is in 3 days and I sincerely ask that you grace us with your presence. 3 days later, Chin Mo attended Old Master Zhao's recovery banquet, where he coincidentally ran into his classmate, the Blondie. The Blondie, thinking Chin Mo was just a poor student, wanted to humiliate him. As soon as he entered the banquet, he began ordering Chin Mo to pour him a glass of red wine. Chin Mo gave him a cold look, then poured him a glass. Seeing Chin Mo seething with anger but daring not to speak, the Blondie's excitement was almost uncontrollable. At this moment, the Blondie had an idea. He walked up to Chin Mo, splashed all the red wine on him, and then yelled, Where's the manager? Look at the fine job your waiter did. The manager hurried over to apologize to the Blondie, clearly recognizing this rich second-generation kid from Dragon City. He looked at Chin Mo dressed in a waiter's uniform and was momentarily stunned before saying sternly, Hurry up and apologize to young Master Lu. The Blondie waved his hand smugly, putting on a sanctimonious act. He's my classmate, an apology isn't necessary. Instead, he revealed a wicked expression, pointed at his own shoes and said, However, you have to kneel down and clean them for me. This was Old Master Zhao's recovery banquet, and Chin Mo didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he turned to leave, ignoring the two of them. Seeing Chin Mo's attitude, the manager said directly, You're fired from the hotel. Leave now. Just then, the main doors suddenly opened, and Old Master Zhao strode in with a group of people. He walked straight up to Chin Mo and said, Mr. Chin, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I hope you'll forgive me. This silenced the entire banquet hall. The Blondie's jaw dropped as he watched this scene in disbelief, frozen in place, his face as ugly as if he'd eaten dung. What was Old Master Zhao's status? What could possibly make him bow his head? But Chin Mo just smiled faintly and said, It's nothing. Old Master Zhao turned to the Blondie and said sternly, Mr. Chin is an honored guest of my Zhao family. Anyone who disrespects Mr. Chin is disrespecting our Zhao family. Even if you're Old Master Lu's grandson, I won't tolerate your insolence. As for the manager, Old Master Zhao only said one thing to the hotel owner. This manager is not competent. He was immediately thrown out of the hotel. Chin Mo, on the other hand, was respectfully treated as the guest of honor by Old Master Zhao, who even poured him wine personally. The Blondie huddled alone in a corner, shunned by everyone. He stared daggers at Chin Mo, his eyes filled with rage. During the banquet, many of Dragon City's powerful figures presented their lavish gifts. Old Master Zhao accepted them all, but there was no joy on his face. He had received more than enough of these things. There was nothing to be happy about. At this moment, the Blondie saw his chance. He walked up to Old Master Zhao, unrolled a painting and announced that it was a gift from his grandfather. The guests all praised the ink-wash painting. The Blondie was very pleased and proceeded to tell everyone the story behind the painting. It was a gift from his grandfather. A few days ago, he had chanced upon a young martial arts expert in the park who single-handedly took on several renowned disciples from the Tiger family fist gym and beat them so badly they fled with their tails between their legs. His eyes filled with admiration, he then pointed at Chin Mo, wanting to see what gift he had brought for Old Master Zhao, and also to take this opportunity to embarrass Chin Mo in front of all the guests. Chin Mo, tasting the red wine, said nonchalantly, I gave him his life back, isn't that enough? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Even a fool could tell that Old Master Zhao's illness had been cured by the very young man before them. The Blondie, naturally unconvinced, continued, I'm talking about gifts now. Are you telling me you came empty-handed? Chin Mo glanced at him faintly again. Even this painting your grandfather gave him was done under my guidance. What are you so proud of? All the guests burst into laughter upon hearing this. Who didn't know that Old Master Lu's landscape paintings were profound and ranked among the best in all of Dragon City? Chin Mo's arrogant words greatly diminished the guests' impression of him. A short while later, Old Master Lu arrived, travel-worn from outside. Upon seeing him, Old Master Zhao also hurried forward to greet him. The two hadn't seen each other in a long time and chatted excitedly. The Blondie, however, not wanting to miss the chance to humiliate Chin Mo, walked up with a smile and said, Grandpa, someone just said he gave you pointers on your painting. Isn't that hilarious? Old Master Lu followed his grandson's finger and his gaze met Chin Mo's. When he saw Chin Mo's face, he was greatly startled and immediately stepped forward to embrace Chin Mo. Master Chin, since we last parted, I haven't had the chance to see you again. To be able to see you again today is truly my Lu's honor. Seeing his grandfather's attitude toward Chin Mo, the smile on the Blondie's face instantly froze. The expression on his face was as if he had swallowed a fly, and it made him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. The next morning, Chin Mo arrived at his assigned dormitory. His eldest brother, Luo Yang, was a fitness fanatic. His second brother, Qian Di, came from a wealthy family. His third brother, Wang Shao, was a university student from the countryside and a very honest person. All three of them warmly welcomed Chin Mo's arrival, and Qian Di even organized a welcoming banquet for him. Chin Mo wanted to refuse but was dragged out by the two. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the Tianfu Hotel, where they unexpectedly ran into Chen Wan. When Chen Wan saw Chin Mo, she sighed helplessly. She never expected Chin Mo to be so persistent in pursuing her, and to use such a method of making friends was just too shameless. After the group entered the hotel lobby, several girls were immediately drawn to a landscape painting. They were from the literature department and knew a little about Chinese painting. This painting was undoubtedly the work of a master. Just as the group was happily singing, Qian Di's girlfriend's face suddenly fell. "Why did you bring a bunch of country bumpkins here?" She was very dissatisfied with her boyfriend's roommates. Hearing this, Chin Mo felt a little angry. Is she looking down on us for being poor? Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly opened and a group of men in suits rushed in. One of them was an executive director of Baishi Group. They were having a dinner party today and had specially chosen the Tianfu Hotel. As soon as he entered the room, he looked at Chin Mo's group arrogantly and said, "You all get out, we've booked this place." At this, Qian Di stood up, clenching his teeth, and said, "This is the place we reserved." The hotel manager, standing by, said with a smile, "Although Mr. Qian arrived first, they have the Tianfu Hotel's silver card. The Tianfu Hotel has two types of cards, and even the silver card is far more prestigious than the status of ordinary guests, giving its holders the right to use any private room at will." At this, Zhou Wang, the vice general manager of Baishi Group, smiled smugly. "You heard that. If you don't have money, don't come to places like this." This made Qian Di's face extremely embarrassed. To leave like this would be too humiliating. Seeing this, Xu Lili impatiently pulled Qian Di towards the exit. "You're with these poor roommates, aren't you embarrassed enough yourself? Let's go." But just then, Chin Mo suddenly took out a gold card and said, "Is this card from your hotel?" This instantly stunned everyone present. Who would have thought that a poor kid would have a gold card for the Tianfu Hotel? In the entire Dragon Sea City, the number of people who could have a gold card could be counted on one hand. Xu Lili, however, couldn't accept the fact that Chin Mo had a gold card. She muttered under her breath, "This gold card can't be fake, can it?" Her words were overheard by the executive director next to her. He stepped forward and pointed at Chin Mo with a sneer. "The card Chin Mo has is fake. How could a Tianfu gold card be casually given to a poor student?" The manager next to him chimed in. "That's right. Did you pick up this card or steal it?" Then he called over a group of security guards preparing to throw Chin Mo and his friends out. However, just at that moment, a furious roar was suddenly heard. "All of you, stop!" The person who had arrived was none other than the owner of the Tianfu Hotel, Sun Xing. When the manager saw his boss arrive, he hurriedly said obsequiously, "Boss, what brings you here? It's just a small matter, you can leave it to me to handle." Upon hearing this, Sun Xing gave him a resounding slap across the face. "Mr. Chin is an honored guest of our hotel. Who gave you the audacity to be so rude to him?" Then Sun Xing turned to Chin Mo with a smile, respectfully shaking his hand and greeting him. "Mr. Chin, why didn't you inform me in advance of your arrival so I could make arrangements for you?" Chin Mo said calmly that he was just having a meal with his roommates. Sun Xing then said, "The painting you gave me is already hanging in the hotel lobby." Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone was completely stunned. Who was Sun Xing? He was a powerful figure who held sway in both the legitimate and underworld circles of Dragon City. For such a figure to be so polite to Chin Mo, and the landscape painting displayed in the lobby, which everyone thought was painted by a master. They never expected the artist to be Chin Mo. At this point, the manager smiled at Zhou Wang beside him and said, "Would you like to change to another private room?" Zhou Wang had already lost all face here. He roared at the manager to get lost. As he left, he thought viciously to himself, "Chin Mo, Zhou Wang will remember this." After dinner, Chin Mo returned to the dormitory alone to cultivate. But he found that the spiritual energy in the city was too thin. Without the aid of manner pills for cultivation, he feared it would be difficult to break through the initial stage of foundation building. The next morning, Chin Mo went to the largest medicinal herb group in Dragon City. The receptionist, seeing Chin Mo's poor appearance, showed her displeasure and pointed at the herbs. "Are you sure you want these herbs? These are all over 100,000 a caddy. Can you afford them?" Chin Mo was stunned to hear this, not expecting the herbs for pill refining to be so expensive. Just then a cold voice came, "Even if you have the money to buy them, I won't sell them to you." Then Zhou Wang looked at Chin Mo with an air of arrogance. Seeing Chin Mo standing there ignoring him, Zhou Wang felt extremely smug. In his eyes, Chin Mo was just a small fry, so he called security to throw Chin Mo out. Just as Chin Mo was leaving, the middle-aged man walked over, supported by a girl. The middle-aged man looked very weak and was a bit unsteady on his feet. When Zhou Wang saw the two, he hurried forward to greet them. General Manager Second Miss. The newcomers were Beihe Pharmaceuticals CEO Bai Xin, and the girl beside him was named Bai Yuran. At this moment, Bai Xin spoke weakly. "Little Zhou, has the doctor you invited arrived yet?" Zhou Wang quickly replied with a smile. "The doctor will be here in a moment." Hearing this, Bai Yuran frowned instantly. "My dad is this sick and he dares to make my dad wait," Bai Xin quickly said. "Bai Yuran, shut up." Just then, Chin Mo's voice sounded from behind them. "I can save you, but I need some medicinal herbs." Seeing Chin Mo, Zhou Wang gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Why hasn't this damn kid left yet?" At that moment, Chin Mo said nonchalantly, "Your illness is due to overwork. The meridians in your waist are severely damaged, which has affected your cranial nerves, leading to various symptoms of weakness." This statement left everyone stunned. This young man could tell the cause of the illness with just one look, and his description was even more detailed than what the hospital had provided. Hearing this, Zhou Wang was so angry he wanted to drive Qin Mo away, but he was stopped by Bai Xin. Seeing Bai Xin's displeased face, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. A moment later, a doctor in a white coat walked in arrogantly. It was Dr. Zhou from Huahai Hospital. Bai Xin was excited to see him, as he hadn't expected Zhou Wang to be able to invite this important figure. At this time, Dr. Zhou stepped forward to shake hands and greet him, and after responding he began to treat Bai Xin. Zhou Wang meanwhile watched Qin Mo from a distance with a cold smile. "You brat, just you wait. You're in for it." Next, Dr. Zhou encountered difficulties after examining Bai Xin's body. Just then, Qin Mo's voice suddenly came. "Little Zhou, if you can't cure him, just leave it to me." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Qin Mo in astonishment, all thinking this person was crazy. How dare he speak to Dr. Zhou like that? Zhou Wang couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward in a rage to hit Qin Mo, but at this moment Dr. Zhou suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Then he walked up to Qin Mo and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, I didn't expect you to be here too. If I had known you were here, how would I dare to compete with you? Wouldn't that be slapping my own face?" These words made everyone's jaws drop. Who didn't know that Dr. Zhou was the most capable person in Longhai province, yet he was being so respectful to this kid? Zhou Wang's face was gloomy at this moment, thinking that he had been kissing up to Dr. Zhou for half a month just to invite him, and now he was scolding him in public for Qin Mo's sake. Then Zhou Wang immediately revealed a wicked smile, secretly plotting his next move. At this moment, Bai Xin tentatively asked Dr. Zhou about his condition. Dr. Zhou sighed repeatedly, saying he really couldn't cure these old injuries, but if even Mr. Qin couldn't cure them, he was afraid no one in Longhai could cure this illness. At this time, Bai Xin and Bai Yuran both showed surprised expressions, not expecting Dr. Zhou to have such a high opinion of Qin Mo. Qin Mo was naturally standing by. The two of them came forward and apologized respectfully. "Sir, we've made you wait. Mr. Qin, I beg you, can you help me with my illness?" Hearing this, Qin Mo's expression suddenly changed, saying his legs were weak from standing for so long. Qin Mo wanted that person named Zhou Wang to come over and massage his legs. Zhou Wang was furious when he heard Qin Mo say this, but Bai Xin came forward and said sternly, "It was your fault for attacking Mr. Qin just now. Hurry up and do as you're told." Zhou Wang could only close his eyes and comply. Then he knelt on the ground and obediently massaged Qin Mo's legs. Qin Mo would even let out an ouch from time to time, telling him to get the pressure right. A moment later, Qin Mo had Bai Xin lie on the bed preparing to start his treatment. Qin Mo waved the silver needles in the air a few times and a flame ignited at the tail of the needles, then descended with the momentum. At this moment, Bai Xin let out a comfortable groan. Seeing this, Dr. Zhou's forehead broke out in sweat, and his whole body trembled. Could this be the long-lost art of the flame needle technique? A short while later, after the acupuncture, Bai Xin felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The stubborn illness that had plagued him for years was cured by Qin Mo, and he was overjoyed. Before Qin Mo could say anything, he suddenly saw Zhou Wang stand up, his eyes somewhat cold. Bai Xin sensed something was wrong and looked at Zhou Wang warily. "What are you trying to do?" Suddenly, Zhou Wang pulled a gun from his waist and said, "I want you dead. I never wanted you to recover." With Zhou Wang's order, dozens of Beihe Pharmaceuticals security guards pulled out their guns and pointed them at them. Zhou Wang then said, "You can only blame yourself for getting well today. I was going to let you live for a few more years." Hearing this, Qin Mo's cold voice came out. "I saved his life. When did it become your turn to decide his life and death?" Hearing this, Zhou Wang turned angrily and pointed the gun at Qin Mo. "You brat, still playing the hero when you're about to die. In that case, I'll kill you first." At this time, Qin Mo looked at Zhou Wang calmly and said, "You want to take my life? If you have the guts, shoot right here." These words completely ignited Zhou Wang's anger, causing him to immediately pull the trigger. However, Qin Mo reacted quickly, taking out several silver needles and shooting them out. One cluster of silver needles blocked the incoming bullet, while the rest instantly shot towards Zhou Wang, all piercing his acupuncture points. Zhou Wang watched as Qin Mo walked towards him step by step and couldn't help but shout angrily, "You all shoot!" As Qin Mo walked forward, he gently pushed a silver needle. The heart-piercing pain made Zhou Wang faint directly. Seeing Zhou Wang unconscious, the remaining people were all terrified and knelt down under the intimidation of Qin Mo's silver needles. Not long after, the police took them away. The crisis was finally over. To repay Qin Mo for saving his life, Bai Xin not only allowed Qin Mo to take any medicine from the Beihe pharmacy at will, but also paid him a consultation fee of 15 million and even gave his daughter Bai Yuran to Qin Mo as a disciple. With the first huge sum of money in his life, Qin Mo wanted to buy himself a car. To own a sports car is probably the dream of most boys. The next morning, Qin Mo and Bai Yuran went to one of Dragon City's top 3 world-class supercar dealerships. The saleswoman, seeing Qin Mo and the other, said with a look of disgust, "How did 2 poor students get in here? You can look but don't touch. If you break it, you can't afford to pay." Bai Yuran was so angry she wanted to hit someone. She rolled up her sleeves to teach the saleswoman a lesson but was stopped by Qin Mo in time. Just then, a young and enthusiastic female intern walked over with a smile. "Do you two need me to introduce you to some models?" Seeing this, the old woman sneered. At this moment, the female intern enthusiastically introduced them to the cars, but Qin Mo didn't even need an introduction and directly ordered a Lamborghini. The annoying old woman's eyes lit up when she saw this, and she quickly ran over, pushed the female intern aside and said, "Young man, you want to buy a Lamborghini? Then let me introduce it to you. I'm the most experienced salesperson here." Seeing this, Chin-mo walked over and said directly, "You look like you've been chewed on by a dog. Don't be an eyesore here." The old woman's face turned purple with anger after hearing this. "Who do you say looks like they've been chewed on by a dog? If you don't let me introduce it to you today, I'll find someone to teach you a lesson and let you know what manners are." Seeing this, the intern beside them said anxiously, "Why don't you let Sister Wong introduce it to you? Otherwise you'll get into big trouble." Bai Yuren pouted after hearing this and said with an expectant look, "I love it when people come looking for trouble." The old woman gritted her teeth in hatred and went to the side to make a phone call. "If you have the guts, just wait. I'll call someone. Hello honey, someone is bullying me and trying to molest me. Come quickly." At this moment, Chin-mo ignored her and directly ordered the $8 million Lamborghini, though this car still needed some modifications. The intern stood there with a blank look on her face. "This is a world-class supercar. Are you sure you want to modify it?" Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open and a big guy rushed in with his underlings. After the old woman saw him, she pointed at Chin-mo and cried about being bullied, saying that they were the ones trying to cause trouble. After hearing this, the man directly picked up a stick and swung it at Bai Yuren. This scene caused everyone's faces to show different expressions. The intern held her breath in fear while the old woman wore a triumphant smile. But in the next second, the man's swinging stick stopped in midair. Seeing this, the old woman said contemptuously, "Honey, why aren't you hitting her? What are you standing there for?" At this moment, the man was already so frightened his face turned pale. He had clearly recognized Bai Yuren. Seeing him not moving, the old woman pushed him from behind only to be punched in the face by the man, who sent her flying more than 10 meters away. The man immediately roared angrily, "Are you trying to get me killed?" The old woman, clutching her face, was about to curse at the man when she saw an incredible scene. Bai Yuren was pointing a gun at the man and said coldly, "Who did you say didn't want to live just now?" The man was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt down and begged for mercy. It was this humble one who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Miss Yuren. "I beg you to spare my dog's life." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. It turned out she was the young lady of the Baishi Group. One must know that the Baishi Group monopolized the pharmaceutical industry in Longhai City, with assets exceeding 10 billion, and that old woman was now like she had fallen into an ice cave, thinking that this was all over. Countless people tried to curry favor with Bai Yuren, but she had offended her. At this time, Bai Yuren said coldly, "You can get lost." The hooligan, as if granted a great pardon, immediately wanted to leave, but his leg was held tightly by the old woman. The hooligan said angrily at this time, "You spendthrift woman have harmed me. Get out of my sight now." At this time, Chin-mo looked at Bai Yuren with schadenfreude and said, "Where did you get the gun?" Bai Yuren smiled triumphantly. "Ever since that Joe Wong caused trouble, my dad gave it to me for self-defense. Master, do you want one?" At this time, a flamboyant man walked in. He was an outstanding car modifier. Seeing that Chin-mo was just a teenager, he laughed contemptuously. He then asked Chin-mo doubtfully, "You want to modify this car?" Chin-mo nodded, but when he saw that the car Chin-mo wanted to modify was a Lamborghini, his face changed instantly. "Are you kidding me? This kind of top-tier supercar doesn't need modification. Who could possibly modify that car?" Chin-mo looked at him with disdain, thinking he was a real rookie. "You mean you can't modify it?" The man felt he was being looked down on and got a little angry. "I think you're just here to find fault. Who can change the performance of this kind of top-tier sports car?" Chin-mo pushed the man aside and told him to shut up. "You're all like this. If you don't get tired of it, I do. Manager, bring me all the top-tier parts in the shop. I'm going to modify this car." The outstanding car modifier immediately mocked, "That's hilarious. If you can modify this Lamborghini, I'll pay for all the expenses." This made Chin-mo smile again. A moment later, the onlookers were all stunned. After Chin-mo's modifications, the supercar, originally worth millions, had its performance upgraded to a level worth tens of millions. Such a modification was something even a world-class car modifier couldn't achieve. The crowd of onlookers erupted, with many offering 50 million to buy Chin-mo's modified car. Afterwards, the car modifier tried to sneak away but was grabbed by Bai Yuren, who said, "Hurry up and pay for these parts. Don't worry, it's only a little over 3 million. Hearing that his money had just flown away like that, the car modifier's heart was broken. The scene shifts, and on their way back, Chin-mo and Bai Yuren are in the car when Bai Yuren suddenly blushes shyly and says to Chin-mo, "Do you want to come to my house? No one's home right now, and I want you to help me with something." Hearing this, Chin-mo couldn't help but swallow, hesitating whether to agree, but the images of his two masters appeared in his mind. Grandpa Kang taught him to be an upright person and reject the girl. Granny Luo, however, told him not to listen to that old fellow. The girl had already given the green light, so he should just go for it. Chin-mo thought for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, my happiness is more important." Then Chin-mo agreed, "Of course." Bai Yuren was so excited she hugged Chin-mo and said, "It's so great that Master is willing to help me fix my car." These words instantly shattered Chin-mo's beautiful fantasy. Chin Mo then kicked by urine out of the car and drove straight back to school himself. Chin Mo parked the car in a parking lot not far from the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Chin Mo began to refine pills. Just as Chin Mo was refining pills, a refined man wearing glasses walked up to him. "I heard you were refining medicine, so I wanted to come and see." This man with glasses was named Li Shang, a third-year student from the medical school. Chin Mo smiled and nodded at him. "Feel free to look." Li Shang didn't look down on Chin Mo just because he was a student from the physical education department. On the contrary, he would ask Chin Mo for advice from time to time. Chin Mo also patiently answered Li Zhang's questions. Just then, Qian Di suddenly burst through the door and said, "Everyone come and look. There's a modified Lamborghini downstairs. It's so cool it's explosive. The curves of the car are simply too stunning to look at." Wang Xiaona and Luo Cheng's eyes lit up instantly. "Quick, take us to see it." Qian Di said even more sincerely, "If I could just sit in it, I'd be willing to call that person Grandpa." Just then, Chin Mo handed the keys to Qian Di and said, "If you like it, just take it for a drive." Seeing this, everyone in the dormitory was completely dumbfounded. Qian Di had thought he was the richest in the dorm, but he never expected Chin Mo to be the real powerhouse. "Dad, I'll go have your babies right now." With that, Qian Di ran out at top speed. By this time, the Lamborghini was already surrounded by a crowd and the blondie was standing at the very front. He caressed the Lamborghini and instantly felt that his Audi was nothing compared to this car. "Wan, this car is so beautiful." Lu Xiaoli couldn't resist taking out her camera to take a picture with the luxury car. Xu Yao looked around and seeing that all her classmates were focused on the car and no one was paying attention to her, she also secretly took out her phone to take a picture with it. Just then, Qian Di walked over with the car keys. Wang Xiao smugly walked up to the car. The blondie and his friend's eyes widened. They had heard that Qian Di's family was rich, but they never expected him to be this wealthy. Qian Di and his friends enjoyed the strange looks from the crowd, got into the car without a word and disappeared from sight. Chin Mo knew nothing of what was happening outside. He placed the refined pills in a box and then put them in the cabinet. But just as Chin Mo left, Li Shang quietly entered the place where he stored the pills, then secretly opened the cabinet. He took out a lesser essence pill and put it in his mouth. In a short while, Li Zhang's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he was instantly filled with power. Looking at the full box of pills, a greedy look appeared in Li Zhang's eyes, but he didn't know that this thing would cost him his life in the future. On the weekend, the campus beauty, Chen Wan, came to the pancake stall early in the morning to sell pancakes. Because she was a student from the literature department and was known as the pancake Shi, her business became exceptionally popular. Many neighboring stall owners were envious. Just then, the blondie appeared arrogantly with a group of people. He slammed his hand on the pancake stall's table and said, "Where's that kid surnamed Chin? Hand him over." At this, Chen Wan kindly reminded him that his hand was on the hot stove. Hearing this, the blondie finally noticed that his hand was already burning. "You rascal, how dare you plot against me?" The lackeys beside him were bewildered, thinking, "Boss, didn't you touch it yourself?" At this moment, although Chen Wan was scared, she still chose not to betray Chin Mo. Seeing this, the blondie revealed a sinister expression. "If you don't talk, I'll smash this place." With that, he kicked over the pancake stall. Chen Wan wanted to stop him but was fiercely slapped across the face. Seeing their livelihood destroyed, Chen Wan's parents shed helpless tears. A dozen or so stall owners watched with schadenfreude. Witnessing this scene, a middle-aged man selling the same kind of pancakes and a shrewish woman were even clapping and cheering on the side. Just as Chen Wan was sad and helpless, a handkerchief was suddenly handed to her. "Don't cry, wipe your tears first. Leave the rest to me. After all, this all started because of me." The blondie was excited to see Chin Mo. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Then several of his underlings rushed at Chin Mo, but all they heard were a few loud bangs. Chin Mo hadn't even finished his warm-up before he had knocked them all to the ground. The blondie, unwilling to give up, angrily said to Chin Mo, "Just you wait. The head of the Tiger family, Fist Jim, won't let you off." Hearing this, Chin Mo said grimly, "To be able to train such scum, I don't think your Jim's head is any good either. Tell him I'll be sure to pay him a visit in 2 days." At this time, in the Chen family's small tent, the family was still grieving over what had just happened. This could cut off their family's source of income. Chin Mo said to Chen Wan in the corner, "I'll buy you a new pancake cart and help you improve your life." But Chen Wan's tears streamed down her face. She said it was useless. Even with a new cart, they wouldn't be able to make money. Because their business was too good before, her stall had already been pushed out by others, especially that shrew who ganged up with others to exclude her family. Now only Uncle Wu was left in the family, and he couldn't make pancakes. But Chin Mo said hopefully that Uncle Wu alone would be enough. He would teach her how to make the pancakes. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Just as everyone was celebrating that no one was competing with them for business, they saw the Chen family's pancake stall appear across the street. Chin Mo and Chen Wan were loudly hawking in front of the stall. Seeing this, the unreasonable shrew's jaw dropped in shock. But then the shrew looked disdainful, because without ingredients, what could they possibly make? Just then, a bag of coarse cornmeal. After seeing it, the shrew said contemptuously, "Isn't this coarse cornmeal for pigs? How can it be for people to eat?" Many onlooking students had originally wanted to try it, but after hearing the shrew's words, they couldn't help but look at the Chen family's stall with disgust. High-quality ingredients often only require simple cooking methods, But just as Chin Mo sprinkled chopped green onions on the sauce, an enticing aroma quickly spread throughout the entire snack street. The customers who had just left were drawn back by the fragrance. At this moment they all secretly thought, if pigs can eat this well, I want to be a pig too. Seeing this, the other students, even if it was pig food, began to fight for it. The students on the snack street all gathered around. The line for the Chen family's pancakes stretched for over 100 meters. Even the few students in front of the shrew's stall ran over to the Chen family's stall. In the evening, Chin Mo returned to the dormitory. He received a call from Chen Wan. To thank him for his help, she wanted to invite him to a movie tonight. Chin Mo, naturally, immediately agreed to this good offer. This made Chin Mo's roommates envious. Chin Mo suddenly remembered that he couldn't forget his cultivation, but when he opened the cabinet he found nothing inside. Then Chin Mo couldn't help but ask his roommates, "Did you move the things in my cabinet?" Wang Xiao and Luo Cheng shook their heads and said they hadn't seen anything. Chin Mo glanced at them and saw that neither was lying. But who stole it? It wasn't precious to Chin Mo, but if an ordinary person ate it, their mind would become clear for a period of time and their body would become unusually strong, but afterward it would die from exhaustion. Just then Qian Di suddenly burst through the door and said, "Big news, have you heard? Li Shang, a senior from the medical school, has developed a pill that can change human functions." After hearing this, Chin Mo's face turned ashen. It seemed Li Shang had undoubtedly stolen it. He had taught him alchemy without reservation, yet the pills were stolen by him. It seemed he was still too kind today. Huahai University was exceptionally lively, all to welcome Li Zhang's return. Seeing the thousands of crazed students, Chin Mo shook his head helplessly. There were far more corrupt people in this world than he had imagined. At this moment a voice came. "Isn't this Senior Chin Mo who fought 1 against 7 in the competition? Are you here to chase stars too?" Senior Li Shang was also Xu Yao's idol, but Chin Mo said faintly, "I'm here to take back my pills. The pills Li Shang won the award for were made by me." At this, Xu Yao said sarcastically, "Chin Mo, you are so pathetic. You have no ability, yet you want to say Senior Li Shang stole your pills?" Chin Mo just pursed his lips at this, too lazy to explain. At this moment a bus stopped in front of everyone. Li Shang made his grand entrance and was instantly admired by countless girls, basking in his success. Suddenly, at this moment, Chin Mo appeared in front of Li Shang and said coldly, "Give me back my pills." Hearing this, Li Zhang's expression darkened, but he still calmly maintained his smile and said, "Do we know each other? If there's nothing else, please stay away from me." Hearing this, Chin Mo said, "Fine, don't come kneeling and begging me when something happens." With that faint remark, Chin Mo strode away. Chin Mo didn't care about those few pills, and if Li Shang wanted to die, it had nothing to do with him. But Chin Mo suddenly thought if Li Shang gave the pills to others, it would kill a large number of students and teachers. Their lives were innocent. Thinking of this, Chin Mo turned around and ran towards Li Shang. At this moment, Li Shang was displaying the lesser essence pill, and to thank his professor for his guidance, he specially presented one to him. Just as Professor Lin was about to eat the pill, the doors to the auditorium were suddenly thrown open. Chin Mo appeared and said, "You can't eat this pill, it will kill you." Chin Mo's words echoed throughout the auditorium. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into laughter. Wasn't this that foolish kid who blocked the road? Physical education student with something wrong in his head. At this moment Professor Lin also spoke. "Do you all see, if I taught such a brainless student, I would have lived in vain." With that, he took the pill in front of Chin Mo as if having a seizure. Instantly, Professor Lin's eyes gleamed with golden light, and after feeling the power he was ecstatic. This was simply a divine medicine. "Forget dying. I feel like I could live for another 500 years, no problem." But he never expected that death would be waiting for him when he was exhausted. And the students, feeling the change in Professor Lin's body, thought Chin Mo was even more of a fool. Chin Mo coldly swept his gaze over the thousands of students in the auditorium, thinking, "You will pay for your ignorance." With that, Chin Mo calmly left. Then he drove to the Bai family manor. Bai Yuren was already waiting at the entrance. As soon as Chin Mo got out of the car, she hugged him excitedly. This made Chin Mo blush in embarrassment. Then Chin Mo feigned a couple of coughs and walked into the house. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man and an elderly man were fiercely engaged in a game of Go. After a long while, Bai Xin said with a bitter smile, "Old Li is truly a master of Chinese medicine in all of China, and his Go skills are also unparalleled." Li Yanhua laughed heartily and waved his hand just a little, appearing very modest. A hint of pride could be seen between his brows. At this moment, Bai Yuren and Chin Mo slowly walked over. Seeing them, Bai Xin said joyfully, "Why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming, Mr. Chin?" Then Bai Xin began to introduce old Li. "This is the young man I told you about. Chin Mo, a young doctor who cured my chronic illness." When Li Yanhua saw how young Chin Mo was, a look of disdain appeared on his face. "I heard you used acupuncture to cure Bai Xin's chronic illness. Can you show me?" At this moment, Chin Mo's expression froze. Several silver needles instantly flew from his hand. The silver needles carrying flames landed on Bai Xin's back. Bai Xin's back felt as if it was burning, and in a short while, he felt much more comfortable. Chin Mo also retracted the silver needles. Seeing this, Li Yanhua stood up excitedly and said, "I didn't expect it to be the legendary flame needle technique. "Who is your master?" Chin Mo said faintly. "I learned it all myself. The masters who taught him his skills never revealed their existence, or it would bring about a fatal disaster." This made Li Yanhua look at him with admiration. "Indeed, a genius doctor." At this time Bai Xin teased from the side. "Oh, Li, isn't your grandson also a genius? He recently refined a world-astonishing pill. Truly amazing." Hearing Bai Xin's praise, Li Yanhua also looked proud. Suddenly, Chin Mo coldly asked if his grandson's name was Li Shang. Li Yanhua immediately nodded. Chin Mo sneered and pointed at the old man, saying, "Please relay this to Li Shang. This is my final warning. His pills were stolen from me. If an ordinary person eats them, they will surely die from bleeding from the 7 orifices within a week. Your Li family brought this upon yourselves." After saying this, Chin Mo turned and left, leaving Li Yanhua stunned. In the blink of an eye, it was Lu Xiaoli's birthday banquet. Many people arrived at the hotel early in the morning. The blondie and his friends, upon learning that Chin Mo was coming, couldn't help but mock that country bumpkin, figuring he'd arrive by bus later. Just then, a loud roar suddenly came from the street and a Lamborghini appeared before everyone. The person who got out of the car made their jaws drop. Xu Yao stood frozen in place, her eyes staring straight ahead. How could it be Chin Mo? The blondie hurriedly seized the opportunity to humiliate Chin Mo, walked up with a smile and said, "Chin Mo, you gigolo, you don't need to borrow your roommate's sports car to show off here. Is this called showing off? You just want to take the car for a spin." The blondie's lackeys chimed in. "Don't pretend to be rich when you're not. Don't act all high and mighty if you don't have money." Hearing this, Xu Yao frowned, wondering if she had hurt Chin Mo's pride, which was why he went out to borrow a car. But Chin Mo completely ignored everyone's ridicule. He walked straight up to Lu Xiaoli and presented his birthday gift. This made the blondie beside them furious. "How dare you get so close to Lu Xiaoli? Just wait for Brother Long to deal with you." Just as he was thinking this, the door was suddenly opened, and a man in a military uniform walked in. This man's name was Long Jun, born into a military family, and he grew up with Lu Xiaoli in the same compound. He had liked Lu Xiaoli since he was a child and had once single-handedly defeated over 40 of her suitors. Seeing Long Jun arrive, a wicked smile appeared on the blondie's lips. That Chin Mo was about to be in for it. Long Jun was about to happily offer Lu Xiaoli his best wishes when he suddenly saw her looking up and smiling at this boy. Intolerable, absolutely intolerable. "This damn boy dares to steal my woman, I'll make sure you die today." But Chin Mo looked curiously at this fierce-looking man and then said, "Is this your big brother? You kid calling me big brother. Do you think you're some young heartthrob, or are you calling me a cradle robber?" Immediately after, he threw a punch at Chin Mo, but then there was only a bang. Long Jun's fist was easily caught by Chin Mo. All the guests were stunned. Long Jun was a lieutenant colonel in the army. That punch could have killed a tiger. The veins on Long Jun's arm bulged in front of Chin Mo, making him feel powerless for the first time, and Chin Mo coldly looked at him and said, "Disrupting the banquet is a bit too much. If you want to fight, wait until after the birthday party." At this moment, Lu Xiaoli next to them angrily scolded Long Jun, "I didn't invite you. If you continue to cause trouble, get out of my birthday party." Hearing this, Long Jun calmed down for a moment, having to temporarily swallow this humiliation and save it for later. As the birthday banquet continued, Long Jun suddenly smiled at Xiaoli and said, "Do you see what I prepared for you?" A foreign man walked over gracefully. Everyone present was stunned, especially Lu Xiaoli, who cried out, "Isn't this Mr. Smith?" He was a world-class fashion designer who led the trends in the fashion industry. Smith walked straight up to Lu Xiaoli and said, "Beautiful lady, this is a dress I designed especially for you." When Lu Xiaoli put on the dress, she looked like a fairy descended to earth, stunning everyone present. The design of the dress was good, but in Chin Mo's eyes it still had some flaws. "Xiaoli, you look so beautiful like a fairy." Suddenly, a guest accidentally bumped into Xu Yao. Xu Yao's glass of red wine spilled all over Lu Xiaoli's dress. Xu Yao panicked. "Xiaoli, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Lu Xiaoli stared blankly at her beloved dress. Tears started to fall. Of course, Long Jun couldn't stand to see Lu Xiaoli cry. He quickly said to Smith, "Sir, can you design another one of these? He'll pay double." Mr. Smith coldly shook his head and said of the dress, "In that case, I only make one a month. That is my principle in fashion design." When Long Jun saw that Smith was unwilling to help, he immediately turned his anger on Xu Yao. "Look what she had done. Do you know how hard it was to invite Mr. Smith? You ruined everything." With Long Jun taking the lead, everyone now turned their blame on Xu Yao. The repeated reprimands made her lower her head deeply, and the words of apology were repeated again and again. Just then, Chin Mo, from a corner holding a glass of red wine, slowly walked over and said, "It's just a dress. I don't think it's a big deal." Just when no one understood what Chin Mo was doing, he suddenly dipped his hand into the wine glass. He sprinkled the red wine directly onto Lu Xiaoli's dress and began to draw. Long Jun, seeing this, cursed in anger. "Kid, what are you trying to do?" Chin Mo, while drawing, said, "You'd better shut up." Long Jun clenched his fists, ready to smash them into Chin Mo. At this moment, Lu Xiaoli suddenly said, "Long Jun, let Chin Mo draw. The dress is ruined anyway." Since Lu Xiaoli was the host of the banquet, everyone naturally listened to her, but the way they looked at Chin Mo had a bit more malice. Chin Mo ignored the crowd's insults. He was seen sprinkling the red wine bit by bit onto the dress, and Mr. Smith beside him stared blankly at this Eastern youth. The eyes of this Eastern youth, Chin Mo, also grew deeper. At this moment, Lu Xiaoli stopped crying and gradually showed a surprised expression. The guests beside her also gradually became stunned. A scroll painting seemed to appear on Lu Shaoli's dress, a crane dancing gracefully in the mist, lifelike. At this moment Smith, after seeing it, excitedly shouted, "My God, that's art! Art from China." At this moment Qin Mo smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Lu Shaoli nodded. "I like it very much. This is the happiest moment for me today." Not far away, Long Jun heard Lu Shaoli's thanks to Qin Mo and clenched his fists in anger, because Lu Shaoli had never shown him such a happy smile. This made him very worried. Smith at this time ran up to Qin Mo and said, "Can you make this dress again? I am willing to pay any price to get it." Qin Mo glanced at him faintly, and then said, "I only make one a month." The guests, after hearing Qin Mo's words, all secretly praised him. Qin Mo's domineering reply was truly a credit to the Chinese people. As the banquet ended and people were leaving, Xu Yao walked up to Qin Mo with her head down and shyly said thank you. Qin Mo smiled and shook his head, saying, "You said you are my aunt's daughter, so it's my duty to help you." Instantly, the guests surrounded Qin Mo and gave him a thumbs up. When the Blondie and Long Jun saw this, they were so angry that they gritted their teeth and thought, "Qin Mo, this isn't over between us." After the banquet, Qin Mo returned to the dormitory. At this time, Wang Shao handed him a letter. The letter stated that there would be a martial arts competition at the Tiger Family Fist Gym tomorrow. The signature was Hu Shaoshan. This self-proclaimed unranked martial artist was indeed more formidable than Xiao Baowen's group. However, Qin Mo didn't take it to heart. It was a good time since the lesser essence pills were just refined. He could use them to improve his cultivation first. After taking the lesser essence pill, Qin Mo sat cross-legged and circulated his cultivation technique. The lesser essence pill continuously provided spiritual energy, making Qin Mo's body feel as if it were on fire, sweat pouring down. Qian Di seemed to have noticed something and said, "Look at fourth brother's face. We should take him out for some fun one day." Just then, Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and a strong wind suddenly blew through the room. Luo Cheng, seeing this, quickly closed the window. It turned out that Qin Mo had broken through to the mid-stage of foundation building. Qin Mo looked at his hands excitedly, feeling the changes in his body and internal energy. Is this the power of the mid-stage of foundation building? The Long family would be very happy if they saw this. The next day, there were many spectators in the Tiger Family Fist Gym, but none of them were optimistic about the young Qin Mo, because the gym's master was Hu Shaoshan, a monster who had won 356 consecutive life and death battles. Just then, the door of the martial arts hall opened, and seeing Hu Shaoshan arrive, the crowd of onlookers was extremely excited. A fierce-looking man walked over, and the first thing he did was to place a stone tablet to block the door, leaving only an entrance the size of a dog hole. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but gape. Hu Shaoshan explained to the crowd, "Everyone, don't panic. This is a test for the challenger. If he can't pass this stage, what right does he have to be in our sights? What I want is a fair and square fight, not a wet behind-the-ears kid." Hu Shaoshan's disciple chimed in. "The master is right. A martial artist who wants to challenge Senior Hu must have some skill to be worthy of standing before him. And this giant steel probably weighed 1,000 pounds." But the crowd noticed that there was also a small dog hole at the bottom of the steel. Seeing this, Xiao Baowen sneered, "Master, your move is too brilliant. Even if that Qin Mo comes, he'll be in a dilemma." At this time, Hu Shaoshan said angrily, "Disciple, if you had a little bit of promise, I wouldn't have to go to such trouble. But if anyone dares to touch my disciple, I'll cripple him." Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. The crowd of onlookers came to watch. Everyone wanted to see how this challenger would handle Master Hu's test. Would he retreat, or would he crawl through the door like a dog? At this moment, Hu Shaoshan had a wicked smile on his face, wanting to see Qin Mo make a fool of himself on the spot. But the next scene surprised everyone. Qin Mo directly lifted the 1,000-pound stone tablet with one hand, and seeing that it was already full of people inside, he asked in confusion, "Did everyone get in this way?" Then he easily put it down again. So this is what the doors of martial arts halls in big cities look like. These casual words directly startled people. At this time, Hu Shaoshan clapped his hands and looked at Qin Mo with a smile. "Indeed, you have some skills. You are worthy of me. Before we start, let me say one more thing. This little brother. You injured the disciples of my gym with extremely cruel methods. What grudge does my Tiger Family Fist Gym have with you?" Hu Shaoshan said these words to create public pressure on Qin Mo and gain a psychological advantage. The uninformed crowd began to accuse Qin Mo. But then Qin Mo retorted, "The disciples of the Tiger Family Fist Gym bully men and women and trouble the surrounding common people. Why don't you mention a single word about that? I came today to advise you to restrain yourselves, but you bite back at me. In that case, I will have to punish you." After hearing Qin Mo's words, Hu Shaoshan burst into laughter. "You little brat dare to lecture me. I'd like to see how you're going to teach me a lesson today." Hu Shaoshan then rushed towards Qin Mo in one quick step and struck. The little doll's victory or defeat would be decided in an instant. With a roar, Hu Shaoshan swung his fist at Qin Mo. Watching the fist approach, Qin Mo stood there with a calm expression. "I just broke through to the foundation building stage, so I'll use you for practice." At this moment, there was only a loud bang. The moment the fist arrived, Qin Mo's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Immediately after, Hu Shaoshan's move, Tiger Through the Forest, was easily dodged by Qin Mo. The onlookers all showed surprised expressions. This kid actually dodged Master Hu's attack in midair, but Hu Shaoxian didn't give Qin Mo a chance to breathe. However, his storm of fists was like child's play to Qin Mo. Seeing this, Hu Shaoxian used his ultimate move, a punch that came down from the sky, forcing Qin Mo into a corner. Fists and palms met, and at the moment of the violent collision the crowd only felt the ground tremble. Hu Shaoxian looked at Qin Mo with a smile. "Your talent is not bad, kid. I promise if you join my gym, I'll have your back. You can do whatever you want in the entire Longhai City." But Qin Mo righteously refused, not wanting to associate with them. "But is this all the strength you have? That's really disappointing." Qin Mo's arrogant tone instantly enraged Hu Shaoxian. "You brat, you're choosing the hard way, aren't you?" Immediately after, Hu Shaoxian punched Qin Mo heavily. Suddenly, Qin Mo's eyes lit up and he said, "I've already given you a chance. It seems your Tiger Family Fist Gym really shouldn't exist anymore." At this moment Qin Mo immediately stepped forward, then leapt up and struck at Hu Shaoxian. Hu Shaoxian had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. He only felt a sharp pain in his arm. With a loud bang, his entire body was smashed to the ground by Qin Mo. Seeing this scene, the crowd was completely stunned. This was too terrifying. He knocked out Hu Shaoxian in one move, defeating the master and even disabling his arm. At this moment, the entire gym echoed with Qin Mo's voice. "Anyone else who dares to act like him and do evil will bear the consequences." At this point, Hu Shaoxian's disciples were already scared and kneeling on the ground. This was not a fight at all, but a one-sided slaughter. The next evening, Long Jun and the Blondie found Wang Dali and asked him to take out a student. Wang Dali confidently declared, "Leave it to me. Don't worry, I watched the match at the Tiger Family Fist Gym yesterday. A young fighter took out Hu Shaoxian in a single move and I learned that move on the spot. Haha, that kid Qin Mo is dead for sure." These words happened to be overheard by Xu Yao, who was passing by. Just as Xu Yao was about to call Qin Mo to warn him, she heard a phone ring nearby. By this time Qin Mo was already being cornered by the Blondie and his crew. The Blondie pointed at Qin Mo and shouted arrogantly, "I've had it with you for a long time. Don't even think about getting out of here alive today." Long Jun was even more arrogant than the Blondie. "How dare you steal my spotlight at Lu Shaoli's birthday party? I've hired an expert to cripple you today." At this, a smile played on Qin Mo's lips. "Where is this person you found?" Hearing this, Long Jun gave a wicked smile and said, "I'm afraid it would scare you to death if I told you." But before he could finish his sentence, Wang Dali and his men rushed wildly toward Qin Mo, dropped to their knees with a thud and begged Qin Mo for mercy again and again. At this, the Blondie and Long Jun were stunned. "Master, could it be that Qin Mo is the young fighter you mentioned who crippled Hu Shaoxian in a single move?" Qin Mo glanced at them in confusion, then looked at the Blondie and pressed, "Do you have anything else to say?" The Blondie and Long Jun now wore smiles that were uglier than crying, indicating that they would never dare to do it again. Hiding around the corner, Xu Yao saw that the matter was resolved and thought to herself, "Ah, it's over." Qin Mo later. Li Shang came over and tried to use a lesser essence pill as bait to lure her into becoming his assistant. Just as Xu Yao was about to put the pill in her mouth, a dark figure suddenly appeared and snatched the pill from her hand. Holding the pill, Qin Mo said coldly, "You can't eat this pill." But when Li Shang saw Qin Mo, his face darkened. "Qin Mo, mind your own business. Give the pill back to Xu Yao." Qin Mo glanced at Li Shang. His eyes were bloodshot, he looked exhausted, and his body was already showing signs of depletion. "I won't stop you if you want to die, but don't drag Xu Yao down with you." Hearing this, Xu Yao angrily stepped forward to snatch it back. "My business is none of your concern. Give me back the pill." At this, Qin Mo held the pill above his head and instantly crushed it to pieces. After doing all this, he left without a backward glance. Watching Qin Mo's departing figure, Li Zhang's expression gradually turned sinister. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In a large shopping mall, Qin Mo, wearing a nice trench coat, had arrived early. It turned out his roommates knew he had a date and had specially prepared the outfit for him. Suddenly a voice called out, "Qin Mo, I'm sorry. The pancake stall is busy on weekends. Did I keep you waiting long?" Chen Wan appeared before Qin Mo like a fairy. "Let's go in, the movie is about to start." Just as the two were walking hand in hand towards the cinema, the voice suddenly came from behind, "Isn't that Chen Wan?" Chen Wan immediately froze. A man and a woman walked over, glanced at them, and then immediately looked Qin Mo and Chen Wan up and down. "You rejected me back then, only to end up with a piece of trash like this. Look at his shabby appearance." Then he raised his head and said, "You know, I was just trying to have some fun with you back then. You really took yourself seriously, didn't you? So cheap." This sentence completely broke down Chen Wan's psychological defenses, and tears couldn't help but well up in her eyes. At this moment Qin Mo suddenly stepped in front of Chen Wan. "If you know how to talk, then talk properly. If you don't, then get lost." Hearing this, Bai Zi roared angrily, "Who the hell do you think you are, acting so arrogantly here?" Just then, Bai Yuren suddenly appeared. Seeing Bai Yuren, Bai Zi was stunned for a moment. "Miss Bai, what are you doing here? Do you know them?" Bai Yuren seemed to understand that the problem was that her master had just argued with him, and a wicked smile appeared on her lips. "This Bai Zi is so keen on courting death, I might as well teach him a lesson today." Then Bai Yuren said with a calm face, "How would I know him?" Hearing this, Bai Zi was immediately relieved. thinking to himself that his family only owned a small pharmaceutical factory. If he could show off in front of Miss Bai, he would surely get a promotion. Plus, he had pursued Chen Wan for 3 years without success, yet this loser had managed to get her. This made Bai Zi's face gradually darken. He took out a wad of cash and threw it directly in Chin Mo's face. Bai Zi immediately smiled at Chin Mo and said, "If you crawl between my legs, this money is yours." Seeing this, Bai Yuren, who was standing nearby, giggled, then secretly smiled at her master's angry expression. This idiot Bai Zi is dead for sure. At this time, Chen Wan looked at Chin Mo with a worried expression and said, "They're from Beihe Pharmacy. We can't afford to offend them." But Chin Mo suppressed his anger and said, "Don't worry, wait for me to make a call. Is this Bai Shin? There's a family with the surname Bai in Longhai City. I want them to disappear from here. I'll give you 10 minutes. Bai Zi pointed at Chin Mo and mocked, "Who are you trying to fool? Miss Bai is right here and she doesn't even know you." Bai Yuren stood aside, smiling without saying a word, but she really wanted to go up and slap the foolish Bai Zi. Bai Zi was annoyed by Chin Mo's calm expression, clenched his fist and rushed toward him. Just then an angry roar came. "Kid, stop right there." Bai Zi turned around and his eyes widened. "Dad, what are you doing here?" A man was seen walking humbly up to Chin Mo. "I am deeply sorry, Mr. Chin. I came late and let this accursed son offend you. I hope you can forgive us." At this moment, Bai Zi was complete and frozen in place. Chin Mo looked up and said nonchalantly, "Your son." Bai Chi lowered his head, cold sweat dripping down. Chin Mo continued coldly, "Your son threw money in my face. Your family is very rich, aren't they?" Bai Chi was so scared that he immediately started slapping Bai Zi wildly. Bai Zi was beaten until he saw stars and his face became badly swollen. Then Bai Chi pulled him in front of Chin Mo and made him kneel. Bai Zi was beaten so badly he could barely speak, mumbling, "Mr. Chin, spare my life, sir, spare my life. Miss Chen Wan, it was I who shamelessly pestered you every day. Please be magnanimous and let me go." Seeing Bai Zi in this state, Chen Wan didn't want to pursue the matter further and told him to get lost. "I don't want to see him again." Chin Mo also looked at Bai Zi coldly and said, "Get lost. If there's a next time, you won't even have a chance to speak." Hearing this, Bai Chi hurriedly pulled his son up and repeatedly nodded at Chin Mo in gratitude. At this moment, Bai Yuren walked over and said, "Haha, I've disliked this Bai Zi for a long time, but it wasn't convenient for me to deal with him myself. Luckily, my master avenged me this time. All right, now that everything's settled, I should be going. Master, take care of yourself." After speaking, Bai Yuren left, but seeing Chen Wan and Chin Mo talking and laughing, a hint of bitterness rose in Bai Yuren's heart. She thought, "Is that master's girlfriend? I'm so jealous of her. If my body hadn't become like this, could I have been so lucky?" In the cinema, the male and female protagonists were holding each other and crying their eyes out. Seeing this, Chen Wan's tears also flowed ceaselessly. But Chin Mo found the plot utterly speechless. Just then, Chen Wan suddenly looked at Chin Mo and said with a blush, "Chin Mo, what do you think of this movie?" At this moment, Chin Mo suddenly remembered what Grandma Luo had said. "Girls all like direct guys, it's 1000% true." Before Chen Wan could finish speaking, Chin Mo directly grabbed her fair, delicate hand to confess his feelings. But just then, something fell out of Chin Mo's pocket. Chen Wan froze when she saw it, and Chin Mo was also stunned, not understanding why it was in his pocket. Just like that, the first date of a guy who had been single for 18 years was ruined because of what fell out of his pocket. Chin Mo returned to the dormitory with a tear-streaked face. Seeing Chin Mo return, his 3 roommates said with sly smiles, "How did it go? Are you feeling on top of the world?" "So it was you who put it in my pocket?" "Yeah, fourth brother, calm down. What are you doing?" "Calm my ass, you. Stop right there." After the two chased each other down to the dormitory building, Qian Di seemed to have discovered something. He pointed to the school's bulletin board for Chin Mo to see. Chin Mo stopped his clenched fist. Seeing that the person being criticized on the bulletin board was him, his eyes instantly turned cold. It read, "Our student Chin Mo, for damaging the school's reputation and openly questioning the school's honored figure, Li Shang, is hereby publicly criticized throughout the school." Seeing this, Chin Mo angrily tore down the notice. He never expected that his kind reminder would make him a public enemy of the school and a laughingstock for everyone. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning, in the medical research lab. Li Shang was discussing a new research project with the school's leaders. Xu Yao, as the assistant, was recording their conversation. Suddenly, the door to the medical research lab was kicked open. Chin Mo, holding the notice, stormed in angrily. When the school leader saw Chin Mo, he berated him. "Which class are you from, daring to barge into the lab? I'm going to give you a demerit. Instead of reflecting on your actions, what are you doing here? You're not convinced by Li Shang, are you?" Chin Mo's gaze swept over everyone present, and then he said with a smile, "If you want me to be convinced, we'll have to see if Li Shang dares to have a debate with me about the pills." Li Shang immediately scoffed and said, "You, a physical education student, dare to argue with me from the medical school?" Hearing this, Chin Mo raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you scared?" Hearing Chin Mo say this, Li Shang laughed so hard his stomach hurt. "If you want a challenge, then I'll satisfy your masochistic tendencies." He came from a family of doctors and truly didn't take Chin Mo seriously when it came to medicine. Chin Mo came out of the lab, temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart. He wasn't worried about the medical debate. He was just looking at the bloodshot eyes of Li Shang and Professor Lin, wondering if they could even last until tomorrow. At this moment, a voice called out to Chin Mo, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chin?" Chin Mo couldn't help but stop and nod. The woman let out a sigh of relief and immediately said, "I finally found you, Mr. Chin. My company previously wanted to hire Hu Shaoshan as our president's bodyguard, but after seeing your great skills at the gym, we would now like to hire you." Chin Mo immediately refused. At this, the woman hurriedly grabbed Chin Mo and said, "If Mr. Chin agrees to this, not only will you be able to call the shots in Longhai City in the future, but we will also agree to any request you make." Chin Mo thought to himself that he needed to focus on his cultivation in the future. The pills alone cost a lot of money, and he also needed to nurture his sword. The president might be able to help. Thinking of this, he directly agreed. After everything was settled, and Chin Mo was about to leave, several men suddenly walked over. "No wonder you didn't hire my uncle as a bodyguard, so you had a backup plan." Then they looked fiercely at Chin Mo. "Kid, you really dare to take this job? The bodyguard position by President Chin's side belongs to no one but us." But Chin Mo said with an impatient look, "But I've already accepted it, so you'll just have to give up, right?" But the man clenched his fist and rushed at Chin Mo. "Then let's speak with our fists." With a loud bang, the man was slammed into the ground by Chin Mo's punch. Chin Mo reached out his hand and completely defeated the 7-foot-tall man. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chin Mo left with a faint smile. "It seems we found the right person. The president's grand plan is now secure." The next day, the auditorium was already full of students. Many girls came specifically to support Li Shang. Just then, Chin Mo opened the doors to the auditorium. When the crowd saw Chin Mo arrive, they started pointing and talking. "This Chin Mo actually dares to come. I really admire his death-defying spirit." Chin Mo and his 3 roommates were there to cheer him on, telling him not to lose. All 3 of them were holding banners that said, "Chin Mo, even though effort is useless, you still have to go for it. We admire your guts and courage." Seeing this, Chin Mo felt a wave of embarrassment, really wanting to pretend he didn't know them. Just before Chin Mo went on stage, Xu Yao stopped him, then sighed helplessly and said to him, "Why do you have to do this?" Thinking about the humiliation that was to come, Chin Mo ignored Xu Yao's warning and walked straight to the stage. After a while, Li Shang and Professor Lin had still not arrived, and the students were getting a bit anxious. The school's top leaders appeared one after another, not knowing what had happened. Calls to Li Shang and Professor Lin went unanswered. Meanwhile, Chin Mo was resting with his eyes closed as if he had a premonition of something. Just then, the hall doors were suddenly thrown open, and an old man and a bodyguard staggered in. On his back, he was carrying Li Shang. It was Li Shang who was on the verge of dying from exhaustion. Li Yanhua walked straight up to Chin Mo, and then with a thud, he knelt directly on the ground. "Mr. Chin, this old man begs you to save my grandson." Chin Mo looked faintly at the kneeling Li Yanhua, not surprised by his appearance. Then, looking at Li Shang, who was on the verge of dying from depletion, he said calmly, "Teacher Li, I have already warned him 3 times, but now it is too late. He should go back and prepare for his funeral." At this moment, Li Shang crawled toward Chin Mo's feet like a thick worm, begging Chin Mo to save him. Moreover, in front of everyone, he admitted that he was the one who stole the pills, robbed Chin Mo of his honor, and framed him. After learning the truth, everyone was filled with disbelief. At this moment, Chin Mo said coldly, "You chose this path yourself, and this pill is not something an ordinary person can control. Besides, the side effects are just beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhang's body twisted into a strange posture. After a few cracking sounds, his 4 limbs were then forcibly broken. The heart-wrenching pain made him let out an angry roar. Xu Yao, who was standing nearby, was so scared that cold sweat broke out. That pill was so powerful. If Chin Mo hadn't stopped her that day and told her not to take it, she would probably have ended up like this. The people in the audience turned pale when they saw this, and then someone couldn't help but curse. "It's all Li Zhang's fault. He even wanted to give it to us. He really wanted to harm us. You're a disgraceful thief." Hearing everyone's anger, Li Shang was filled with regret, and tears of remorse streamed down his face. "I still can't do anything right." But at this moment, Li Yanhua came over, held him in his arms, and said, "It's all Grandpa's fault. I shouldn't have put all the family's pressure on you. Don't be afraid. Grandpa will definitely find a way to save you." Then Li Yanhua knelt down again and begged Mr. Chin, "I know you refined this pill. You must have a way to save my grandson. I'm begging you. A doctor's heart is a benevolent one." That was what Grandma Luo often taught him. Although he was used to Li Zhang's behavior, he had also made him suffer physically. To take his life now, Chin Mo felt a bit reluctant, especially since old Li had personally knelt down to beg. It's not that there's no way, it's just that his life is ruined. In the blink of an eye on a hospital bed, Chin Mo drew out the spiritual energy of the lesser essence pill from the 2 of them. Although their lives were saved, all their bones were broken, and they would probably be paralyzed in bed for the rest of their lives. Just as Chin Mo was about to leave, Li Shang weakly said, "Chin Mo, thank you for saving me, disregarding our past grievances." At this moment a voice stopped him. Bai Yuren was seen waving with a smile. "Master, I've finally found you. I'm going to participate in an underground race. Can you help me modify my car? As long as you help me modify it, I'll take you there." "I'll take you." It was clear that Bai Yuren was happy, enjoying the feeling of danger and excitement. Seeing this, Chin Mo shook his head and refused. He had no interest in racing and turned to leave. Watching Chin Mo's departing figure, Bai Yuren stomped her foot in anger. "If you don't modify it for me, Master, I'll go anyway. No one cares about me after all." Chin Mo couldn't be bothered with her and went straight back to the dormitory to cultivate. In the evening, just as Chin Mo finished cultivating, his phone rang. Bai Shin's anxious voice came from the other end. "Mr. Chin, have you seen Yurin? She said she was going out to find you today and hasn't come home yet." Chin Mo immediately frowned, suddenly remembering what Bai Yurin had said during the day. He then said he would bring Yurin back. Before leaving, he asked Qian Di if he knew where any underground racetracks were. Seeing Chin Mo's anxious look, Qian Di thought for a moment and said, "I think there's a race on Hidden Bone Mountain tonight." After learning the location, Chin Mo hurried out. At this time, Hidden Bone Mountain was already crowded with a large number of street racers. A bystander asked in confusion, "Young Master Kai, why is there a race on Hidden Bone Mountain? It's been a while since we had this much excitement." The person pointed to Bai Yurin at the side. "Do you see that girl? Young Master Kai likes her, but she refuses him no matter what." In the end, they somehow agreed to a race. If that girl doesn't get first place, she has to be with young Master Kai. But the reason Bai Yurin was racing was that she was wary of the Kai family's power in both legal and illegal circles, and that young Master Kai had been pestering her relentlessly. Since Bai Shin didn't dare to step in, Bai Yurin resorted to this risky plan to put an end to it. Bai Yurin made a bet with young Master Kai. If she took first place, he would stop pestering her. Bai Yurin also wanted to become famous overnight on Hidden Bone Mountain. If she couldn't win, she would have to become young Master Kai's girlfriend. For Bai Yurin's sake, young Master Kai spared no expense to invite Yang Yang from Huahai province. Seeing Yang Yang arrive, Bai Yurin instantly felt a bit of regret. Just then, Chin Mo suddenly appeared in his Lamborghini. Chin Mo said, "I heard about the bet. I'll help you get first place." Hearing this, the people next to them showed expressions of mockery. What an overestimation of his own abilities with that crappy Lamborghini he's driving. The first car to arrive here was a McLaren P1. What's the difference between the car he's driving and a regular one? Yang Yang, who was standing nearby, laughed when he heard this. "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you say you'll take first place in front of me?" Chin Mo said with a calm expression. "No matter who you are, the winner will still be me, Chin Mo." But as the three-time champion of Huahai, Yang Yang naturally didn't take a small fry like Chin Mo seriously. Young Master Kai, who was standing nearby, frowned and said, "Send a bodyguard to check who this kid is." With the sound of a whistle, the Hidden Bone Mountain high-speed race officially began. As an amateur, she was allowed a 30-second head start. At this moment, in the control room, a bodyguard brought over Chin Mo's file. "Just an orphan? I thought he was some new rich kid from Longcheng. In that case, I'm relieved. Even if he wins, I'll make him suffer." Meanwhile, Chin Mo's and Yang Yang's cars were racing one after the other on the track. Seeing Chin Mo being overtaken, Yang Yang gave him the middle finger. At this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on Chin Mo's face inside the car. He then floored the accelerator and a jet of flame shot out from the rear of his car. Everyone was stunned. "Is that a flame boost? This is definitely not an ordinary Lamborghini." Immediately after, young Master Kai took out his walkie-talkie and ordered Yang Yang to overtake Chin Mo, or else he could forget about making a living in Longhai City. After receiving the order, Yang Yang immediately stepped on the gas and began to accelerate. But in the next second, Chin Mo made Yang Yang eat his dust again. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Chin Mo's maneuvers. The three-time champion Yang Yang was gone just like that. Who on earth was this Chin Mo? Now the only one who could keep Bai Yurin in check was Chin Mo. Bai Yurin was very happy when she saw this. In the control room, young Master Kai gritted his teeth in anger, preparing to make a move on Chin Mo. But at this moment, Chin Mo's Lamborghini overtook Bai Yurin again. Seeing this, Bai Yurin said, "Master, if you take first place, I'll lose." Meanwhile, young Master Kai stared excitedly at the screen and couldn't help but stand up in excitement. As long as Chin Mo took first place, he could still be with Bai Yurin thanks to the bet. "Chin Mo, please slow down, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Bai Z mock you before." Bai Yurin immediately realized her mistake and tearfully told Chin Mo she was wrong. "Master, I'll never do it again, please slow down." Seeing the Lamborghini on the verge of victory, young Master Kai was so excited he was about to jump. Suddenly, Chin Mo slammed on the brakes. This allowed Bai Yurin's Ferrari to cross the finish line first. Young Master Kai, who was just excited, now had a face as green as a gourd, saying, "Chin Mo must have done it on purpose. He wanted to shoot Chin Mo." Bai Yurin then happily jumped out of the car, hugged Chin Mo and said he was the best. Just as Chin Mo was about to leave with Bai Yurin, a cold voice suddenly came from not far away. "Neither of you is leaving today." At this moment, young Master Kai walked over coldly with a group of underlings. Some of the onlookers were so scared they swallowed hard and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing this, Bai Yurin stepped forward and shouted excitedly, "I won first place, so you should honor the bet and have a night of freedom on Hidden Bone Mountain." But young Master Kai sneered after hearing this. "This is my turf. It's not up to you, Bai Yurin, to call the shots. No one is leaving today." Chin Mo glanced at him coldly and said, "And what if I don't listen?" Young Master Kai's face revealed a cruel expression as he roared, "Then I'll beat you to death." Chin Mo immediately protected Bai Yurin behind him, then looked at young Master Kai with a smile and continued, "My life is right here. Let's see if you have what it takes to take it." Hearing this, young Master Kai was so angry he pointed at Chin Mo and said, "Kill him, I'll take responsibility for everything that happens here." Hearing this, several of his underlings rushed straight at Chin Mo with clubs in hand. With just a few loud bangs, in less than a moment, a dozen or so underlings were lying at Chin Mo's feet. At this moment the onlookers were instantly stunned because he was as strong as a monster, and Bai Yuren, leaning against the car window, said excitedly, "Master is so amazing." Hearing Bai Yuren's praise, young Master Kai became very angry. He then directly pointed a gun at the back of Qin Mo's head, facing the dark muzzle at close range. Qin Mo showed no fear at all, saying, "If you have the guts, then shoot." Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on young Master Kai's forehead. He didn't want to pull out his weapon unless he had no other choice. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Qin Mo didn't kneel and beg for mercy. Instead, he encouraged him to shoot. Young Master Kai then angrily pulled the trigger and shot at Qin Mo. Seeing this, Qin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. He then gathered spiritual energy in his palm, grabbed at the empty air with his bare hand, and then slowly opened his hand, letting the bullet in his hand fall to the ground. As a foundation-building stage cultivator, ordinary bullets couldn't harm Qin Mo at all. Looking at the bullet that had fallen to the ground, young Master Kai knelt weakly on the ground. As Qin Mo walked over step by step, his previous arrogance had long since vanished, and he kept begging Qin Mo to spare his life. Qin Mo then grabbed young Master Kai by the collar and said, "Didn't you say you were going to kill me?" At this time in the Kai family villa, Kai Shingen was sitting in his room watching a video of Qin Mo. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper as he thought, "This kid is too strong. He absolutely cannot be provoked, only appeased." Kai Shingen then made up his mind to visit this young man when he had the chance. Just then, two bodyguards suddenly opened the door and said, "It's bad. Young Master Kai is in trouble on Hidden Bone Mountain." Hearing this, Kai Zingen's face instantly darkened. "Someone dares to touch my son in Longhai City. They must be tired of living." At this time, on the ancient Hidden Bone Mountain, Qin Mo was sitting on the roof of his Lamborghini, with young Master Kai bruised and swollen, being stepped on under his foot. Just then, car headlights illuminated the entire Hidden Bone Mountain. Kai Shingen got out of the car and said coldly, "You dare to touch my son without even asking who his father is?" Bai Yuren, who was standing beside them, couldn't help but feel nervous for Qin Mo, because everyone knew that with Kai Zingen's status in Longcheng it would be easy to get rid of someone. When young Master Kai saw his father arrive, he couldn't help but say excitedly, "You'd better let me go, my dad is here, you're dead." But Qin Mo still sat quietly in the car, the force of his foot on young Master Kai increasing. Seeing Qin Mo make a move, Kai Zingen's face turned purple with anger. He immediately looked at Zan Nan beside him and said, "Go cripple him." Zan Nan, emitting a murderous aura, walked towards Qin Mo, but when the two of them saw Qin Mo's face clearly, they both froze in terror. Cold sweat involuntarily trickled down his face as if he had seen a ghost. In front of everyone, he repeatedly bowed to Qin Mo. "This is all a misunderstanding. Please forgive me, Mr. Qin." The onlookers were completely baffled by this scene, not understanding what was happening. Just a moment ago President Kai was about to get violent, and now he was suddenly as respectful as a servant. This change was too fast. At this, Qin Mo said sternly, "Your son lost a bet with everyone, yet he's trying to go back on his word. How do you think I should handle this?" Hearing this, Kai Shingen immediately said to young Master Kai, "You rotten kid, didn't you hear what Mr. Qin said? Do as he says." And so Kai Shingen and his group bowed their heads while young Master Kai begged for mercy on the side. Then Qin Mo left with Bai Yuren. Bai Yuren said she was especially excited tonight, shaking Qin Mo's hand with excitement. "Master, you were so handsome and cool today. I admire you more and more." But before she could finish, Bai Yuren suddenly collapsed into Qin Mo's arms. Qin Mo felt Bai Yuren's body and was greatly shocked. Her body temperature was frighteningly low, like a cold corpse. And there seemed to be something like an ice bead in Bai Yuren's mind. "She's fine for now. I can only use my spiritual energy to suppress it temporarily." Qin Mo thought to himself, "I'm not trying to take advantage of you. To treat her I have no choice but to take off her clothes." Just then the door was suddenly pushed open. Qin Mo froze on the spot, then said with an innocent look on his face, "Uncle Bai, Auntie, if I told you I'm treating Yuren, would you believe me?" "Uncle Bai, please stop her." "Auntie, don't use the knife, I'm telling the truth, please stop her." Only when Bai Yuren woke up did the woman stop chasing Qin Mo. At this point Bai Xin said with a smile, "Mr. Qin is truly amazing, we were so happy. We didn't expect you were really treating Yuren." Bai Xin then said that a member of their family would feign death twice every month, and upon waking their whole body would be icy cold. After hearing this, Qin Mo frowned and said, "Feigning death every month?" But Bai Yuren, standing by, said with a nonchalant smile, "Oh, it's no big deal. The doctors all said I wouldn't live past 20, but aren't I fine now?" At this moment, Qin Mo suddenly looked at Bai Yuren and said, "Relax, I've already suppressed your condition. I'll definitely find a cure in the future, but try to avoid contact with such poor quality cosmetics from now on." The moment he finished speaking, Yu stood up angrily. "Don't talk nonsense. Yuren uses the best cosmetics from Luotian." At this, Bai Xin explained to Qin Mo, "Mr. Qin may not know, but Luotian Beauty is the top brand in all of China, known for being natural and pollution-free." Qin Mo then took out a small bottle from his pocket. "If you don't believe me, we can compare." But Yu looked at him coldly, her previous favorable impression of Qin Mo gone in an instant. She then said angrily, "I'll have Director Li bring the makeup artists. If you lose, please leave immediately." A short while later, a group of people hurriedly entered the Bai residence. Upon seeing Yu, the group eagerly flattered her. Yu sneered and said, "Let this ignorant kid see." Several leading makeup artists used Luotian's products to apply makeup on Baeui, their faces filled with delight. The testing instrument showed that the toxic substances in Luotian's cosmetics were only 0.2. Such a low parameter made Luotian stand out among all major brands. UC looked at Chin Mo arrogantly, extremely confident in her own product. At this, Chin Mo simply opened the bottle and dripped a drop of water on Yuren's forehead. Yuren instantly felt a wave of warmth, causing every pore to contract like a newborn's. When tested with the instrument, the toxic substance content showed 0. Upon learning this, UC was so scared she fell to the ground, naturally non-toxic and harmless, and it could also make the face fair and radiant in an instant. This was simply a perfect match for all perfect makeup looks. To think such a divine water exists in the world. If I could cooperate with it, it would generate an unimaginable force. Just as Chin Mo was about to leave, UC stopped him. Mr. Chin, with such a great product, don't you want to mass produce it? Our company can provide you with this platform. But after hearing this, Chin Mo smiled and refused. Seeing this, UC instantly became anxious. I'm begging you, okay? Please cooperate with us. I'll give you 70% of the sales profit. Eating an apple, Yuren patted Bai Shin on the shoulder and said, Dad, did you see that? That's a real man. If you were half as capable as Master, Mom wouldn't have divorced you back then. Hearing this, Bai Shin was too angry to speak. Seeing that UC was about to kneel, Chin Mo thought for a moment and agreed with a wry smile. My own cultivation also requires a lot of financial support. With this 70 profit, it means there will be a continuous stream of funds, so he decided to agree. The scene changed, just as Chin Mo was leaving the Bai residence. Men's voice suddenly came from behind. My dear, I want to confess my love to you. Chin Mo was completely baffled. Could it be a male fan he gained during the medical debate the other day? Pang Hu was seen reciting a poem with a look of intoxication. Your dear face is so charming. I want to kiss your forehead with my thick lips, to hold your hand with my fan-like big hands and run towards the sunset. Pang Hu was lost in his own poem and couldn't extricate himself. After hearing this, Chin Mo's face was instantly covered in black lines. Seeing Chin Mo standing still, Pang Hu instinctively thought Chin Mo was moved by his poem and became as excited as if he had met a kindred spirit. Seeing that it was still early, Chin Mo decided to help Pang Hu and personally wrote a confession poem for him. But Pang Hu looked at it with disdain, directly snatching the paper from Chin Mo's hand and saying, What is this crap you've written? I can tell at a glance the writing has no artistic conception. Seeing you're from the physical education department, you must know Chin Mo, right? Chin Mo was instantly stunned. This isn't a love poem written for me, is it? Should I report him? But at this moment, Pang Hu excitedly shouted, You tell that guy's surname Chin that I, Pang Hu, will definitely defeat him at the school sports meet. Only a strong person like me who is skilled in both literature and martial arts is worthy of the goddess. Chin Mo thought to himself, This must be the legendary Chunibyo teenager. Then Chin Mo nodded and said, I'll help you pass the message to Chin Mo. Then Chin Mo ran straight back to the dormitory. After returning, he saw several people with gloomy faces. Chin Mo asked in confusion, What happened? Were you too busy to read the news? The school sports meet is about to start. The head teacher used our GPAs as a threat, forcing us to get first place. The key is that Li Tai is back. We will definitely be crushed by Li Tai. After hearing this, Chin Mo thought to himself, Could it be the Pang Hu who was reciting poems to me just now? At this, Qiandi said, You'll be the target this time. Li Tai was originally the star student of the physical education department and a national-level athlete, but he transferred to the literature department because of Chen Wan. After returning, he heard that Chen Wan had been getting close to Chin Mo lately. I know you also signed up for the 5,000 and 10,000 meters. He threatened to bit you to the ground at the school sports meet. The scene changed. The next morning, the school sports meet officially began. Qiandi and his group placed all their hopes on Chin Mo. At this moment, the blondie behind them had a look of disgust. Li Tai is first every year, and his group all hope Chin Mo can't win. Just then, Xu Yao walked over holding Little Milk Ball. It wanted to follow me today, so I brought it to see you. It will cheer for you today. Xu Yao's appearance made a group of boys jealous, especially the blondie's group whose faces turned green with envy. As the school sports meet officially began, Li Tai, as the sports star student, was responsible for the student representative's speech. After a bunch of blabbering, Li Tai suddenly stood up and shouted, Today, in this grand auditorium, I want to confess my love to my beloved goddess Chen Wan. Hearing this, Chen Wan's face turned pale, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. But the entire atmosphere was ignited by the foolish Li Tai, and the whole place was in an uproar. Only Li Tai on the stage said affectionately, Your face is very charming. I hope I can kiss Chen Wan's face with my thick lips. This made the audience burst into laughter. What kind of crappy love poem are you reading? It's fine, I have a backup. I will definitely not let everyone laugh. After speaking, he took out the poem Chin Mo wrote for him last night and then read it out loud, saying it was the loneliness of autumn, the longing of the distant sea. If someone asked me about my worries, I dare not speak your name. Seeing Li Tai's expression was also good. The girls in the audience instantly turned into little fans, and even Chen Wan's heart fluttered. She wasn't into Li Tai, but she was very satisfied with this poem. She couldn't believe this poem was really written by Li Tai. Li Tai finished reading excitedly, already lost in it, and couldn't help but look at the last line. After reading it out, the author was actually Chin Mo. Everyone in the audience was stunned. What the hell, by Chin Mo? Is Chin Mo confessing his love to Chen Wan? After a moment of silence, the audience exploded, and the whole place was in an uproar, but Xu Yao, who was standing by, clenched her fists. I mustered up the courage to cheer for Chin Mo and even brought him little milk ball. That jerk Chin Mo is actually chasing after Chen Wan. At this time, Chen Wan looked at Chin Mo in the distance and couldn't help but blush. At this moment, Qian Di looked at Chin Mo with admiration. Fourth brother, you're amazing. You even made your love rival read a love poem for you. And at this time, Li Tai's face on the podium turned green. He held the microphone and roared loudly. Chin Mo, his carefully planned confession, ended up having all the limelight stolen by Chin Mo. Chin Mo, you bastard, I declare war on you. The first event is the 5-kilometer race. Li Tai gritted his teeth and looked at Chin Mo, saying, watch carefully. If I don't lap you 3 times today, I'll kneel down and eat shit. Chin Mo asked with a gloomy face, do you like to eat shit? Hearing this, Li Tai's lungs almost exploded with anger. Eat a hammer. At this moment, the starting gun fired, but at the same time, Chin Mo rushed out of the crowd with the speed of a 100-meter dash, instantly pulling away from everyone. Li Tai smiled and said, who accelerates at the beginning of a long-distance race? As expected, Chin Mo is just a rookie. Even the national team coach on the podium thought Chin Mo wouldn't last 10 seconds and would definitely collapse from exhaustion. But 2 minutes passed and Chin Mo showed no signs of slowing down, still maintaining an extremely fast speed. Coach Sun on the stands was too scared to speak. Just now he was sure he would collapse, but he didn't expect to get stronger and stronger. Li Tai was now starting to doubt his life. Is this Chin Mo guy even human? Is he a reincarnated wild donkey? However, his frantic running couldn't change the facts. Chin Mo was gradually approaching the finish line. In the end, Chin Mo set a trap for Li Tai. As he passed by, Li Tai didn't forget to pat Li Tai on the forehead. Watching Chin Mo run further and further away, Li Tai roared in a fury, Chin Mo, you stop right there, how dare you hit my head? Chin Mo, however, accelerated and fled, continuously lapping Li Tai 3 times, also fulfilling the pre-race promise. There was always one person running with Chin Mo who also continuously lapped Li Tai 3 times. In the end, Chin Mo smoothly crossed the finish line and won first place. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely lively, and all the teachers and students in the school couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Seeing this scene, Chen Wan and Xu Yao were also secretly happy in their hearts. Li Tai stood still, while Chin Mo was like a normal person after running 5 kilometers. Seeing this scene, Li Tai was so angry that he directly vomited blood. At this time, the national team coach hurriedly ran up to Chin Mo. I've never seen anyone like you in my life. Please join our national team. I'll put you directly into the first team. This was the dream Li Tai had pursued for 2 years, but Chin Mo had no interest in this, and directly refused with a smile. I'm going to run the 10,000 meters now. Li Tai gritted his teeth and secretly clenched his fist, thinking, is this Chin Mo guy even human? Chin Mo, you just wait, I'll remember this grudge. I'll make sure you never get back on your feet. The scene changed. At the celebration banquet held a few days later after the school sports meet ended, everyone congratulated Chin Mo on winning first place. Li Tai had rested for a few days and his complexion had improved a lot, but upon seeing Chin Mo he couldn't help but clench his fists. The reason he came to the celebration banquet was to let Chin Mo know the gap between them. Just then, the door to the KTV was suddenly pushed open. Everyone looked over and was stunned. They saw Chen Wan in a form-fitting dress which, combined with her beautiful figure, looked particularly charming in the dim light. Seeing Chen Wan, Li Tai couldn't wait any longer and excitedly stood up to greet her. But just as he went to grab Chen Wan's hand, Chen Wan hurriedly shook off his hand and then walked directly to Chin Mo's side. At this time, Chen Wan sat down with a blush. Chin Mo then said, everyone is congratulating Chen Wan. That's why I came. Just then, Li Tai suddenly stood up and interrupted everyone. Everyone be quiet. Today, in front of everyone, I'm going to give a gift to the goddess Chen Wan. After speaking, Li Tai took out a drop of water from his pocket. A sharp-eyed female student recognized this cosmetic. This is Luotian's latest cosmetic with a pre-sale price of 500,000. But Chin Mo frowned as he looked at the box. He had already warned UC not to leak the product before it was sold, but now it appeared here. After being praised by everyone, Li Tai became even more complacent. He just wanted to let Chin Mo know the wealth gap between them, thus making Chin Mo give up on Chen Wan. And Chin Mo, with a look of disdain, ignored him completely from the side. Faced with the cosmetics Li Tai offered, Chen Wan also directly refused on the grounds that it was too expensive. But many girls were waiting to see the effect of one drop of water and couldn't stand the classmates' teasing. Chen Wan had no choice but to put a drop on her face. This made Chen Wan's already beautiful face look even more supple at this moment. Hearing the classmates' praise, Li Tai became even more exceptionally proud, almost writing, I am Chen Wan's husband on his face. Beauty is a girl's nature. Chen Wan really wanted to accept it, but after thinking about it, she still pushed the cosmetics aside. Seeing this, Li Tai was so angry he lost his composure a bit. What do you mean? You'd rather be with a poor boy than accept my pursuit? Can this kind of person give you happiness? Li Tai then pointed at Chin Mo and roared wildly. I can give Chen Wan cosmetics worth 500,000. What about him? Everyone also felt that. Chin Mo's family background couldn't compare to Li Tai's. What's the use of Chin Mo running fast? At this time, only a few of Qian Di's friends understood and said nothing. How could someone who drives a Lamborghini be a poor person? Sitting in the corner, Chin Mo said impatiently, I will give Chen Wan a drop of water, cosmetics, and a truckload. Hearing this, Li Tai burst out laughing. At this moment, Chin Mo directly made a phone call. Someone bought a drop of water before the product was sold. I need you to explain it directly. I'm in room 304 of the KTV. By the way, bring a few more boxes when you come. Just as everyone was watching Chin Mo speak loudly, the KTV door was suddenly pushed open. Mr. Chen, I'm late. After seeing the person who came, Li Tai's smile instantly disappeared. Mom, what are you doing here? Alright, what kind of son are you? I was wondering why a bottle of water from home was missing, causing me to be reprimanded by Mr. Chen. So it was you who did this? See if I don't beat you to death today. After speaking, she took off her high heels and gave Li Tai a wild beating. Then she hurriedly pulled Li Tai in front of Chin Mo. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I've brought you the drop of water you wanted. But Li Tai was unhappy when he saw this and said, why can you give it to him, but not to me? I'm your biological son. Who knew Li Tai would be slapped again by his mother, who then said, are you stupid? Mr. Chen is the founder of a drop of water. The founder of a drop of water can produce it with a single word, do you know that? The classmates who had just been mocking Chin Mo now showed strange looks. But Chin Mo felt these 3 boxes were too few. After hearing this, Yusi hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll send you a truckload directly when it's officially sold. After speaking, she pulled Li Tai out of the door and said, Mr. Chen, have fun, I'll go back and educate my son again. Just then, Xu Yao suddenly called Chin Mo. We have an important guest coming to our house the day after tomorrow, and my mom wants you to help cook at home. Chen Wan watched all this from the side, a trace of jealousy rising in her heart. What exactly is the relationship between Chin Mo and Xu Yao? After the celebration banquet, Chin Mo walked Chen Wan home. By the way, I want to explain the misunderstanding from our last date. Chen Wan said with a blush, I understand, I know what you want, but I want to wait until later. After hearing this, Chin Mo was completely exhausted because this misunderstanding was even bigger. The next day at noon, Chin Mo arrived at the Shu family's house. Seeing Chin Mo, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but hug him. You came back early without saying a word, I could have cooked more. Chin Mo smiled and said, it's alright, Aunt Zhang, I've already eaten. But at this moment, Shu Di said loudly from the side, what's with all the nonsense? We have to entertain an important guest today. At this, Chin Mo smiled without saying a word, then quickly walked into the kitchen to help Aunt Zhang. But after a while, a plate of fruit fell in front of Chin Mo. How did you wash this fruit? Can't you see such a big stain? But Chin Mo glanced at the few of them, his face expressionless. Seeing this, Shu Di directly said, what's with your attitude? You're clumsy and you can't even say sorry? Chin Mo, let me tell you, you got into Huahai University because our family helped, right? Don't give me that stank face here. At this moment, a murderous glint flashed in Chin Mo's eyes, but Xu Da became even more energetic. You dare to glare at me? See if I don't beat you to death. Xu Yao, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed her dad's hand, saying, stop talking, I'll help Chin Mo. But Xu Da pulled his daughter out of the kitchen, saying, is this a place for you to enter? You still have to meet your uncle's son, don't get your clothes dirty. Then Xu Da pointed fiercely at Chin Mo and said, let him do it alone today. At this time, Chin Mo exhaled heavily because he had never been so wronged in his life, thinking about how Aunt Zhang had traveled all over China to find him and suffered a lot. Chin Mo had no choice but to endure it. After composing himself, Chin Mo said to the concerned Aunt Zhang, it's alright, leave it to me. After a while, the doorbell rang. The Shu family and Dr. Lu hurriedly stood up to greet them. Bai Qi, however, said impatiently, is the food ready? Because I have something to do later. After hearing this, Xu Da hurriedly walked into the kitchen and said, the guests have arrived, hurry up. At the dinner table, just as Xu Da was about to flatter Bai Qi, he was directly stopped by a wave of his hand. Don't talk about work while eating. But at this moment, Bai Zi stared at Xu Yao and said, if this young lady can be with me, this matter is not impossible to discuss. Just then, Chin Mo brought the dishes to the table. The charming aroma directly stunned the Bai father and son, and they even perceived the essence of Confucianism and the mystery of Taoism from the dishes. Just as they were about to blossom, the two of them suddenly froze in their seats. Chin Mo looked at them faintly and said, is the food not to your liking? At this moment, upon seeing Chin Mo, Bai Qi and his son were so scared they shouted, Mr. Chin, what are you doing here? Xu Da and his group were already dumbfounded. Mr. Chin, President Bai actually called this kid Mr. Chin. Chin Mo looked at the Bai father and son faintly. Someone asked me to cook for you. After hearing this, the Bai father and son's legs went soft with fear. Bai Qi said with a bitter smile, Mr. Chin, if I knew someone dared to ask you to cook, we absolutely wouldn't dare to come and eat. Chin Mo smiled again and asked the two to sit down, but he was speechless in his heart, knowing that these two rows didn't need to be made. Seeing that Chin Mo was not angry, the two dared to sit down like crazy. At this time, Bai Qi cautiously asked Xu Da, what is the relationship between Mr. Chin and Xu Da? Bai Qi's words made it very clear to Xu Da that he was trying to act according to Chin Mo's expression. Then Xu Da looked at Chin Mo with a pleading face. Long gone was his previous arrogance, but Chin Mo said calmly, he has nothing to do with me. After hearing this, Bai Qi was suddenly relieved. Suddenly, Chin Mo said, although he is not, his wife Aunt Zhang is my relative. After hearing this, Bai Qi looked relieved and immediately understood the problem. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slammed the table and made up his mind, saying, Xu Da, for Mr. Chin's sake, I'll help you this time. I'll help you this time. Shuda and Anzeng said thank you. Bai Qi saw this and shook his head again, saying, if you want to thank someone, thank Mr. Qin. After hearing this, Shuda's expression was one of defeat, but he had no choice but to listen to Bai Qi again and slowly bowed to Qin Mo. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Qin Mo glanced at him faintly and said, I'm helping Aunt Zhang. If it were you, I wouldn't care at all. As for Dr. Liu, who had just exhausted his energy, he had already apologized to Qin Mo. After finishing his meal, Qin Mo got up and walked out of the Shu family's house. Bai Qi ran over breathlessly and said, Mr. Qin, wait. Something big is about to happen in Long City recently. Many people have contracted serious skin diseases due to water pollution, but we don't have the medicine in Longcheng. Everyone has rushed to the neighboring Yaosheng market for treatment, causing a sharp decline in sales for major pharmaceutical factories in Longcheng. Qin Mo was puzzled as to why he hadn't put the medicine on the market. Bai Qi shook his head helplessly. That medicine is called Yihu Dan, and it's refined by the Yao family. After learning about the situation in Longxi, they want to take this opportunity to occupy the Longcheng market, and they want President Bai and us to give up 50 of the entire industry's profits. After hearing this, Qin Mo was a little angry. Many innocent lives are waiting to be saved, yet they are taking advantage of the situation. How shameless. Mr. Qin, if you have time, please go see President Bai. He hasn't rested for several days. Bai Qi didn't expect Qin Mo to help, but he hoped Mr. Qin could take care of Bai Xin's health. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. A few days later, Old Li formally invited Qin Mo to the Shushan tea party. As for the purpose of his visit, Qin Mo had already guessed it. That was to ask him to refine the Yihu pill. To succeed in refining it, he first needed to see what the Yihu pill looked like. Before long, a spontaneous young man walked over with his bodyguards. Seeing him, Old Li hurriedly smiled at young Master Yao and said, You're here. This is Qin Mo from Huahai University. You are all proficient in medicine, so you'll surely have a good talk. Yao Wen, however, glanced at Qin Mo arrogantly, which was truly ridiculous. What's so impressive about refining a body-strengthening pill that has side effects on the human body? Qin Mo smiled, unable to explain and too lazy to say to him, The lesser essence pill is for cultivators to eat. Seeing this, Yao Wen snorted coldly. Since you know your place, this young master won't bother with you today. The rest of the negotiations are over. Yao Wen still insisted that without 50 of the profits from Longxi there would be no discussion. But just then, Yao Wen noticed Bai Yuren standing on the side and a greedy look appeared on his face. If he can give this beauty to me, I will definitely put in a good word for the beauty in front of my father. Seeing this, Bai Xin shouted excitedly, What did you say? But Yao Wen was fearless. Do I need to repeat myself? Bai Xin was so angry he went crazy. If it weren't for the common people, he would definitely die here. At this time, Bai Xin immediately gritted his teeth and said, Give up 50 of the profits. Qin Mo, who was on the side, frowned unhappily and made no comment. Just then, a middle-aged woman rushed in with her daughter. She begged Yao Wen to give her the winged tiger pill to save her daughter. Seeing this, Yao Wen had a look of disgust. Then he kicked the woman and said, Don't disturb my good mood. Your death has nothing to do with me. Old Li and Bai Xin were stunned by this scene. Then Old Li lowered his posture and walked up to Yao Wen, only hoping he could save the little girl. But Yao Wen didn't care at all. Seeing this, Bai Xin sighed and knelt directly in front of Yao Wen. Yao Wen became even more smug and laughed triumphantly. As expected of the leader of the pharmaceutical world, even a master of traditional Chinese medicine could be brought to his knees. Qin Mo couldn't help but be moved by this. Bai Xin was truly a worthy leader of Long City's pharmaceutical industry. At this moment, Yao Wen unhurriedly took out the winged tiger pill and said, All right, I'll grant your wish. Yao Wen held the pill in his hand and handed it to the weary-looking person. Hope ignited in the middle-aged woman's eyes, but in the next second a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Little kid, bark like a dog for me a few times and I'll treat you. The little girl was stunned but obediently knelt on the ground, praying that the medicine from Yao Wen could save her mother first. Just as the little girl opened her mouth to bark like a dog, Qin Mo suddenly appeared, gently picked her up and then snatched the winged tiger pill from Yao Wen's hand. Do you really think we have no one in Longhai City? Then Qin Mo quietly crushed the winged tiger pill in front of everyone. Bai Xin and Old Li felt heartbroken and helpless upon seeing this. Yao Wen laughed heartily. You can't blame me for their deaths. Qin Mo calmly said, Do you think you're the only one with medicine? Open your eyes and see, the winged tiger pill your Yao family is so proud of is nothing but a second-rate product. After speaking, Qin Mo gently gathered the spiritual energy in his palm and stroked the girl's face. The girl felt a warmth on her cheek and her emaciated face, covered in sores, miraculously recovered. Seeing this, the smile on Yao Wen's face instantly froze. Old Li and Bai Xin watched this excitedly. It was indeed thrilling to witness ancient medical techniques. But just then a wicked smile appeared on Yao Wen's face. Even if you can perform this ancient medical technique, even with hundreds or thousands of spiritual energy, you can only save a few people. Without our Yao family's winged tiger pill, they will still die. Hearing this, Qin Mo turned to look at Bai Xin. He had only glanced at the winged tiger pill earlier. I already know how to make it now. Hurry up and give the contract back to him. There's no need to sign it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xin threw the heavy contract at Yao Wen. Yao Wen, furious, called for his bodyguards to rush at Qin Mo. At this moment, Qin Mo raised his hand and punched, and an invisible wave of air sent the men flying. Seeing that Qin Mo was too strong, Yao Wen and his group wanted to leave quickly. Qin Mo, Old Li and Bai Xin suddenly blocked their way and said, "I remember Shushan Tea House has a rule. People from outside Long City who want to leave must crawl out on their knees." Hearing this, Yao Wen's face turned the color of pig liver. Though unwilling, he still knelt down under Qin Mo's pressure. At this moment, Qin Mo walked over to the little girl and said, "Little girl, tell me, what else do you have to do to leave Shushan Tea House?" The little girl was very clever and said, "You also have to bark like a dog." After hearing this, Yao Wen's face was about to twist in anger, but he was held back by the bodyguards who came with him, and he saw the murderous look in Qin Mo's eyes. Helplessly, he had to kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. "Brother, what did that sound like just now?" "Like 3 huskies." Hearing the conversation between Qin Mo and the little girl, Yao Wen nearly fell to the ground. As he left, he didn't forget to secretly vow in his heart, "Qin Mo, you just wait. My Yao family will never forget today's humiliation." The scene changed. At the Yao family mansion, Yao Ning, the head of the Yao family, was happily chatting and drinking with his 3 good friends at the dinner table. Just then, an old man named Ming said calmly, "My brother, whose martial arts school was destroyed by a teenager in Long City, so he has an irreconcilable feud with Long City. From today on, we will follow the Yao family." Yao Ning left heartily after hearing this, and invited the 2 heroes. "After I annex the pharmaceutical industry of Long City, I will sweep through Long City with you." Before he could finish, he saw Yao Wen run in crying, "Grandpa, you have to avenge me. You not only tore up the contract but also had Qin Mo beat me and drove me out of Shushan Tea House." Hearing the bad news Yao Wen brought back, Yao Ning's face was filled with disbelief, while Hu Shaoshan, who was beside him, immediately showed a look of fear upon hearing the name Qin Mo. Chu Bufan on the side said angrily, "This Yao is really useless. It was this Qin Mo who destroyed my junior brother's martial arts school. I can't believe he dared to hit your grandson this time." After hearing this, Yao Ning gritted his teeth in anger along with him, and promised that if he could get rid of Qin Mo, he would give half of Long City's profits as a reward for revenge. Hearing this, greed appeared in Chu Bufan's eyes. "If the Yao family agrees, once I enter Long City, I will definitely take Qin Mo's head." Everything happened in the end. At that time, under Mr. Li's leadership in Longcheng, the patients received pills refined by Qin Mo, who was temporarily unavailable due to other matters. Just as Mr. Li was giving the pills to the patients, a masked man suddenly drew his sword. The bodyguards around Old Li saw that something was wrong and immediately took out their batons, but they were no match for him, and a bag of medicine was snatched away by the man. The veil fell, revealing his true face. The man was none other than Chu Bufan. The hundreds of patients behind him shouted anxiously, "Give us back the pills, that's my son's life-saving medicine." But Chu Bufan remained motionless and said, "If you want the pills back, hurry up and call Qin Mo over, otherwise I'll destroy all these pills today." But the hundreds of patients did not want to betray Qin Mo. Then some people rushed towards Chu Bufan trying to snatch the pills back from him. Chu Bufan suddenly turned his sword, and the long sword in his hand drew a full moon. The arms of the young men who led the charge were cut and they fell to the ground in pain. Just then a voice came from the crowd, "Stop!" Qin Mo looked at Chu Bufan on the high platform and said faintly, "Are you looking for me?" Chu Bufan did not expect Qin Mo to be so young. "Today I, Chu Bufan, will take your dog life." Qin Mo was not angry but happy. He did not expect to meet a swordsman in Long City. The sword he had been nurturing for a long time finally had a use. Qin Mo shouted, "Dragon Cold Sword, come quickly." As soon as Qin Mo finished speaking, a sword with a dragon soul suddenly appeared and the 2 swords clashed with a loud noise. Chu Bufan couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a spiritual sword." Chu Bufan was a master of swordsmanship and naturally understood swords. There are 2 types of weapons in the world, one is forged through training, and the other is created by ancient craftsmen and naturally nurtured, known as a spiritual sword. The one in Qin Mo's hand was obviously an extremely rare spiritual sword. Greed appeared in Chu Bufan's eyes. As long as he killed Qin Mo, that sword would be his. Then Chu Bufan charged at Qin Mo again. But when Qin Mo saw this sword, his eyes were full of disappointment in Chu Bufan's incredulous eyes. Qin Mo had already used his sword drawing technique to injure him. With a crisp sound, a silver-white longsword in Chu Bufan's hand broke and fell to the ground. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Chu Bufan's body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment Qin Mo's voice sounded, "A swordsman without a sword doesn't need to fight anymore." Chu Bufan felt that this battle was every humiliation Qin Mo had brought him. Looking at Qin Mo's unsheathed sword and what he had just said to him, Chu Bufan suddenly became so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Bai Xin watched all this in a daze. He found that he had still underestimated Qin Mo. Not only was his medical skill superb, but his swordsmanship had also reached such a high level. Such a person should never be offended. Then Chu Bufan dragged his seriously injured body and staggered to his friend's house in Longcheng to rest. Lei Lei opened the door and said in horror, "Brother Chu, who injured you so badly?" After going in to recuperate, Chu Bufan explained what had happened. Upon learning that a spirit sword had appeared, greed flashed in Lei Lei's eyes. "I'd like to meet this Qin Mo. A young man in his 20s is nothing in my eyes." After speaking, he told Chu Bufan to rest at home and went out alone. At this time, Qin Mo was practicing his sword moves, and he hadn't expected that temporarily severing Chu Bufan's cold sword would actually break through his bottleneck. breaking through the bottleneck. It seems that the way to practice swordsmanship is to find martial artists to constantly challenge and then devour their weapons. Just then a group of people in uniform walked up to Qin Mo and cupped their hands, saying, "Are you Mr. Qin? Just call me Xiao Wang. Our president wants to see you." Qin Mo hadn't expected there to be a martial arts association in China, so he agreed, thinking he might get some guidance from a master. Then he went with Xiao Wang to the Martial Arts Association's base. Not long after, when Qin Mo arrived at the Longcheng Martial Arts Association's base, as soon as he entered, everyone's eyes focused on him, and Qin Mo felt hostility from their eyes. He immediately shouted coldly, "President, I wonder why you're looking for me." At this time, Lei Lei stood up and said, "I heard that Mr. Qin has a spirit sword. I wonder if you could let us have a look?" The greed in everyone's eyes was taken in by Qin Mo. Qin Mo thought to himself, "So it's about this. What's the big deal?" After speaking, Qin Mo suddenly pointed and the dragon cold sword appeared on the table out of thin air. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, and many people's eyes became greedy. An unparalleled sword, and it has a spirit. It's a priceless treasure in the martial arts world. If sold, it could easily fetch billions. Lei Lei excitedly stroked the dragon cold sword. When Lei Lei wanted to lift the sword, he couldn't move it at all. A group of people watched curiously. Was it that heavy? At this time, Qin Mo said faintly, "This sword already has a master, don't waste your energy." Lei Lei looked at Qin Mo with jealousy, then said coldly, "How can I use this sword?" Qin Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp. With the corner of his mouth raised, he said, "If you want to use this sword, you'll have to kill me first." This sudden answer plunged the entire conference room into silence. Lei Lei laughed heartily after hearing this. "We're all from Long City. Why resort to fighting?" But then his tone changed, and Lei Lei suddenly smiled wickedly and threw a letter of challenge at Qin Mo. Lei Lei officially challenged him, and Qin Mo, who was worried about finding an opponent to upgrade his dragon cold sword, was naturally happy to have a supplement delivered to his door. Just as Qin Mo received the challenge and was about to leave, Lei Lei shouted at him, "Qin Mo, you are not allowed to use that spirit sword." Qin Mo stopped after hearing this, smiled, and replied, "To kill you, I don't need the dragon cold sword." As soon as he finished speaking, with a bang, the conference room door was shattered by Qin Mo's powerful force. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Qin Mo slowly left the Martial Arts Association. In the middle of the night, as Qin Mo was sound asleep, a hand suddenly reached for him. Qin Mo suddenly woke up, only to find that the person was his third brother, Wang Xiaona. Seeing Wang Xiaona's hesitant look, Qin Mo said with a wry smile, "Third brother, just say what you need to say." Wang Xiaona became shy, then took out a thick stack of money, about 10,000 yuan, and said, "Fourth brother, do you still have that a drop of water? Third brother wants to buy it for his girlfriend." Qin Mo felt a little heartbroken for Wang Xiaona, seeing how that girl had treated him. The selling price of a drop of water was 500,000, so how could 10,000 be enough? Qin Mo then pushed the money back to his third brother, saying he didn't want any money and would take his sister-in-law to the Luotian press conference in a couple of days. A few days later, Qin Mo arrived at the Luotian beauty press conference. Soon after, he saw Wang Xiaona walking by dejectedly. Qin Mo walked up to him in confusion and asked, "Third brother, what's wrong?" Wang Xiaona sighed and said angrily, "She hasn't replied to my messages for several days since our last argument. Third brother sent her a message asking her to come, but she didn't reply." Hearing this, Qin Mo patted Wang Xiaona's shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay, maybe she's just too busy." Just then, a luxury car stopped in front of the two. Gao Yuan and a man with whom she was acting intimately got out of the car. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaona was struck by lightning and rushed towards them like a madman. Gao Yuan disgustedly shook off Wang Xiaona's hand. She hurriedly explained to her new boyfriend, "I ignored Wang Xiaona, but he keeps pestering me." Wang Xiaona was stunned, not understanding why Gao Yuan would say that. Gao Yuan, however, smiled and said, "You think you can chase me with your pathetic self? How can you compare to my family? He drives a Bentley and casually buys me clothes worth tens of thousands, while you hesitate over 200 yuan. You should go back to the countryside and marry an old woman." At this moment, Qin Mo sneered from the side, "You're right. You might as well marry an old woman. It's a good thing third brother saw through you early, otherwise giving you a few boxes of a drop of water would have been a loss for him." "A loss?" Gao Yuan cursed after hearing this. "You bastard, don't embarrass yourself here. A whole dorm of poor guys, truly poor." After speaking, Gao Yuan arrogantly took her new boyfriend's hand and walked in. Wang Xiaona stood there, lost in thought. Qin Mo pulled him and said, "What are you staring at? Come with me. Today is the launch day of Divine Water. The total sales of Luotian Cosmetics Sister Wang can be said to be unstoppable." Seeing Di Min pull Gao Yuan in, she was even more overjoyed. "Young Master Di, I've finally been waiting for you. Is this your beautiful girlfriend? If she uses a drop of water, won't she become a fairy?" Di Min smiled proudly after hearing this. "Many people want to order this product. My 2 boxes are no problem, right?" Sister Wang smiled and asked the two to sit down and relax. Just then, 3 indifferent voices came from a distance. "Today I want to see who dares to let him sit down. Don't blame me for being rude." When Sister Wang saw Qin Mo, she was stunned. It was Qin Mo who caused her to lose her job at the car dealership, and she had no choice but to apply for a new job at Luotian. Then Qin Mo saw this dog-faced woman who was the same woman who had called her husband to beat him a few days ago. At this time, Sister Wang's dazed expression gradually recovered, and she sneered instead. "With a big client like Di Min here, she would definitely be valued by Luotian beauty, and today this pretty boy Chin Mo was a good opportunity for her to take revenge. Thinking of this, she looked at Chin Mo haughtily and said, "Isn't this the pretty boy who was dumped by the young lady? What do you want to buy at Luotian today?" Wang Xiaona, who was beside him, nervously pulled Chin Mo, not only afraid of causing trouble but also not wanting to disturb Chin Mo. Chin Mo smiled and waved his hand at Wang Xiaona. Even if they left today, they couldn't avoid being ridiculed by others. Then he immediately said coldly, "If you shut up, you'll have a chance to continue working here, otherwise you'll lose your job today." Sister Wang laughed heartily after hearing this. She didn't believe Chin Mo had any connection with Luotian beauty. "Just the two of you poor guys, what's the point of chasing after a rich woman's ass?" Chin Mo replied, "I'm giving you one last chance, apologize to us now." Seeing this, Sister Wang pointed at the two and cursed, "Who do you think you are making decisions here?" The nearby Di-Min said, "That's right, who do you think you are asking us to apologize?" Before he could finish, an invisible wave of air sent Di-Min and the other person flying. Sister Wang saw this and couldn't help but get angry. "What are you guys standing there for? Get these arrogant people out of here and let them see the security of Luotian beauty." After speaking, several security guards squeezed towards Chin Mo and his companion. Just then a voice came from a distance. "The way the sales director of Luotian beauty handles things has really opened my eyes." And this beauty had been peeking at Chin Mo since before he even came in, and now she was even sticking up for him. This made Chin Mo wonder if it was because he was too handsome. After a short while, Chin Mo and his group had all returned to their seats. With the appearance of Luotian's chairman, the new product launch officially began. "Welcome to the Drop of Water launch event. This is our new product from Luotian. The quality of harmful substances is 0, and 1 drop can instantly make you radiant. It can also permanently care for your skin." The people in the audience went crazy after hearing this. "An instant boost in appearance and permanent skin care? This is simply divine water. Now that I've finished my introduction, everyone please welcome the founder of Divine Water, Mr. Chin." With a round of applause, this time, Sister Wang and her group in the audience were still thinking about how to flatter this Mr. Chin. But at this moment, Chin Mo slowly stood up. Under everyone's gaze, La Si and more than a dozen managers of La Tian said in unison, "Mr. Chin." Gao Yuan, Di-Min and the others in the audience looked as if they had eaten shit. They couldn't believe any of this was real, but Chin Mo's words hit them like a bolt from the blue. "Hello everyone, I am Chin Mo, the founder of A Drop of Water." Looking at his fourth brother on the high platform, Wang Xiaona was also stunned. He thought his fourth brother really had a connection with Luotian, but he never expected him to be the one who researched A Drop of Water. And Sister Wang, who had been so smug just now, was now like a wilted eggplant, completely slumped to the ground. At this time, Chin Mo spoke again. "I only have one thing to say. My product will not be sold to that woman." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Gao Yuan and the other person in the back row. Di-Min jumped up in anger and said, "Who do you think you are, Chin Mo? Luotian is not yours to command." At this time, La Si said, "What Mr. Chin said is what I mean." This was like a slap in the face to Di-Min, leaving him speechless. Then Chin Mo waved his hand and called over the working security guards. Just like the scene that had just happened, a group of security guards came over and directly drove Di-Min and Gao Yuan out. Di-Min was still struggling and arrogantly said, "My father is the master of Dayu Wharf. How dare you do this to me?" Gao Yuan was completely desperate. Seeing Wang Xiao already sitting there motionless, regret also grew in her heart. Everyone present understood how high Chin Mo's status was at Luotian beauty. At this time, Chin Mo walked to Sister Wang's side and stopped, then said faintly, "The thing I hate most is people who look down on others." This light sentence seemed to hold Sister Wang's life and death in the balance. After hearing this, La Si was instantly furious. "You don't need to come to work here anymore." After speaking, a group of security guards directly dragged Sister Wang out. Chin Mo then planned to leave after explaining everything. Just then a sweet voice came from behind. "Please wait, get in the car, I have something to say." Chin Mo agreed, seeing as the woman had just helped him. After getting in the car, Chin Mo frowned slightly because the car was not very stable. The beauty didn't notice Chin Mo's expression and asked faintly, "Are you Chin Mo?" Before Chin Mo could answer, the driver in the front seat suddenly said coldly, "Mr. Chin must be very powerful, right?" Chin Mo smiled and said, "I never said I was powerful." At this moment, the beauty sized up Chin Mo, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes, and said nothing more. All right, you can get out now." Chin Mo felt these two were morons asking him to get in the car to talk and then inexplicably telling him to get out. Chin Mo was speechless about this. After closing the door, the driver in the front seat spoke again. "Miss, the bodyguard Xiao Wu hired for you is not good. Let me protect you so the master can rest assured. I'm stronger than a sickly college student. But look at that skinny kid, he doesn't have any strength at all." At this moment, Chin Mo helplessly touched his nose, thinking that Uncle Fu was right. Just then there was a sound at the car window. It was Chin Mo who had rolled it down. Chin Mo's smiling face suddenly appeared. Chin Mo threw the bomb in his hand out the window. There are also 3 small listening devices. It's quite dangerous to have them under the car. Everyone be careful in the future. Chin Mohan and Uncle Fu were completely dumbfounded. Chin Mo slowly reached for Chin Mohan's restricted area. Chin Mohan's face turned red as she said, "What are you doing?" Chin Mo pulled down the button in her restricted area, immediately placed the button in front of her, and it was another listening device. "How interesting." After speaking, Chin Mo left with a smile. At this time, Uncle Fu's arrogance completely changed. Watching Chin Mo's departing figure, he was completely stunned. There were so many bombs and listening devices in the car, yet I didn't notice any of them. Chin Mohan hurriedly got out of the car and called out to Chin Mo. She also sincerely apologized to Chin Mo, hoping that Chin Mo would continue to protect her. After hearing this, Chin Mo said faintly to Chin Mohan that he would consider it. Unexpectedly, Chin Mohan didn't play by the rules and said that if Chin Mo didn't agree, she would have to go to the school to make 3 visits. Hearing this, Chin Mo could only helplessly agree. A few days later, Zhan Nan personally led the Tai'an security company at Longcheng Airport, all under Chin Mo's command. Just then, 3 helicopters slowly landed in front of everyone. A slender woman got off the plane. This beauty was the eldest young lady of the Huahai Chin family, Chin Mohan. Chin Mo coldly got off the plane with only his hands in his pockets. Chin Mo looked at her with a half-smile. "For the business negotiations, the family has arranged many assassins. My safety is in your hands." At this time, Chin Mohan's cousin said sarcastically, "My dear sister, you're entrusting your life to a student again?" Next to Chin Chu was a strong foreign man, with a 1.9-meter frame and a burly build. Meng Shi looked at Chin Mo and a group of bodyguards. Zhan Nan and his group were stunned when they saw the man. That was Serrier, a retired Special Forces soldier from the Navy SEALs. He was incredible, and Chin Chu had actually hired him. Serrier looked at Chin Mo's skinny build and couldn't help but sneer. "Are you their leader? I'll handle anything that comes up. You can get lost now." Chin Mo chuckled after hearing this. "When did it become your turn, a foreigner, to meddle in China's affairs?" Solier didn't expect Chin Mo to speak such fluent foreign language, but he also looked down on Chin Mo and directly made him the driver. His experience in the Navy SEALs made Chin Chu full of praise. In the end, Solar shook his head and concluded, "China's bodyguards are not good." Chin Mo drove while listening to the two of them boast without saying anything. Then the car left the city. As they passed a small road in the suburbs, Chin Mo's eyebrows shot up and his eyes couldn't help but turn sharp. In the next second, a loud bang was heard and the big trees on both sides collapsed. Fortunately, Chin Mo's quick hands and eyes stopped the car. The people in the car were frightened by the sudden movement. Chin Chu, with his head injured, said, "Chin Mo is not careful at all when he drives." Chin Mo said coldly, "Someone's here." Just then, a few sounds came from the forest and more than 10 masked men in black slowly walked towards the car. The moment a big hand touched the car window, Chin Chu, like a startled bird, pulled Serrier to protect himself. "They're here, we're going to be killed." Saul got out of the car and said proudly, "Just a few Chinese kittens who can do some tricks." Then he directly pulled out his gun and aimed at those people. "Get lost or I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, a throwing dart shot directly into Serrier's forehead. The terrified expression on his face froze like that, and he fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Chin Chu's eyes widened in fear. His heart was already filled with fear. The car door was pulled open by the men in black. Chin Chu was pulled out screaming. Although Chin Mohan didn't show much expression, her body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but look at Chin Mo next to her, only to see him leisurely playing with his phone calmly. Just as the men in black were about to pull Chin Mohan out of the car, Chin Mo finally put away his phone and said coldly, "Don't move." The leader of the men in black saw this and threw a dart at Chin Mo. Just as the dart was about to reach Chin Mo, he flicked his finger lightly. The dart returned the same way and hit the leader's arm, injuring him with just one move. Everyone knew that the young man in the car was not to be trifled with. Feeling the threat from Chin Mo, the leader closed the car door and did not dare to disturb Chin Mo again. Only Chin Chu did not fare so well, being dragged into the woods by a group of men in black. Seeing the blade about to fall, he could only shout for Chin Mo to hope could save me, but Chin Mo was still in the car quietly playing with his phone. Chin Mohan trembled with fear, her usual calm and composed demeanor as a strong woman completely gone. She asked Chin Mo if he could save Chin Chu. After hearing her, Chin Mo just said faintly, "My mission is only to protect you." Seeing that Chin Chu was about to be killed, tears streamed down Chin Mohan's face. "We're related by blood after all. If something happens to him, I won't be able to answer for it." Seeing Chin Mohan's pitiful appearance, Chin Mo's heart softened. He got out of the car and said calmly, "Let him go." The leader finally spoke. "We already spared Chin Mohan's life. Why are you pushing your luck?" Upon hearing this, Chin Mo's aura surged and he said, "I'll say it again, release him now." The leader looked up and said coldly, "Don't think we'll listen to you just because you're strong. With so many of us, we might not lose to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the throwing darts in his sleeves flew out, and the group of assassins charged forward in an orderly fashion. The dragon cold sword in Chin Mo's hand easily blocked the incoming darts. Chin Mo sighed, thinking that the most troublesome people were those who wouldn't listen. Several cold glints shot out from the sword, and immediately the surrounding assassins let out blood-curdling screams and fell to the ground. The leader's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with terror. The dragon cold sword, could he be the desolate lord? Seeing the dragon cold sword, the leader knelt down, trembling with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I didn't know he was one of your people, sir. Please spare our lives." Chin Mo looked at him with confusion, thinking, this is the first time someone in the secular world has recognized my title. Could these people know the Long family? With these questions in mind, Chin Mo didn't deliver a killing blow and immediately said, "Scram." The dozen or so assassins scrambled away and disappeared into the woods. At this moment, Qin Chu staggered over to Qin Mo. "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Qin." Qin Mo replied, "Cut the pleasantries and get in the car." Soon after, the car stopped in front of the Long City Chamber of Commerce building. The president and vice president had been waiting at the entrance for the Qin family for a long time. The Qin family had come to Long City this time to take over the city's clothing industry market. They had already had many discussions with the Long City Chamber of Commerce, and now all that was left was to sign the contract. Zhan Nan and his men had already secured every corner of the Long City Chamber of Commerce. Vice President Guang Kai looked at Qin Mo behind Qin Mohan and said with displeasure, "Miss Qin, do you not trust us? Do you think there's still danger inside our Chamber of Commerce building? Tell your man to leave." But at this moment this vice president surely had ill intentions, as his eyes kept darting toward the window. "Think about it carefully." Qin Mo decided to play along and told Qin Mohan everything. Then he turned to leave. As he left, he patted Guang Kai's shoulder and wished him success. This was clearly a challenge to Guang Kai, and now Qin Mohan finally realized that this meeting was indeed not so simple. Now that Qin Mohan had finally calmed down, a grand signing ceremony was underway, yet it concealed a murderous intent. Qin Mo had keenly discovered the clues. Qin Mo and Zhan Nan went to the building's rooftop together. Qin Mo then had Zhan Nan aim his gun at the empty rooftop across the street. Zhan Nan faced the empty rooftop, which showed no signs of life, and couldn't help but feel confused because he saw nothing. At this moment, Qin Mo smiled faintly and said, "Do you know why you can't become a good bodyguard?" Then he pointed to the opposite rooftop again and said, "Based on today's wind speed and the distance between the two buildings, the most suitable place for a sniper assassination is right there." With Qin Mo's command, Zhan Nan pulled the trigger. At the same time, in the conference room, Qin Mohan frowned and said, "Make the Qin family leave Long City." "Mr. Guang Kai, what do you mean by this?" Guang Kai took out a prepared contract, threw it in front of Qin Mohan and said coldly, "It means nothing. Please sign it, Miss Qin." Looking at the words on the contract, "The Qin family's firm is never to enter Long City." Qin Mohan slammed her hand on the table in anger. "This is impossible." Guang Kai finally revealed his sinister fangs and said with a smile, "It's not up to you to refuse now. On the building opposite I've already arranged for a sniper. As long as you're willing to sign, President Qin, I will naturally have the assassin leave." Perhaps thinking that a moment's hesitation from the Qin family's leader would ruin the family, she immediately rejected Guang Kai's condition. Guang Kai, enraged, made a gesture with his fingers in the air and shouted, "Go to hell!" Qin Mohan closed her eyes in despair. At the last moment a thought suddenly came to her mind. If Qin Mo were by her side, perhaps this scene would not have happened. But it was too late to say anything now. However, as time passed second by second, no sound was heard. Seeing this, Guang Kai froze in place, then frantically shouted, "Damn it, didn't you see my signal?" Just then, the door to the conference room was suddenly opened. Qin Mo threw the assassin directly onto the table, then shouted, "See if this is the person you're looking for." At this moment, Guang Kai's face was filled with fear. Qin Mo picked up the sniper rifle and shoved the muzzle directly into Guang Kai's mouth. "Speak, who sent you to assassinate Qin Mohan?" By now, Guang Kai was scared out of his wits and cried as he confessed it was the Mao family, that everything was orchestrated by the Mao family. Upon hearing this, Qin Mohan's eyes turned cold and she understood everything. The Mao family of Long City was a giant in the clothing industry. They had risen in recent years and occupied 80% of the Long City market, so the Qin family had always been a thorn in their side. After dealing with the cancerous Guang Kai, the Qin family signed the contract with the Chamber of Commerce. Next, Qin Mo drove Qin Mohan to a restaurant. Just as Qin Mo finished his task and was about to leave, Qin Mohan, blushing shyly, asked him if he could stay and keep her company for the night. Meanwhile, Mao Wei, the head of the Longcheng Mao family, was leisurely drinking red wine, waiting for good news from the front. Just then, Guang Kai staggered in and said, "Master Mao, this is bad. All our assassination plans have failed." Guang Kai knelt on the ground and explained what had happened. As Mao Wei listened, his expression gradually turned grim, and finally he angrily smashed his wine glass on the floor. "What world-class assassin can't even handle a single bodyguard? He's called Qin Mo, right? Daring to ruin my Mao family's business. Does he not want to live anymore?" Just then, a mysterious person quietly appeared. He advised Mao Wei to absolutely not provoke Qin Mo, simply because Qin Mo possessed a certain sword. Now that the dragon cold sword had appeared, provoking Qin Mo would surely lead to death. Mao Wei was slightly stunned, not understanding the meaning behind the black-clothed man's words. The man didn't say more and slowly walked out of the Mao residence. As he passed Guang Kai, he suddenly stopped. A dart shot out from his sleeve, instantly piercing through Guang Kai's head. He then said, "A failure. What's the use of keeping him?" The scene changed. Early the next morning, Qin Mo left the hotel. The battle at Dayu Wharf was imminent, and Qin Mo wanted to break through to the great accomplishment of the Foundation establishment stage before then. He came to an open space in the park and sat down cross-legged. Waves of blue energy emerged from Qin Mo's body. At this moment, spiritual energy like a tide continuously pounded against the seventh barrier. Not long after, Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes. A brand new power filled his entire body. The great accomplishment of the Foundation establishment stage was finally about to be breached. At that moment, a sinister hand suddenly appeared. A man at the lead stabbed fiercely at Qin Mo, shouting, "Long live Swordmaster Lei!" Fortunately, Qin Mo reacted quickly. He sent the ambusher flying with a palm strike. Although he dodged the fatal blow, the blade still left a long gash on his arm. Swordmaster Lei of the Martial Arts Association, just you wait. A few days later, at the site of the life and death duel at Daewoo Wharf, many of Long City's powerful and wealthy figures came, drawn by the reputation, wanting to witness the fame of Swordmaster Lei. A college student challenging a martial arts swordmaster was truly laughable. Murmurs filled Daewoo Wharf. Just then a military jeep drove over, attracting everyone's attention. As everyone was exchanging pleasantries, a fleet of luxury cars approached from a distance. The person who arrived was none other than Chin Mohan. Today's business negotiations were also set at Daewoo Wharf, but Chin Mo, her bodyguard, had not yet appeared, which made Chin Mohan frown. At this time, on a ferry in the middle of the river, Dao Ke sneered at Lei Lei and said, "Use your sword to cripple his right hand. If you still can't get the dragon cold sword, don't say I didn't help you." But as time passed, the challenger was late, and the crowd below gradually grew impatient. Just then a person on a boat suddenly appeared on the river, slowly approaching. When the crowd saw his face, they all froze in place. "Is that Chin Mo? How could it be Chin Mo?" At that moment, Chin Mo's figure leapt several meters and landed effortlessly on the cruise ship. Seeing Chin Mo arrive, Lei Lei laughed smugly. "Chin Mo, your arm is injured, isn't it? If you lose, don't blame me, Lei, for taking advantage. Chin Mo, you might as well surrender obediently and hand over the dragon cold sword." Hearing this, a murderous look appeared in Chin Mo's eyes as he said, "To kill you, 1 hand and 1 foot are more than enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden sword appeared in Chin Mo's left hand. When the people from the Martial Arts Association saw this, they all laughed at Chin Mo for his arrogance. Seeing this, Lei Lei broke into a wide grin. "You think you can beat me with a broken wooden sword?" Instantly, Lei Lei attacked Chin Mo. But the peachwood sword, controlled by Chin Mo's left hand, skillfully blocked Lei Lei's attack. Lei Lei was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. As Chin Mo was actually suppressing him with just a peachwood sword, Lei Lei angrily raised his hand and used his ultimate technique, 10,000 Thunders. But he saw the sword in Chin Mo's left hand transform into several illusory shadows, easily blocking all the attacks. At this moment, the mocking expressions on the crowd's faces had vanished. They never expected that Chin Mo's left hand could control his swordsmanship so masterfully. This was a level of skill that only a sword grandmaster could reach, and a second person with such ability couldn't be found in the entire Huahai province. A long time passed, and cold sweat dripped from Lei Lei's forehead. Chin Mo looked at him and said with some disappointment, "Is this all the strength you have?" Chin Mo had originally wanted to use this opportunity to raise the rank of his dragon cold sword, but Lei Lei's strength probably wouldn't provide much of an upgrade. Thinking of this, Chin Mo didn't want to waste any more time. The peach wood sword in his hand suddenly struck out, its tip aimed at Lei Lei's throat. Faced with Chin Mo's immense pressure, Lei Lei broke down, fell to his knees and kowtowed desperately, begging Chin Mo to spare him. But Chin Mo raised his right arm and said, "You gave me this." At this point, Lei Lei had no more room to argue. He suddenly got up and tried to flee. Chin Mo picked up the dragon cold sword and swung it. The sword shot forward like a spear, pierced Lei Lei's right arm and then severed the entire arm, sending it tumbling off the stage. Now, when the crowd looked at Chin Mo, it was as if they were looking at a demon. Chin Mo looked down at Lei Lei, thinking, "You, a mere ant, thought you could beat me? You shouldn't have used such dirty tricks." Then Chin Mo stood on the deck, scanned the crowd and said, "The dragon cold sword is here. If you're not afraid to die, you're welcome to come and take it. Today I, Chin Mo, will take you all on." Hearing this, several people from the Longcheng Martial Arts Association stood up at the same time, rushed onto the deck and instantly surrounded Chin Mo, saying, "Chin Mo, we are determined to have the dragon cold sword today, so just hand it over. Everyone kill him and take the sword." At this moment, with a cold shout from Dao Ke, several people charged at Chin Mo at great speed. Chin Mo, holding the dragon cold sword, drew several full moons in the air. This move was called River Cold Sword Technique. The temperature plummeted, instantly freezing everyone in place. In Chin Mo's hands, the dragon cold sword was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Those who had rashly offended him were all temporarily felled by the sword. Dao Ke was seriously injured and no longer dared to have any designs on the dragon cold sword in Chin Mo's hand. Today, Chin Mo became famous in a single battle. From now on, everyone in the Longcheng martial arts world willingly followed his lead. The scene changed. At the seafood banquet at Daewoo Wharf, which was originally a welcome party for the Chin family's entry into Long City, Chin Mo unexpectedly became the focus of the entire event. As the main character of this banquet, Chin Mohan went on stage to speak. The main purpose of this banquet was to let everyone see the Chin family's new products and unveil them. As the curtain was halfway unveiled, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Just as everyone was joyfully admiring the clothes, a dissonant voice suddenly came from the crowd. "What's so great about them?" Mao Wei snapped his fingers, and dozens of dresses appeared before everyone. The people below were in a difficult position, as this clearly meant both families were putting on a show of force. Then Mao Wei walked up to Chin Mo with a smile and said, "Mr. Chin, you've made a great name for yourself today. Why don't you be the judge of our two families' clothing and see who is number one?" But then he smiled and slapped the back of his head with a self-reproachful expression. "Oh, I forgot. Mr. Chin is just a watchdog for the Chin family." Hearing this, Chin Mo did not get angry, but simply said faintly, "The clothes from both your families are very average. If I have to pick the better one, the Chin family is slightly stronger than your Mao family." The many dignitaries below shook their heads. Qin Mo's statement had offended two major families. After hearing this, Mao Wei laughed arrogantly, simply thinking of Qin Mo as a layman who knew nothing about clothing. Even Qin Mohan was a little unhappy. How could Qin Mo say such a thing? Qin Mo caressed the dress and said faintly, "Look at these 10 dresses from the Qin family. They are all in a light ink wash style, which means that as a clothing brand the family only has one main designer. This is what leads to a lack of innovation." Qin Mohan stared blankly at Qin Mo. She found it harder and harder to see through this young man. Only a world-class clothing designer like Master Yi could have made such a comment. The nearby Mao Wei shouted unconvinced, "Qin Mo, tell me about my Mao family then." Qin Mo glanced at him, sighed softly and said, "Too poor." Then Qin Mo said with a look of disdain, "That's it." Mao Wei was furious at Qin Mo's response, then pointed at him and said, "I will now bring out a dress. If it can crush the Qin families, you, Qin Mo, will kneel to me." Then Mao Wei immediately snapped his fingers and a dazzling dress was presented to the crowd. This white dress had a lifelike ink wash crane painting on it, which seemed as if it were about to fly off the dress. It had to be said that this evening gown was incredibly attractive to everyone. Even if Qin Mohan didn't want to admit it, she couldn't change the fact that this crane dress had overshadowed all the other clothing. Qin Mo frowned slightly after seeing the crane dress. At this moment Mao Wei said smugly, "I don't need to say anything else, do I? The winner is decided. Shouldn't you, Qin Mo, be kneeling now?" Hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes turned cold. He pointed at Mao Wei and said, "Who gave you the confidence to show off a plagiarized piece here?" But Mao Wei just laughed heartily and said, "Qin Mo, do you know who made this dress?" He then clapped his hands and shouted, "Let's welcome the designer of the crane dress, Mr. Smith." Mr. Smith's appearance immediately became the focus of the event. When the crowd saw Mr. Smith, their gazes toward Qin Mo turned malicious. But when Mr. Smith saw Qin Mo, he was completely stunned. He rushed over to Qin Mo in just a few steps and immediately bowed, saying, "Teacher Qin, I never expected to see you again. I have been in Long City for 2 months just to get your guidance." Seeing this scene, the crowd's jaws dropped in shock. Then Smith said, trembling, "I didn't want to make this dress, but someone repeatedly insisted on signing a contract with me." Upon hearing this, the venue erupted in an uproar. Mao Wei was also stunned. Smith's words were undoubtedly a resounding slap in his face. Then Smith stood up and explained to everyone, "This crane dress was originally from the hand of Mr. Qin. I could only imitate 60% of it." Qin Mo slowly walked over to Mao Wei and said with a faint smile, "Were you the one who told me to kneel just now?" Hearing Qin Mo's words, Smith was instantly enraged. "You dare to ask Mr. Qin to kneel? Mao Wei, your contract with me is terminated." At this moment Mao Wei stood frozen. He never expected the consequences to be so severe. He had underestimated Qin Mo's importance in Smith's heart. Qin Mo looked at Smith and said with a smile, "Since you've already left the Mao family, you can try coming to the Qin family." Hearing Qin Mo's words, Smith, as if injected with chicken blood, walked up to Qin Mohan. "Miss Qin, I will be joining the Qin family's design team." After the banquet, Qin Mo went directly to the Bai family, but Bai Yuren had returned. He learned that not long ago the Yao family had monopolized Longcheng's medicinal herbs, and to cooperate with them, the Bai family had betrothed Bai Yuren to Yao Wen. At this moment, in the main hall of Beihe Pharmacy, Yao Ning laughed smugly. "With our marriage alliance with the Bai family, the Yao family can be considered half-citizens of Long City. The medicinal herbs will naturally continue to be supplied to everyone." Bai Xin said in a hoarse voice, "I can agree to your terms. I only hope that Yao Wen will treat my precious daughter well. Otherwise I will fight you to the death, even if it costs me my old life." Yao Wen agreed on the surface, but sneered inwardly, "Your precious daughter will be nothing but a plaything in my hands." Then Bai Xin, trembling, picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. But then Yao Ning spoke again. "I heard there's someone in your Long City named Qin Mo who made my son kneel and ruined my Yao family's business. I'd like to ask if you can hand him over to me, then we'll sign." When everyone heard this, they were stunned and said in unison that it was impossible. Seeing that the crowd still dared to protect Qin Mo, Yao Ning slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Hand over Qin Mo or I'll destroy this crappy pharmacy of yours today." But at this moment Qin Mo suddenly appeared, took the contract in his hand to look at it, and then said, "The Yao family has quite an appetite." After speaking, Qin Mo directly tore the contract to shreds. The people in the hall were stunned by this scene. Yao Ning immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Qin Mo, you dare?" Qin Mo said faintly, "From today on I'm protecting the pharmaceutical world of Long City. If you want to annex it, you'll have to get through me first. Isn't there the annual pharmacist competition in Yaosheng City? Yao family, do you dare to compete with me? If I win, your Yao family must guarantee that you will never trouble the Longcheng pharmaceutical world again." After hearing this, Yao Ning readily agreed, "Fine, if you, Qin Mo, lose, you will crawl between my son's legs, and all your shares in the Longcheng pharmaceutical industry will belong to me." Qin Mo agreed immediately, and then left. Yao Ning watched Qin Mo's departing figure and couldn't help but sneer. "Qin Mo, you will regret your decision today." The scene changed. The 5-day agreement had come to an end. Tomorrow was the day to go to Yaosheng City to fulfill the agreement. Qin Mo drove to the Bai family early in the morning, looking at Bai Yuren's exquisitely dressed appearance like a princess. Qin Mo asked with confusion if she was going too. Bai Yuren forced a smile, wanting to go with him to see it, because she had never been to Yaosheng City. but at this moment Bai Xin couldn't help but sigh and told the truth. If you fail in the medicine competition this time, sir, the first one to be humiliated will be urine. The day of the pharmacist competition might also be when the Yao family announces the engagement on the spot. Sir, I entrust my little daughter to you. Bai Xin bowed to Qin Mo, watching the back of Qin Mo leaving with his daughter feeling utterly helpless. On the road, Bai Yuren didn't say a word, silent as a little bird. At this moment Qin Mo suddenly said faintly, Yuren, you don't have to bear all this alone. Leave everything to me to solve. Hearing this, Bai Yuren couldn't help but look at Qin Mo's back. That confident and resolute appearance put Bai Yuren at ease. On that face that had been cold for so long, a long-lost smile now appeared. Not long after, the two arrived at the gate of the Yao family. In the spacious and ancient building there were also several statues of ancient divine physicians. When Yao Wen saw Qin Mo and his companion arrive, he said extremely arrogantly, You're bound to lose. This Yaosheng city is my territory. Qin Mo, what do you even count for? Hearing this, Bai Yuren frowned and said, Qin Mo is a newcomer. A visitor is a guest. Is this how your Yao family treats guests? Hearing this, Yao Wen sneered, I'm the one who calls the shots here. My Yao family's rooms are full, but there's a place in the kennel. I wonder if Mr. Qin would like to stay in a kennel. Hearing this, the servants of the Yao family all burst out laughing. Bai Yuren was furious to hear Yao Wen insult Qin Mo. If you don't let Qin Mo stay at the Yao family residence, then I won't stay either. Yao Wen was not the least bit afraid of Bai Yuren's threat, then slowly said, I can consider it. Your father's life and death are in my Yao family's hands. At this moment Qin Mo waved his hand faintly. I'll just leave then. Seeing this, Yao Wen raised a victorious smile. As long as he could frustrate Qin Mo, Yao Wen felt comfortable. Qin Mo was about to get into the car but suddenly stopped, his eyes turning ice cold as he looked at Yao Wen. If even a hair on Bai Yuren's head is harmed in the Yao residence, I will annihilate your entire Yao family. Qin Mo's words made Yao Wen break out in a cold sweat. He knew that Qin Mo was not only a pharmacist but also a martial arts expert. Then Qin Mo drove the Lamborghini away. Yao Wen watched the departing car, clenching his fists tightly. Qin Mo, what's so great about participating in the pharmacist competition? I'll make you crawl out of the Yao family residence on your knees. The scene changed. Qin Mo parked his car in the underground garage of a bustling area. It was his first time in Yaosheng City. Qin Mo had intended to find a hotel, but as far as the eye could see there were only pharmacies. At this moment an argument in a small alley attracted Qin Mo. A girl pleaded, please let me go. But the leader of the men in black sneered, our young master said that as long as you're in Yaosheng City for a day we'll make sure you have a good time. At this time a group of people surrounded them and began to get handsy with the girl. Just then, Leng Xin noticed Qin Mo hiding in a corner watching the show. She immediately shouted, brave warrior, save me. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Leng Xin also took the opportunity to hug Qin Mo's thigh and ask for help. Seeing this, several men cursed angrily, get lost. The Yao family is handling business, don't meddle. Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled, since it's the Yao family's business, I, Qin Mo, insist on meddling. The name Qin Mo struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. The leader was scared out of his wits and fled from here with his group in a sorry state. Next, Qin Mo took off his coat, wrapped it around Leng Xin's thin body, and then asked, where is your home? Do you need me to take you back? But as soon as he finished speaking he saw Leng Xin run away in a panic, but just then Qin Mo felt that something was wrong. He touched his pocket and found that his wallet had been stolen at some point. The scene changed. At this time in the slums of Yaosheng City, Leng Xin took out Qin Mo's wallet and said, Uncle Fu, don't worry. With this money I will definitely be able to cure you. Hearing this, Uncle Fu trembled and said weakly, Miss, you should return the money to him. For you to steal money to treat me, miss, I really blame myself for burdening you again. Leng Xin shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face, saying she didn't care. She would hire the best pharmacist for Uncle Fu, but the door was suddenly pushed open. Seeing Qin Mo arrive, Leng Xin said with a shocked expression, how did you find this place? Qin Mo said with a wry smile, you took my wallet. Shouldn't I come to get it back? At this time, Uncle Fu on the bed saw this and hurriedly got up to apologize. It's all my fault, my health is poor. That's why the young miss did this. I beg you, please don't blame her. At this moment Qin Mo interrupted Uncle Fu, saying he was just curious about what had caused the once mighty Leng family of Yaosheng City to fall to such a state. After hearing this, Leng Xin, the young miss of the Leng family, froze in place. After the veil on her face fell, an extremely ugly face was immediately revealed. According to her, 2 years ago, the Yao family unexpectedly proposed marriage to the Leng family, and she became Yao Wen's fiancée. Just when everyone thought the two major families would join in matrimony and create a future together, a great fire suddenly broke out in the Leng residence the night before the wedding. Leng Xin's father died in the fire to save his daughter, but even though Leng Xin was rescued, a permanent scar was left on her face. Everyone knew the cause of the fire, but no one dared to meddle. The winner takes all. People only remembered the powerful Yao family but forgot how sinister and ruthless the Yao family was. For 2 years Leng Xin and the old butler relied on each other. It was because Uncle Fu was seriously ill that she had the idea of stealing Qin Mo's wallet. Qin Mo was somewhat moved after hearing this, thinking that the Yao family was indeed no good. If Bai Yuren really married into the Yao family, she would probably suffer the same fate as the Leng family. After some thought, Qin Mo decided to help Ling Xin. I can cure her illness, but Ling Xin didn't think Qin Mo had this ability, and only hoped he could lend her the money to hire a doctor. If you are willing to help me, I am willing to give you everything. Qin Mo was shocked to hear this, but he responded helplessly. At this moment, a luxury car appeared in the slums. Mr. Yan He, you are a person of noble status. Why would you come to a place like this? Yan He replied. Mr. Ling treated me with courtesy back then. Although the Yao family won't let me get involved, since Ling Xin can't afford it, I'll help her. When Ling Xin saw him, she hurriedly and excitedly bowed. Greetings, Senior Yan He. Yan He was a top pharmacist in Yaosheng City, and one of the few who could reach the level of a master alchemist. Seeing that Qin Mo didn't bow, the assistant was instantly enraged. You see, Mr. Yan He has arrived. Why don't you hurry and bow? Seeing that Qin Mo didn't recognize him, Yan He glanced at him. He had seen plenty of arrogant country bumpkins like this. After entering the house, Yan He directly took Uncle Fu's pulse and then said with difficulty, blood stasis in the heart and blood vessels requires a blood circulation pill, but I'm not confident I can refine this pill. Hearing this, Ling Xin immediately knelt on the ground begging Senior Yan He to save his life. Seeing Ling Xin's actions, Yan He nodded in response. At this moment, he immediately put the medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace. After the flame rose, Yan He pretended to operate it. Qin Mo, watching from the side, sneered endlessly. He could see at a glance that Yan He didn't know how to refine the blood circulation pill at all. Sure enough, half an hour later, black dregs appeared in the alchemy furnace, a clear sign of failure. Then he shook his head helplessly and said, No, I still can't refine it. I can't cure Uncle Fu. Hearing this, Ling Xin was instantly disappointed. At this moment, Assistant Nan impatiently pushed Ling Xin away and said, What are you crying for? Hurry up and give us our money back. Suddenly, Qin Mo's voice sounded from the side, saying it was truly shameless to dare to ask for money when he couldn't even refine a pill. Hearing this, Yan He became angry and said, Who are you to dare speak to me like that? If you have the ability, you refine it. Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled faintly and walked to the alchemy furnace. Watch carefully. I'm only doing this once. Don't be so smug after refining a pile of garbage in the future. Half an hour later, the grass in Yan He's hand at this moment had instantly caused his pupils to contract. Is this top-tier fire control? This young man is refining with top-tier fire control. An alchemy master like me only knows how to hold the elixir fire in my hand. After all, fire control alchemy has long been lost in ancient times. I never expected someone could still perform it. Suddenly, Qin Mo slapped the alchemy furnace, and with a bang, the furnace exploded instantly. Qin Mo refined the pill with his palm, leaving Yan He staring at him dumbfounded. He had been an alchemist for more than 10 years and had seen countless world-class pill masters, but only today did he understand what it meant to have mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Afterward, Qin Mo took out a green pill from the furnace, but Ling Xin hesitated to take it. However, Yan He's words dispelled her doubts. A top-grade blood circulation pill, an alchemy grandmaster. This gentleman is definitely an alchemy grandmaster. At this moment, Ling Xin gave the pill to Uncle Fu. Not long after the old butler took the pill, his complexion gradually became rosy. At this time, Yan He hurriedly came forward to apologize and even wanted to take Qin Mo as his master. But Qin Mo only embroidered the flower on his collar and said, But you are a member of the Yao family, so I won't accept you. Hearing this, Yan He tore off the Yao family's symbol and said, It's not what you think. I've long wanted to tear this off. Seeing Yan He's decisive action, Qin Mo agreed after a moment's thought. Coincidentally solving his own problem of lacking medicine, Yan He asked for the young master's esteemed name and he replied, My name is Qin Mo. When they heard the two words Qin Mo, it was like 3 bombs exploding, leaving them both with their mouths wide open. Are you the Qin Mo who is going to participate in the pharmacist competition? Master, I wonder who your Grand Master is, Qin Mo said faintly. I can only tell you his surname is Luo. There's nothing else to say, Yan He cried out in a shocked voice. Could it be the Luo family, the ancient medical family, the Luo family? Qin Mo thought with a puzzled expression. What does the Luo family have to do with Grandma Luo? Qin Mo had no idea. After Yan He learned everything, he was secretly shocked. The Luo family was the inheritor of China's ancient pharmaceutical traditions, a truly preeminent medical family. Compared to the Luo family, the Yao family was simply worlds apart. The scene changed early the next morning. Today is the annual pharmacist competition. The square in Yaosheng City was already packed with people. Yao Ning looked at the sea of people below the stage, feeling incredibly excited. Today was not just the pharmacist competition, but also possibly the beginning of the Yao family's takeover of the Dragon City pharmaceutical world. For Qin Mo to think he could beat his son was simply a fantasy. Yao Ning had already written his congratulatory speech, waiting to read it aloud as soon as Qin Mo lost. Looking at the few top pharmacists from the Yao family behind him, Yao Ning frowned and said, Why isn't Mr. Yan He here? The servant replied, Mr. Yan He went out early this morning. Yao Ning shook his head unhappily. Such an important matter, and the authority figure Yan He who was needed to preside over it had not appeared. As Yao Wen and his attendant appeared, the crowd erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Everyone was stunned when they saw the attendant, because he was also a top pharmacist named Yao Shu. seeing Yao Wen and then thinking of Qin Mo. The onlookers found it laughable. What does Qin Mo have to compete with young Master Yao? I think even young Master Yao's attendant is better than him. Just as the crowd was laughing, a black luxury car pulled up in front of everyone. Mr. Yan He has arrived, the authority of the pharmaceutical world. After getting out of the car, Yan He ignored the excited voices of the crowd and instead trotted to the back of the car, opening the rear door. The crowd was stunned by this scene. Mr. Yan himself opening a car door for someone. What on earth is going on? Even Yao Ning on the high platform was stunned. Since when did Yan He's status in Yaosheng City require him to open a car door for someone else? What a big shot this must be. Just as the crowd was shocked, a young man smiled faintly and got out of the car. That young man was none other than Qin Mo. At this moment, Yao Wen's pupils suddenly shrank and he opened his mouth wide in shock, unable to speak. Yao Ning's expression was even more colorful. The authority of the Yaosheng City pharmaceutical world had become Qin Mo's attendant. Yan He followed Qin Mo and slowly walked up to the high platform. At this moment, Yao Ning questioned Mr. Yan He, "What do you mean by this?" Elder Yan's gaze hardened and he said coldly, "From today on I, Yan He, am Mr. Qin's disciple. I have no more ties with your Yao family. I came here today as Mr. Qin's attendant." For Qin Mo, Yan He had actually left the flourishing Yao family. Yao Ning found this unbelievable, and equally shocked were Bai Xin and his daughter, who were watching from the side. With an old senior presiding, Yao Wen pointed at Qin Mo resentfully. "Even if you, Qin Mo, have a powerful attendant, you won't make it to the finals." The pharmacist competition was divided into a preliminary and a final round. There were 100 people in the preliminary, but only 2 in the final. What's more, even the judges were from the Yao family, which was why Yao Wen dared to say such arrogant words. With the judge's order, the contestants began the competition, then put their medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnaces. Most people's eyes were focused on Yao Wen. Young Master Yao is refining the golden sour pill. The refining of the golden sour pill is extremely complicated. As expected of young Master Yao, truly a gifted talent. In contrast, on Qin Mo's side, Yan He opened the container of medicinal herbs only to find that it was full of rotten and insect-infested herbs. Clearly the work of the Yao father and son. Yan He hurriedly told Qin Mo about this discovery. Qin Mo remained calm and composed, but instead the fire raged fiercely as he quickly put in the exact same medicinal herbs as Yao Wen. Seeing this, the crowd laughed and mocked, as if Qin Mo was now just an unknown nobody copying Yao Wen, and the result would only be him being suppressed by Yao Wen. As the competition proceeded heatedly, the stipulated time of 1 incense stick was almost up. At this moment, Yao Wen's fingers suddenly pinched towards the alchemy furnace to condense the pill. Everyone's gaze shifted to Yao Wen, and a brown pill appeared in his hand. When the crowd saw this pill, their expressions froze. He had refined a medium-grade golden sour pill at only 20 years old, which was truly amazing. As expected of the #1 person in Yaosheng City, even when family head Yao Ning participated in the pharmacist competition, he didn't refine a medium-grade pill. The crowd praised him one after another, making Yao Ning grin from ear to ear. At this moment, Yao Wen looked at the judges and raised a faint smile. "Judges, you can announce the first place now," the judges said with a fawning expression. "Young Master is right, we'll do it right away." Suddenly, a cold shout resounded throughout the venue. "It's too early to announce the results now." Seeing the first place winner, the crowd burst into laughter. "A plagiarist dares to shout in front of young Master Yao. You probably can't even refine a low-grade golden sour pill." Yao Wen enjoyed this moment, saying with a superior attitude, "Qin Mo, you can't beat me." Qin Mo sneered, slapped the alchemy furnace fiercely, and the furnace instantly exploded, causing the crowd to dodge in terror. Everyone was drawn to the explosion, only to see thick smoke obscuring everything on Qin Mo's table. When the smoke cleared, Qin Mo slowly spoke. "I haven't even considered you an opponent, so how could I not win?" A golden pill appeared clearly in Qin Mo's hand. When the crowd saw it, their eyes widened instantly. It was a top-grade golden sour pill. Seeing this, Yao Wen shook his head madly. He couldn't believe it. Qin Mo had single-handedly crushed the Yaosheng pharmaceutical world, and even more so, he had ruthlessly ground the so-called genius of the Yao family into the dust. The appearance of the top-grade golden sour pill made it impossible for the judges to favor the Yao family. I now announce the final list for the preliminary round. Qin Mo first, Yao Wen second, entering the finals. A big shot from the Dragon City pharmaceutical world was now shedding tears of joy in the crowd. Ling Xin raised her small head and stared blankly at the incomparable Qin Mo. In the evening at the Yao family residence, Yao Zong slammed the newspaper on the table. "What a muddlehead, what a muddlehead. The editors of these newspapers are simply morons." Then Yao Ning slapped Yao Wen across the face. "Pull yourself together, the competition isn't over yet. With my Yao family here, there's no place for Qin Mo." Yao Wen, clutching his swollen face, said he couldn't beat Qin Mo. Yao Ning's mouth curved up slightly in a soft laugh. "In the finals the day after tomorrow, I'll give you something that will guarantee you win." In addition, Yao Ning saw that Qin Mo was close to the Ling family. "I've already sent people from the medicine pavilion to the city to eliminate the remnants of the Ling family. Second, I will make Qin Mo flustered and unable to concentrate on this competition." Hearing this, Yao Wen was slightly shaken and understood his father's meaning. "This time I will definitely win. In order to distract Qin Mo in the finals, the Yao family deliberately sent people from the medicine pavilion to the slums to eliminate the remnants of the Leng family. When Qin Mo and Leng Xin returned to their residence in high spirits, they saw a man in black holding the injured Uncle Fu. "Miss Leng, you're finally here." Seeing this, Leng Xin rushed forward madly. Yao Kenyang, seeing this, jumped up and said, "I'll send you off with him." At that moment, Qin Mo's fist arrived silently, directly sending Yao Kenyang flying several meters. Qin Mo looked coldly at the people from the medicine pavilion. "Yao family, are you saving people or killing them? As a medical family, you should be helping the world and saving lives. But what the Yao family has done, what's the difference between you and thugs?" Yao Kenyang showed a playful smile. "I can kill people and I can save people. In Yaosheng City, my Yao family calls the shots." Qin Mo looked at Leng Xin crying on the ground, suddenly filled with immense anger. "For me, Qin Mo, I can also kill people, and I can also save people." As soon as his voice fell, the aura from Qin Mo's body surged out. Yao Kenyang felt Qin Mo's terrifying aura and hurriedly shouted, "Kill him!" In an instant, Qin Mo had already thrown several palm strikes, hitting them. Yao Kenyang stood there stunned, his eyes wide open. He hadn't expected Qin Mo to be not only highly skilled in medicine refining but also a top martial artist. No wonder the family head told him not to provoke Qin Mo. Yao Kenyang was so scared that he hurriedly tried to flee, but Qin Mo caught up from behind and lifted him up. At this time, Yao Kenyang told Qin Mo to let him go quickly, saying that if he dared to touch him, the Yao family would not let him off. Faced with the threat, Qin Mo smiled and said, "When have I ever been afraid of your Yao family?" Yao Kenyang's face froze. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him didn't care about the Yao family at all. He had no choice but to lower himself and beg for mercy repeatedly. Qin Mo then smiled faintly and said, "When you killed Uncle Fu also begged you for mercy, but did you soften your heart and let him go?" Before Yao Kenyang could say anything, Qin Mo slapped him on the chest, killing him instantly. In a flash, it was evening. The Yao family was still talking and laughing, waiting for Yao Kenyang to finish off Qin Mo and return triumphantly with the news. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared at the gate. Yao Ning immediately stood up with a smile to greet them. Yao Wen also followed excitedly, but the scene they saw next froze the smiles on their faces. There was only one member of the medicine pavilion carrying the eagerly awaited Yao Kenyang, but it was a cold corpse. Yao Ning gritted his teeth and then roared at the sky, "Qin Mo, you little thief! My Yao family and you are irreconcilable. Don't even think about leaving Yaosheng City alive." The final match had finally arrived, and this battle of the century attracted numerous spectators. The crowd speculated about the outcome, with most believing Qin Mo would win. Yao Ning, sitting in the VIP section, heard everyone's discussion and sneered. "He wants to win on my territory. I'm afraid you're thinking too much." With the judge's order, Qin Mo and Yao Wen looked at each other, then turned around and began preparing to refine the pills. Spiritual energy from Qin Mo's hand was infused into the flame, and 3 phoenix cries resounded throughout the venue. A master alchemist exclaimed, "Phoenix Sun Fire Technique. This is a top-tier fire control technique from ancient Chinese medicine, capable of controlling the elixir fire to its utmost limit. This young man, no, this gentleman is by no means an ordinary person." But Yao Wen was very disdainful of this. "No matter how powerful you are, Qin Mo, as long as I have that thing, my Yao family is bound to win." After the alchemy was complete, a pitch-black pill appeared in Qin Mo's hand. The crowd was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed in unison. "Is this also called a pill?" At this moment, Yao Wen took out a gleaming golden pill. The many fans below were full of admiration when they saw it. "It's actually a top-grade Fierce Tiger Gale pill, even more powerful than the Golden Sword pill. A martial artist who uses it can recover from injuries quickly, and their spirit will be greatly enhanced." So looking at it, what Qin Mo refined was like a toy, a black charcoal ball compared to a shining pill. Yao Ning coughed from the side. "I believe everyone has seen that contestant Yao Wen's skills are superior." So the result of this pharmacist competition final is, however, at that moment a furious roar came from the crowd. "Stop, are you alchemists? Open your eyes and see." The black exterior of the pill in Qin Mo's hand began to flake off bit by bit, revealing the pill inside, and a golden light burst forth. Everyone was stunned by this scene. It was actually an ancient Void God pill. As an alchemist, to witness this pill was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The Void God pill probably outclassed the Yao family by several streets. The crowd instantly boiled over, and many of Yaosheng City's fanatical alchemists, even more so than Yan Ran, became Qin Mo's fans, shouting his name at the top of their lungs. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the judge was about to stand up and change the result. Yao Ning finally couldn't sit still, and pointed at Qin Mo. "How can you prove this pill is a Void God pill?" Qin Mo chuckled. "How do I prove it? Yao family, do you still remember the Leng family from back then?" When the Leng family was mentioned again, everyone opened their dusty, sad memories. 2 years ago, the Leng family, which was powerful enough to rival the Yao family, was burned to the ground overnight by a great fire. Hearing this, Yao Ning's expression changed. "I don't know what you're talking about." Qin Mo chuckled. "You don't know? Then you should at least recognize this person, right?" As Qin Mo's voice fell, a girl in black slowly walked out from the crowd. The girl was masked, and the crowd couldn't see her appearance clearly. They only heard her say in a hoarse voice, "Leng Xin greets the Yao family head." The long-forgotten name Leng Xin appeared in everyone's mind. Seeing this, Yao Ning immediately retorted, Lang Xin died long ago. How dare you impersonate her? Lang Xin looked at the crowd helplessly and said, I can't prove that I am Lang Xin. Her appearance was destroyed in that fire. At this time the crowd shouted insults. No one could believe that this woman could be Lang Xin. Lang Xin was once the goddess in the hearts of the men of Yaosheng City. Suddenly, Qin Mo said faintly, 2 years ago your Yao family set fire to the Ling family residence and transferred their property to your family. The eldest daughter of the Ling family knelt before you, begging you to spare the Ling family, but you blacklisted them. You should remember all this, right? At this moment Yaosheng City was completely silent. The crowd was speechless with shock because this was completely different from what they had heard. Then Yao Ning sneered coldly, Qin Mo, can you slander my Yao family just by finding someone random? Hearing this, Qin Mo suddenly pointed at Lang Xin, who was crying beside him. The proof is on her face. Qin Mo picked up the Void God pill and handed it to Lang Xin. Eat it and you can restore your original appearance. Hearing this, Lang Xin, with tears in her eyes, resolutely drank the pill. Instantly, a blazing fire ignited on Lang Xin's face. When the flames gradually dissipated, a youthful and beautiful face appeared before everyone. And this face was exactly Lang Xin's face from back then, even more beautiful than before. Qin Mo deservedly won this competition. He was truly amazing. The Yao family's reputation was instantly ruined. The Yao father and son fled the Yao family hall in a panic like stray dogs. Yao Ning sat on the ground panting heavily. At this moment Yao Wen whispered, we just lost a competition and Qin Mo took Bai Yuren away. Qin Mo also told me that he hopes the Yao family will fulfill the agreement soon, otherwise he will come to visit. Hearing this, Yao Ning laughed loudly as if he had gone mad. Qin Mo, he wants me to fulfill the agreement. I will never accept it. I want him dead without a complete corpse. In the middle of the night, Yao Ning was chatting happily with an old man as thin as firewood. The old man stood up shakily and said, Family head Yao, don't worry, you've entrusted this matter to me, and I won't disappoint you. It's time to avenge my 2 disciples. As soon as his voice fell, a powerful aura erupted from the old man's body. After the competition in Yaosheng City, Qin Mo took Bai Yuren back to Dragon City. On the way, a tremor suddenly ran through Qin Mo's mind. Seeing this, Qin Mo's face lit up with joy. The Dragon Cold Sword is about to break through, but it seemed something was hindering its breakthrough. The Dragon Cold Sword had successively eliminated 2 swordmasters, Chu Bufan and Lei Lei, and it was indeed time for a breakthrough, but reforging the Dragon Cold Sword still required Zon iron ore. Qin Mo immediately asked if he knew where to find Zon iron ore. Bai Yuren said with a faint smile, many of the mining areas in Weihai province are in private hands and ordinary people have no chance to access them, unless people from the underworld appear. Master is looking for the underworld emperor, Tai Hongmen. Hearing this, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Mo. That was a good idea. Why had he never thought of that? Qin Mo decided to find Tai Hongmen. The Dragon Cold Sword's breakthrough was urgent. Afterwards, Qin Mo dropped Bai Yuren off and floored the accelerator, driving straight away. Master Qin Mo, you are so heartless. Meanwhile, in the Kai family villa, Tai Hongmen sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. Qin Mo, you dare to touch my son. Don't let me find you or else. Just then, the door was suddenly opened by Qin Mo, who said he had something to ask for help with. Seeing Qin Mo arrive, Tai Hongmen flew into a rage. Don't think I'm easy to bully. You dare to come to my door, you guys, come and fight him to the death. But then he found that all his men outside the door were hiding to the side. At this moment, Qin Mo said faintly, you want to avenge your son? You can try. I just want to ask you to help me buy Zon iron ore, not to fight. Hearing this, Tai Hongmen thought to himself that a head-on confrontation with Qin Mo now was definitely not feasible. It would be better to agree to his request first. After much deliberation, Tai Hongmen agreed to Qin Mo's request. I'll take you to see Boss He tomorrow. After discussing, Qin Mo left. Qin Mo also saw through Tai Hongmen's ulterior motives. But with the Dragon Cold Sword's breakthrough imminent, Qin Mo's top priority was to get the Zon iron ore as soon as possible. The next day at He Dehai's home, Tai Hongmen introduced, Qin Mo, this is Boss He. He operates the largest mining area in Longhai. You can discuss this matter with him. But He Dehai showed a troubled expression. A few days ago, several lives were lost in the mining area, all disappearing mysteriously. When they were found, their flesh was mangled. Therefore, the relevant department sealed off the mining area. Tai Hongmen and He Dehai's meaning was very clear. They wanted Qin Mo to help solve this matter. Tai Hongmen also guaranteed that as long as the mission was completed, he could get the Zon iron ore for free. Hearing this, Qin Mo readily agreed. In the afternoon, several people went to the mining area in the suburbs together. At this time, He Dehai handed over a hunting rifle and said, Young Master Qin, the door is ahead. We're counting on you for this matter. These hunters will go with you. After Qin Mo agreed, he and several hunters walked into the depths of the mining area. On the way, a famous hunter suddenly pointed at a large hole and said to Qin Mo, Kid, don't follow us. We're not going with you anymore. Qin Mo stopped, smiled and said, Are you sure? The hunter impatiently grabbed Qin Mo's clothes. We risk our lives for money, so stop meddling with us. Go find another place to die. Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled, nodded in agreement and then left by himself. Watching Chin Mo's departing figure, that hunter revealed a distant smile. As the sky grew dark, the hollow sound of a drum suddenly came from the woods. Just then, several tiger roars echoed through the mountains. Seeing this, the hunter's legs went weak. Before they could react, they were pounced on by a tiger with no chance to even escape. At this moment, Chin Mo's figure suddenly appeared. Facing the fierce tiger, Chin Mo remained calm and said, "Hunters, run first. I'll deal with the tiger." Despite Chin Mo's self-sacrificing act, the hunters fled without hesitation, not even saying a word of thanks, and hastily escaped from here. Tiger King seemed to sense Chin Mo's presence and with a roar, charged straight at him. Just as Chin Mo was about to pull the trigger to shoot the Tiger King, he suddenly discovered there were no bullets in the gun. At this moment, the courtyard of the He family was filled with laughter. A young man named Yuan had bought the Zon iron ore at a high price. Seeing this, Tai Hong'an looked troubled, then walked over to He Dahai and whispered, "Are you sure it's okay not to give the Zon iron ore to Chin Mo?" Just then, the fleeing hunter was brought into rest. "Boss, that guy named Chin Mo is done for. I saw the tiger knock him down with my own eyes." Hearing this, Tai Hong'an immediately became happy. Then Yuan asked from the side with confusion, "Who is that?" He Dahai said with a disdainful look, "Everyone, he's just a brat who also wanted the Zon iron ore. Such a good thing naturally belongs to you all." After saying that, he handed over the box containing the Zon iron ore. After Yuan opened the box, his pupils contracted. The Zon iron ore was indeed a rare forging material in the world. But just then, a loud bang shook the entire mountain villa. Seeing this, He Dahai's face turned livid with rage. "Who dares to trespass on my He Dahai's villa?" A cold voice was heard. "It's me, Chin Mo." Chin Mo was seen carrying a fierce tiger on his shoulder, walking over slowly while the security personnel were already lying on the ground. Chin Mo looked at the Zon iron ore on the table and said coldly, "You have Zon iron ore, yet you tricked me into fighting a tiger. Do you think I, Chin Mo, am easy to bully?" At this moment, Yuan, who was at the side, spoke up. "Are you the piece of trash who wants to fight me for this Zon iron ore? I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to take something from me must die." Seeing this, He Dahai hurriedly chimed in. "This ore has already been promised to Mr. Yuan. Don't even think about snatching it. Mr. Yuan, kill him quickly, and the Zon iron ore is yours." Hearing this, Yuan's aura suddenly changed. He took out a feather fan and swung it, attacking Chin Mo. A smile then curled at the corner of his lips. "Today I'll let you know what it means to be outmatched, for there are always people stronger than you." As the feather fan was raised, Yuan's aura suddenly surged. "I am a prodigy of Nanfu, and today I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." But just then, Chin Mo's aura also erupted fiercely, and he sent a punch directly into Yuan's face. Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuan stood up again and looked at Chin Mo, his eyes already filled with fear. "I am a prodigy of Nanfu, the son of the Nanfu master. If you kill me, my father will not let you go." With that, he sent the feather fan straight at Chin Mo. Chin Mo reacted instantly, spinning around with a roundhouse kick that sent the feather fan flying back. An expression of terror froze on Yuan's face. Until the moment of his death, he couldn't believe that Chin Mo would actually dare to kill him. Seeing the spirit stone on Yuan's chest, Chin Mo's pupils contracted. He immediately ripped the spirit stone from Yuan's neck. "Just what I need to improve my cultivation. I'll be taking this spirit crystal for you." Tai Hong'an and He Dahai were already scared stiff. Seeing Chin Mo look over, the two of them dropped to their knees with a thud, repeatedly saying it was all a misunderstanding. Chin Mo smiled and said, "Just a misunderstanding? You think I don't know what happened? Perhaps I should help you remember who I am." With that, Chin Mo stomped on He Dahai's thigh a few times, then turned to look at Tai Hong'an and said coldly, "You're next." Just then, Chin Mo leaped up and threw a punch at Tai Hong'an. But just as his fist was a centimeter away from Tai Hong'an, Chin Mo suddenly stopped. The time for the Dragon Cold Sword's breakthrough had arrived. Seeing that Chin Mo didn't strike, Tai Hong'an knelt on the ground begging for mercy relentlessly. Chin Mo turned and left without a backward glance. That night, the legs of Long City's big boss He Dahai were crippled. The news of Nanfu's Yuan being killed sent a huge shockwave throughout all of Huahai. The scene shifts to Hainan City, China. The master of Nanfu, Yu Shaoji, looked at his son's cold corpse. He slammed his hand on the round table. "Chin Mo, you brat, I will definitely kill you." At this moment, an old man stepped forward. "Master, please accept my condolences. I, Wei, am willing to sever Chin Mo's head for Nanfu to offer it to the young master's spirit." Hearing this, Yu Shaoji suppressed his grief. "As long as Master Wei succeeds, my Nanfu will definitely not treat you unfairly." The old man turned and left, a wicked smile on his face. "The payment from the Yao family, plus the reward from Nanfu. This Chin Mo is finally worth my while. However, I am a man of high prestige. To personally issue a challenge would be beneath my status. I need to find an assistant to force Chin Mo to take the initiative." This old man, a half step into the king realm. The scene shifts to a banquet hall in Long City. To celebrate the Qin family's official entry into Long City, a grand welcoming ceremony was being held. With his fame and strength as the champion of the pharmacist competition, and the fact that he had defeated Nanfu's Yuan, Qin Mo was like a star surrounded by planets throned in the middle. The rich and powerful tycoons of Long City were all respectful towards Qin Mo. After all, this was the Qin family's home ground today, and Qin Mo didn't want to be too high profile. He then slipped away to a corner by himself. The Dragon Cold Sword has successfully broken through with the help of the iron ore. I still need to find a way to get some practice with an expert. At this moment, Qin Mohan walked over and said, Qin Mo, what are you thinking about? You've been in the limelight quite a bit recently, Mr. Qin. This banquet of mine to welcome you to Long City has practically become your victory celebration. Qin Mo made a funny face. Don't you go hitting me now. Just then the doors of the banquet hall were suddenly pushed open, and a dissonant voice rang out, such a grand victory celebration, yet you didn't even think to send the Mao family an invitation. Seeing this, Qin Mohan's expression couldn't help but darken. Mao Wei, you are not welcome here. Don't be hasty. I only came today to deliver a message to your beloved Mr. Qin. You murdered young Master Yu, one of Nanfu, and should have paid with your life, but Master Wei sees that you are young and ignorant, and also a martial arts prodigy. So he has decided to give you, Qin Mo, a chance as long as you cripple your own martial arts, but if you don't, Nanfu will come out in full force and kill everyone related to you, Qin Mo. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. Mao Wei and his men saw this and thought to themselves, even if you, Qin Mo, aren't afraid, can you protect your friends and family? Just then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Mo took out the dragon cold sword and placed it against his own arm, saying, he wants my arm? Seeing this, Mao Wei said happily, that's right, trade an arm for your safety. But Qin Mo suddenly looked at him as if he were an idiot and laughed. I refuse. Then his eyes turned cold. It's not yet certain who will have the last laugh. Hearing Qin Mo's words, the many wealthy merchants couldn't help but whisper among themselves, isn't this taking things too far? Could it be that Qin Mo doesn't even know who Master Wei is? But Qin Mo had his own thoughts. The dragon cold sword has just broken through. It's perfect that a sparring partner has delivered himself to my door. I should accept. At this moment, Mao Wei sneered and threw a challenge letter at Qin Mo. Brother Qin Mo, in 3 days Master Wei will be waiting for you on Kangwang Mountain. Looking at the challenge letter in his hand, Qin Mo finally understood that Mao Wei and his group had come prepared. When the merchant guests saw this, they all started making their own little calculations and said to Mao Wei with fawning faces, CEO Mao, we have long admired Master Wei. I wonder if the Mao family could make an introduction. A brat like Qin Mo who doesn't know his own limits isn't even worthy of shining my shoes. The true face of a merchant was on full display. Seeing this, Qin Mohan couldn't help but curse, you bunch of bastards. You look down on Qin Mo now, you'll regret it one day. I'm washing my hands of this. Qin Mo looked at the crowd and said coldly, since you have all chosen your sides now, don't regret it. From this day forward we are enemies. Mao Wei then walked up to Qin Mo with a confident look on his face and said, in 3 days let's see if you're still so tough-mouthed. With that, a group of people followed Mao Wei out, laughing. Just then, Bai Xin, who was at the side, received a message. Young Master Qin, the Yao family found out that Nanfu is going to deal with you, so they've changed their minds at the last minute and don't plan to honor the bet. The scene shifts to night atop Kangwang Mountain. Around Wei Shen stood a dozen or so sword steles. The 8-meter-tall sword steles pierced straight into the clouds. Mao Wei stroked a sword steel and asked Master Wei curiously, you stayed on the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights just to supervise them making these sword steles, but what's the use of them? Wei Shen smiled faintly. Naturally, to lend me a hand. Without these sword steles I have a 90% chance of defeating Qin Mo. But with the help of these sword steles, Qin Mo will certainly die. The day of the decisive battle on Kangwang Mountain had arrived. This battle had wide-ranging implications, forcing Long City and even the entire Huahai province to pay close attention. At this time, Kangwang Mountain was gathered with many wealthy merchants and powerful figures, even some big shots from the military. And Wei Shen, ever since sending the challenge to Qin Mo, had been sitting cross-legged in the very center of the mountaintop. Wei Shen, sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop, suddenly opened his eyes. The crowd followed Master Wei's gaze and saw a brand new Lamborghini speeding up from the foot of the mountain. Qin Mo got out of the car and slowly walked to the top of the mountain. Before reaching the summit, he had to pass through the wealthy merchants and powerful figures of Long City. In order to suck up to Nanfu, these people belittled Qin Mo one after another, repeating every vicious word they could think of. Bai Xin and the others watched this with aching hearts, but they could only lower their heads in silence. They wanted to stand up, but Qin Mo had earnestly told them not to do so for his sake because he was afraid they would suffer retaliation from Nanfu. But just then, a little girl's voice suddenly came from the crowd. Big brother Qin Mo, I support you, you can do it. Mao Wei and his men saw this and laughed contemptuously. What does a little brat like you know? Go home and drink your milk. But the little girl looked at them seriously, her innocent face filled with determination. Although I don't know why you uncles hate big brother Qin Mo, but I know that big brother Qin is not a bad person. He was the one who refined the winged tiger pill and cured hundreds of people with ulcerated faces, and he was the one who won the pharmacist competition in Yaosheng City. Big brother Qin is a hero of Long City. Shouldn't everyone support him? Hearing the little girl's words, many people lowered their heads in shame. Then, Qin Mo took the little girl's hand and walked up to the mountaintop. Qin Mo looked at the surrounding sword steles, finding them very familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them for a moment. Seeing Qin Mo arrive, Wei Shen slowly stood up and laughed. You willfully killed the master's son, angering Nanfu. You show no remorse even when death is at your door. Your crimes are truly unforgivable, but I will give you a chance. As long as you take your own life, I will let you, Qin Mo, die with dignity. Hearing this, Qin Mo said coldly, and if I don't? At this, Wei Shen's expression gradually sharpened. Then today, Kangwang Mountain will be your burial ground, Qin Mo. but Qin Mo paid no attention to Wei Shen's words, only gently stroking the little girl's head. "You be a good girl and wait for your big brother here. After big brother is done fighting, I'll teach you some skills." At this, Wei Shen's pupils contracted. By acting this way, Qin Mo was clearly not taking him seriously. He immediately stood up and without another word charged fiercely at Qin Mo. A series of explosions followed. No one could see the figures of the two men clearly. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "The Shenmeng fist technique, Master Wei's signature skill." Following Wei Shen's furious roar, the mountain around him trembled, and gusts of wind kicked up thick dust, completely obscuring everyone's vision. The crowd shook their heads with smiles, certain that Qin Mo would die under Master Wei's fist. Qin Mohan, Bai Shen and the others closed their eyes in pain, unable to bear watching the scene that would follow. As the thick smoke cleared, Wei Shen's figure was seen flying backward several meters, his fist swollen and bleeding. The crowd was instantly stunned, all of them staring with wide eyes. At this moment, Qin Mo scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Sorry about that. I practiced the legendary Iron Head technique." Hearing this, Wei Shen's face turned livid with rage. He ripped off his shirt on the spot, revealing his strong body. "There won't be a second time. Your time of death has come. Sword Chi Grand Array activate." With the activation of the Sword Chi Grand Array, the entire Kangwang mountain shook, and the dozen or so sword stels on the mountaintop emitted a dazzling blue light enveloping the entire summit. Seeing this situation, Qin Mohan, Bai Shen and the others had a bad feeling. The uninformed onlookers were confused, wondering if these lights alone could kill Qin Mo. A voice was heard from the crowd. "Back then, my master received guidance from an immortal, and learned this array, allowing him to advance to a martial arts master and even fight the Nanfu master to a standstill. Thus he earned the master's appreciation. This sword flag Grand Array is the foundation of my master, standing at the pinnacle of Huahai's martial arts world. Once this array is opened, Qin Mo will surely die." Wei Shen was seen slamming his palm fiercely on the ground. Instantly, the dozen or so sword stels shot up from the ground, piercing the clouds. Wei Shen smiled proudly. "To be able to die under the Sword Chi Grand Array can be considered your good fortune." But Qin Mo's gaze was fixed blankly on this familiar sword array, yet he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Wei Shen wouldn't give him time to think. The 8-meter-tall sword steel shot towards Qin Mo like a bolt of lightning. The crowd watched this scene in terror, their eyes filled with awe. A military big shot in the crowd couldn't help but sigh in regret. "I'm afraid Mr. Qin's chances are slim." For Wei Shen to kill Qin Mo, he set up the sword flag Grand Array 3 days in advance. Qin Mo's death is not an injustice. Just as the two were turning to leave, their peripheral vision caught an incredible sight. Qin Mo had caught the sword steel, single-handedly snatching the steel that weighed several thousand jin. His strength at this moment was terrifying. Seeing this, Wei Shen was stunned, dumbfounded. The crowd witnessing this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "What a monster! Qin Mo is a monster." Qin Mo, however, held the sword steel with one hand and smiled. "Is this the sword flag Grand Array? The 18 sword stels generate and overcome one another. The orthodox represents the black flag. When the white flag attacks, the black flag is broken." Qin Mo then threw the 1,000 jin sword steel at Wei Shen. Seeing this, Wei Shen hurriedly scrambled to get away, only to find Qin Mo picking up another sword steel and charging at him. What followed was a scene of "you run and I'll chase." There was no escape. Seeing this, Mao Wei and his men nearly cried out. Didn't he say he was 100 confident? At this moment, Wei Shen stopped and looked at Qin Mo bitterly, saying, "How do you know the method to break my Grand Array?" Qin Mo just smiled and said, "I've heard my grandfather talk about this array. It was just a defective product he created back then. My grandfather felt this array had too many flaws, so he traded it for a bowl of beef noodles." Hearing this, cold sweat instantly beaded on Wei Shen's forehead. This sword flag Grand Array was indeed a gift from a great expert back then, and the price was just one bowl of beef noodles. Could it be that the immortal was Qin Mo's grandfather? Thinking of this, Wei Shen directly knelt before Qin Mo respectfully. "I was unaware that Mr. Qin is the descendant of an immortal. I, your junior Wei Shen, have greatly offended you." The onlookers' eyes widened in an instant. Master Wei had actually knelt before Qin Mo. Seeing this, Mao Wei's face turned pale, and he plopped down on the ground, muttering, "It's over, it's over. Wei Shen's submission means the Mao family is finished." Qin Mo paused for a moment, then smiled and helped Wei Shen up. "Since you know my grandfather, we'll let this matter go." Qin Mo had originally intended to recruit a martial arts master to guard Long City, but now that he knew Wei Shen was acquainted with his grandfather, he naturally wouldn't be heavy-handed. On the way down the mountain, Wei Shen followed beside him, cautiously asking Qin Mo, "Where is that immortal now?" Qin Mo glanced at him and said indifferently, "My grandfather's whereabouts are unpredictable. You should stop asking." Hearing this, Wei Shen hurriedly nodded and shut his mouth. And now, when the crowd of onlookers looked at Qin Mo, the mockery in their eyes was long gone, replaced only by fear and respect. This also made Qin Mo understand that only strength was the best way to make these people bow their heads. The military big shots saw this and couldn't help but show satisfied expressions. As expected of the young hero I have my eye on, I must find an opportunity to invite him to the military district as a guest. Afterwards, the little girl was handed over to her mother. Qin Mo then got into the Lamborghini by himself. But just then a familiar figure appeared before Qin Mo's eyes. Wasn't that Leng Xin from when he participated in the pharmacist competition? At this time, in a small village at the foot of Kangwang Mountain, Biker Head and his men were collecting protection fees. Just then a figure suddenly appeared. I'd like to see who dares to collect protection fees. Chin Mo saw this and felt a wave of embarrassment. Isn't this guy the hunter who went tiger hunting with me? Let's see what they're up to. The fake Chin Mo said with a smug look on his face. That's right, I am Chin Mo, the one who just defeated the martial arts grandmaster Wei Shen on Kangwang Mountain. You all better get out of my way. But instead he was rewarded with a big slap from Biker Head and his companion. You think we've never seen Chin Mo? When we were fighting Chin Mo you hadn't even been born yet. The fake Chin Mo couldn't believe that they were just small-time thugs. How could they recognize he was a fake? Then the fake Chin Mo said, "Don't force my hand." Chin Mo, observing from the side, burst out laughing. So he was impersonating him to avoid paying protection fees. Biker Head and his companion had wicked smiles on their faces. We go way back with Chin Mo. Today the protection fee is doubled. If you can't pay up, the two of us will beat you with our sticks. With a thwack, the two men's sticks were blocked by a powerful force. I say it's been a while, you two. When Biker Head and his companion saw Chin Mo, their mouths dropped open in shock. At this moment Chin Mo said, "Don't we go way back? Didn't you just say you beat me up?" As soon as these words were out, the group was so scared they hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. Seeing this, Chin Mo didn't blame everyone. The old village chief looked at the real Chin Mo in disbelief, and even the hunter never thought Chin Mo would help him. The two were deeply moved, but they didn't expect Chin Mo to change his tune. "I didn't mean to help you. I just think you're an embarrassment to me." At this moment the old village chief suddenly spoke up. "Young Master Chin, no matter what, you saved me. The villagers want to thank you, and I want to give you a great gift. Our village has decided to give you this villa." When Chin Mo saw it, his heart leapt with joy. The spiritual energy around this villa was relatively dense, truly a treasure for cultivation. If carefully developed, this place would surely become a land of excellent feng shui. Even if the people in the villa were a product of the Lin Quan Grand Array, such a treasured land would inevitably be coveted by others. Thinking of this, Chin Mo immediately said, "Thank you, village chief, but I still have to go to school, so I must find someone to look after the villa." The thugs at the side heard this and hurriedly waved their hands. "Brother Chin, we can't help with things like this." But Biker Head heard this and became thoughtful. Following his old boss meant being hungry 3 times a day. It would be better to follow Chin Mo. He then turned and pledged his allegiance to Chin Mo. "I'll follow you. I'll watch the house for you. I swear to be absolutely loyal to you." Hearing this, Chin Mo sighed softly and said, "A prodigal's return is more precious than gold." After everyone left, only Chin Mo remained, leaving Biker Head to watch the house. At this moment, Chin Mo raised his hand and struck the villa from a distance. Tides of immense spiritual energy enveloped the entire villa. Then, Chin Mo took out the spirit stone he had obtained from Nanfu's Yuan and threw it directly into the tide of spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, Biker Head was deeply shaken. He never expected Brother Chin to have such divine abilities. He immediately knelt down. "It is my honor to be able to guard the villa for Big Brother Chin. I am willing to be loyal to you forever." In the following days, Chin Mo used the spirit stones in the villa to set up a spirit spring grand array, and also used this to speed up his own cultivation. Just then, Biker Head suddenly ran over crying, "Brother Chin, Tai Hang'an and He Dahai have their eyes on this villa and want to buy it by force. I told them it belongs to you, big brother, but they didn't believe me and even beat me up." Meanwhile, outside the villa, Tai Hang'an and He Dahai were still rejoicing over finding such a place of excellent feng shui, and were planning everything that needed to be demolished and redecorated. "When I live here in the future, it must suit my taste." Just then a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Did you just say you were going to tear this place down?" The moment the two saw Chin Mo, they were terrified. They then hurriedly knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. "We didn't know it was Mr. Chin here. We have greatly offended you. Please forgive us. We thought Mr. Chin wouldn't be in such a poor remote place. We were blind. This place is spiritually endowed and home to outstanding people. Only Mr. Chin is worthy of it." Seeing that the villa was not damaged, Chin Mo planned to let the two go. At this time, Tai Hang'an asked curiously, "Sir, I have one more thing I don't understand and would like to ask you. What is this water?" Chin Mo explained without reservation. "This water is called holy water of spiritual objects. If an ordinary person drinks it, it can strengthen their body and refresh their mind." Hearing this, Tai Hang'an's eyes lit up. The others saw a huge business opportunity. "Is Mr. Chin interested in selling this water? If this water can be put on the market, it will definitely be a big seller." For a moment, Chin Mo thought that he indeed hadn't considered this. Although he wasn't short of money now, the later stages of cultivation and pill refinement would cost money like water, so he would still need a lot of it. After much consideration, Chin Mo nodded. "Then I'll leave this matter to you." Hearing this, Tai Hang'an was ecstatic, repeatedly expressing his thanks and kneeling again to pledge his loyalty to Chin Mo. This made He Dahai, who was at the side, green with envy. Even after the two left, they were still arguing about what had just happened. Then Chin Mo gave Biker Head his first task. "Chin Wan works at a hotel near Zhangja village. While I am cultivating, you are responsible for protecting her. Because of the holy water, this place will become known to everyone. I'm afraid that with all sorts of people coming and going, Chen Wan might encounter danger." On the other side, in a hotel, the lobby manager looked at Chen Wan, who was working, and cold sweat instantly broke out. "Miss, let me wipe this table. You go take a rest first." Chen Wan couldn't help but smile wryly. This is clearly my job. Chin Mo had arranged for her to be a summer worker at this hotel. This wasn't work. This was clearly a vacation. Just then, a group of guests entered the restaurant. Seeing them, the manager hurried over, fawning. It was because that person was Zhao Beifeng's young maternal grandson, Zhao Tailu. As soon as he entered the hotel, Zhao Tailu's eyes landed on the beautiful Chen Wan, and he specifically requested that Chen Wan serve him tea. Hearing this, the manager was in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to offend either Mr. Chen or young Master Zhao. But Chen Wan didn't understand why the manager was so troubled. It was just a matter of pouring a cup of water. Little did she know that Zhao Tailu had already planned it out. When Chen Wan brought the tea over, he suddenly stuck out one of his feet, causing Chen Wan to lose her balance and spill all the water on Zhao Tailu's pants. Seeing this, the manager turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran to Zhao Tailu with an apologetic smile, saying, "We'll compensate you. How much do these pants cost? We'll pay for them." Zhao Tailu sighed softly, then pointed at his pants and smiled. "That's not impossible. As long as she helps me wipe the water dry, I'll pretend this never happened." At this time, inside the villa in Zhangzhou village, with the help of the Spirit Spring Grand Array and the small vitality cultivation pills, Chin Mo's progress was getting faster and faster, and he could already feel the signs of an impending breakthrough. Just then, his underling biker head came running over, stumbling. Seeing him, Chin Mo frowned. "Didn't I tell you, don't bother me when I'm cultivating," Bikerhead said, panting. "It's bad, master." Chin Wan is being surrounded and bullied by a group of hooligans at the hotel. Hearing this, with a swoosh, Chin Mo's eyes became sharp. In Zhangzhou village, someone dares to touch Chen Wan. I'd like to see who it is. At this time, the lobby of the Zhangzhou hotel was in a mess. Several burly thugs stood there while Chen Wan knelt on the ground, her face full of fear, her body trembling non-stop as she said, "No, it's not like that." Seeing this, the lobby manager really didn't know what to do. On one side was Zhao Beifeng's most beloved grandson, whom he couldn't afford to offend. On the other side was Mr. Chen, whom he could afford to offend even less. He then put on a wry smile. "Young Master Zhao Tailu, how about we compensate you instead?" Hearing this, Zhao Tailu picked up a cup and threw it at the manager, saying, "Cut the crap. Do you think I'm short on your little bit of money?" He then pulled Chen Wan into his arms and laughed smugly. "Today, even if you don't want to wipe it, you're going to wipe it for me." Just then, an empty cup flew from a distance, hitting Zhao Tailu squarely in the back. Zhao Tailu was knocked to the ground and said furiously, "Who did that? Get out here." Before he could even finish his sentence, he was rewarded with a big slap from Chin Mo. Zhao Tailu then said, "Brat, you dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" Chin Mo stuck his hands in his pockets and frowned. "And who might you be?" A lackey at the side laughed. "This is old Zhao's grandson." "Brat, you're scared now, aren't you?" But unexpectedly, Chin Mo looked at him as if he were an idiot. "For old Zhao's sake, I'll spare your life today. If you dare to come back again, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, Zhao Tailu's face turned purple with rage. It was the first time he had ever seen someone so arrogant in front of him. "I'll make sure you die today. Everyone get him." At this moment, dozens of thugs suddenly rushed towards Chin Mo. Chin Mo frowned instantly. What a hopeless case. As soon as his words fell, Chin Mo instantly threw out several kicks. The dozen or so burly men were sent flying by Chin Mo. The people behind them just stared blankly at Zhao Tailu, unsure of what to do for a moment. Then while running, he threw harsh words at Chin Mo. "I have something to do today, so I'll spare you for now. If you've got guts, stay right there and don't you leave." Chin Mo was a bit speechless. How could the Zhao family have such a worthless grandson after everything was settled? Chen Wan thanked Chin Mo with a blush on her face. But Chin Mo frowned unhappily and said, "Why didn't you call me when you ran into something like this?" Hearing this, Chen Wan shook her head, her face red. "I didn't want to cause you any trouble, Chin Mo." Hearing this, Chin Mo suddenly grabbed Chen Wan's shoulders and looked at her very seriously. "If anything happens to you, Chen Wan, that would be my trouble. Do you understand?" Hearing these words, Chen Wan's face turned red all the way to her ears, and she voiced these thoughts. "Is Chin Mo confessing to me? How should I answer? If something happens, it will be even more difficult to rescue you," Chin Mo suddenly added, and the atmosphere instantly cooled. In his heart, Biker Head couldn't help but curse his master. This guy is definitely single for a reason. At this time, Zhao Beifeng of the Zhao family was sitting at home, holding the invitation sent by Tai Hang'an. "Tai Hang'an inviting me to Zhangzhou village. There's definitely nothing good in it for me, so it's better not to go." Just then, Zhao Tailu was seen pushing the door open, crying, "Grandpa, you have to stand up for me. A kid in Zhangzhou village beat me up. He even said that even if you went, Grandpa, you wouldn't dare to touch him." Hearing this, Zhao Beifeng flew into a rage. "What an arrogant brat. It just so happens that Tai Hang'an has arranged a banquet the day after tomorrow in Zhangzhou village and invited me over. I'd like to see just how capable a villager can be." The scene shifts to the day of the banquet. On the day of the banquet, in front of Chin Mo's villa, the rich and powerful arrived one after another. Yellow Hair, Shu Ru, Lu Shaoli and others also appeared here. Chen Shi was walking when he saw Chin Mo standing by the river with his eyes closed in meditation. Seeing this, Lu Shaoli shouted excitedly, "Chin Mo, what are you doing here?" Chin Mo said with a matter-of-fact look, "This is my home." Hearing this, Yellow Hair and the others burst out laughing. "You fellow, how come you're a villager from Zhangzhou village? The world is truly round." Hearing this, Biker Head's face turned purple with anger, but he was stopped by Chin Mo. After seeing Biker Head, everyone became even more mocking. "Isn't that the little thug? How did he end up with this Chin Mo?" Even Shu Ru at the side couldn't help but frown, complaining about how Qin Mo could be willing to hang out with a little thug. She even kindly reminded Qin Mo to leave quickly, or he would be kicked out by the security guards. At this moment Yellow Hair patted Ziru's shoulder and said, "Don't bother with him, Qin Mo. Let's go in first. He can't get into the villa anyway." Qin Mo was at a loss for how to explain. Yellow Hair looked at Qin Mo with a cold smile. "Everyone here is a socialite. You, Qin Mo, are at most a nouveau riche. With your lowly status, don't even dream about it." Just as the few of them were about to enter the villa, they were stopped by the security guard. "What's with you guys? Do you have invitations?" "No one can enter without an invitation." Qin Mo originally wanted to help them get in, but he was mocked by Yellow Hair and the others for his good intentions. "Is this really your home? There's a limit to bragging." Just then several luxury cars drove up from a distance. Elder Lu and Aunt Zhang. When Aunt Zhang saw Qin Mo, she couldn't help but be a little surprised, then walked up to Qin Mo and exchanged some pleasantries. At this time Elder Lu took out the invitation and wanted to take everyone in, but he was told by the security guard that only one person could enter, and he couldn't bring unimportant people. Just then Qin Mo suddenly stepped forward and said with a smile, all right, just let everyone in. They are all my friends." But the security guard gave Qin Mo a cold look and then said immediately, "Who do you think you are?" Just then Tai Hang'an walked over with large strides and said, "What's all the noise?" When the crowd saw Tai Hang'an arrive, their hearts filled with joy. "Let's see how you explain yourself today, Qin Mo." But Tai Hang'an walked directly up to Qin Mo, bowed and said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, I'm late, my apologies." At this moment the atmosphere became eerily quiet. The underground emperor of Long City was actually so respectful to Qin Mo. The security guard said in a daze, "CEO Tai, I still don't quite understand." "You immediately." The security guard was slapped across the face by Tai Hang'an, who said, "Take a good look. Mr. Qin is the owner of this villa. If you make a mistake again, don't blame me for throwing you into the river to feed the fish." At this moment every word from Tai Hang'an was like a bolt of lightning striking the hearts of the crowd. Shu Ru looked at Qin Mo with a complicated expression, while Lu Shaoli excitedly hugged Qin Mo's arm and said, "Big brother is so amazing. Is this really your home?" Qin Mo smiled and waved to everyone. "Let's all go in together." Aunt Zhang watched this scene with some relief in her eyes, silently reminiscing about her best friend in her heart. "Did you see that?" Silently reminiscing about Xiaoshui. "Did you see that? Your son is very successful now. Qin Mo can stand on his own." The scene shifts to the villa's banquet hall. Many dignitaries and merchants toasted Qin Mo one after another. Qin Mo, already unable to hold his liquor, excused himself. Watching Qin Mo's retreating back, Yellow Hair couldn't help but think to himself, "An ordinary person like Qin Mo, I probably won't be able to surpass him in this lifetime." Just then the main door was suddenly pushed open. The people present were stunned to see the newcomer. Zhao Tailu pointed at Qin Mo and said menacingly, "Grandpa, this is the brat from Zhongjia village who dared to hit me. I already said I wouldn't let you go. With my grandpa here, you can just wait to die." Seeing this, the crowd quickly dispersed, afraid of offending the Zhao family of the military gate because of Qin Mo. Even Tai Hang'an was sweating coldly at this moment, thinking, "I'm so unlucky. I just started following Mr. Qin and he has already offended the Zhao family." Yellow Hair and the others were snickering on the side, saying, "Qin Mo is dead for sure this time." Just as the two were looking forward to it, Elder Zhao became furious. Zhao Beifeng suddenly raised his hand and slapped his grandson on the head. The slap was extremely loud, leaving everyone completely stunned. "Do you know who this is? Mr. Qin is my lifesaver. Get on your knees and apologize to Mr. Qin now." Seeing this, Tai Hang'an let out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Zhao Tailu, who had been spoiled rotten since childhood, to be beaten so badly for offending Qin Mo. Yet Zhao Tailu remained unrepentant and refused to apologize to Qin Mo. At this moment Qin Mo said coldly from the side, "What a disgrace to the military Zhao family." Hearing Qin Mo's words, Zhao Beifeng became furious. "Zhao Tailu, from this day on you are no longer a member of the Zhao family." Zhao Tailu's heart ached, but he could only agree. Zhao Tailu immediately knelt before Qin Mo under the gaze of the crowd. "Mr. Qin, please forgive me. I know I was wrong." Seeing this, Qin Mo said coldly, "Get up. Don't disgrace your military Zhao family again in the future." After this farce ended, Qin Mo suddenly said to everyone, All right, next is the main theme of today's banquet concerning the agency rights for the holy water of spiritual objects. This holy water of spiritual objects can prolong life and strengthen the body. Those of you with the ability can sell it on my behalf. The price for one cup is 100,000. Which of the people present was not a celebrity in Long City and had not seen a lot of the world, but to sell a cup of water for 100,000 sounded like a charlatan. Hearing this, Tai Hang'an was somewhat displeased. If Qin Mo hadn't stopped him, he probably would have torn the speaker's mouth. Just then, Zhao Beifeng suddenly stood up. "Everyone, why don't we let my grandson give it a try? He has been weak and sickly since childhood, so it will be convenient for everyone to see the effects of this holy water." But Zhao Tailu didn't believe that a small cup of water could make any difference. But when he drank it, his body emitted an unimaginably powerful force, making him feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Many wealthy merchants and powerful figures saw this, and immediately felt that the price of 100,000 was very reasonable. Zhao Beifeng on the side laughed heartily. "This is great. With this holy water, my grandson's wish to be a soldier since he was a child can finally be realized. Just as everyone was scrambling to be the agent for the holy water of spiritual objects, a dissonant voice suddenly rang out. If drinking this holy water can make you strong, what's the point of us soldiers training? Seeing the speaker, Zhao Beifeng couldn't help but be shocked. Long time no see, why are you here? The old man's name was Xu Feixiang, the commander-in-chief of the Chinese Navy, and the young man's name was Xu Cheng, an active-duty special forces soldier. The two were stationed in the military region all year round. Qin Mo was also very surprised by their appearance. To demonstrate the effect of the holy water of spiritual objects, Qin Mo spoke without hesitation. If you two don't believe me, you can fight with Zhao Tailu on the spot to see. You should know that Xu Cheng is an active-duty special forces soldier, compared to Zhao Tailu, that Zhao Tailu is simply no match for him. Who knew that Xu Cheng, upon hearing Qin Mo's words, would decisively agree? This made Zhao Tailu, who was at the side, break out in a cold sweat. The wealthy merchants and dignitaries also held skeptical attitudes about this. Qin Mo was undoubtedly exaggerating, defeating a special forces soldier just by drinking a mouthful of water. Zhao Tailu was a well-known weakling, he couldn't possibly do it. Qin Mo was seen saying firmly, "It's all right, I can make him do it." A cup of mineral water was worth more than 100,000. After Zhao Tailu drank it, he was able to gain superhuman strength, even holding his own against an active-duty special forces soldier. In the banquet hall of Qin Mo's villa, Zhao Tailu and Xu Cheng officially began their match. However, facing an active-duty soldier, Zhao Tailu still fled in panic out of cowardice. This made the wealthy merchants and dignitaries on the side scoff. Even after drinking the holy water, isn't he still a weakling? Just then, a shocking scene occurred. Zhao Tailu actually caught Xu Cheng's full-force blow. This was an attack from an active-duty special forces soldier. It was said that it could knock out a full-grown rhinoceros, but as Xu Cheng exerted force again, Zhao Tailu finally couldn't hold on and was sent flying several meters away. Xu Cheng slowly walked over and couldn't help but sneer, then stood up. The effect of the holy water is just to make you stronger. This level is not enough to fight against a special forces soldier. Zhao Tailu was heard saying in a low voice, "Qin Mo, aren't you going to help me? Are you just going to help with your eyes?" These words piqued Xu Cheng's interest. Qin Mo was seen walking over, squatting down, and whispering a few words in his ear. After hearing this, Zhao Tailu stood up again, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Xu Cheng, let's fight again. I won't run this time." As soon as his words fell, Zhao Tailu gathered all his strength and threw a punch at Xu Cheng. Followed by a kick in the air, he fought against the active-duty special forces soldier for dozens of rounds without falling. This made the military commander Xu Feixiang secretly amazed. Xiaolu can exchange a few rounds with Chang'er after drinking the holy water. If that's the case, with time he will surely succeed. The guests present went crazy when they saw this scene. They all started to compete for the agency rights of the holy water. Xu Cheng was very curious about what Qin Mo had said to him just now. Why did his whole person suddenly change? Hearing this, Zhao Tailu pretended to be flustered. "He told me if I lose he will beat me to death. So I was afraid of dying and dared to fight." Xu Cheng laughed out loud upon hearing this. No wonder, with Qin Mo's strength, if he really makes a move one would be dead or crippled. At this moment, Xu Feixiang walked up to Qin Mo and said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, I watched your match with Wei Shen on Kangwang Mountain before and have always wanted to get to know you. I would like to invite you to be a coach for the special forces." Qin Mo felt it was too troublesome after hearing this. Xu Feixiang quickly promised, "As long as Qin Mo comes to be the coach, the military region can give him the green light appropriately. With the status of the military region, it will be much more convenient to move around in the future." After careful consideration, Qin Mo agreed. "I will report to the military region in 2 days." On Bai Xin's side, facing numerous wealthy merchants and dignitaries who wanted the agency rights, he was already overwhelmed and hurriedly asked Qin Mo for help. Qin Mo was also stunned by everyone's frenzy. "Everyone listen to me. The agency rights for the spirit holy water will be fully entrusted to Tai Hang'an and Bai Xin. Please give priority to the Xu family for one of the agency rights." The wealthy merchants and dignitaries in the audience were puzzled. Which Xu family? It couldn't be that half-dead pharmaceutical factory, the Xu family in Long City, could it? What is the relationship between him, Qin Mo, and the Xu family? Hearing Qin Mo's words, Aunt Yang's eyes instantly reddened. After the banquet, Qin Mo noticed Bai Xin hiding on the side making a phone call. It seemed that Bai Yuren was in trouble. Qin Mo then walked over and asked, "Uncle Bai, what's wrong with Yuren?" Bai Xin, however, didn't want to trouble Qin Mo and casually brushed it off, but he saw Qin Mo say firmly, "Uncle Bai, even if you don't tell me, I can ask someone else." Bai Xin couldn't refuse, so he told Qin Mo everything. The call was from someone from the Yao family just now. Not only did the Yao family not honor their agreement, but they also insisted that Yao Wen marry Yuren. And it's getting more and more serious. They want to monopolize the pharmaceutical industry in Long City. I'll go talk to them tomorrow. After Qin Mo finished listening, his tone instantly turned cold. "Uncle Bai, I will accompany you to the Yao City tomorrow and help you solve this problem completely." The next day, at a hotel in Yaosheng City, Bai Xin looked humbly at the spokesperson of the Yao family. "You don't need to provide medicinal materials for free anymore, right? The Yaosheng market can just supply at the previous price. I beg you to let Yuren go and let go of the pharmaceutical world of Long City. The spokesperson of the Yao family, however, looked unconvinced. Don't you have that brat Chin Mo as your backer? It's too late to beg us now. To get a long-term supply for the Long City pharmaceutical world, you must give up 50% of your profits. And the Bai family must also marry into our Yao family. That's right, isn't Chin Mo very powerful? Didn't he subdue the martial arts master Wei Shen? Where are the others? Why haven't they come to save him? I'm telling you right here today. My Yao family is the emperor of the Huahai pharmaceutical world. What is Chin Mo? How dare he oppose the Yao family? Just then a voice suddenly came from outside the private room. A good Yao family. I, Chin Mo, am indeed nothing, but if your Yao family loses, you should honor the agreement. Hearing this, Yao Ning sneered. Haha, Chin Mo, do you really think I'm alone? The Huahai pharmaceutical world is under the control of my Yao family. If my Yao family doesn't honor the bet, what can you do? At this time, Chin Mo smiled and picked up a chopstick from the table to play with. Do you know what happens to a gambler who loses a bet and can't pay? Hearing Chin Mo's words, Yao Ning frowned and said, What do you mean? At this moment the chopstick in Chin Mo's hand suddenly flew out like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through his eyebrow. The speaker couldn't believe until the moment of his death that Chin Mo would actually dare to kill him. Chin Mo looked at Bai Shen as if nothing had happened. I will take care of the Yao family's affairs. Tomorrow morning the Yao family will obediently deliver the medicinal materials. Uncle Bai, don't see him again and don't bother him again. At this moment Bai Shen was trembling slightly. Watching Chin Mo's retreating back, he whispered, Yes, Mr. Chin. The next evening the Baifeng Pavilion in Yaosheng City was exceptionally lively. The powerful and wealthy merchants of Yaosheng City were all gathered here. Seeing Yao Ning arrive, everyone couldn't help but whisper, Didn't the Yao family lose the bet to Chin Mo before? I don't see any impact on the Yao family head. The person next to Yao Ning smiled faintly and said, That little mouse Chin Mo dares to provoke my Yao family? My Yao family disdains to pay him any mind, otherwise would he still be alive? Everyone was discussing, are they going to publicly violate the contract? Just then, Yao Wen said with a smile, Everyone can remember. Chin Mo pointed at a woman during the pharmacist competition and said she was from the Leng family. Later, because that woman proved the vanity god pill, he won the competition. Let me show you the fate of this so-called Leng family woman. Everyone curiously surrounded the cart, not knowing what was inside. Yao Wen stood up excitedly and said, I will unveil the curtain and let everyone see the fate of this so-called Leng family woman. The black cloth was suddenly unveiled, revealing an iron cage on the cart. Locked in the iron cage was Leng Xin. Yao Wen stroked Leng Xin's head and said with a smile, Didn't you say you are Leng Xin? If you can't prove it, then that Chin Mo didn't win. My Yao family naturally doesn't have to honor the bet. Hearing this, everyone was at a loss for how to answer for a moment. But in order to continue surviving in the pharmaceutical market, they quickly agreed with Yao Wen, saying that Leng Xin had died long ago. Chin Mo just randomly found a woman and said she was from the Leng family. He was the loser. Hearing everyone's voices, Yao Wen smiled. I heard that Chin Mo can save your appearance, and I can also destroy your appearance. Who knows you are Leng Xin now? Whoever dares to bring up the past, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this time, Yao Ning smiled and raised his wine glass. My Yao family is the ruler of Yaosheng City. At this moment, after he finished his celebratory wine, the glass exploded in front of him. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but get nervous. Who did it? Chin Mo was seen smiling at the crowd from the high platform. Such a lively banquet, why did you forget to invite me? Chin Mo's sudden appearance made everyone's face change instantly. Chin Mo was seen jumping down from the balcony. Then he walked indifferently to the cage, looked at the locked Leng Xin and couldn't help but clench his fists. How could people be so vicious? With a loud bang, Chin Mo actually pulled this iron cage open with brute force. Then Chin Mo carried Leng Xin out of the cage. Seeing that the person who came was Chin Mo, Leng Xin said happily, You're finally here. I'm so cold, can you not leave again? Chin Mo put her on the sofa, and he comforted her softly. I won't leave again. From now on in this Yaosheng City I'll let you be the master. Hearing this, Yao Ning was instantly furious. Chin Mo, what on earth are you trying to do? This is Yaosheng City, not Long City. When did it become the Leng family's turn to be the master? Chin Mo turned his head and said, suppressing the anger in his heart. In the pharmacist competition, the Yao family and the Bai family made a bet. Family head Yao should still remember, right? Yao Ning, however, smiled disdainfully and remembered, but my Yao family just won't abide by the bet. Chin Mo, what can you do to me? Chin Mo couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Is this true? Then I'll give you one last chance. Yao Ning said menacingly to Chin Mo again, What the hell are you? How dare you give my Yao family another chance? You should get out of Yaosheng City quickly, or the powerful people here will unite and beat you to death. 9 out of 10 parts of Yaosheng City's territory belong to them. The wealthy merchants and powerful people like grass on a wall also chimed in to mock Chin Mo. Chin Mo glanced faintly at the people supporting the Yao family. Then looking at the gorgeous banquet hall, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Baifeng Pavilion is so beautiful. Yaosheng City actually has such a gorgeous building. It's a pity that tonight will be a river of blood. As soon as his words fell, Chin Mo suddenly leapt up and grabbed the 2 nearest dignitaries, his palms striking their heads. The crowd was terrified and fled in all directions. Chin Mo looked coldly at the fleeing people, a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Tonight none of the Yao family will escape, the voice echoed through the hall like a judge. Before long, Baifeng Pavilion was littered with corpses. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo had killed more than half of the wealthy merchants and dignitaries in Yaosheng City. The Yao father and son tried to escape but were called back by Qin Mo. Yao Wenyan trembled and wanted to use the Yao family's prestige to scare Qin Mo away again, but he was kicked in the face by Qin Mo and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Mo had given the Yao family more than one chance, but in return they had become even more aggressive. Qin Mo looked coldly at Yao Ning and said, "Trouble family head Yao to gather all the dignitaries of Yaosheng City. I have something to say. By the way, just gathering the dignitaries isn't enough. I need you to help me find a dog." Hearing this, Yao Ning could only suppress his grief and comply. A moment later, Yao Ning led a dog and a group of dignitaries from Yaosheng City to Qin Mo. Qin Mo glanced at the crowd and said faintly, "Everyone has seen it. The Yao family died suddenly for some unknown reason, and Yao Jiasheng was so scared he lost his mind and is unable to lead. But the Yao family cannot be without a master for a single day. We need to find someone who can lead Yaosheng City to avoid everyone taking the wrong path." Although the people who took the wrong path understood the truth, no one dared to stand up at this time. However, the downfall of the Yao family was also a good thing. Everyone was making their own calculations, and some even recommended themselves, wanting to seize the leadership of Yaosheng City at this time. Qin Mo was seen smiling as he picked up the little guy and said faintly, "Stop arguing. I think this little dog is the most suitable to be the head of the Yao family and lead you." Yao Ning's eyes widened. This was a clear humiliation to the Yao family, but everyone dared not speak out in anger. Qin Mo frowned and said, "Are you not satisfied? Do you have any objections?" Yao Ning wanted to retort but thought of Qin Mo's decisive killing power. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down, and then he unwillingly bowed his head to the dog in Qin Mo's arms and said, "Greetings, head of the Yao family." Seeing this, Qin Mo showed a satisfied smile. "The free medicinal materials must be delivered to Long City tomorrow morning. Yes, this is the master's will, do you understand? By the way, there is one more thing. I forgot to say that its owner is Leng Xin." This made some of the dignitaries at the side feel unconvinced. Using a dog to humiliate the Yao family every time is one thing, but how can they let a lone orphan from the Leng family be the dog's master? Besides, Leng Xin's appearance is already ruined. Isn't this damaging the image of Yaosheng City? Qin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. "Who said Leng Xin's appearance is haggard?" After speaking, Qin Mo gathered spiritual energy in his palm. His face was close to Leng Xin, helping her heal her appearance. The wound on Leng Xin's waist and the scars on her body all recovered. The powerful nobles couldn't help but stand there in a daze. This ability to turn clouds with a flip of the hand and rain with a turn of the hand made everyone dare not have the slightest improper thought. Qin Mo glanced at the crowd indifferently. From now on, Leng Xin is the #1 person in the pharmaceutical world of Yaosheng City. After everything was done, Qin Mo brought Leng Xin to the Yao family's residence. The Yao family had already moved out. "This will be yours from now on as a comfort to the Leng family's spirits in heaven." After Qin Mo finished all this, he was about to leave, but he heard Leng Xin calling him with a blushing face. When Qin Mo turned around again, he saw Leng Xin revealing half of her chest. "I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself to you." Seeing this, Qin Mo hurriedly waved his hand, but his nosebleed wouldn't stop gushing. "I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. CEO Bai is still waiting for me to go back." Leng Xin watched Qin Mo's retreating back, looking at him happily in her heart. "In this life, I am your woman, Qin Mo." Qin Mo ran frantically all the way to Long City, but he didn't expect that as soon as he got out of the car he would be knelt down to by a group of wealthy merchants and dignitaries from Long City. What made Qin Mo even more unexpected was that, when Bai Yuran saw Qin Mo return, she also blushed. "Master, thank you for doing so much for me. This young lady has no way to repay you in this life except by offering myself to you." Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This is like jumping out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Thinking of this, Qin Mo hurriedly fled on the grounds of having something to do. Watching Qin Mo's retreating back, Bai Yuran couldn't help but curse. "I've already confessed, but you didn't even react, Master. Could it be that Master is gay?" After bidding farewell to Bai Yuran, Qin Mo drove directly to Tianfu restaurant. What Qin Mo didn't expect was that after Chen Wan left Zhangjia village, she actually went to Tianfu restaurant to apply for a job. However, because Chen Wan wanted to rest, the hotel was short-staffed, so she was scolded by the hotel manager. Just then, Qin Mo walked over and said her mother was sick. "Can the manager temporarily adjust her work schedule?" Seeing this, the lobby manager looked troubled. "Chen Wan is Mr. Qin's friend. Although I really want to do Mr. Qin this favor, I really can't find anyone to help right now." Hearing this, Qin Mo said, "How about I help Chen Wan work for half a day? Manager, give her half a day off." After hearing Qin Mo's words, the manager couldn't say much more and agreed. Compared to the private room of the Emperor Time, all the young generation of Long City, in order to celebrate Long Jun's joining the Wolfang Special Forces, they specially set up a celebration banquet here. Yellow Hair also took the opportunity to show off Qin Mo as his rival. Long Jun is a dragon among men, but the wine was not served for a long time, which made Yellow Hair a little angry. "What are these waiters doing? A bottle of red wine hasn't been delivered yet." Just then Chin Mo, dressed in a waiter's uniform, walked in carrying red wine. Seeing Chin Mo dressed as a waiter, Long Jun couldn't help but mock him. "We haven't seen each other in a few months. I didn't expect you to fall so low as to become a waiter in a hotel." Seeing this, yellow hair on the side chimed in. "Brother Long is now a member of the Wolfang Special Forces. Aren't you, Chin Mo, a great fighter? You'd better be more respectful to Brother Long in the future." Hearing this, Chin Mo just smiled nonchalantly. "Congratulations." Seeing Chin Mo's dismissive attitude, Long Jun was inwardly very displeased. "How dare a lowly waiter be so arrogant? Go get your manager." Lu Shaoli at the side couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to shout at Long Jun, "You're no fun at all. Chin Mo kindly congratulated you, yet you always deliberately make things difficult for him." Seeing his goddess defending Chin Mo, Long Jun flew into a rage, but due to Lu Shaoli's presence he couldn't make things too difficult for Chin Mo. At this moment Yellow Hair hurried forward and said fawningly, "Brother Long just wants him to show the proper attitude of a waiter. What's so hard about that? With that sullen face it's clear he's the one deliberately making things difficult for Brother Long." After hearing this, Long Jun looked at Chin Mo mockingly. "Today, Chin Mo, you must explain yourself for what happened before." Ever since he met Chin Mo at Lu Shaoli's birthday party, Long Jun had been thinking day and night about surpassing him. Now he had become a member of the top Wolfang Special Forces of the Chinese Navy. Today, Long Jun was going to wash away his shame in front of his goddess. Just then, Chin Mo smiled again, raised his wine glass and said, "Sorry, Long Jun, can't you even handle this?" Long Jun gave a contemptuous smile upon hearing this. "How dare you speak to me in that tone? Who do you think you are in front of others? You don't even have the right to kneel before me." But Chin Mo pretended not to hear and kept praising how good the red wine was, which made Long Jun, standing to the side, almost go mad with anger. Just then the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. The person who came was Long Tianhao, a big shot from the Yanjing military region, and also Long Jun's father. He had long heard about the matter between Chin Mo and his son and had come specially to give a kind reminder. "Junner is now a member of the Wolfang Special Forces, so you, Chin Mo, should recognize your place or else be careful not to be played to death." At this moment the air around them suddenly became quiet. Long Tianhao's arrival made the whole place a few degrees colder, but Chin Mo chuckled lightly and said, "I'm afraid you're overthinking it. I never intended to be your son's enemy. He's the one who insists on competing with me, so what can I do? The wine has been delivered, please enjoy. By the way, Long Jun, if you insist on causing trouble, I, Chin Mo, am always ready to accompany you. But if you want to use your status as a Wolfang member to pressure me, then you're looking down on me, Chin Mo." Hearing this, Long Jun's face turned red with anger. He shouted at Chin Mo's retreating back, "Chin Mo, you just wait. When I get back to the Wolfang Special Forces, the first person I'm going to kill is you." The next day, Tianxian Island Wolfang Troop Training Camp. Long Jun arrived at Wolfang to report, feeling excited. At the thought of Chin Mo being trampled under his feet, Long Jun couldn't help but smile to himself. "Chin Mo, I am now a soldier of Wolfang, and you're just a lowly waiter. How can you compare to me? A person like you is not worthy of being my opponent, and you even steal my thunder in front of Shaoli." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst into a maniacal laugh. At this time the soldiers next to him were discussing that this new recruit was crazy, probably like Fan Jin passing the imperial exam. Zhao Qing beside him couldn't help but urge him to hurry back to the team. Hearing this, Long Jun immediately put away his smile and seriously returned to the ranks. After rejoining the team, Zhao Qing told them, "Wolfang has recruited several new members this time and has also specially hired an all-around chief instructor." Hearing this, everyone was immediately curious. After hearing Xu Cheng say the instructor is a divine being, they were even more full of expectations. After a few hours, the mysterious instructor still hadn't shown up on time, which made everyone feel dissatisfied. Seeing this, Zhao Qing said, "Everyone be quiet." Just then, a frantic female officer suddenly appeared. "Soldiers, listen up. Thieves have infiltrated Tianxian Mountain. By order of the chief instructor, the Wolfang troops are to immediately proceed to suppress the bandits, kill the thieves to eliminate future trouble." The Wolfang members were instantly stunned. "Tianxian Mountain is our Wolfang's barracks. How could thieves have infiltrated?" The female officer shouted loudly, "Carry out the mission with speed and cut the crap." At this time, Long Jun raised a question. "Instructor, are we going to use live ammunition?" The female officer nodded slightly. "The instructor has ordered that if we encounter thieves, we should kill them directly without any hesitation." The Wolfang members were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Everyone held their weapons and, under the leadership of Captain Zhao Qing, quickly entered Tianxian Mountain. Everyone searched the mountain for 2 hours but couldn't hear the slightest sound. Zhao Qing's expression was grave at this moment, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, thinking that the thief had either already left or was an extremely skilled expert, able to remain hidden for 2 hours while being searched for with all their might without leaving a single trace. At this moment everyone's face showed an expression of incomparable shock. Hearing this, Long Jun kept wiping his sweat. Just then a black shadow flashed through the jungle. Everyone immediately noticed, raised their guns and fired, but the figure was like a ghost, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. but as it disappeared the black shadow stopped and looked back at everyone as if waiting for everyone to chase after it. At this moment one of them said, "He actually stopped. This is an insult to our Wolffang, we must take him down." The anger of the Wolffang members was instantly ignited. They chased the black shadow with all their might. Just as they were about to catch up with the thief, a huge net fell from the sky in the jungle, catching everyone in one fell swoop. Suddenly a voice that was familiar to Long Jun rang out. "I was within a 20-meter radius of you for 2 hours, yet you didn't notice me. I thought you were so proud that you had great abilities, but I didn't expect you to be such trash. From today on I am your chief instructor, Qin Mo, and I am responsible for turning you into true Wolffang." After seeing Qin Mo, Long Jun collapsed to the ground. "I can't believe any of this is real." At this moment Qin Mo slowly walked over and said, "Long Jun, you don't need to be discouraged because I never considered you an opponent from the beginning." Hearing this, Long Jun was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The others couldn't help but feel a little worried. Qin Mo glanced at him indifferently and said, "Quickly send him to the infirmary. The rest of you assemble on the training ground." At this moment, on the training ground of the Wolffang unit, Qin Mo announced that everyone no longer needed to practice military fitness techniques, but instead would practice his own creation, the body-refining forging technique. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew dissatisfaction from the soldiers. The military fitness technique is the basic boxing method for training in all major military regions since the founding of the country, and it has cultivated countless heroes for China. But Qin Mo took out a book unhurriedly. "As long as you diligently practice the moves in this book, I guarantee that you will have no problem dealing with those old soldiers who have practiced military boxing for 100,000 years. The soldiers of Wolffang naturally didn't quite believe it after hearing this, and even mocked Qin Mo for being a bit arrogant. "Instructor Qin, your strength is good, but that doesn't mean we can ignore Wolffang's rules and training system." Seeing everyone's dissatisfaction with Qin Mo, Long Jun was naturally the most excited, and he took this opportunity to replace this guy, Qin Mo. But Qin Mo said lightly, "If you feel dissatisfied, you can report it to the higher-ups and have my position replaced." His words made Long Jun smile. He immediately stepped out from the ranks. "I will report this to the military leaders." With Long Jun taking the lead, many dissatisfied team members also stood up one after another. Zhao Qing tried his best to dissuade them, but he couldn't stop the team members' steps. Qin Mo waved his hand. "No need to say more. All right, let them go. The rest of you train them well." At this time, in the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Military Region, a man in a military uniform slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "I refuse to accept this. I, Commander Shu, have led Wolffang for decades, and even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. Why am I being demoted to deputy officer? To give it to a wet behind-the-ears kid, I will never accept it." Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and everyone shouted in unison, "Sir, Wolffang must not be handed over to Qin Mo. If Wolffang is given to him, its reputation will surely be ruined." As soon as the team members entered the office, they started talking all at once. Xu Feixiong angrily slammed the table. "You're not making any sense. One at a time, speak slowly." Long Jun stood up as the representative and said excitedly, "Reporting to the chief instructor has arbitrarily replaced the basic body refining techniques of the army with his own research moves." Hearing this, Xu Feixiong was also completely dumbfounded. Instructor Wang kept slapping the table in pain and said, "Listen, this kid Qin Mo is so bold, I will never let him stay here or he will definitely bring disaster to Wolffang." Hearing this, Xu Feixiong instantly looked over seriously and said, "If that's the case, I should handle it properly. The foundation of the army is not a joke. He cannot easily change the bottom line." On the training ground, more than a dozen team members were training, dripping with sweat. Zhao Qing whispered to Qin Mo, who was lying on the side, "Instructor Qin, the leaders are here." Instructor Wang walked over with an angry face. "Look at what kind of stuff you're practicing. I knew you, this wet behind-the-ears brat, would only be a disaster." Hearing this, Qin Mo frowned and said, "And who are you?" Instructor Wang smiled proudly. "When I was leading Wolffang, you were still kicking in your mother's womb." Seeing Qin Mo being humiliated, Long Jun instantly burst out laughing. But Qin Mo said indifferently, "So you're the instructor who led the Wolffang Special Forces assessment and was last every year. An instructor who can't produce results still has the face to laugh at me?" Hearing this, Instructor Wang gritted his teeth. "No matter what, the Wolffang I trained is stronger than you, you little brat." Qin Mo looked at him playfully and said, "I wonder if Instructor Wang dares to compete with me?" At this time, Xu Feixiong shook his head with a wry smile. "Instructor Qin, you may not know, but Instructor Wang is the #1 individual combatant in our Chinese naval region. With 40 years of experience in military boxing, there's no need for you to do this." Instructor Wang, who was beside him, laughed loudly. "You brat, you dare to challenge me? I'm afraid 10 of you wouldn't be enough for me to fight." But Qin Mo smiled and pointed to the several Wolffang members who were training behind him. "Who said I was going to fight you? I said I'd let my team members fight you." Long Jun on the side beamed with a smile and said, Chin Mo, if you don't dare to compete with Instructor Wang, that's fine, but do you want to send your team members to their deaths? Instructor Wang looked at Chin Mo with a cold smile and said contemptuously, this young whippersnapper. But Chin Mo ignored him directly, turned to look at the crowd and waved to Zhao Qing, saying, you've only been training for a few hours and I think you've practiced the best here. This time you fight him, just use what I taught you. Zhao Qing slowly stepped out from the ranks. Although he had accepted the order, his heart was in a panic. Then he walked up to Instructor Wang, cupped his hands and said, a military order is like a mountain. Instructor Wang, please forgive my offense. Hearing this, Instructor Wang stood proudly in place, completely ignoring Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing, you watch carefully. Those useless things are not to be learned. As soon as his words fell, Instructor Wang suddenly threw a punch at Zhao Qing's face. But Zhao Qing flexibly dodged the instructor's fist with what he had learned. Instructor Wang was momentarily enraged and threw several punches at Zhao Qing in succession. But they were all dodged by Zhao Qing's agile body. Instructor Wang was now exhausted, looking at Zhao Qing with an expression of disbelief. Is this still the soldier I trained? Just then, Zhao Qing excitedly threw a final punch, hitting Instructor Wang hard on the chin. The instructor's body was seen flipping in the air before falling heavily to the ground. The Wolfang members were stunned by this scene. The mountain was completely silent. Instructor Wang struggled to his feet. Instructor, I am thoroughly convinced of my loss today. Perhaps I am really old. In the future, Wolfang will be in your hands, young man. I have been complacent, not knowing that there are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I am not worthy to remain in Wolfang. After speaking, he slowly walked down the mountain. Suddenly, Chin Mo's voice came from behind. Instructor Wang, please stay. As a junior who has just arrived at Wolfang, I only have a superficial understanding of the internal situation. I still need Instructor Wang's help and guidance. With tears in his eyes, Instructor Wang bowed deeply to Chin Mo, his voice echoing throughout Tianqian Mountain. From today on, I Wang am a member under Instructor Qin, and I will follow Chief Instructor Qin's orders. A few days later, Zhao Qing and others were sent to Huahai University to serve as military training instructors. Yellow Hair, as the captain, served as the military training captain, and even used his position to punish Chin Mo by making him clean the toilets. Seeing this, Qian Di wanted to stand up for Chin Mo, but Chin Mo waved his hand, thinking it was a good opportunity to take a break. Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky above Huahai University, and an emergency alarm sounded. Emergency alert, emergency alert. A Wolfang Special Forces aircraft will be commandeering the playground for landing. Students, please evacuate to a safe area immediately. The students immediately erupted in a tsunami of screams. Zhao Qing, as the captain, walked up to the students and introduced himself. Thank you for the welcome, students. From now on, we will officially be your instructors. Everyone please dismiss for now and get to know each other. After dismissing, Yellow Hair hurried over to Long Jun. Brother Jun, let's discuss something. Brother Jun, Chin Mo is also participating in this military training. Shouldn't we give him a hard time? Hearing that Chin Mo was also here, Long Jun immediately broke out in a cold sweat, but he still pretended to be calm. I am now a member of Wolfang. Chin Mo and I are not on the same level at all. I can't be bothered to provoke him anymore. Hearing this, Yellow Hair burst out laughing. Then let us take care of him for Brother Long. Before you came, I had already prepared a big gift for Brother Long. After speaking, they grabbed Long Jun's arm and started running. Chin Mo had already arrived at the men's dormitory bathroom. Long Jun immediately had an ominous premonition. As soon as he walked in, Long Jun was stunned. Chin Mo was holding a mop and looking over here. Hello, Instructor Long. I just washed the mop. Yellow Hair and the other one still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and were gloating over their masterpiece. Unexpectedly, Long Jun directly gave them each a big slap across the face. After that, Long Jun hurriedly took the mop from Chin Mo's hand. Instructor Chin, this was not my intention. It was all their doing. Instructor, let me do the sweeping. You two hurry up and apologize to the instructor. Hearing this, Yellow Hair and the other one were completely stunned. It was a long time after Chin Mo left that Long Jun finally came to his senses. You two almost got me killed. Don't follow me on this. Go and clean the toilet properly. The scene shifts to 12 o'clock at night. Yellow Hair and the other one, reeking, came out of the toilet, their resentment towards Chin Mo having increased considerably. Just then, the two of them suddenly stopped. A figure appeared in the dark corridor blocking their way. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Yellow Hair found it somewhat familiar. You are Lu Chang. Yellow Hair shook his head in panic. I'm not Lu Chang, I'm Lu Ruo. The man in black didn't give him time to explain and uttered two words, beat them. The next morning, a large crowd gathered under the apple tree at the school. Yellow Hair was seen hanging there with his clothes in disarray in a shameful posture. Passing students all vied to take pictures and post them on their social media. Meanwhile, in the skies of Huahai province at an altitude of 10,000 meters, an armed helicopter not belonging to China suddenly flew out of the airspace of Huahai province. It was the American Zayuan army, invited to China for a martial arts competition. Inside the helicopter, the core team members were smiling smugly. In their eyes, the Chinese soldiers were no match for them. Two special forces teams had already been defeated by them. This time, they were going to Huahai province to fight China's weakest unit, Wolfang, not to mention that Wolfang's chief instructor had been replaced by a 20-year-old college student. To have a greenhorn in charge, it's really fallen on hard times. At this moment at Huahai University, Zhao Qing walked up to Qin Mo with a flustered expression and said, "Tomorrow we have a competition on military tactics with the U.S. Sea Lion Special Forces, and I would like to ask him to come forward and give some guidance." After hearing this, Qin Mo had an indifferent attitude. Seeing Qin Mo's casual and perfunctory attitude, Zhao Qing hurriedly emphasized to Qin Mo, "This competition concerns the dignity of the Chinese military region. You can't take it lightly." Qin Mo saw through Zhao Qing's thoughts and said calmly, "I'm here, don't panic." These words gave Zhao Qing a strong dose of reassurance. The next day, on the playground of Huahai University, the Wolfang battle flag fluttered in the wind. Zhao Qing also told the students about the mission and glory carried by the Wolfang battle flag. During the training, the students suddenly started clamoring, wanting to see the strength of the Wolfang soldiers. It was hard to refuse their enthusiasm, so Zhao Qing couldn't say no. He immediately sent Xu Cheng to perform for everyone. Xu Cheng smiled and pointed to the apple tree in the distance, telling everyone to keep their eyes on the third fruit. As soon as his words fell, he squatted down, aimed at the apple, and pulled the trigger. The apple 800 meters away was accurately shattered. Instantly, the students erupted in fervent applause. Just then, another gunshot suddenly rang out. The Wolfang battle flag broke in response. Everyone looked up and saw an American armed helicopter appear above them. One of the Wolfang members shouted angrily, "How dare you insult our China?" Zhao Qing suppressed his anger and couldn't complain. The more this happened, the calmer he had to be. "Listen to my command." The Wolfang members prioritized escorting the students off the playground, then looked coldly at the landing Sea Lion Special Forces. "You just broke the Wolfang military flag, which is going too far. And this is China." The Americans' attitude was extremely arrogant, and they even said with great arrogance, "So what?" Xu Cheng couldn't hold back his temper. His heart suddenly stirred, and he stepped forward and roared, "Raise the Wolfang flag again." But unexpectedly, he was mocked by the Sea Lion members. "Our Sea Lion unit only follows the orders of its own battle flag. Are you trying to make us raise the Sea Lion flag? I heard you have a young chief instructor. He hasn't run away in fear, has he?" First they broke the battle flag, and then they repeatedly insulted the Wolfang chief instructor. Even if the Wolfang members had the best temper, they could not endure such an insult. Even if they had to fight with all their might, they had to make the Sea Lions apologize for the Wolfang military flag and the dignity of the Chinese soldiers. For a time the two sides were at daggers drawn. Following the orders of Zhao Qing and the Sea Lion captain, the two groups instantly engaged in battle. At this moment, Qin Mo finally appeared on the training ground. He picked up the broken flag and shouted, "Who did this?" After learning it was the Sea Lion unit, a sharp look gradually appeared in Qin Mo's eyes. On the training ground, the Wolfang members were beaten to the ground. A month of training was ultimately no match for the Sea Lions. A Sea Lion member also casually mocked Wolfang, calling them all trash, wiped out in one move. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed throughout the training ground. "Who says Wolfang is completely wiped out? In the name of Wolfang, I challenge the Sea Lion unit." Qin Mo was seen carrying the battle flag alone, slowly walking over. The Sea Lion members couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "The entire Wolfang has lost its combat effectiveness. What are you, that you're worthy to challenge us?" Qin Mo's eyes were sharp as he said, "No, you're mistaken. It's me alone who will wipe out you bunch of scumbags." In the face of Qin Mo's outrageous claim to challenge the entire Sea Lion unit by himself, the Sea Lion members erupted in a tsunami of laughter. "So this is your Wolfang chief instructor? Your Chinese military region is truly pathetic. Our Sea Lion's fighting techniques focus on actual combat and are countless times stronger than your Chinese military boxing. Kid, you're just a wet behind the ears fellow. Hurry home and drink your milk." Qin Mo suppressed his anger and said coldly, "What's there to show off about, you American trash?" Hearing this, the Sea Lion member was instantly enraged, clenched his fist, jumped up and smashed it towards Qin Mo. But unexpectedly, Qin Mo lightly swatted and that Sea Lion member was sent flying like a fly. Seeing this, all the Sea Lion members shouted unsportsmanlike conduct and began to attack Qin Mo in a group. Qin Mo was seen to be calm and unhurried, knocking everyone down with one punch each and even planting the Wolfang military flag on the bodies of the defeated. This made Zhao Qing and the others watch in stunned silence. The captain finally understood why Qin Mo could become the chief instructor of Wolfang at such a young age. "I absolutely will not allow such a person to exist in the Chinese military region. If you are an enemy, I can only eliminate you." Instantly, the Sea Lion captain's face changed to a smile and said, "Stop fighting. I have experienced Chief Instructor Qin's strength. The team members are full of youthful vigor and we're just playing around. This isn't an official competition. How about we go to Wolfang for a match tomorrow? According to international practice, the winner is determined by capturing the opponent's fortress or hitting the opponent's only sniper. Of course, the bullets will be replaced with paintballs." Qin Mo thought to himself, "This guy changes his tune faster than flipping a book," but he still agreed. "All right, if we win, you must raise the Wolfang military flag again. If Wolfang loses, you can do whatever you want with us." The next day, Tianxian Island. Zhao Qing was puzzled to see that Qin Mo had only prepared ropes, but Qin Mo said indifferently, "Ropes are enough for me. You take everyone to guard the position, let Xu Cheng be the sniper, and leave the rest to me." After the competition officially began, the Sea Lion captain ordered Group A to launch a feint attack on the enemy's fortress. Group B followed him to lure Chin Mo to an ambush point. His plan from the beginning was to kill Chin Mo, so the sniper rifle was already loaded with live ammunition. And the Sea Lion sniper was ruthless and would surely not miss. On the other side, Wolfang Fortress. Zhao Qing discovered the figures of the Sea Lion members with his binoculars and promptly notified Xu Cheng of this news. After a few gunshots, several Sea Lion members were hit. Group B, led by the Sea Lion captain, discovered Chin Mo's figure in the jungle. Suddenly, a rope entangled one person's ankle. In an instant, this Sea Lion member was hung up by a trap set by Chin Mo. Seeing this, everyone's faces instantly showed expressions of terror. Chin Mo said calmly, "So don't be afraid, I discovered you long ago." Then Chin Mo waved the rope and performed again. "Man, don't run, come be my lasso." Although the Sea Lion captain was panicked on the surface, he was overjoyed inside. A God-sent opportunity, this way he could lure Chin Mo into the sniper's range. At this moment, Chin Mo had entered the firing range and the captain and his men quickly took cover. With a gunshot, a bullet shot towards Chin Mo like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Qing and the others were shocked. "What's going on? Is that a real gunshot? A paintball gun can't make such an explosive sound. Could it be?" At this moment, inside the Sea Lion fortress, a man holding a sniper rifle said coldly into the walkie-talkie, "Reporting, sir, you can go and collect the body." Not long after, the news that Chin Mo had been assassinated by a Sea Lion member with a live round reached Instructor Wang's ears. Upon hearing the news, the instructor's face turned purple with anger. How dare the Americans openly violate the rules of the exercise and show off their power on Wolfang's territory? Zhao Qing, I order you to assist Instructor Chin at all costs. Zhao Qing was now leading the Wolfang team towards the Sea Lion fortress. As they got closer, they found that the front of the fortress was filled with thick smoke, obscuring everyone's view. And on the other side, the Sea Lion instructor was still laughing. That arrogant and foolish Chin Mo daring to storm the fortress with just a few ropes. If you die, you have only yourself to blame. While the fog hasn't lifted, slowly find his body. Didn't they say his kung fu was amazing? Just then, a Sea Lion member pointed to the bushes and said, "Chief Instructor, look over here." The Sea Lion instructor saw this and smiled. Just then, everyone in the thick fog was suddenly entangled by a rope around their waists. Chin Mo was seen holding the rope and pulling it. In an instant, the Sea Lion members were all hoisted up. Zhao Qing, who was not far away, heard the commotion, gathered his men, and the Wolfang members rushed over. But as the smoke slowly dissipated, a familiar voice rang in everyone's ears. "Zhao Qing, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to guard the fortress?" Zhao Qing and the others were both shocked and overjoyed to see him. Not only was Instructor Chin still alive, but he had also single-handedly captured the entire Sea Lion unit. Chin Mo, however, was puzzled by their expressions. After all, dealing with these Americans was like child's play to him. After the exercise, the two Special Forces teams returned to the playground of Huahai University. As agreed, Sea Lion members raised the Wolfang flag again and knelt before the Wolfang members to atone for their actions. The instructor of the U.S. Sea Lion Special Forces expresses his deepest apologies to the Chinese Wolfang Special Forces. "Please accept our apology." Seeing the Wolfang military flag being raised again, everyone's awe for Chin Mo deepened. This exercise not only enhanced Wolfang's strength but also won glory for China. Chin Mo was the biggest contributor this time and was awarded a Lifetime Medal of Honor by the military. Since the founding of China, only 2 people had received this honor. Chin Mo was the third and also the youngest. Before everyone could congratulate Chin Mo, a police car suddenly drove up. A beautiful policewoman got out of the car, pointed at Chin Mo and said, "Do you know what you've done?" Chin Mo, however, looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, the beautiful policewoman became even more furious. "Cut the crap, you're coming with me." Hearing this, Chin Mo panicked instantly. "Wait, officer sister, it's not very nice to snatch a civilian man in front of everyone." The beautiful policewoman immediately took out an arrest warrant. "My name is Sei Shaolon. You are suspected of smuggling illegal drugs in Yaosheng City, causing many deaths. This is your arrest warrant." After seeing the arrest warrant, Chin Mo stood frozen on the spot. Zhao Qing, standing beside him, believed that Chin Mo couldn't possibly do such a thing and spoke up for him, but was silenced by a glare from Sei Shaolon. Just like that, Chin Mo was inexplicably taken back to the police station by the beautiful policewoman. After 5 interrogations, Chin Mo was finally released. To investigate the truth, Chin Mo called Bai Xin. After learning about the situation, Bai Xin looked troubled for a moment. "It seems the police came to you because of the gantailing incident. I only found out about it today as well." Chin Mo also understood Bai Xin's meaning. He suspected that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes and decided to investigate the matter himself. Just then a voice sounded behind Chin Mo. "Chin Mo, you bastard, I'm going to follow you until I find evidence of you selling drugs." Late at night at the Longcheng Port Drug Inspection Institute, 2 staff members were heard whispering, "I heard Mr. Chin's men are coming again tonight. We can earn some extra money again." Hearing this, Sei Shaolon became even more certain that Chin Mo was the mastermind behind the drug smuggling. To prove his innocence, Chin Mo stripped the 2 staff members, put on their clothes and began to inspect the port. At this time, the dock was bustling with activity. "Boss, once we finish this big order today, we can call it a day." Red Hair smiled upon hearing this. As long as this batch of goods entered the Longcheng market, even if there was a problem with gantailing, it would take 3 to 5 days to find out. By then, even if countless big shots in Longcheng wanted to protect Qin Mo, he would be a dead man. The young man burst out laughing. This is all thanks to the boss's plan of shipping goods under Qin Mo's name. I didn't expect those idiots at the Drug Inspection Institute to be so easy to fool. Red Hair was triumphant upon hearing this. When they arrived later, a little bit of money would guarantee everything was foolproof. Just then, a cough interrupted their conversation. Did Mr. Chen ask you to deliver goods again? Seeing Qin Mo and the other person arrive, Red Hair gestured to his subordinate, who took out 2 envelopes. You two have worked hard. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Seeing this, Sei Shaolon thought to herself that these people didn't know Qin Mo at all, so something was indeed fishy. Qin Mo sneered after taking the envelope, but in the next second he directly choked Red Hair by the neck and said, "Speak, who is your mastermind?" That Red Hair was shocked and hurriedly explained that it was Qin Mo's orders. "I am Qin Mo himself. When did I ever give you such an order?" After learning that this was Qin Mo himself, Red Hair was so scared that he knelt on the spot and confessed that all of this was the idea of the southern prefecture. Hearing this, Qin Mo's face instantly darkened. He also understood that without the old fellow Wu Shaoqi as a backer, these small fry wouldn't dare to be so audacious. Red Hair and the others knelt on the ground, constantly begging for mercy. "Master Qin, please spare us for the sake of the southern prefecture. When we go back, we will definitely put in a few good words for you in front of the prefecture lord." But Qin Mo showed a meaningful smile. "I'm afraid a few good words from you won't be enough. I'd better send Prefecture Lord Wu a big gift." After speaking, he took out the gantailing and said to everyone, "Hurry up and eat 1 box per person. Do you want to eat it yourselves or should I feed it to you?" At this moment, Red Hair and the others, in order to save their lives, had no choice but to comply. After swallowing the gantailing, they got into the coffins as Qin Mo requested. At this moment, the southern prefecture was holding a birthday banquet for its lord, Wu Shaoqi. Wu Shaoqi's old friend of many years smiled and said to him, "I heard a kid named Qin Mo has been messing with the southern prefecture recently." Wu Shaoqi heard the mockery in his old friend's words and smiled contemptuously. "In a few more days this kid will definitely kneel before me and apologize. I've set a big trap for Qin Mo. When the time comes, he won't be able to escape death even if he wants to." Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly flattered the prefecture lord for his brilliance. "This trick of borrowing a knife to kill is truly amazing." Just then, the greeter at the door shouted, "Qin Mo from Longcheng has sent someone with 10 great gifts to wish the prefecture lord a long life." Wu Shaoqi laughed heartily, stood up and said, "Speak of the devil, but even if Qin Mo prepares 80 gifts I won't let him off. I must avenge Wenner. Everyone come with me and see what that kid has brought to celebrate my birthday." The moment the boxes were opened, Wu Shaoqi was instantly stunned. Inside the 10 coffins were neatly arranged corpses. The air in the entire southern prefecture was filled with the smell of blood. Seeing this, Wu Shaoqi was furious. "Qin Mo, I will tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes." At this time, in a barbecue restaurant in Longcheng, Sei Shaolon had specially come to treat Qin Mo to a meal to thank him for his help in solving the case. But she only heard a customer next to her say angrily, "You're taking me to a place like this to eat?" The person next to him hurriedly flattered him. "When we get to Yaosheng City, young Master Hua, we have already booked a private room at a 5-star hotel to treat Mr. Qin together." Hua Feng, however, said arrogantly, "What kind of status does my master have? Or are you worthy? This time I'm going to Yaosheng City to participate in the medicine competition. I didn't even tell Mr. Qin. I'll tell him after I get first place." His voice was extremely loud, as if he was afraid that others didn't know he was Qin Mo's disciple. Sei Shaolon couldn't help but smile at Qin Mo after hearing their conversation. "I didn't expect you to have a disciple older than you." But even Qin Mo himself didn't know about this. At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask young Master Hua how old the famous Mr. Qin was and what he looked like. Hua Feng was instantly stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said randomly, "My master, he is an old man in his 60s, with white hair and a sage-like demeanor." Sei Shaolon at the next table couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laughter was heard by Hua Feng, who looked over with an angry face. After seeing Sei Shaolon's appearance, he was instantly stunned. Sei Shaolon said nonchalantly to the crowd, "I'm laughing at my own business." Hua Feng, however, walked over with a wicked smile and said, "What are you laughing at?" Then he slapped the table and said to Qin Mo, "Kid, get lost and let me talk to this young lady." Seeing this, Sei Shaolon said, "You don't know who he is." Hua Feng still said arrogantly, "I don't care who that kid is, get lost." His elder brother, worried that Hua Feng would cause trouble, grabbed his hand and told him not to cause trouble, but he was pushed against the wall and shouted, "Who's your brother? We don't have the same mother." At this moment, Sei Shaolon said unhurriedly, "He is the master you were talking about, Mr. Qin." Hua Feng, however, said angrily, "Just a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet, who are you trying to fool?" At this time, Qin Mo had no choice but to reveal his identity himself, and took out a photo of Yan He being his medicine boy at the pharmacist competition. Hua Feng was stunned when he saw it. He knelt down on the spot, picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on his head, apologizing to Qin Mo. "Mr. Qin, I was just joking. I have always admired you and wanted to be your disciple." Qin Mo kicked Hua Feng indifferently. "I'm sorry, I will never take someone like you as a disciple. Let's go, Shaolon. I'll take you back to the police station." Qin Mo's rejection made Hua Feng feel a strong hatred. I'm a top pharmacist in Nanqi, what's with his attitude? Just then a voice stopped Qin Mo, who was about to leave. Mr. Qin, Xiao Feng is not a bad person at heart, I hope you don't forget it, I'll let him go, it's his blessing to have a brother like you. Qin Mo walked away without looking back. Just as he dropped Sei Xiaolon off at the police station entrance, he saw Bai Xin running over in a hurry. Mr. Qin, I've been looking for you all over Longcheng and finally found you. Yaosheng City is hosting a medicine competition this time, and I'd like to invite you to be a judge. Qin Mo looked at Bai Xin's anxious face and couldn't help but ask, Yaosheng City is now Leng Xin's territory, so I'll go. But why do you look a bit troubled? Don't you want me to be a judge? Hearing this, Bai Xin handed over a notice. It's not that I disagree, I'm just a little worried. The southern prefecture has put a bounty on you, so there must be many people who want to kill you. On the day of the competition, famous pharmacists from all over Huahai province gathered. The winner this time would not only get the title of pharmacist, but also be eligible to become Yan He's disciple. The halo of being Yan He's disciple made many pharmacists go crazy just then with the host's shout. The audience erupted in an uproar. Now let's welcome a mysterious guest to serve as the chief judge of this competition. A round of applause please. Qin Mo was seen walking slowly in a trench coat. The chief judge had the power of direct veto, which could be said to hold the life and death of the contestants in his hands. When Hua Feng saw Qin Mo slowly walking over, he thought to himself, am I not finished now? Qin Mo smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's you two brothers, huh? Don't worry, I won't hold a grudge about what happened before. Hearing this, Hua Feng hurriedly thanked Qin Mo, but secretly swore to himself that once he got first place he would definitely kill Qin Mo. At this time the host saw Qin Mo sit down, and hurriedly announced the start of the competition. At this time in the southern prefecture, Wu Shaoqi was extremely angry beyond comparison because no one dared to take the bounty on Qin Mo, so he could only spend more money to hire stronger people. He had to avenge his son. On the other side, the pharmacist competition was nearing its end. Everyone had refined their own signature pills. Contestant Hua Feng refined the Dragon Tiger pill. The audience below couldn't help but exclaim, the young master of the Hua family is indeed amazing. An illegitimate son is still an illegitimate son after all. Leng Xin, Yan He and Bai Xin exchanged glances and had an idea, and Qin Mo noticed all of this and had his own thoughts. The host opened the letter from Leng Xin and said with a smile, I announce that the first place in this medicine competition is contestant Hua Feng. Just then a voice interrupted the applause. Stop! Qin Mo's face was ashen, clearly having an objection to this result. Hearing this, Hua Feng was so angry he couldn't help but clench his teeth. This bastard Qin Mo, is he trying to take public revenge in front of everyone? No one present had any objections except for the chief judge, Qin Mo. The audience couldn't help but suspect that Qin Mo was trying to manipulate the competition. Qin Mo then walked onto the stage and pointed at YFA saying, I announce that the first place in this competition is YFA. This news struck everyone like a thunderbolt. Hua Feng looked at Qin Mo, instantly enraged. Open your eyes and look clearly. This is a top-grade pill, and his blood vermilion pill is just a trash pill. On what grounds do you give him first place? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will not let this rest. Qin Mo, however, calmly looked at the audience below. A doctor's most important quality is medical ethics. Although Hua Feng's Dragon Tiger pill can temporarily boost stamina, it will cause organ overload and permanent damage. Hua Fa's blood vermilion pill, on the other hand, minimizes side effects and is harmless to the human body. Therefore, Hua Fa is the first place. Moreover, today I will also take Hua Fa as my disciple. Everyone was shocked by Qin Mo's insight. No one had thought of this layer, only that the Dragon Tiger pill was difficult to refine. Seeing this scene, Hua Feng was so angry he couldn't swallow his food. Qin Mo, you just wait. At night, on the back mountain of the Yao family, Hua Feng called Hua Fa to the top of the mountain. It's been so many years, we two brothers have never had a good chat. Are you happy that you won first place? Hua Fa said with a slightly bitter smile. Of course I'm happy, but if you had won first place, I would have been happy for you too. Hua Feng, you are my younger brother, can't you be happy for me? Hua Feng suddenly said crazily. I'm not your brother, I don't have an illegitimate brother. Losing to a bastard like you today is the biggest stain on my life. Hua Feng. As soon as his words fell, Hua Feng took out a dagger from his pocket and instantly stabbed it into Hua Fa's body. A bastard should just die. At this moment in the park at the foot of the mountain, Bai Xin heard that Qin Mo was going to Nanqi and couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Mr. Qin, have you forgotten about the southern prefecture's bounty? Nanqi is the southern prefecture's territory. Qin Mo's expression, however, was unusually firm. I'm only a few great Peiyuan pills away from breaking through my cultivation level. According to Leng Xin, most of the medicinal materials for refining the great Peiyuan pill are produced in the south. So I have to go. Hearing this, Bai Xin looked troubled. Mr. Qin, forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid you've underestimated the southern prefecture's power in Nanqi. He then pointed to the distance and continued, Do you see that city with brilliant lights? That is Nanshi, and the southern prefecture is in the center of Nanshi. Qin Mo frowned slightly. The center of a city? It seems the southern prefecture has a high status. Bai Xin smiled bitterly. It's more than high, it's practically the ruler of Nanshi. Now that the southern prefecture has issued a bounty, every martial arts family in Nanshi, big or small, knows about it. If you enter Nanshi just like this, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Just as Qin Mo was pondering, he heard a boom. A huge rock suddenly rolled down from the top of the mountain, and a blurry figure fell beside the two of them. It was Hua Fa, who had been personally pushed off the cliff by Hua Feng. Qin Mo checked Hua Fa's pulse and frowned. After being pushed off the cliff, only a sliver of breath remained. Bai Xin was stunned, unable to imagine who would be so bold. At this moment, Hua Fa leaned close to Qin Mo's ear and with his last breath gave his final instructions, then fell into an eternal sleep. Qin Mo's eyes sharpened, and he had an answer in his heart. Although he had only known his disciple Hua Fa for less than half a day, Qin Mo swore that he would not let him die in vain. Qin Mo's face was grim as he said, CEO Bai, I've suddenly thought of a way to both avenge Hua Fa and sneak into the southern prefecture. In the mountain forest at night, led by Hua Feng, everyone was anxiously searching for the missing Hua Fa. Soon, someone found a pool of blood at the foot of the mountain. After seeing it, Hua Feng couldn't help but wonder. The location of the fall is about where I expected, but where is the body? To avoid arousing suspicion, Hua Feng immediately burst into tears. Seeing Hua Feng so sad, everyone comforted young Master Hua. But Ling Xin, standing beside him, frowned. It's just a pool of blood, how can you prove that Hua Fa is dead? A supervisor of the Yao family couldn't help but sigh. Patriarch Leng, you may not know, but there are often beasts in the back mountain of the Yao family in the evening. I'm afraid Big Brother Hua has met with misfortune. At this time, someone else said, since Hua Fa is dead, the first place in the pharmacist competition should be given to young Master Hua Feng. Hua Feng was overjoyed to hear this, but on the surface he still pretended to be grief-stricken. What are you talking about? My brother has just met with misfortune. How can I take a title that doesn't belong to me? I also think the first place should be given to my younger brother. A voice suddenly came, stunning everyone. Two figures gradually emerged from the darkness. It was Hua Fa and Bai Xin. The Hua Fa at this moment was actually Qin Mo in disguise. Seeing that Hua Fa was still alive, Hua Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. At this time, Ling Xin, who was beside him, said coldly, this first place cannot be given casually. After all, it was arranged by Mr. Qin, so we still have to listen to Mr. Qin. Qin Mo smiled and said, Patriarch Leng, don't worry. My master returned to Longcheng overnight. Before he left, I had already asked for his instructions, and my master agreed in front of CEO Bai. Ling Xin heard Bai Xin nod, so she couldn't say much more. Then this first place goes to Hua Feng. After Hua Feng received the first place trophy, he smiled very happily, instantly forgetting his previous fear, and even laughed as he put his arm around his brother's shoulder. You're a smart kid. I knew you were still alive when I saw that pool of blood. You must have used a substitute, right? Fortunately, you know your place. From now on you can stay at the bottom, and I'll spare your life so you don't have to worry. A glint of imperceptible coldness flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as he said, my younger brother is the heir of the Hua family. How would I dare to oppose him? Hua Feng burst out laughing. That's right, if you had known how important this first place was to me, I wouldn't have had to go to all that trouble. The next day at the Hua family home, Hua Feng got out of the car from Nanshi, and Hua Jutang hurriedly came up to him. My good son, you've really made your father proud. Hua Feng's sister smiled and said, brother is so amazing, much more amazing than that Hua Fa. Hua Feng's mother, Madame Hua, however, sneered at Hua Fa, who was beside her. Is this kind of bastard dog worthy? How can he compare to my son? Hua Jutang frowned and said coldly, Hua Fa, you can come in and eat today too. Before Qin Mo could speak, Madame Hua instantly became anxious. Old Hua, what do you mean, letting this illegitimate son eat in our house? I think you're still pining for your old love. Tell him to get lost, I feel sick just looking at him. The little daughter also showed a look of disgust. Xiaoqi doesn't want to eat with trash either, it will dirty the dining table, Hua Jutang said dotingly. Alright, if Xiaoqi doesn't want to, then don't let her eat. Qin Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hua Fa had lived here for more than 20 years, what had he gone through? His own father was so cruel. Just as Qin Mo was about to leave the villa, he saw an old man and a little girl smiling and waving at him. Young master, you're back. Qin Mo thought to himself, this should be the Liu family that Hua Fa mentioned before his death, who had always taken care of him. The old man walked up to Qin Mo and worriedly held his hand, saying, don't just stand there, let's go home. Just then, Butler Hu ran over angrily and said, Old Liu, where have you been? The Hua family gave you the great honor of looking after the medicine garden, and you dare to abandon your post? Do you know that several Jingsu plants in the garden were pecked by birds? The old man trembled with anger but didn't dare to retort, so he cautiously asked what to do. Butler Hu, however, grabbed the old man's clothes. Nonsense, of course you have to pay for it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his powerful hand. As a pill master, Qin Mo naturally knew that this Jingsu was a medicinal herb for making body supplementing pills. If he could get it, then the matter with the southern prefecture would be much easier. Then he asked with a joyful expression, how much is it? I'll pay you. Butler Hu knew that this illegitimate son had no money, so he immediately demanded an exorbitant price of 50,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, Chin Mo agreed directly, and threw a bank card at Butler Hu's face. "There's 100,000 in here, no need for change." Not to mention Butler Hu, even Uncle Lu was stunned by this scene. At this time Chin Mo disguised himself as Butler Hu and came to the herb garden. When the security guard saw him he hurriedly bowed but then asked doubtfully, "Butler Hu, why are you here at this hour?" Chin Mo frowned and said, "I'm here to get some medicinal herbs. Do I need to report to you? This time young Master Hua Feng sent me here secretly. Don't you believe me?" Since Chin Mo had said this, the several security guards didn't dare to stop him anymore and hurriedly opened the door to welcome him. At this time Chin Mo didn't forget to remind them, "Remember, this is young Master Hua Feng's order. It cannot be spread." After speaking, Chin Mo walked in with peace of mind. When Chin Mo came to the medicine garden, he felt like he had opened a new world. There were so many Jingsu plants here, how many body supplementing pills could be refined? 3 days later at the market, Uncle Lu looked at Chin Mo with a worried face. "Young master, are you really going to fight in the martial arts arena? Your body is very weak right now." Chin Mo, however, smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, don't worry. When I win you can just promote the body supplementing pills below." Uncle Lu was skeptical. "Even if you can win, young master, is this medicine really that effective?" At this time Chin Mo picked up a megaphone and walked onto the stage. The audience below saw the trash of the Hua family and couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly Chin Mo picked up the megaphone and shouted, "The martial arts of Nanchi are trash. Anyone who disagrees, come up and fight me." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience below began to discuss, "Is this Hua family trash crazy?" Even Uncle Lu couldn't help but suspect, could it be that the young master has gone mad from practicing? Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall burly man jumped up. "You arrogant fellow, I'd like to see what you're made of." Then he pointed at Chin Mo and arrogantly said to the boy, "You go first, what if I kill you?" The announcer said that the fight was to the death. Hearing Chin Mo's statement, the man laughed. "Since you say so, then I agree. Everyone below, please bear witness for me." Just then Chin Mo stood with his hands behind his back, extended one hand and beckoned to the big man. "I'll give you a hand." The audience below couldn't help but laugh. This kid is in trouble. Not many people can withstand Master Wang's fist, but in the next second the crowd fell silent again. Chin Mo, with just one punch, knocked the 2-meter-tall man off the stage. This scene instantly stunned the crowd. Seeing this, Uncle Lu hurriedly walked up to the big man. "Master Wang, calm down. Do you want revenge? As long as you buy my body supplementing pills, I guarantee you can kill him in minutes." Uncle Lu repeated Chin Mo's instructions word for word. The young man in white heard this and became interested. "Is this a body supplementing pill?" Then he shouted to Chin Mo on the stage, "Challenger, I'll fight you." As soon as his words fell, he jumped onto the stage. Someone in the audience with sharp eyes recognized the young man in white as the Golden Walker, one of the 5 reincarnation enforcers of the Southern Prefecture. Chin Mo looked at the newcomer, who was from the Southern Prefecture, and was not surprised. "Are you here to challenge me?" He only heard the Golden Walker say hoarsely, "Cut the crap, let's go." He was seen suddenly waving a palm at Chin Mo. The onlookers were mesmerized. That was the Golden Walker's specialty, the Dragon Claw. Chin Mo was not flustered at all, gathering spiritual power in his palm. The Golden Walker saw this and was secretly shocked. "Good kid, you dare to take my Dragon Claw head on." In an instant their palms met and the sky and earth shook. After the smoke dissipated, Chin Mo and the Golden Walker each retreated a few meters. Chin Mo looked at his swollen palm and smiled. "It seems I lost." The audience couldn't help but laugh excitedly. "Haha, let's see if you dare to look down on Nanchi again." The Golden Walker, however, frowned slightly and waved his hand indifferently. For a moment the arena was silent. Such was the deterrent power of the Southern Prefecture. The crowd thought the Golden Walker had won, but they didn't know that he would surely collapse within 10 minutes. He had to bring this man to the Southern Prefecture to be killed. This man was Chin Mo. It was him. "Mr. Golden Walker, on behalf of the Southern Prefecture, I invite you to visit. The Prefecture Lord will surely treat you with the utmost courtesy." Hearing Chin Mo's words, the Golden Walker replied, "If I lost I would have listened to you. You should first answer to the Prefecture Lord. I, YFA, will pay a visit myself another day." But inwardly he was gloating. "Just don't regret it then." Afterwards Chin Mo and Uncle Lu returned to the Hua family residence. Uncle Lu was immensely gratified to see Hua Fa's astonishing transformation. Meanwhile, the head of the Hua family, Hua Jutang, was furious about the missing medicinal herbs. The security guards of the herb garden were kneeling in a row, trembling with fear. They said they hadn't seen anyone sneak into the herb garden. Only Butler Hu had entered, saying he was taking a few herbs for young Master Hua Feng. Upon hearing this, Hua Jutang's first thought was of Hua Fa. He had been fighting in the arena lately, and Uncle Lu was even helping him sell body supplementing pills. He suspected Hua Fa might be involved, not suspecting Hua Feng at all. And the current Hua Fa was actually Chin Mo in disguise. So he ordered his men to bring Hua Fa and Uncle Lu over. After the two arrived in the main hall, Hua Jutang questioned them sternly. "Are you involved in the theft from the herb garden?" Before Chin Mo could speak, Madame Hua, who was standing aside, couldn't help but mock. "I told you to kick this illegitimate son out long ago, but you wouldn't listen. Look what happened now. He knows how to steal herbs to make fake medicine and swindle money. He's completely disgraced the Hua family." Hearing this, Hua Jutang indiscriminately roared, I raised you not so you could steal, Qin Mo hurriedly explained. It was all Hua Feng's doing. Madame Hua then cursed angrily. Enough, you little bastard, not only do you steal, but you also dare to slander my son. Of course Hua Jutang didn't believe Qin Mo's nonsense either. He raised his hand to strike him but was caught by Qin Mo, who then put on a wronged expression and said, I'm not lying. Why does father never believe me? It was my younger brother who wanted to make money but couldn't do it himself, so he asked me for help. I didn't know it would be this serious. Besides, Butler Hu was the one who picked the herbs. I was only responsible for selling the body supplementing pills. Qin Mo's words planted a seed of doubt in Hua Jutang's mind. Fenger did indeed like to order Hua Fa around, and the guards had just mentioned Butler Hu. After some thought, Hua Jutang finally decided to have the guards investigate. Half an hour later, they indeed found a large quantity of herbs and money in Hua Feng's room. With both witnesses and physical evidence, Hua Feng finally tasted what it was like to be unable to defend himself. Hua Jutang ordered Butler Hu to be dealt with. As for Hua Feng, he was placed in confinement to reflect on his actions. Until their deaths, neither of them knew what had actually happened. Seeing this, Uncle Lu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but give Qin Mo a thumbs up. The young master's move was indeed brilliant. The Southern Prefecture's Golden Walker reported back about Hua Fa's ability to refine body supplementing pills, and how he had been injured. Wu Shaoqi was greatly shocked upon hearing this. He never expected an illegitimate son to be so formidable. It would be a great pity not to recruit such a talent into the Southern Prefecture. He immediately dispatched Master Fang Wu to the Hua family to invite Hua Fa to serve as the Grand Pharmacist of the Southern Prefecture. A few days later, the Hua family received the news. Everyone had already gathered at the entrance to welcome them. As long as they could latch onto the great tree that was the Southern Prefecture, the Hua family would be able to do as they pleased in Nanchi from then on. To invite Hua Fa this time, the Southern Prefecture had sent a martial arts master, which was considered giving them a great deal of face. Seeing this, Hua Jutang was so excited he became incoherent. Fenger, you're about to ascend to the heavens. Just as the two were grinning from ear to ear, an old man in an ancient robe holding a horsetail whisk slowly got out of a luxury car. Which one of you is Mr. Hua Fa? Hua Jutang, Hua Feng, and Madame Hua were instantly and completely stunned. Wait, he just asked for Hua Fa. Qin Mo slowly walked over and said, I've kept you all waiting. Seeing Hua Fa, Master Fang Wu stated the purpose of his visit. I've heard that Hua Fa can refine body supplementing pills. The prefecture lord has ordered me to invite him to be the grand pharmacist, but whether it was Hua Jutang, Madame Hua, or Hua Feng, none of the three could accept this fact. Moreover, the grand pharmacist of the Southern Prefecture held immense power. They were well aware of how they had treated Hua Fa over the years. If Hua Fa gained power, the Hua family would likely be the first he would want to eliminate. After a moment of thought, Hua Jutang hurriedly said, Master, you may not know, but the body supplementing pills were refined by my son Hua Feng. Hua Fa was just an assistant. Qin Mo never thought that in his own father's eyes, Hua Fa was only worthy of being a medicine boy. Master Fang Wu asked with a serious expression, Is this true? Hua Jutang hurriedly explained, My son Fenger was the champion of the medicine competition in Yaosheng City. He has received praise from countless pharmacists in the industry. Hua Feng also quickly stepped forward and said, What I said is true. I was the champion of this year's pharmacist competition, and I also refined the body supplementing pills. After hearing what they said, Master Fang Wu nodded in satisfaction. In that case, please pack your bags, young master, and return to the Southern Prefecture with me immediately. Just then, Hua Jutang called Qin Mo to the backyard. Hua Fa, regardless of who refined the body supplementing pills, you must go with Fenger as his medicine boy this time. Do your utmost to help your younger brother, or Uncle Lu and his family will be kicked out. At this, Qin Mo replied, All right. Being a mere medicine boy would not only allow him to enter the Southern Prefecture but also prevent him from attracting attention, which was exactly what Qin Mo wanted. After Hua Feng entered the Southern Prefecture, Wu Shaoqi first praised him, then gave him a deadline of 1 week to refine 100 body supplementing pills for the training of the Southern Prefecture's disciples. Hearing this, Hua Feng was instantly panic-stricken because he had no idea how to refine body supplementing pills at all. Wu Shaoqi's eyes turned cold. What, is Master Hua unwilling? Seeing Wu Shaoqi's expression, Hua Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Afterwards he pointed at Hua Fa and ordered him to refine 100 body supplementing pills for him. Qin Mo smiled and said, I don't know how. Weren't you the one who held the meeting? Hua Feng was instantly furious. If he couldn't produce the pills in time, he would be the one whose fake identity was exposed. At his wit's end, Hua Feng knelt down and cried, Brother, I'm begging you. I really don't know how to refine pills, but you do. Seeing this, Qin Mo showed an imperceptible smile. Brother, why should I help you? Refining body supplementing pills is actually very simple. It's just a great supplement in the literal sense. A flash of inspiration hit Hua Feng, a great supplement for the body. But Qin Mo just laughed. Muddle together some highly supplementing herbs and refine them into a potent pill, and that's a body supplementing pill. What Qin Mo didn't expect was that Hua Feng was such an idiot. He actually believed the nonsense he had just made up. However, this was exactly what Qin Mo wanted. To dismantle the Southern Prefecture's power, a mere medicine boy probably wasn't enough. He needed a fool like this to be cannon fodder. The entire southern prefecture reeked of a foul, bloody smell. A servant reported to Wu Shaoqi that it was all because of Hua Feng's pill refining, which was mixed with large amounts of pig liver, bull penis, and sheep kidneys. Just then, Hua Feng walked over excitedly, holding a wooden box. "Prefecture Lord, here are the 100 body supplementing pills." Looking at the pills, Wu Shaoqi couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Why do these look different from the body supplementing pills I've seen?" Hua Feng hurriedly explained that this was his improved version with astonishing effects. Wu Shaoqi laughed heartily upon hearing this, distributed the pills to the southern prefecture disciples, and said that if the effects were excellent he would be handsomely rewarded. 2 days later, a sleeping Hua Feng was still guessing what kind of generous reward Wu Shaoqi would give him, only to be woken up by a large hand that suddenly appeared and slapped him. A ferocious-looking man gripped his collar tightly. "If you don't want to die, get your ass out here." The burly man dragged Hua Feng before Wu Shaoqi, followed by a sound beating. It was all because the body supplementing pills refined by Hua Feng had supplemented the southern prefecture disciples into looking like swollen pigheads. Wu Shaoqi couldn't help but suspect that Hua Feng was a spy sent by the enemy. To save his own life, Hua Feng threw all the blame onto Hua Fa. Wu Shaoqi was also aware of Hua Fa's treatment in the Hua family and thought he indeed had a motive for the crime. Thus he decided to have Hua Feng and Hua Fa confront each other to uncover the truth. At this time, inside the southern prefecture's medicine pavilion, Qin Mo was leisurely sweeping the floor. Seeing Wu Shaoqi approaching with a furious Hua Feng, an imperceptible smile appeared on Qin Mo's lips before he hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Prefecture Lord, you seem to be in a hurry. May I ask what happened?" Seeing this, Wu Shaoqi said, "It was you who tampered with the body supplementing pills." Hearing this, Qin Mo quickly showed a flustered expression. "How could I do such a thing? I am completely loyal to the southern prefecture. If there's a problem with the body supplementing pills, it's most likely because my younger brother doesn't know how to refine them at all, Prefecture Lord. The truth is, I am the one who can refine body supplementing pills, but my parents are biased and let my younger brother take my place. I originally wanted to come to the southern prefecture, but who knew my brother would also want me to take the fall for him." Hearing this, Hua Feng immediately shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who guided me in refining those body supplementing pills." Before he could finish, Wu Shaoqi slapped him across the face and then arranged for the two to have a competition. Whoever fails to refine them today can go squat in the great prison. A moment later, 2 identical pill furnaces were placed before them. Looking at the colorful medicinal herbs, Hua Feng was instantly dumbfounded. Which ones was he supposed to use? Wu Shaoqi took in his entire expression. A short while later, Qin Mo walked up to Wu Shaoqi with the body supplementing pills. Seeing them, Wu Shaoqi was overjoyed. "Only this has the right smell. Pharmacist Hua truly lives up to his name. As for you, boy, get lost and go to the great prison." Everyone in the hall of the southern prefecture's medicine pavilion witnessed the real body supplementing pills. Afterwards, Wu Shaoqi ordered the entire medicine pavilion to be handed over to Qin Mo. This was exactly what Qin Mo wanted, as he could now openly refine the great Peiyuan pill. After sending Wu Shaoqi and the others off, Qin Mo began to unscrupulously gather precious medicinal herbs. But when Qin Mo had prepared the herbs and put them into the refining furnace, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly a loud bang was heard. Fortunately, Qin Mo reacted in time and ran out. Looking at the thick smoke that lingered, Qin Mo thought to himself that he seemed to have used a wrong herb at this time. Wu Shaoqi and his old friend were celebrating getting the real body supplementing pills. Suddenly, a southern prefecture disciple came to report, "Prefecture Lord, it's bad. A medicine pavilion was blown up by the grand pharmacist." Instead of getting angry, Wu Shaoqi laughed. "Our southern prefecture is powerful and wealthy. What's the big deal?" But before he could finish, another group of disciples rushed in. "Prefecture Lord, it's bad. The entire herb garden has been blown up." This instantly enraged Wu Shaoqi, who had just been in a good mood. "Take him to the dungeon to refine pills. If he dares to blow it up again, he'll be buried with it." After being sent to the dungeon, Qin Mo still couldn't figure out what went wrong, but blowing up the southern prefecture was quite satisfying. Just then, a jailer saw Qin Mo arrive and couldn't help but ask, "Grand Pharmacist, which cell would you like to see that's suitable for your pill refining?" After a moment of thought, Qin Mo pointed to the cell in the very back. The jailer saw this and broke out in a cold sweat. "Grand Pharmacist, that won't do. The person locked up inside is extremely dangerous." But Qin Mo felt that cell was large and sturdy and would surely be very suitable for refining pills. The jailer hurriedly explained, "Grand Pharmacist, you may not know. His identity is unknown, but several jailers who saw him have all died inside. Even Wu Shaoqi has never gone in." After understanding the situation, Qin Mo gave up on the idea of going in. Anyway, he just wanted to refine pills. It had nothing to do with him if the southern prefecture was blown up. Just as Qin Mo turned to leave, the prisoner's voice suddenly rang out, "To be at the early qi refining stage at such a young age and on the verge of a breakthrough, not bad at all." Hearing this, Qin Mo was greatly shocked. He could sense his cultivation level through the cell door. It seemed there was a hidden master inside. In that case, perhaps he should meet him. Thinking of this, Qin Mo had the jailer open the cell door and then walked in alone. He saw a skinny old man hanging in the middle of the cell. Just as Chin Mo slowly approached him, the old man's eyes suddenly flew open. The chains on his body instantly shattered, and his figure moved like a ghost, appearing before Chin Mo in an instant. Before Chin Mo could react, he was lifted up by his neck. In this critical situation, the Long Han sword appeared in time to protect its master. The old man was greatly surprised to see the Long Han sword. Chin Mo, however, was choked and coughed non-stop. "Old man, let's talk this out. Is it necessary to be so ruthless right after we've just met?" The old man seemed not to hear Chin Mo's words, his attention completely on the Long Han sword. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Time flies. I didn't expect to see you here. Speak, what do you want from me?" Seeing Chin Mo's bewildered look, the old man continued, "I see you're no more than 20, and your aura is already at the peak of the initial stage. If you don't break through your realm in time, the opportunity will pass, and you will never be able to break through. In the future, if you go to the High Martial Continent, you will surely find it impossible to advance." Chin Mo was shocked. This old man had pinpointed his situation in a single sentence. He then begged the old man to lend him a hand. Who would have thought the old man would throw a cloth bag at Chin Mo's feet? "Here are some great Peiyuan pills. Make do with these for now." Such a grand gesture made Chin Mo's jaw drop. The pills he had tried so hard to refine were being handed out wholesale by the old man. Moreover, only cultivators had great Peiyuan pills, yet this old man tossed them to him like trash. He must have no need for these pills anymore, which meant his cultivation level was definitely not low. Seeing Chin Mo still standing there, the old man couldn't help but urge, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and eat. I'll give you some pointers." After speaking, he channeled his energy to merge the medicinal power of the great Peiyuan pills into Chin Mo's body. A short while later, with the help of the great Peiyuan pills and the old man, Chin Mo successfully broke through to the mid-chi refining stage. Chin Mo was ecstatic and hurriedly bowed to the old man in thanks. The old man, however, waved his hand indifferently. "I'm just an old man with one foot in the grave. This world belongs to you young people, and you, Chin Mo, are the world within this world." Chin Mo was struck as if by lightning, completely stunned. He actually knew his identity, and Chin Mo's mysterious background gradually began to surface. The Chin family was one of the 5 great hidden families of Yanyang, and Chin Mo's father, Qin Yinan, was a prodigy among prodigies. He was supposed to have an arranged marriage within the family, but he fell in love with a songstress from the Fengyue Tower of Yanyang, Shuiluoji. The head of the Qin family was furious upon learning of this, and the Fengyue Tower and the Qin family almost went to war over it. Qin Yinan, knowing the gravity of the situation, fled from Yanyang with Shuiluoji. Along the way they were pursued and intercepted by various masters. Qin Yinan nearly wiped out all the major and minor martial arts families of Yanyang in a bloodbath. Chin Mo was somewhat lost in the story, but right now he was more eager to know who had killed his parents. The old man, however, shook his head with a bitter smile and said to Chin Mo, "I don't know either." But he still pointed out a path for Chin Mo. To find out the truth, go to Yanyang and look for the Qin family and the Fengyue Tower. However, both are top-tier powers in China. If you go now, I'm afraid the risk is too great. "Thank you for the advice, senior, but I must go to the Qin family in Yanyang." Chin Mo left with firm resolve. The old man watched Chin Mo's retreating back, a faint smile on his lips. As expected of Qin Yan's son, "Kid, trust me, we will meet again." The jailer and Hua Feng outside the cell both thought Chin Mo was already dead. Seeing Chin Mo walk out completely unscathed, Hua Feng's jaw dropped in shock. What no one expected was that Chin Mo actually ordered the jailer to release Hua Feng, making Hua Feng ecstatic. "You know what's good for you, kid. But this isn't over between us for you replacing me as the Grand Pharmacist. You can forget about ever returning to the Hua family in this lifetime." Chin Mo, however, glanced at him coldly. "Of course I'll go back, and I'll bring a big gift. Have your whole family wash their necks and wait for me. In a few days I will come to take their heads." Hua Feng laughed disdainfully. "Fine, I'll be waiting at the Hua residence for you to come and take them." Chin Mo watched Hua Feng's departing back, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Now that everything was ready, he could settle the score with the southern prefecture with peace of mind. As soon as he arrived at Wu Shaoqi's residence, he was blocked by the guards at the entrance. "The prefecture lord is busy, you should go back." Just then a girl's cry for help rang out, which sounded very familiar to Chin Mo. Chin Mo then used his spiritual power to forcibly break open Wu Shaoqi's door, only to see Bai Yuren being held captive by Wu Shaoqi. Seeing Chin Mo arrive, Bai Yuren couldn't help but shout, "Mr. Hua, do you know where Chin Mo went?" Wu Shaoqi, on the other hand, had a furious expression. "Can't you see I'm in the middle of something?" Unexpectedly, he was sent flying by a punch from Chin Mo. Afterwards, Chin Mo helped Bai Yuren up and told her to leave first. "Wait until I've destroyed the southern prefecture, then I will tell you Chin Mo's whereabouts." Bai Yuren found the voice very familiar but couldn't understand why she had this feeling. Seeing Chin Mo's betrayal, Wu Shaoqi was instantly enraged. "Men, kill this bastard Hua Fa for me." With a boom, the southern prefecture's martial arts master and numerous disciples instantly surrounded Chin Mo. With Wu Shaoqi's command, Master Fang Wu was the first to strike. With a wave of his hand, the horsetail whisk shot towards Chin Mo. Chin Mo was seen raising his hand, and with a wave, he deflected the devastating attack back. Wu Shaoqi's mansion collapsed with a roar, burying the disciples of the southern prefecture, who cried out in complaint. Master Fang Wu frowned in thought. This YFA was actually able to reflect his move. It seemed he had to use his ultimate technique. Subsequently, the killing move, the Buddha extermination formation, was unleashed. As Fang Wu's voice fell, a demonic Buddha statue with a witch's head appeared behind him, which then transformed into countless palms attacking Qin Mo. With a loud bang, Qin Mo actually caught this world-destroying attack with a single hand. It can be broken with a flick of a finger. Even a pseudo-god sword chi formation is nothing to me. Is your Buddha extermination formation stronger than a sword chi formation? Seeing Qin Mo, Wu Shaoqi couldn't help but be stunned. Only now did he understand what all this was for. Then he only heard Qin Mo say indifferently, "Don't waste time. All of you come at me together." As Qin Mo officially declared war on the southern prefecture, its numerous disciples instantly engaged Qin Mo in battle. Even the southern prefecture lord Wu Shaoqi was no match for a single blow from Qin Mo. Such immense power made the people of the southern prefecture feel a sense of terror. Qin Mo was seen pointing at Wu Shaoqi and saying coldly, "Do you still remember the innocent people you harmed with gantailing? This blow is for the citizens who died unjustly." After saying that, he kicked Wu Shaoqi. "This kick is for my disciple Bai Yuren." Then a flash of sword light appeared, and Qin Mo, wielding the long Han sword, charged at Wu Shaoqi again. But a voice was heard from a distance, "Brother, don't panic." The appearance of a Taoist priest instantly blocked Qin Mo's attack. "Qin Mo, you mere child want to kill my disciple? Who gave you the guts?" This person's name was Wu Buwei, the former lord of the southern prefecture. After his younger brother inherited the position of prefecture lord, he used the excuse of closed-door cultivation, and was one of the few martial arts grandmasters in all of China, the true power behind the southern prefecture. Even the aftershocks from his unleashed power were more than an ordinary person could withstand in a single blow. Qin Mo was not surprised by Wu Buwei's appearance. Fortunately, he hadn't acted rashly before, and now that he was at the mid-chi refining stage, he might stand a chance. While Qin Mo was in a daze, Wu Buwei mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, forming a ball of fierce flame. A palm technique descended from the sky, striking towards Qin Mo. But Qin Mo was too slow to react, frozen on the spot like a lamb to the slaughter. Seeing this, Bai Yuren hurriedly shouted, "Master, dodge quickly." The onlookers had already concluded that Qin Mo was doomed to die. Just then, with a loud bang, Wu Buwei was struck by a flying wine gourd and fell to the ground. Qin Mo was completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. The reversal was so fast that everyone was left in astonishment. Who on earth could break the subduing heaven palm with just a wine gourd? A few laughs were heard from a distance. "Kid, you're not bad. It just so happens that today is the day I come out of seclusion. Today I'll kill this martial arts grandmaster as thanks for you chatting with me to relieve my boredom." As soon as the words fell, Wu Buwei spat out blood and collapsed to the ground, never to wake again. The newcomer was the old man Qin Mo had met in the dungeon, named Long Wu, whose martial arts accomplishments were unfathomably deep. After killing Wu Buwei, Long Wu flew away. Before leaving, he left Qin Mo with a sentence, "Kid, remember, don't be hasty when acting in Yanyang. We will meet again." Only then did Qin Mo dazedly react, hurriedly bowing in respect. "Thank you, senior, for your help." After respectfully sending off Senior Long Wu, Qin Mo turned to look at Wu Shaoqi, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In an instant, the long Han sword plunged straight into Wu Shaoqi's chest. "From now on, I, Qin Mo, will be the master of this southern prefecture." The icy voice echoed throughout the entire southern prefecture. The next day, the Hua family residence, Hua Feng was taking out all the frustration he had suffered in the southern prefecture on Uncle Lu's family and said to them smugly, "The Hua Fa you relied on is already dead somewhere." Hearing the news of Hua Fa's death, Uncle Lu was instantly overcome with grief, yet he didn't dare to do anything to Hua Feng. Just then, the butler came to report, "Young Master Feng, Prefecture Lord Qin of the Southern Prefecture has arrived. The master asks you to go and see him." Hearing this, Hua Feng couldn't help but gloat inwardly. "The new lord of the Southern Prefecture has come in person. Could he be here to invite me to be the grand pharmacist?" At the entrance of the Hua family home, seeing Qin Mo arrive, Hua Jutang hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Prefecture Lord Qin, your esteemed presence brings light to my humble dwelling. We warmly welcome you." Hua Feng hid in a corner, and seeing that the visitor was Qin Mo, he was greatly shocked. Qin Mo is still alive? Wasn't he being hunted by the southern prefecture? How did he appear here and become the lord of the southern prefecture? Seeing the hiding Hua Feng, Hua Jutang couldn't help but say, "Fenger, don't just stand there. Come and pay your respects to Prefecture Lord Qin." Qin Mo said to him indifferently, "No need for formalities. I've come this time to ask you for something." Hearing this, Hua Jutang said fawningly, "Prefecture Lord, you're too kind. As long as it's something my Hua family can do, we will definitely offer it with both hands." Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled faintly. "With you saying that, I can rest assured." In an instant, a knife was hanging over Hua Feng's head. "I want Hua Feng's head." This sudden turn of events horrified the members of the Hua family. "Prefecture Lord Qin, spare him. There must be some misunderstanding." Madame Hua, who was standing aside, secretly thought, "It must be that bastard Hua Ve who caused trouble in the southern prefecture and implicated Fenger." She then told Qin Mo that her son was very outstanding, and it must have been Hua Ve who was scheming behind the scenes. Hua Shaoqi also chimed in, "That's right, he must be trying to frame my brother Feng, twisting right and wrong." This twisting of right and wrong made Uncle Lu shed tears. At this moment, Hua Jutang said coldly, "Prefecture Lord, if you're not satisfied, you can kill Hua Fe." You can cut off his hands and feet for all I care, as long as you can spare Funger. Hearing this, Chin Mo's face grew even darker. To think you could come up with such a vicious plan, that's your own son. It seems Hua Feng isn't the only one who deserves to die. He then directly ordered Hua Feng to be crippled. Seeing this, Hua Jutang instantly made a move. I give you face and call you prefecture lord, but you dare to touch my son? Madame Hua on the side held a hidden weapon and said coldly, even if you're a master, you won't be able to dodge my 5 venoms powder. Chin Mo looked at the charging crowd with amusement and couldn't help but mutter, courting death. With a loud bang, the Hua family residence was instantly filled with dust and smoke. When the dust settled, only the 3 corpses of Hua Feng, Hua Jutang and Madame Hua remained. The only survivor of the Hua family was the terrified and stunned Hua Shaoqi. From this day forward there will be no Hua family in Nanxi. Chin Mo's voice was like an imperial decree echoing throughout the Hua residence. With this, Chin Mo had fulfilled his promise. Looking at Chin Mo's retreating back, Uncle Lu shed tears of joy. Young Master Fa, did you see that? They all got what they deserved. After handing the southern prefecture over to Zhao Min, Chin Mo planned to head to Longxi with Bai Yuran. What Chin Mo didn't expect was that just as he escaped the lion's den in Nanxi, he would walk right into a wolf pack. The 3 beauties, Chin Mo, Xu Yao and Chen Wan, all invited him home at the same time. This made Chin Mo break out in a cold sweat, unsure how to handle the siege of these 4 beauties. Bai Yuran wanted to take him back to treat her illness. Xu Yao was pulling his hand to go home and see He Chinin, and He Chinin herself claimed that Chin Mo was her boyfriend, so he had to go home with her. Chen Wan, on the other hand, shyly expressed that her mother missed him. Under the assault of the 4 beauties, Chin Mo finally couldn't hold on any longer. Without a second thought, he turned and ran, leaving the 4 women stamping their feet in frustration. Chin Mo ran all the way back to the Spiritual Spring Grand Formation Villa. Just then, a man with a pompadour haircut walked over carrying a large stone and told Chin Mo that it was a gift from Master Zhao Min of the Southern Prefecture. Upon seeing it, an idea came to Chin Mo. He could use this blue stone to refine a few green light talismans to give to the 4 beauties, which would be good for their self-defense. Firstly, it might cool them down, otherwise his days ahead would likely be difficult. Thinking of this, Chin Mo took the blue stone back to his room and began to work. Just then, Chin Mo received a call from Bai Xin, who said there was an auction tomorrow, and wanted to invite Chin Mo to have a look. Chin Mo wasn't particularly interested in auctions, but Bai Xin mentioned that the items this time included magical artifacts. This news instantly piqued Chin Mo's interest. Magical artifacts were used by cultivators, and he happened to need them for his cultivation, so he agreed to go. However, this auction had a strange rule. One must be accompanied by a female companion. Chin Mo invited Chen Wan, the most good-tempered of the 4 beauties. Coincidentally, they ran into his love rival and Kashin and Shu Li. She had always been jealous that Chen Wan had many suitors. She had previously gotten together with Qian Di just to one-up Chen Wan, but they broke up because of the incident at the Tianfu Hotel. Seeing Chin Mo and Chen Wan arrive, she wanted to show off, "This is my husband and this designer bag and bracelet are so heavy." Afterwards, she deliberately broke the bracelet and pinned all the blame on Chen Wan. Seeing this, Fu Gumming roared, "Are you blind or brainless? Do you know how much this bracelet costs?" Chen Wan lowered her head guiltily, not knowing what to say. Just then, Chin Mo stood in front of her and said, "There's no need to say anything. She bumped into you herself, it wasn't you." Fu Gumming was instantly enraged upon hearing this and swung his fist at Chin Mo. But before Chin Mo could make a move, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Stop." Fu Gumming was stunned to see it was his father, and then he was rewarded with a resounding slap. "You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on Mr. Chin?" Bai Xin, who was at the side, hurriedly followed. This auction was originally Fu Xiao's invitation to Chin Mo, but he never expected his son to cause trouble. Watching Fu Xiao tear his son a new one, Chin Mo felt immensely satisfied, and couldn't help but think to himself, "Can't you come up with some new tricks?" But Fu Xiao was terrified that he had offended Chin Mo, and even after arriving at the auction hall, he desperately apologized to him. As the host introduced the organizer of the auction, a man known as the collector Li Minggang also appeared in the venue. Bai Xin leaned into Chin Mo's ear and said, "That magical artifact is Mr. Li's most prized possession." Chin Mo couldn't help but think to himself that among these collectibles there must be some good items that could improve his cultivation. However, as the auction began, a Song Dynasty battle robe was sold for 90 million, but faced with such a price, Li Minggang was still not quite satisfied. Suddenly, a voice rang out from below the stage. "The Song Dynasty battle robe isn't worth this price." Chin Mo was seen slowly walking onto the stage, then explaining, "In the Song Dynasty, swords were valued as highly as gold. Battle robes were not famous items in the Song Dynasty, so this isn't anything special." Seeing this, Li Minggang was truly chagrined, wishing he could twist Chin Mo's head off, but he didn't dare show it. He could only curse inwardly. "I haven't even brought out my real treasure yet. I'll make you call me Daddy later." After the auction ended, Li Minggang invited Chin Mo and the others to his treasure pavilion. "If my Song Dynasty battle robe isn't worthy of Mr. Chin's notice, I still have a magical artifact I've treasured for many years. I'd like to ask for Mr. Chin's assessment." Hearing this, Chin Mo was secretly delighted. It was finally here. The magical artifact could successfully enhance his cultivation. When Li Minggang lifted the cloth off the box, a crystal-clear pearl appeared before everyone. Both Bai Xin and Fu Xiao were stunned. This was indeed a magical artifact. Li Mingying was very pleased upon hearing this. How about it, Mr. Qin? Do you have anything else to say? Unexpectedly, Qin Mo wore a disgusted expression. It's just an ordinary object, merely tainted with a bit of a cultivator's spiritual energy. Hearing this, Li Mingying's eyes turned cold. Mr. Qin, what do you mean by that? I mean, in my hands this pearl's brilliance can be extinguished. After speaking, Qin Mo swiped his hand over the pearl and it instantly lost its color. Li Mingying's jaw dropped. Where's the light? Where's the light? I bought this from an old friend in Tibet for a hefty sum. A moment later, Li Mingying suddenly gripped Qin Mo's hand tightly. Mr. Qin has such a discerning eye. My words just now were arrogant and offensive. I hope you can be magnanimous. If you won't hold it against me, I'd also like to ask you to appraise a treasure for me. I recently spotted a magical artifact in Beishi worth over 100 million, but I'm really not sure about it. I hope Mr. Qin can lend me his expert eye. You don't have to worry about the reward. I will definitely make sure you're satisfied. Money was not important to Qin Mo, but a magical artifact worth over 100 million was worth a look. Perhaps it could help his cultivation. Qin Mo subsequently agreed. A few days after the auction, Qin Mo was invited to Li Mingying's large white courtyard. Also invited was a feng shui master named Huang Quan. This was clearly treating Qin Mo as a backup, but Qin Mo wasn't angry about it. He was here for the magical artifact anyway, so not participating in the appraisal meant he was happy to be idle. However, Master Huang Quan was extremely arrogant. I don't need to work with a kid. Just watch from the side and don't get in the way. Hearing this, Li Mingying didn't know what to do. At this moment, Bai Xin said with a worried expression, Mr. Qin, although we don't have to appraise the treasure, I'm a bit concerned. According to him, the other party had also brought an expert. The Zanbei Tianchi of Beishi. That man was his friend of many years. The Golden Walker, one of the 5 enforcers of the southern prefecture. As they spoke, Master Zanbei walked in arrogantly. As he approached, Bai Xin and the others suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. It was the heart-disturbing formation released by Master Zanbei, used to interfere with everyone's rational judgment. However, as a cultivator, Qin Mo had no reaction. At 7 o'clock, a Golden Walker noticed Qin Mo in the corner and also colluded with Master Zanbei to deal with him properly after the appraisal. After everyone entered the room and sat down, Li Mingying invited Huang Quan to begin appraising the magical artifact. When Huang Quan lifted the red cloth, a miniature mansion appeared before everyone's eyes. After looking at it, Huang Quan was greatly shocked. Isn't this a model? Magical artifacts were said to have special functions. But what was the use of this piece of junk? Seeing the expressions on Huang Quan and Han Bai's faces, Master Zanbei couldn't help but laugh. Has Longcheng run out of people? How troublesome that you had to come here. Huang Quan was so angry he was lying in ambush from top to bottom. I'd also like to see what Master Zanbei is capable of. Master Zanbei couldn't help but smile charmingly. This was exactly what he wanted. He pointed his finger at the blue pearl in the center of the miniature mansion, and with a sudden roar, the mansion's formation activated. A nameless gale swept through the entire hall, making Master Zanbei's clothes billow as if he were a deity descending to the mortal world. After the gale subsided with another shout from Master Zanbei, the nameless wind abruptly vanished. Such a divine skill. If I, Li Mingying, could obtain this item, I could become a top collector. My net worth and reputation would soar. At this moment, Qin Mo, who was at the side, saw through the trick. This Zanbei was a cultivator, but his realm was not high, and there was a big problem with this magical artifact. Li Mingying was completely unaware of this, and even took out his bank card, wanting to buy the item for 160 million. Xu Guojiang, however, thought for a long time before saying, Brother Li, don't be hasty. We agreed on the price for that day. Besides, I only found out today that this thing has such great power. To buy it now, the price must increase at least threefold, otherwise I really can't bear to part with it. Li Mingying gritted his teeth in anger. Mr. Xu, you are blatantly driving up the price. Xu Guojiang laughed. Don't put it so harshly. It's just fair trade. If you can't afford such a magical artifact, I won't have trouble selling it. These words instantly put Li Mingying in a predicament. Qin Mo now understood that this was due to the heart-disturbing formation, and couldn't help but call Li Mingying a fool. Hearing this, Li Mingying became angry out of shame, only to see Qin Mo unhurriedly pick up the magical artifact. The blue pearl inlaid at the bottom of the mansion already had cracks. Although the blue pearl at the bottom is a feng shui artifact, it's a defective product that can't be used more than a few times and is unsellable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell, and with Zanbei using the heart-disturbing formation as soon as he entered to make you lose your sanity, it would be even harder to distinguish. Hearing this, Master Zanbei, instead of getting angry, laughed. You have no proof. If you can't produce evidence, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Mingying looked worried, afraid that Qin Mo had made a mistake. Unexpectedly, Qin Mo directly took out a magnifying glass. If you don't believe me, take a look with this mirror and you'll know. A moment later, Li Mingying indeed saw the cracks on the pearl across from him. Xu Guojiang's face turned ugly. In a fit of shame and anger, he directly threatened, if you can't pay the full amount as agreed today, don't expect to see tomorrow's sun. Seeing that things were not looking good, Bai Xin took out his phone and asked Qin Mo, Should I call Tai Xing in to bring people for support? Qin Mo, however, smiled contemptuously. Dealing with these few people is as easy as turning my hand over. Meanwhile, Zhang Bei and the Golden Walker at the side could no longer wait. They leapt up and struck at Qin Mo. Qin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Today I'll show you what a real magical artifact is. As soon as the words fell, the green light jade talisman in Qin Mo's hand erupted with an unprecedented green light. Before he even made a move, it knocked back Zhang Bei and the others. Seeing this, Zhang Bei's expression changed drastically, and he knelt on the ground on the spot. To curry favor with Qin Mo and protect himself, he killed his friend of many years without a moment's hesitation. Qin Mo used the green light talisman to absorb Zhang Bei's power. Having achieved his goal, he did not pursue the matter further. Shu Guozhang and Zhang Bei fled in disgrace as if granted a great amnesty. The scene changes. At this time, the man with the pompadour at the mountain villa was in a panic, being interrogated by a burly man about Qin Mo's whereabouts. The pompadour-haired man would rather die than submit, but he was being severely tortured by the big man. Fortunately, Qin Mo returned and grabbed his collar. "I hear you're looking for me. Don't you understand the principle of knocking before looking for someone?" After saying that, Qin Mo threw the big man out. The big man got up and rushed at Qin Mo again, punching fiercely. "Qin Mo, you're courting death, daring to strike the Yanyang military region." At this moment he was stopped by the woman who had followed. Xiao Mulan looked at Qin Mo apologetically and also stated the purpose of their trip. They were from the Yanyang military region. Their superiors had learned that Qin Mo could refine body supplementing pills and had specially invited him to develop new medicine for the military. They had come today to ask about the medicinal herbs needed for the body supplementing pills. When Qin Mo heard the words Yanyang, his gaze couldn't help but become firm. He would challenge the Qin family sooner or later, if he had the Yanyang military region as a backer. Thinking of this, Qin Mo agreed without hesitation, but there were two conditions. From now on, when I operate in Yanyang, the Yanyang military region must protect the safety of my people. Second, the Chinese Navy must secretly protect my family and friends starting today. The big man Dao Ruo felt that Qin Mo was too arrogant and was just asking for a beating, but Xiao Mulan, after hearing Qin Mo's request, found it completely acceptable, and so it was settled. Afterwards, Qin Mo invited the two to sit down and record the recipe for the body supplementing pills. Flower dew incense, falling windgrass and star sunfruit. Before he could finish, Xiao Mulan showed a troubled expression. "Mr. Qin, the Yanyang military region can provide the other medicinal herbs, but the star sunfruit you mentioned, this herb is a bit difficult." Hearing this, Qin Mo decided to find a way to solve it himself and then saw Dao Ruo and Xiao Mulan off. Afterwards, Qin Mo called Bai Xin to ask where he could get the star sunfruit. Bai Xin was worried upon hearing this and also advised Qin Mo to give up the idea of searching for the star sunfruit because the star sunfruit tree only exists in the East-West twin prefectures. Furthermore, the master of the East-West twin prefectures, Meng Wangsheng, regards it as his own son and would absolutely refuse to sell it. Huahai has 4 great martial arts prefectures, East, West, South and North. The East and West prefectures are both controlled by Meng Wangsheng alone. He has close ties with the South and North prefectures, and since Qin Mo destroyed the Wu family of the Southern prefecture, Meng Wangsheng must hate Qin Mo to the bone. How could he possibly sell his beloved star sunfruit to Qin Mo? Although this matter was very tricky, he had to get the backing of the Yanyang military region. So he sent a formal request to the East-West twin prefectures and was even willing to visit in person to ask for the star sunfruit. When Meng Wangsheng learned of this, he was furious, thinking Qin Mo was tired of living. Daring to visit right after destroying the southern prefecture was clearly courting death. He sent Zhao Dong and Zhao Shi to do their best to eliminate Qin Mo when he arrived. These two were assassins Meng Wangsheng had specially purchased from among convicts. They took pleasure in killing, and even the disciples within the prefecture were often tortured to death by them. They were known as the East-West twin dragon killers. So after Qin Mo found the East-West twin prefectures, he was blocked by Zhao Dong and Zhao Shi. Before Qin Mo could say a word, Zhao Dong and Zhao Shi greeted him with clenched fists. The people around couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking that Qin Mo was done for this time. However, this time the East-West twin dragons had picked on the wrong person. A loud bang suddenly erupted from their fists. With a boom, a wave of energy burst from Qin Mo's body, instantly sending the two flying. A light laugh was heard from Qin Mo. "Thanks a lot, sirs." After saying that, he swaggered into the prefecture. Seeing Qin Mo walk in unharmed, Meng Wangsheng pretended to be tough and said, "Mr. Qin, my 2 subordinates were disobedient and caused you trouble. I hope you'll overlook it for my sake." Qin Mo smiled, naturally understanding the old fox's intentions, and said, "No problem. I'm just here to talk business." Any expense was not a concern for Qin Mo. Meng Wangsheng put on a smiling face and said, "Mr. Qin, it's not that I won't sell, but there's something I'd like to ask your help with. If you can do this, I, Meng, will offer up the star sun fruit tree with both hands." Qin Mo frowned and asked, "What is it?" But Meng Wangsheng had no intention of giving the star sun fruit tree to Qin Mo. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him and avenge his deceased friend from the southern prefecture. So he wanted to invite Qin Mo to the Wushuang competition at the underground martial arts arena, because his good-for-nothing son Meng Qi had recently become obsessed with gambling but was moping around every day. He hoped Qin Mo could participate in the boxing matches and help his son win a few rounds to cheer him up. The East-West twin prefectures were a prestigious and orthodox school. Although they wore many hats, having a disciple from the prefecture participate in boxing matches would inevitably lead to gossip behind their backs. After some thought, Chin Mo felt that since he had no grievances with the twin prefectures, it was better to try courtesy before resorting to force. But he also laid his cards on the table. What he hated most in his life were people who didn't keep their word. Meng Wansheng naturally wasn't afraid. Would the mighty master of the twin prefectures be afraid of a threat from a young punk? Besides, no matter what, he wouldn't lose out. If Chin Mo was defeated, he would die directly in the boxing ring, saving him the trouble of doing it himself. Even if Chin Mo won, it would make his son happy for a couple of days. But after many brutal fights he would surely be covered in wounds. When the time came to not give him the Star Sun fruit tree, what could he do to the twin prefectures? At this moment the competition in the underground martial arts hall was in full swing and the atmosphere was intense. Meng Qi was throwing a tantrum in the VIP room because he was losing money, all because the host Director Hao had once again knocked down a challenger. Meng Qi slammed the table and stood up. I refuse to believe no one can beat this Hao fellow. After exchanging his chips again he waited for a long time. But no one dared to go on stage to challenge. Just then Chin Mo, masked as agreed, stepped onto the ring. Meng Qi was furious. He had waited for so long only for a little chick to show up. Wasn't this clearly another loss? Just then he received a call from Meng Wansheng, telling him to bet everything on the masked man. Although Meng Qi was reluctant, he had no choice. He then waved his hand and bet his entire fortune. After Chin Mo entered the ring, the big screen showed high odds ranging from 15 to 6 to 1 to 1. Even though Chin Mo's odds were extremely high, no one was foolish enough to bet on him. As the referee's whistle blew, Director Hao was the first to attack Chin Mo. While Chin Mo was still humming a little tune on the spot, Meng Qi was instantly driven to his wits' end. With a full power strike from Director Hao, Chin Mo didn't move from his spot, yet he twisted Director Hao's arm into a pretzel. This was because the spiritual power Chin Mo released was like a washing machine, instantly crippling Director Hao's hand. Subsequently, the referee announced Chin Mo's victory. Meng Qi was already jumping with excitement. Not only had he won 30 million, but he had also crippled that Director Hao. He never thought his father was so capable, arranging such a powerful person for him. On the other hand, the casino owner's smile grew increasingly stiff. He had intended to make a huge profit, but because of one masked man, all his goals had come to naught. The casino owner sent someone to invite Master Jukin. This was a famous rogue cultivator in Huahai province. When everyone saw Master Jukin appear, those who originally planned to bet on Chin Mo's victory instantly changed their minds. Meng Qi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Chin Mo, but according to his father's instructions, the masked man had to win. The odds on the floor instantly changed to 500 to 1. The casino owner couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. In his eyes, Meng Qi had already bet everything. Go ahead and cry your eyes out later, kid. As the match officially began, Jukin flew onto the ring and said, "You are indeed strong, but it's a pity you've met me." After speaking, he threw a flying kick at Chin Mo, which was easily blocked. With just that one move, he could tell that Jukin was a rogue martial cultivator. Hearing this, Jukin smiled and said, "Chin Mo, you have a good eye. It's not too late to admit defeat." His meteor fist struck at Chin Mo again. Although it was somewhat surprising, it didn't stop Chin Mo from knocking him to the ground with a single punch. Everyone who saw this exclaimed in shock, realizing they had underestimated the masked man's strength. At this point, Jukin also came to his senses, realizing Chin Mo must be an expert, and began to have crooked thoughts. Hidden within his prayer beads was a conical dagger. If Chin Mo was even grazed by it, he would surely lose a layer of skin. Unexpectedly, Chin Mo reacted even faster, kicking him squarely in his spinning back kick and knocking him to the ground. Meng Qi had now won over 200 million, while those who had bet their money on Jukin thought the casino had cheated and demanded their money back. The casino owner could only slip away first, but he blamed this entire affair on Chin Mo. At this time in the Great Hall of the Twin Prefectures, Chin Mo, having won the match as agreed, came to find Meng Wansheng again to purchase the Star Sun fruit tree. Unexpectedly, Meng Wansheng started to play dumb, clearly planning to go back on his word. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Chin Mo's eyes. "Prefecture Lord Meng, have you forgotten our agreement?" Meng Wansheng laughed. "Mr. Chin must be joking. Please show me the evidence. When did we ever sign a written agreement?" Seeing this, Chin Mo gradually clenched his fists. This was the first time he had been played like this. Seeing that Chin Mo didn't make a move, Meng Wansheng laid his cards on the table. "I never intended to keep my promise. What can you, Chin Mo, do about it? Are you thinking of making a move against our twin prefectures?" Faced with this situation, Chin Mo did not choose to erupt. Instead, he bowed to Meng Wansheng and said, "I wouldn't dare." Admitting his mistake, Chin Mo left the twin prefectures. Chin Mo could have directly raised the twin prefectures, but that would be letting Meng Wansheng off too easily. Chin Mo not only wanted to get the Star Sun fruit, but he also wanted to take the entire twin prefectures for himself. After leaving the twin prefectures, Chin Mo went to a casino in Wushuang City, exchanged 10 yuan for a chip, and then asked a waiter how to get into the VIP room. The waiter, faced with a pauper like Chin Mo, said angrily, "You need to have chips worth 3 million. Chin Mo couldn't help but laugh. "Only 3 million? How ridiculous." When the casino owner angrily learned of this, he realized another troublemaker had come to his business. and according to his subordinates' information, Chin Mo was the masked man from the ring. The casino owner had a new idea. He couldn't afford to offend Meng Qi, but now that Chin Mo was here, why not use a borrowed knife to kill someone? Thinking of this, he had his subordinates open a public betting pool on the outcome between Chin Mo and Meng Qi, while he bet on Meng Qi to win. This way, if Chin Mo lost, he could make some extra cash. If Chin Mo won, he would find someone to take care of him. He could make a killing, but would absolutely not lose money. At this time, Chin Mo's winnings had reached the tens of millions. The waiter's attitude had changed drastically, and he politely invited Chin Mo to the VIP room. The casino owner saw that everything was ready and prepared to open the doors. Everyone recognized Chin Mo as the man who had won 10 million with just 10 yuan, and they all bet on Chin Mo to win. After entering the VIP room, he saw Meng Qi with a woman in each arm. Seeing Chin Mo arrive, Meng Qi frowned. "You're new, let's play for big stakes." Chin Mo smiled. "Why don't we play a simple game of high-low?" Meng Qi's interest was piqued, and he hurriedly signaled the dealer to deal the cards. Chin Mo deliberately lost to Meng Qi all the way until all his chips were gone. He naturally had his reasons for doing this, to let Meng Qi experience the joy of winning. Chin Mo let Meng Qi savor the joy of victory before sending him to hell. At this point, Chin Mo had lost all his winnings. He then directly took out a gold card and told the waiter that there was 100 million in it to be exchanged for chips. When Meng Qi saw this god of wealth, he couldn't have been happier, while the people outside began to curse Chin Mo. They had thought he was a god of gamblers, but they didn't expect him to come here and get cheated by the people in the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, Chin Mo's exchange of 100 million in chips made Meng Qi ecstatic, and the two enthusiastically went all in. Meng Qi saw that his hand was strong and thought he would win, but unexpectedly, the outcome was a stunning reversal. The crowd outside instantly erupted in fervent cheers, because this had made them win 39 times their bet, allowing them to achieve financial freedom directly. The casino owner was now sweating bullets. He never expected Meng Qi to lose and hurriedly arranged for his men to ensure Chin Mo didn't leave Wushuang City alive. In the VIP room, Meng Qi was already in tears. Chin Mo's cards were face up, so how did he beat me? To save face and win back the money he lost, Meng Qi chose to continue gambling. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Chin Mo chose his friend and said, "Young Master Meng, I won't bet 100 million either. Are your stakes enough?" Seeing Meng Qi's troubled expression, Chin Mo continued to provoke him. "Oh, how is the famous young Master Meng so poor? I overestimated your gambling skills. I'll play with you again next time." After saying that, Chin Mo slowly walked out. Unexpectedly, Meng Qi rushed at Chin Mo like a madman, waving his hand. "Don't go. I have the contract for the twin prefectures." Hearing this, the corners of Chin Mo's mouth turned up. Grandpa Yun was right. Gamblers won't even acknowledge their own fathers. It's truly so. Subsequently, Meng Qi failed again, and Chin Mo successfully obtained the deed to the twin prefectures. At this time, Chin Mo returned to the twin prefectures with the contract in hand. Unexpectedly, Meng Wanxing saw it and smiled sinisterly. "What can you do to me if I say this contract is fake?" Chin Mo's eyes turned cold. So, Prefecture Lord Meng was planning to go back on his word again? As the lord of the twin prefectures, to default on a debt twice was truly shameless. Meng Wanxing pointed at Chin Mo and said, "I'm very thick-skinned. If you can't take it, get lost. Run fast enough and I might spare your life." Hearing this, Chin Mo clenched his fists. Fortunately, he had come prepared this time. He just saw the robot brigade and the Yanyang military region appear at the same time, causing Meng Wanxing's face to change dramatically. Chin Mo took out the contract again and smiled. "Prefecture Lord Meng, hurry up and pack your things. Run fast enough and I'll spare your life." Meng Wanxing was so enraged he coughed up blood and fell to the ground. After dealing with Meng Wanxing, Chin Mo and Xiao Mulan came to the backyard. He planned to graft the Star Sun fruit tree to Longxi, as he wouldn't be settling in Wushuang City, and the spiritual spring grand formation at his Huang Mountain Villa could also effectively enhance the Star Sun fruit. Another point was that Grandma Luo had once said that once the Star Sun fruit was separated from the tree, it would rot quickly. Hearing this, Xiao Mulan wanted to help, but Chin Mo refused on the grounds that the Yanyang military region was too high profile. That night, Chin Mo drove back to Longcheng, but on the way he noticed someone deliberately cutting him off. "Do you people even know how to drive?" The big man who got out of the car gave Chin Mo a sense of familiarity. This person was the casino owner. The owner called out to his underlings and rushed fiercely towards Chin Mo. In an instant, Chin Mo finally remembered. Wasn't this the owner from the boxing match? The casino owner aggressively demanded that Chin Mo compensate him. But the corners of Chin Mo's mouth turned up. He was just thinking about finding someone to transport the Star Sun fruit tree, and someone had come to his door to help. Subsequently, Chin Mo pretended to be guilty and said he would call someone to bring money over. Unexpectedly, the casino owner spoke up, saying he wouldn't let Chin Mo go without a compensation of 1.5 billion. Hearing this, Chin Mo nodded in agreement. The owner thought to himself, "If I had known Chin Mo would agree so readily, I should have asked for more." He then walked up to Chin Mo, patted his head and said, "I hear you drove Meng Wanxing away and took over the twin prefectures. Can you manage such a large enterprise?" Chin Mo was very astute and directly handed the keys to the twin prefectures to the owner. 1.5 billion plus the twin prefectures made the owner ecstatic. A short while later, an armored truck stopped in front of him. The owner was overjoyed and hurriedly called his brothers to move the money. Unexpectedly, when the armored truck opened, he was dumbfounded. Inside the armored truck wasn't a pile of cash, but the underground emperor, Tai Xing'an, and a group of bodyguards with guns walked over fiercely. When Tai Xing'an saw the owner, his face turned ugly. "So you're the one who wants to take Mr. Qin's money? I've brought the money for you. Let's see if you dare to take it." Seeing that the situation was not good, the owner hurriedly knelt down and apologized to Qin Mo, hoping that Qin Mo would tell Tai Xing'an that it was all a misunderstanding. But Qin Mo said that 1.5 billion was too little and they could add more. This scared the owner so much he started crying. The owner begged Qin Mo to stop joking. Seeing this, Qin Mo stopped teasing him and said seriously, "Agree to 2 conditions and I'll let you go. 1. Stop your socially harmful businesses. 2. Help me look after the twin prefectures and find a way to transport the 3-star sun fruit trees to Longxi." The owner hurriedly nodded in agreement. At this time, Tai Xing'an also brought Qin Mo a piece of news. He Qin'an had been asking about Qin Mo's whereabouts. When Qin Mo learned that he Qin'an was looking for him to go home for the new year, he was not happy at all. Instead, he fled like lightning, because this year he planned to spend it at the Shu family's house. But Qin Mo was so focused on avoiding he Qin'an that he forgot to bring a gift. As a result, he was mocked by Shu De. "Didn't you say you were doing well outside? Why are you back here to sponge off us?" Before Qin Mo could say anything, the doorbell rang and a Santa Claus appeared at the door. It was the gangster boss from Wushuang City. When Shu De saw him, he immediately changed his tune and hurriedly invited him into the house. Qin Mo was worried that the boss's appearance would attract he Qin'an, so he pushed the boss out as if he had seen a ghost. After closing the door, Qin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Shu De, however, said angrily, "You're really something. Do you know who that was? The gangster boss of Wushuang City. By kicking him out, are you trying to get us killed? Get out of the Shu family. You can go wherever you want for the new year. Don't drag our family down if you get into trouble outside." Aunt Zhang saw this and was furious, but she was angry at Shu De for kicking Qin Mo out just before the new year. Qin Mo didn't want to make things difficult for Aunt Zhang, so he called the boss again and told him to return to the Shu family within 5 minutes. Soon, the boss arrived at the Shu family's door and respectfully wished Qin Mo a happy new year. Qin Mo just wanted to prove that the boss was there to see him, and then he told him to get lost. The boss immediately and obediently disappeared from Qin Mo's sight. Shu De was stunned to see this. To be so successful on the outside, Qin Mo couldn't be bothered to explain, "Since Shu De doesn't welcome me, I'll go out." Qin Mo had originally come here just to see Aunt Zhang. When Shu Yao saw that Qin Mo was leaving, she became anxious and asked where he was going. But Qin Mo said indifferently, "There are plenty of people who want to spend the new year with me. You don't need to worry about it." For example, the one he couldn't even hide from, he Qin'an. At this moment, outside the Shu family's door, he Qin'an had indeed come looking for him, and without taking no for an answer, she pulled Qin Mo home for the new year. Just like that, he was dragged to the Zhongnan Qin family to be he Qin'an's boyfriend. Although Qin Mo's grandfather had heard of Qin Mo's skills, he looked down on his status. Qin family was a century-old family already famous throughout China. How could they let a fighter be their son-in-law? So he directly stated his attitude, telling Qin Mo to leave as soon as he finished his meal. Qin Mo was dragged here against his will, so he didn't care. But he Qin'an was not happy, stating that she valued Qin Mo and would marry no one but him. Hearing this, he Qin'an's grandfather slammed the table in anger. He Qin'an's father reminded her, "Don't forget you already have a marriage contract. The Liu family, we can't afford to offend them." Hearing this, Qin Mo didn't understand. Was he being used as a spare tire? Thinking of this, Qin Mo went out with a dark face. He Qin'an anxiously chased after him to explain. According to her explanation, her marriage contract with the young master of the Liu family was an arranged marriage from birth. If she married him, she would have no freedom in her life. That's why she had no choice but to come up with this plan. Although Qin Mo was angry, he still comforted he Qin'an, telling her not to worry, he would help her. And this scene was witnessed by the young master of the Liu family, who was hiding in the shadows. The next day, Qin Mo followed her to the Qin family again. When the Qin family elders saw Qin Mo arrive, they couldn't help but show a look of disgust and even exaggerated the evidence of the marriage contract, telling Qin Mo to get lost. Qin Mo didn't take it to heart. Just then, he Qin'an's fiancée Lu Jianing appeared, making the Qin family elders' faces change instantly. But Lu Jianing angrily questioned, "What is the relationship between Qin Mo and he Qin'an? Why were they together last night?" Hearing this, the Qin family elders broke out in a cold sweat. Although the Qin family was a century-old family, the Liu family was definitely not someone the Qin family could afford to offend, and they certainly wouldn't offend Lu Jianing, this golden goose, over a poor boy like Qin Mo. So they lied, saying that Qin Mo was he Qin'an's hooligan follower who had dared to follow her home, and they were just about to kick him out. Being called a hooligan, Qin Mo's face darkened. He thought to himself, "It was your young lady who used me as a shield, okay?" But this was not the time to be willful. Since he had promised to help he Qin'an, he would play along to the end. Qin Mo then wrapped his arm around he Qin'an's waist with 3 hands and said with a smile, "I, Qin Mo, have set my heart on this woman." He then held he Qin'an in his arms, and her face turned red against his firm chest. When Lu Jianing saw this, his veins bulged, and he wished he could tear Qin Mo apart. Seeing Lu Jianing's fury, old Master Qin sent people to kill Qin Mo. He Qinan heard this and couldn't help but worry. Lu Jianing had been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child and was a first-class swordsman. Qin Mo might not be able to withstand him, but Lu Jianing was arrogant and thought a hooligan was not worthy of him using his sword. It would be better to humiliate Qin Mo and let him see how the powerful and noble of Nanqi paid New Year's respects to the Qin family so he could recognize his own place. He then called Qin Mo a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Although He Qinan wanted Qin Mo to be a shield, when she saw him being humiliated, she was very angry and wanted to explain to everyone. But she was stopped by Qin Mo. There was no need to explain now. I will definitely do what I promised you. After the Qin family banquet began, various wealthy businessmen and powerful figures arrived one after another, presenting the Qin family with priceless gifts. To show off his status, Lu Jianing presented the Qin family with a luminous pearl from the Tang dynasty, stunning the audience. Everyone exclaimed that such a divine object would not be sold by any family that obtained it. But young Master Lu gave it away so generously. He was truly magnanimous. Listening to everyone's praise, Lu Jianing couldn't help but look at Qin Mo. I hear this gentleman is also pursuing Miss Qin, but I wonder what precious gift he has brought. Qin Mo showed a troubled expression, sighed softly, and then took out the green light jade talisman magical artifact as a gift. Seeing this, Lu Jianing couldn't help but sneer. A fake plastic jade pendant can also be treated as a treasure. You really are a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Old Master Qin felt that Qin Mo was humiliating him and slapped the gift Qin Mo had sent, telling him to get out. The green light jade talisman was also knocked to the ground. Just then, Tai Xing'an appeared with a pile of valuable gifts. Tai Xing'an had come specially to pay New Year's respects with some small gifts for Mr. Qin Mo and Old Master Qin. Everyone in the hall was the same. Tai Xing'an was the underground emperor of Longxi, and it was unexpected that he would be so polite to Qin Mo. What surprised everyone even more was what came next. In a short while, Bai Zong from Beihe Pharmaceuticals, Master Zhao Min of the Southern Prefecture, Zhao Qing, Hua Lengxin of the Navy, and the head of the pharmaceutical world Yao Shengcheng all appeared to pay their New Year's respects to Qin Mo and Old Master Qin. This was already beyond Lu Jianing's expectations, but it was not enough to convince him. So what if you have a good background, you still just gave a fake jade pendant? Qin Mo didn't explain either, he borrowed a gun from Tai Xing'an. Subsequently, Qin Mo made a shocking move, directly pointing the gun at Old Master Qin to prove the protective power of the jade talisman. He've seen change. Qin Mo's cultivation at the spiritual spring villa had broken through again, already reaching the terrifying peak of qi refining. At this moment, the man with the pompadour thoughtfully handed him a towel and even asked if Qin Mo wanted brown sugar ginger water. Qin Mo waved his hand for him to put away the body cleansing pills. He had to go to the Yanyang military region. That night, Qin Mo drove his Lamborghini at full speed, accidentally overtaking a young master named Park Hong. This instantly ignited Park Hong's competitive spirit, and he even had all his subordinates overtake the Lamborghini Qin Mo was driving. Qin Mo saw 4 cars chasing him in his rearview mirror and didn't understand what everyone wanted to do. Was it a race or a robbery? Could it be that they were after his body cleansing pills? Thinking of this, Qin Mo called the police and drifted all the way to the police station. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mulan had been waiting for a long time. Park Hong saw this, pointed at Qin Mo resentfully and said, "This kid was speeding too, why don't you arrest him?" But he only heard Xiao Mulan say coldly, "He is the honorary director of our police station. You can't compare to him." The next evening, Qin Mo returned to the spiritual spring villa from the Yanyang military region. As soon as he got out of the car, he was met by a group of people brought by Park Hong. Qin Mo looked around and reminded everyone to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Park Hong thought that the legendary Qin Mo was nothing special, and then threatened Qin Mo that if he didn't leave the Lamborghini, he would lose his life. But just then, a strong wind suddenly blew around them. Before Qin Mo could make a move, several figures suddenly appeared in the dark. Qin Mo looked closely and found that the person who came was Lu Baiming of the Lu family. As the only swordsmanship family in Huahai, his strength was naturally needless to say. Lu Feng had come this time for 2 purposes. One was for the heart-cleansing pills, and the other was for revenge. Qin Mo had ruined the marriage alliance between the Qin and Lu families, so old and new scores would be settled together. Qin Mo naturally guessed Lu Feng's purpose and tactfully told Lu Feng, "I know what Patriarch Lu means, but I already have an appointment with someone else." Before he could finish, Lu Feng was already looking forward to his men beating up Qin Mo. "I won't waste my breath with you, Qin Mo. As long as I capture you, I won't have to worry about not getting the prescription." In an instant, the real and illusionary swords pierced Qin Mo's body at the same time. However, when Lu Feng saw this, he broke out in a cold sweat. The person who had wiped out the southern prefecture overnight couldn't be taken down so easily. As Lu Feng expected, Qin Mo revealed a barely perceptible smile, and then the spiritual power around his body turned into a ball of light, sending the two flying. Seeing this, Lu Feng became angry. "It seems I have to do it myself. Then let me show you what a true swordsmanship master is." Seeing this scene, Qin Mo was greatly shocked. He hadn't expected Lu Feng to be a martial arts grandmaster. Now, in order to save his daughter, Lu Feng had finally erupted. Thinking of the body cleansing pills and everything Qin Mo possessed made Lu Feng go crazy. He picked up his sword and charged at Qin Mo. The next moment Qin Mo held the dragon chill sword. The two sword intents collided, erupting with immense energy. After dozens of rounds, Qin Mo, holding the dragon chill sword, was hard-pressed to deal with the situation. After blocking Lu Feng's attack, he instantly knelt on one knee. At this moment Lu Feng stopped and said, "Qin Mo, if you want to live, hand over the body cleansing pills, cripple yourself with your own hands, and then hand over the dragon chill sword." This kind of pleasure was more fascinating to Lu Feng than women and money, and Qin Mo knew that with his current strength dealing with a martial arts grandmaster was still a bit difficult, not to mention that he had already wasted a lot of spiritual power dealing with the black character Swordsman. But even so, Qin Mo wasn't worried because the person behind the body cleansing pills was the Yanyang military region. So he said coldly, "Patriarch Lu, I'll give it to you, but I'm afraid you wouldn't dare take it." Unexpectedly, Lu Feng heard this and burst out laughing. "Let alone a small pill, even if you, Qin Mo, obtained everything in Huahai, I, Lu Feng, could take it all." Although Qin Mo was covered in wounds at this time, he smiled and said, "I advise you to leave quickly while there's still time." Lu Feng, however, thought Qin Mo was bluffing. Just then, several armed helicopters suddenly appeared circling overhead. It was the first time Lu Feng had seen such a spectacle, but what scared him the most were the two characters Yan Yang emblazoned on the helicopters. Just those two words were enough to make Lu Feng tremble with fear. Xiao Mulan was seen getting off the helicopter and coming to salute Qin Mo. "Xiao Mulan from the Yanyang military region has come to your residence to pick up the goods. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry we're late." Lu Feng was so scared he stood frozen on the spot. At this time Qin Mo slowly opened his mouth and said, "I have no intention of making an enemy of the Lu family. If the Lu family still wants to cause trouble, I will be happy to oblige." At this time, Lu Feng hurriedly knelt on the ground saying that he only wanted to save his daughter at home, which was why he had such thoughts. He also repeatedly nodded and apologized to Qin Mo. Because only Qin Mo's body cleansing pills could save the lives of those Baiming children. As long as he could save them, he would do anything. Qin Mo saw that Lu Feng's attitude was very sincere. And thinking of the sick children, he couldn't help but feel a sense of compassion. He subconsciously turned to look at Xiao Mulan. Sister Mulan tactfully said, "Whoever Mr. Qin wants to save, he can decide for himself." Since the Yanyang military region had said so much, Qin Mo turned to look at Lu Feng, who was kneeling on the ground. "Patriarch Lu, I promise you, in a few days I will go with you to Baiming to treat the children." Hearing this, Lu Feng hurriedly thanked Qin Mo. He didn't expect that he had done such an outrageous thing to Qin Mo, yet Qin Mo repaid his grievance with kindness. He must build a good relationship with Qin Mo in the future. Meanwhile, a disciple from the northern prefecture courtyard came to report, informing Meng Wangxing and Wu Yu of Lu Feng's great defeat. They were both shocked to hear that even a master of swordsmanship of his generation had lost. After careful consideration, Wu Yu decided to go to the Lu family again to form an alliance. Only then could they resist Qin Mo. When the time comes for the east and west prefectures, the Lu family, and the northern prefecture to form an alliance, will they still be afraid of not being able to take Qin Mo's life? At this time, at the patient gathering, the patients all recovered to their original state after eating the body cleansing pills sent by Qin Mo. Everyone saw this and bowed in thanks to Qin Mo. Mr. Qin is truly a divine doctor reborn. After Qin Mo finished the treatment, he now wanted to lie down and sleep immediately. After all, he had stayed up all night refining this medicine. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled and said, "The Lu family sword conference is in a few days. Why don't you stay at the Shi mansion for a few days?" When Qin Mo heard the word sword conference, he thought it should be very interesting and agreed. A few days later, on the road to Baiming, the northern prefecture's motorcade slowly drove towards the Lu family. The visitors were Wu Yu and Meng Wangxing of the northern prefecture. "We've brought many gifts this time. The Lu family will definitely form an alliance with us. The day of the alliance will be the day of Qin Mo's death." But as the two stepped into the Lu family's gate, the scene they saw almost made their jaws drop. Qin Mo said with an embarrassed face, "Hello, you two prefecture lords, what a coincidence." The next scene completely shattered their fantasy of forming an alliance this time. After the last time, the relationship between the Lu family and Qin Mo became better and better. Seeing that Qin Mo was about to turn and leave, Wu Yu hurriedly stopped him. "I heard that Mr. Qin flattened the southern heaven gate with 3 sword strikes back then. He can be said to be the top swordsmanship master in Huahai. Why don't we have a competition?" Hearing this, Qin Mo replied, "I wonder how Prefecture Lord Wu would like to compete." Wu Yu showed a wicked smile and said the competition method was very simple. "You and I will each choose a disciple from the Lu family. In the end, whoever's disciple wins will be the victor. The loser will have to obey the victor in everything." Qin Mo thought to himself, "Isn't the northern prefecture just delivering itself to my door?" So Qin Mo agreed. Then, just as he was about to say who he wanted to choose, Wu Yu preemptively answered, "I choose Lu Jianing." You must know that Lu Jianing's strength in the Lu family was second only to the patriarch Lu Feng. Seeing this, Meng Wangxing couldn't help but admire Wu Yu's wisdom. "Prefecture Lord Wu is sure to win this time." Qin Mo heard this and felt a wave of embarrassment. "You sure are quick to grab him. I wasn't planning on choosing Lu Jianing anyway." Then he pointed his finger at Lu Ping next to him and said, "I choose her." When Wu Yu and Meng Wangxing saw this, they couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. Is this Qin Mo crazy? How could this sickly girl possibly beat Lu Jianing? Lu Ping saw this, innocently waving the wooden stick in her hand. Brother Qin Mo, I will definitely perform well. Wu Yu had already thought of Qin Mo's fate. If Lu Ping was seriously injured, he would not only lose the bet. Lu Feng doted on Lu Ping so much he would definitely not let Qin Mo off. The Lu family's sword conference would be in full swing. When Lu Feng heard that Qin Mo was letting Lu Ping participate in the sword conference, he was furious and immediately sent people to surround the venue, gritting his teeth and saying to himself, Qin Mo, if anything happens to Pinger, don't blame me for repaying kindness with enmity. At this time on the stage, Lu Jianing kept persuading his little sister. You've only learned from Mr. Qin for 20 minutes. You won't be my opponent. Seeing Lu Ping's stubborn look, she would surely not admit defeat easily. Lu Jianing had no choice but to casually make 2 moves to scare her. The next second he jumped up and struck at Lu Ping with his sword, but because the difference in strength was too great, just one blow knocked Lu Ping to the ground. Lu Jianing couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It seemed the difference in strength was still huge. There was also laughter from below the stage. Is the Lu family's little girl here to act cute? Hurry up and get off the stage and admit defeat. Seeing this, Wu Yu showed the smile of a victor. Qin Mo, you're doomed to lose. Think nervously about what to do next, okay? But Qin Mo looked at Lu Ping's figure on the stage with a confident expression. Don't worry, the good show is yet to come. Lu Ping stood up again, indicating that she could continue the competition. Lu Feng below the stage was so anxious he almost wet his pants. At this time Lu Ping was deaf to the matters off stage and went all out to fight Lu Jianing. At this time Wu Yu had the opportunity to fan the flames from the side. He fanned the flames by saying, Patriarch Lu, your daughter has been brainwashed by Qin Mo. She won't listen to you now. Hearing this, Lu Feng said angrily, Mr. Qin, I respect you for saving the patience of Bai Ming and Pinger, but if anything happens to Pinger, don't blame me for turning hostile. Qin Mo said confidently that Lu Ping would not lose. Confidence is a good thing, but Ping, before he could finish, there was an uproar from the stage. In an instant, Lu Ping was seen repelling Lu Jianing with one sword strike. The next second she pointed her sword at his neck and said, Big brother, you lost. When Wu Yu and Meng Wangxing saw this, they were instantly stunned. Impossible. Lu Ping had been sick since birth and had never touched a sword. At this time Qin Mo explained from the side that they were siblings, so how could Lu Jianing be ruthless? Lu Jianing dodged everywhere. As long as Lu Ping continued to attack, she would naturally find a flaw, so I only taught her one move. Seeing this, Patriarch Lu couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Qin is truly a master. Not only is his cultivation high, but his judgment of people is also very keen. At this time Qin Mo said with cold eyes, Lu, Prefecture Lord lost. Prefecture Lord lost. It's time to fulfill your promise. I want the entire northern prefecture. When Wu Yu and Meng Wangxing heard this, they were both stunned, then said with a smile, What is Mr. Qin talking about? It was just a martial arts competition. We didn't promise anything. Seeing that the two were about to go back on their word, Lu Feng stepped forward and said angrily, Prefecture Lord Wu and Prefecture Lord Meng, are you trying to default on your debt on my territory? At this time the two spread their hands and smiled, not expecting the Lu family to help Qin Mo. But even here in the territory of the Baiming Lu family, no one can stop us. Then they took out 2 smoke bombs from their pockets. With a loud bang, smoke enveloped the entire Lu family. When the smoke cleared, the 2 of them had disappeared from the spot. Qin Mo thought to himself, what the northern prefecture owes me. I will personally go to the northern prefecture to take their property in the future. At this time there was a sound behind Qin Mo. Thinking that it was time for the Changdan sword to break through again, the Long family had once said that the second breakthrough must find silver ore. At this time Lu Feng showed his loyalty, stating that he would follow Qin Mo to attack the northern prefecture now. Qin Mo hurriedly waved his hand and said, let's put this matter aside for now, and also asked Lu Feng where he could mine silver ore. Hearing this, Lu Feng was a bit confused and said, silver ore can only be found at the Tang Gate in Juku province, and to get silver ore you must become a registered disciple of Tang Gate. But the number of people who go to Tang Gate for the assessment every year is countless. To truly pass and become a registered disciple is harder than climbing to the sky. Mr. Qin, are you going to reconsider? Before he could finish, Qin Mo had already turned and left. Heading to Juku, Tang Mountain of Tang Gate was one of the 7 honorary swordsmen of China at the time. Here, they swore an oath with blood. At this time, various powerful figures from Tang Mountain rushed over, all competing for the honor of being a registered disciple. Suddenly a buff man in pink clothes shouted, is there anyone who can carry me up the mountain? I'll give you 500 yuan for each step. Everyone cast strange looks at him. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he mocked a young man wearing a green hat. Does Taisha Mountain also accept female disciples now? There are no women here. Hurry up and go back. The underlings behind him burst into laughter upon hearing this. At this time Qin Mo walked out and said faintly, fuck, why don't you climb up yourself? You're even paying someone to carry you? Hearing this, the man became furious. I'm rich, that's why. If you have the ability, try climbing up. As soon as the words fell, Qin Mo leapt up, jumping to the halfway point of Tang Mountain. Everyone was so shocked their jaws dropped. When the man came to his senses, his face turned gloomy. This person will definitely become my great enemy in the future. At this time the underling was still flattering him on the side. He's just a kid from Huahai, how can he compare to young Master Shu? When the old man at the mountaintop saw this, he thought to himself that this assessment, with all sorts of powerful figures vying to come, was truly worth watching. Before long everyone arrived at the peak of Tang Mountain. At this time the man on the rock waved his hand. This person was none other than the master of Tang Mountain Gate, and the head of the martial hall, Shu Ko. When young Master Shu Feng saw him, his heart leapt with joy, because Shu Ko, who was in charge of the assessment, was his second uncle. Shu Ko announced that the next round of assessment would begin tomorrow. Rooms had been prepared for everyone. Tonight everyone was to rest well, to a room in hopes that they could give their all in tomorrow's assessment. Qin Mo was surprised to learn that the man was from the Dou family of Yanyang. The Dou family of Yanyang was a famous and great clan. What brought them here? But as soon as the person entered the room, Qin Mo felt that this brother Dou was a bit off. Seeing Qin Mo take off his clothes, he couldn't help but blush and shout, and even drew a dividing line on their bed telling Qin Mo not to cross it. This made Qin Mo feel a wave of embarrassment. How could a grown man act like a girl? In the middle of the night, Qin Mo felt the urge to urinate. After twisting open the toilet door, he was given a huge shock. Why was brother Dou squatting to urinate, and why did he have no? At this moment Qin Mo learned that Dou Fengshui had disguised herself as a man to come to Daxing Mountain for the Juku Pearl. He then thought to himself that the Juku Pearl was a secret treasure of the Tang Gate and probably wouldn't be so easy to obtain. But considering that Dou Fengshui was from the great Yanyang clan and he might need their help in the future, and he also needed to find a way to get the silver ore, Qin Mo decided to help her. The two made a pinky promise to form an alliance, and from then on the duo was formed. The next day, a group of disciples who came for the assessment gathered in front of the Tang Mountain Trial Tower. The trial tower had a total of 18 floors, with the difficulty increasing with each floor. One had to climb 10 floors to enter the Tang Gate, and this time Qin Mo only wanted to get first place. Moreover, he had to reach the summit and seize the mountain talisman to have a chance to get the silver iron ore. But for thousands of years, only the elder Chao Yimo had successfully reached the summit and obtained the mountain talisman. Upon hearing this news, Qin Mo thought to himself, then let me, Qin Mo, be the second person to reach the summit. At this moment, a small pair of hands grabbed his sleeve. Dou Fengshui leaned against Qin Mo, expressing that she was a little scared. Qin Mo said that when they go in later, she shouldn't run around and just follow behind him. With the examiner's order, the crowd surged into the tower like a tide. To ensure Shu Feng won first place, Shu Feng's second uncle, who was in charge of this assessment, maintained close contact with Shu Feng. As soon as he entered the tower, Shu Feng regarded Qin Mo as his biggest competitor and planned to feed him to the tigers in the first-floor tiger formation. Before long, several giant golden gleaming tigers appeared before everyone. These tigers let out low roars. It was clear at a glance that they had been hungry for several days. At this moment, Shu Feng's pupils turned white with fear, and he kept ordering his subordinates to go forward and fight. Many participants were in a panic. Only Qin Mo was calm and composed, his eyes sharply watching the front, ready to act at any time. A moment later, a few overconfident young men with machetes rushed towards the giant tigers. Before their machetes could even touch the tigers' hides, the few of them were torn apart by the giant tigers in an instant. Seeing this for the first time, Shu Feng couldn't help but be startled, watching as the giant tigers relentlessly tore at his companions. Qin Mo, however, had his hands in his pockets, strolling as if on a walk. At this time, Shu Feng also noticed them, and a thought suddenly came to him. He picked up a corpse from the ground and threw it towards them. His subordinate immediately understood his meaning, picked up a companion's corpse and threw it towards Qin Mo. The tigers, smelling the blood, immediately targeted Qin Mo and his companion. Dou Fengyao's face instantly turned pale with fear. Qin Mo also frowned sharply. The moment the tiger pounced, Dou Fengyao was so scared she hid her entire body behind Qin Mo. Qin Mo squinted at the pouncing tiger, and the spiritual power in his body instantly gushed out, forming waves of blue light. The next second he threw a punch, and a loud crack of breaking bones was heard. The tiger, weighing several hundred pounds, was instantly shattered by a single punch. Everyone stared blankly, unable to react. A dozen people couldn't even subdue one tiger, yet Qin Mo had killed one with a single punch. When he opened his eyes, the door to the second floor was already open. Next, Qin Mo proceeded as if he had a cheat code, spending no more than 5 minutes on each floor. This scene was also witnessed by the elders behind the scenes, who even wanted to take Qin Mo as their direct disciple. Shu Feng and his group went from initial shock to later numbness, to the point where they forgot who they were, watching Qin Mo crush his way through and following him upstairs. And Shu Feng's lackeys went from initially begging Qin Mo to later collectively falling silent, hiding behind Qin Mo, not daring to move. They were afraid of leaving Qin Mo's protective range. Before long, the group opened the door to the 18th floor. He had only taken 2 hours to ascend to the 18th floor, even more impressive than the water exhaustion gate master of that year. Seeing this, the elder showed a faint smile. It seemed there was hope for his Tang Mountain to rise. The next second his expression suddenly turned serious. The 18th floor was the Tang Sword Formation. The Tang Sword Formation was formed by 9 elite disciples of the sect. For a martial artist who had just participated in the registered disciple assessment, this was undoubtedly a dead end. Seeing this, the elder felt a sense of cherishing talent and wanted to ascend the tower to save Qin Mo, but was stopped by Elder Shuishao. The rules could not be broken. Whether this person lived or died would depend on his own fortune. The Tang sword formation with the combined force of 9 elite disciples could rival a half-step sword Dao master. Thinking of this, the elder couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At this time, those within the mortal tower could not have imagined the highest achievement Elder Shuishao would reach. They had been coasting to victory by following Qin Mo all the way. At this moment, Xu Feng also revealed a barely perceptible wicked smile. Later, while Qin Mo was fighting, he would go up and snatch the mountain talisman and he would be first. Qin Mo looked at the stairs leading to the 18th floor and said faintly, "I'll be back in a moment, everyone just stay here." The 18th floor was empty, with only a high platform on which the mountain talisman was placed. As long as he got it, Qin Mo would become first and could easily obtain the silver ore. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Qin Mo, making him break out in a cold sweat. "You were able to reach the 18th floor, you must have been valued by the gate master. If you die under our swords, it will be hard for us to explain. We advise you to leave this place as soon as possible." Passing through here, it was the first time Qin Mo had encountered an opponent who advised him to go back. Qin Mo smiled wryly and said, "Are you all sure I will die?" Hearing this, the elite disciple sword formation said solemnly, "When our sword formation is unleashed, you will surely die." The more they said it, the more Qin Mo's curiosity was piqued. "I'd like to test just how difficult this 18th floor assessment is." The 9 disciples glanced at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Then the 9 of them leapt up, forming a formation with Qin Mo in the middle, completely surrounded. At this moment, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. The dragon chill sword was in the breakthrough stage, so it was impossible to take it out. He could only break the formation with his bare hands. Then, as the 9 shouted in unison, "Tang sword formation, rise!" a majestic aura was instantly revealed. The 9 held their swords like a river, like water, like waves, forming 9 bends and charging fiercely towards Qin Mo. At this time, Qin Mo hurriedly dodged and jumped up. The 9 disciples concentrated on Qin Mo like a tidal wave, simultaneously jumping up to chase him. Facing the combined pursuit of the 9 and the constantly changing Juku sword formation, a sword chi quickly grazed Qin Mo's shoulder. Qin Mo took 2 steps back, revealing a barely perceptible smile. The Juku sword formation is nothing more than this. The leading disciple saw this and threw his head back in laughter, still talking tough. "You think you can break this formation?" The inspiration for the Tang sword formation came from the 9-bend yellow river at the foot of Tang Mountain. The place where the 9 bends of water converge is where the power is strongest, and conversely, the weakest point is called the breach. Xu Feng, Fan Ran and the others looked at Qin Mo, completely clueless as to what he was saying, but the 9 Tang disciples' faces had already changed dramatically in shock. Qin Mo had actually managed to decipher the 1,000-year-old Tang sword formation in such a short time. They never thought such a martial arts genius existed in the world. At this time, Qin Mo slowly raised his hand and immense spiritual energy gathered in his arm. He then smiled and said, "Now it's time for me, Qin Mo, to break the formation." Seeing this, the Tang disciples' faces turned terrified, and many even screamed in alarm. "You can actually form sword chi with your palm?" As his voice fell, Qin Mo suddenly waved his hand and a majestic white sword chi burst forth from his palm. The 9 Tang disciples were dumbfounded, completely horrified. The palm transforming into sword chi made the Tang disciples instinctively think of something. Qin Mo had already reached the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. But that was not the case. Although Qin Mo was in the world of martial arts, he was a cultivator. His peak chi refining realm was enough to allow the immense spiritual energy to condense into sword chi in his palm, and this led them to mistake Qin Mo for a martial arts grandmaster. As the sword chi shot out, the sharp sword chi seemed to flow upstream, rushing towards the 9-bend river, making it impossible for the Tang sword formation to withstand. Like a river with a broken dam, it instantly collapsed. Qin Mo, holding a wisp of sword intent, slowly walked towards the disciples. In the eyes of the Tang disciples, Qin Mo at this moment was like a behemoth looking down on them. In just a second, a violent explosion occurred on the entire 18th floor. The people outside the tower, Fan Ran and the others, watched everything that was happening. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were silent. Not a sound could be heard. Even the elder Shuidu and Master Jianxin were both instantly dumbfounded. As Qin Mo's final sword strike fell, the 9 Tang disciples were instantly bathed in a river of blood. Everyone was stunned by this scene, never expecting the young man from Huahai to be so terrifyingly strong. Do Feng, upon seeing this, was also frozen in place. At this moment, Qin Mo suddenly turned, pulled her into his arms and then carried her out of the collapsed area. Do Fengyao was like a frightened little white rabbit, lying quietly in Qin Mo's arms. The remaining Tang disciples on the tower watched as the towering tower collapsed. No one expected the battle to be so fierce. The 1,000-year-old trial tower collapsed with a roar. The 18th floor was filled with dust and chaos. Xu Feng coughed heavily from the dust, raising his dirt-covered face, looking very wretched. Suddenly, Xu Feng's eyes lit up. The mountain talisman was lying quietly in front of him. It was particularly eye-catching amidst the rubble and wooden stakes. Xu Feng greedily pounced on the mountain talisman, hugging it tightly in his arms. This scene was also witnessed by Qin Mo. Seeing this, Xu Feng was instantly covered in sweat. He hadn't expected Qin Mo to survive even this. He then said with a slight stutter, "This mountain talisman is? I got it first, so it's mine." Seeing that Qin Mo didn't speak, Xu Feng brought up his background to threaten him. "I admit you're strong, but this is Juku. If you want to live peacefully, you have to listen to me. If you really push me, the Shu family of Juku is not to be trifled with." Hearing this, Qin Mo thought to himself, "This time I killed 9 top disciples of Taeyang Mountain and destroyed the trial tower. If I win the ranking, I will definitely become the focus of Taeyang Mountain. In that case, it will be even harder to get the silver ore and the Juku pearl. Since he wants this empty fame, I might as well give it to him." Subsequently, Xu Feng walked out of the tower with a smile, flashing a barely perceptible evil grin before he left. He thought Qin Mo was just pretending to be generous when he was clearly afraid of him. Outside the tower, the people were waiting anxiously at the tower's entrance. Master Jianqin said expectantly, "It should be that kid, right?" As the tower door slowly opened, the first one to walk out was Xu Feng, holding the mountain talisman, looking arrogant and proud, as if afraid that no one would see the mountain talisman in his hand. Jianqin's jaw dropped in shock. How could it be him? In the ruins, Do Fengyao asked Qin Mo why he let him have the mountain talisman. Qin Mo just sneered, "Those who covet things they shouldn't have will eventually pay a more painful price." Soon, Xu Feng's deeds spread to every corner of Huasha. Everyone knew that a genius young man who could break formations and destroy towers had appeared in Taeyang Gate. A few days later, Xu Feng swaggered into Qin Mo's residence and shouted, "You two, as registered disciples, can't just eat and do nothing. The senior disciple orders you to sweep the steps with this sissy today." The 2,000 steps of Taeyang Mountain Gate to be swept by 2 people. Do Feng stomped her feet in anger, but was stopped by Qin Mo beside her, who said he would finish sweeping in a moment. A month passed in a flash, just in time for the triennial Sword Dao martial arts tournament held in Huasha. When Elder Shujin mentioned this to Xu Feng's face broke out in a cold sweat. "Isn't this a competition that students from all over China will participate in? The sect master won't make me go, will he?" The old man on the water looked at Xu Feng, his eyes full of fondness and admiration. "The sect is only giving you one spot. With your strength, winning first place shouldn't be a problem." After hearing this, Xu Feng's face instantly turned pale, and he stood there with a restless mind. "Don't overthink it. As long as you display half the strength you showed in the trial tower, you can easily win the championship." Hearing this, Xu Feng's pupils instantly shrank. If he participated in the martial arts tournament, wouldn't everything from before be exposed? But under pressure from the sect master, Xu Feng had no choice but to nod in agreement, stating that he would definitely not disappoint the sect master's expectations. 3 days later, within the Taeyang Gate, Sword Dao prodigies from Juku, Huahai, and 23 other major provinces gathered at the foot of Taeyang Mountain to compete. Here, everyone was discussing Taeyang Mountain has recently produced a monstrous talent, Xu Feng. Taeyang Mountain is sure to win this time. During the drawing of lots, Xu Feng drew the first lot and was the first to compete. His opponent was Lian Shun, a prodigy from Daok. Lian Shun was from a major martial arts family in Dao province and had practiced swordsmanship since childhood. If it weren't for the emergence of Xu Feng, Lian Shun would have been the top contender. Lian Shun looked at Xu Feng, who was being praised to the heavens by everyone, and couldn't help but lower his head in dejection. "Young Master Shu's great name is far-reaching. I know my skills are inferior. In today's battle I hope you will be merciful." Xu Feng saw his demeanor and thought he was obviously a weakling, then smiled and said, "No problem. You don't have to be humble, I know my limits." With the sound of a bell, the Taeyang Gate Sword Dao martial arts tournament officially began. Lian Shun suddenly drew his sword and leapt up, saying, "Young Master Shu, please enlighten me." Xu Feng, seeing such speed for the first time, was stunned and his mind went blank. The audience below thought that young Master Shu was too lazy to even make a move against Lian Shun's attack. But in the next second, Xu Feng was knocked off balance by Lian Shun's strike. At this moment, the audience below couldn't help but worry, while someone on the side said that Xu Feng was doing this intentionally so that Lian Shun wouldn't lose too badly. Lian Shun on the stage also angrily said to Xu Feng, "Young Master Shu, are you looking down on me? Please use your full strength." Everyone thought Xu Feng was holding back, but only he himself knew that this was truly his full strength. Seeing this, Lian Shun thought that only by using his strongest attack would Xu Feng be willing to fight back, who knew that just as the sword was about to touch Xu Feng, he knelt on the ground with a thud and repeatedly begged for mercy. Seeing this, Lian Shun was filled with disbelief, and then he burst into wild laughter. "So the prodigies of Taeyang Gate are all hype, beaten by me without any ability to fight back?" Seeing this, the 2 elders, Jianqin and Shui, looked helpless. Then one of them placed a hand on Lian Shun's shoulder and said, "Please let me clear the stage." At this time, Jianqin also noticed that the sweeping boy was the agile person from the previous assessment. At this moment, Lian Shun saw this and angrily replied, "I won't allow it. What can you do to me? All of your prodigies have been defeated by me. How dare a sweeper like you speak to me like that?" Seeing this, Qin Mo picked up the broom in his hand and said, "Then I can only ask you to leave." At this moment, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense with swords drawn. "Have you heard the story of the sweeping monk?" He was nameless. His martial arts were profound and his skills superb, yet he remained hidden. Faced with Qin Mo's well-intentioned reminder in Lian Shun's eyes, it was a great disrespect to him. As soon as the words fell, a sword chi shot straight at the back of Qin Mo's head. A mere sweeping disciple dares to give me orders. Dou Fengyao and Jianxin saw this and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Qin Mo. He was the man who had defeated the pride of Tang Mountain within a few moves. At this moment, Qin Mo's eyes began to sharpen. With a raise of his hand, 3 sword qis shot directly through Lian Shun's body. The atmosphere on the field instantly froze. A moment later, with a loud bang, a deep crack immediately appeared where the sword qi had passed. At this time, the juniors finally reacted because the previous attack was too fast, killing him in less than a second. Even Elder Shujin and Elder Jianxin on the side were shocked. Jianxin then smiled and said, "The young man I was talking about earlier is him. The first place in the trial tower was definitely his." The disciples outside the field heard the elder's words and started discussing among themselves. Someone even mentioned that Shu Ko was Shu Feng's second uncle. Hearing that Shu Feng had claimed a result that should have belonged to Qin Mo, the old man on the water was furious. He valued the sect's reputation the most, and now Shu Feng had done such a disgraceful thing and had also been defeated in the arena. Shu Feng and Shu Ko were so scared they quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, hoping that the other would deal with it leniently. Qin Mo glanced at them faintly. Old man Shuigu, as outwardly grandfatherly but inwardly jealous, how could he let them off lightly? As his voice fell, old man Shuizu's internal energy gathered in his gourd. With one strike he sent the two of them flying dozens of meters away and shouted, "You two leave Tang Mountain this time and never set foot in it again." Then he turned to look at Qin Mo. "Now that everything is clear, Qin Mo, you continue to represent Tang Gate in the sword competition." Qin Mo said faintly, "I refuse." Hearing this, the calm old man Shuishi was stunned. Even the disciples below felt that Qin Mo must be crazy. This was a great opportunity to make a name for himself. Qin Mo said he still preferred sweeping the floor. These words displeased Shuishi. Qin Mo must have other plans. That night, Dou Fengyao asked Qin Mo why he didn't continue the martial arts competition today. Qin Mo faintly said that the sect master would come looking for him tonight. As soon as his voice fell, Jianxin and old man Shuishi walked in. Old man Shuishi looked at Qin Mo with an indifferent expression. "You could have defeated Shu Feng, but you gave it away, causing our Tang Gate to lose face in the sword competition. How do you think I should resolve this matter?" Qin Mo calmly asked. "What do you mean?" Old man Shuishi's face suddenly turned stern and said, "I need you to restore my reputation and win the sword competition championship." Qin Mo thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and then said loudly, "After this is done, I want 2 things, that is, the silver ore and the Juku pearl." At this time, Dou Fengyao finally understood that Qin Mo did not participate in the sword competition in order to take this opportunity to make some demands. Hearing this, Elder Jianxin raised an eyebrow. The silver ore was one thing, but the Juku pearl, before he could finish, old man Shuishi directly agreed to Qin Mo's request. Old man Shusheng's promptness stunned Jianxin. "You must know that Tang only produces a few Juku pearls each year. Were they really going to give them to that kid?" Old man Shuishao immediately jumped up and smiled. "I've agreed for now. As for whether to give it or not, that's up to me." Hearing this, Jianxin thought to himself, "The sect master actually wants to go back on his word. I'm afraid Tang Gate will pay a price for this." The next day, in the sword competition arena, no matter which provincial prodigy Qin Mo encountered, they were all instantly defeated. After continuously defeating 5 prodigies, he directly qualified for the finals. The audience below exclaimed repeatedly, "This is too abnormal. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have known the sword competition had such rules." With a shout from the host, Qin Mo's final opponent walked out. He was once known as the invincible sword master of the younger generation, a sword genius from Huahai, a sword fanatic who made the younger generation of swordsmen tremble in fear, never parting with his sword. The eldest young master of the Lu family, Lu Jianing. Lu Jianing stood on the stage looking at the sword in his hand, his eyes filled with fear and dread. The Qin Mo he was most familiar with. What sweeping disciple, what registered disciple, only those with no eyes would call him that. Qin Mo is the pinnacle of martial arts. In Huahai, even his own father has to respectfully address him as Mr. Qin. Qin Mo looked at Lu Jianing's situation and said nothing. "Don't you still want to compete with me? Let's take this opportunity to have a match." With an order from the host, the competition officially began. Compared to Qin Mo, Lu Jianing also had a group of very optimistic spectators. After all, the sword fanatic was not just an empty name like Shu Feng. At this moment, Lu Jianing couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew Qin Mo too well. Once Qin Mo struck, it would be heavy. His own little life would be over. With a sound from his throat, Lu Jianing threw down his sword and said with a trembling voice, "I surrender." A generation's prodigy of Huahai's sword, Dao, surrendered without a fight. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their faces turned pale. No one expected the sword Dao final to end like this. Qin Mo continuously crushed countless prodigies and won first place in this sword Dao martial arts tournament. On the other side, Dou Fengyao's stomach started to hurt at this very moment. On her way back, she met someone who claimed to have been sent by the sect master. "Qin Mo has won all his matches and taken first place. We are under the sect master's orders to invite you to the inner hall of Tang Gate to receive the Juku pearl." Hearing this, Dou Feng was overjoyed and followed the group. By dusk, Qin Mo still hadn't seen Dou Fengyao. Before long, Qin Mo arrived at the sect master's room as promised. The old man on the water praised Qin Mo profusely. saying things like he could take over his position in the future and become a Generation Sword Dao Grandmaster, painting a grand picture for Qin Mo. Then he lifted the blue cloth on the table. "The silver ore has been prepared for you." Qin Mo finally had a smile on his face when he saw the silver ore. "I've been staying here for over a month for nothing." Then he asked, "Where's the Juku Pearl?" Hearing this, the old man on the water frowned slightly. "Don't worry, I've already given the Juku Pearl to your friend surnamed Do. He should have already gone down the mountain." Qin Mo was slightly stunned, feeling that something was wrong. Even if Do Fengyao was in a hurry to treat her family, she wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Qin Mo pressed the old man Shui Ti again, stating that Do Feng was packing her bags today and would bid farewell to the sect master and elders tomorrow. Just as Qin Mo was about to leave, the old man Shui Jin suddenly stopped him. "I am willing to take you as an inner sect disciple and can make you the future sect master. Do you still insist on leaving my sect?" Qin Mo nodded in agreement. The old man Shui Niu's face darkened. "Young man, you can think it over before you answer. I am keeping you today to joyfully reward you. And also because I don't want to see a generation's prodigy like this. Think thrice before you act, don't make a decision early and regret it." Qin Mo also heard the threat this time, then turned and said faintly, "If I, Qin Mo, want to leave, no one in your Tang Mountain can stop me." The old man on the water thought to himself, "So young and arrogant doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." As he left, Qin Mo wanted to test what kind of scheme Shuishi was playing. Jianxin advised Shuishi to give the Juku Pearl to Qin Mo now. Perhaps it was still not too late. "It's too late, I've already sent people to send him to the finals." Hearing this, Jianxin was stunned, feeling a great sense of foreboding. Offending someone like Qin Mo, he would definitely not let it go at this moment. Old man Shuishi showed a sinister smile. By now his friend should have been sunk to the bottom of the Juku River to feed the fish. Not just his friend, Qin Mo won't be able to leave the Taeyang mountain range either. Hearing this, Qin Mo suddenly appeared behind the two elders, punching the pillar next to him. "What a 1,000-year-old ancient sect Taeyang Gate. You'd better pray that she's safe and sound, otherwise I will level the entire Taeyang mountain gate." At this time by the Juku River, Do Fengyao was tied up by several Taeyang disciples. After being discovered to be a woman disguised as a man, several of them had lustful thoughts and were preparing to have their fill on the ground. At this moment Do Fengyao cried out and kept shaking her head. The despicable character of these men from Taeyang Mountain Gate was on full display. Suddenly a voice came from behind them. The Taeyang disciples turned around and were so frightened their jaws dropped. They saw Qin Mo's palm transform into sword chi, slashing across one person's neck. Blood instantly spurted out and the first head fell to the ground. Seeing this, one of them threatened, "We are the direct disciples of Shuishi. Combined, our strength is greater than yours." Before he finished speaking, several streaks of sword chi instantly struck. In a moment they all fell into a pool of blood. Do Fengyao shrank back in fear and told Qin Mo that this was all Master Shuishi's doing, and they should leave this place as soon as possible, or there would be trouble when Shuishi and his men pursued them. Hearing this, Qin Mo's expression darkened, and he said, "Don't be afraid, you will get your Juku Pearl and Taeyang Mountain will have to pay the price." The scene changed, and Qin Mo arrived at the river dike with several bundles of TNT. He recalled when he was 10, how Grandpa Kang often brought him along to make these strange things. Now they finally had a use. At this time, within the Taeyang Gate, the two elders, Jianxin and Shuishi, looked at their growing sect and couldn't help but feel gratified. Jianxin suddenly remembered that the disciples sent to kill Do Fengyao that day had not yet returned, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Could something have gone wrong? Shuishi, on the other hand, said with a look of relief, "My disciples have always been a bit undisciplined. You need not worry, elder. Do Feng is one thing, but aren't you afraid of that Qin Mo?" Before he could finish, the old man burst into laughter. "A mere greenhorn, what am I afraid of him coming for revenge for? I'm leaving the gates wide open for him, but he doesn't have the guts." Just as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound was heard. The Taeyang mountain range shook violently, the impact causing the dam to burst. The water of the Juku River poured continuously into the Taeyang Gate. Before the first loud bang had even faded, a second explosion followed. The Taeyang disciples scrambled to higher ground in a panic. The 1,000-year-old buildings within the gate were destroyed in an instant. The roar of the water was mixed with the cries for help from the many disciples who had fallen into the water. As the final explosion sounded, everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw the Juku Pearl flying out from the torrent, shining dazzlingly in the sunlight. Just as the pearl was about to fall into the water, a hand suddenly appeared above it. Qin Mo caught the pearl with one hand and then smiled. "Thank you, Elder Shuishi, for keeping your promise and bestowing the Juku Pearl upon me. I, Qin, will accept it." Elder Shuishi looked at Qin Mo on the surface of the river, his eyes erupting with beast-like fury. "Qin Mo, don't even think about leaving." With that, Qin Mo turned and walked away on the water. Elder Shuishi roared, "Even if Taeyang Gate is destroyed today, I will kill you." This was no longer a matter of character. Qin Mo was completely treating Taeyang Gate like a joke, disgracing the 1,000-year-old ancient sect. The 1,000-year-old buildings of the ancient gate were destroyed in the torrent of the Juku River. The disciples of Taeyang Mountain Gate poured out in full force, with hundreds of boats chasing after Qin Mo. Just as Qin Mo was about to escape Juku with Do Fengyao, Elder Shuishi let out a furious roar. He leapt several meters into the air, also stepping on the Taeyang Great River, drew the glittering Taeyang sword and rapidly pursued Qin Mo. Qin Mo couldn't help but frown slightly. you can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Shuishi had already arrived in front of Qin Mo. 3 sharp sword cheese fiercely struck at Qin Mo, followed by another slash. Qin Mo, holding Dou Fengyao, took the blow head-on and was heavily slammed against a rock. After placing Dou Fengyao on a large rock to the side, Qin Mo gathered his spiritual power in his palm and confronted Elder Shuishi. "1,000 years of reputation destroyed in an instant, and you hypocrite, still have the gall to chase after me." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Shuishi held his sword and shouted angrily, "Qin Mo, cut the crap. Today I will use your blood to consecrate my ancient gate." As time passed, Elder Shuishi roared and charged forward. Qin Mo's palm-transformed sword Qi collided with Elder Shuishi's Tang sword, creating waves on the Juku River. Everyone thought Qin Mo would be instantly killed by Elder Shuishi, but only Elder Shuishi himself knew that after dozens of rounds of combat, this 21-year-old youth could fight him, a Sword Dao Grandmaster, to a standstill. It would take some effort to kill him. Although Qin Mo was at the peak of Qi refining and could stand on equal footing with a martial arts Grandmaster, Elder Shuishi was a top-tier Sword Dao Grandmaster, even more formidable than an ordinary Grandmaster. Qin Mo's palm-transformed sword Qi was also starting to falter. Seeing Elder Shuishi's strongest attack about to strike, Qin Mo could only summon the Dragon Chill Sword, which was still in the breakthrough stage, and fight to the death. With a swing of the sword, the 2 sword intents of the Dragon Chill Sword and the Tang Sword collided, erupting in a huge energy wave that even split one side of the Juku River in 2. Seeing this, Elder Shuishi's face changed drastically, with a few crisp sounds. The Tang Sword shattered into several pieces. Elder Shuishi took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is actually the Dragon Chill Sword." 10 years ago, Shuishi had made an agreement with an old man. As long as that old man came, Shuishi of Tang Mountain Gate would gift him a pot of wine. That was the golden age of Tang Mountain Gate, but that old man in just a few minutes instantly defeated hundreds of Tang Mountain disciples, 17 Sword Dao Masters and 2 Sword Dao Grandmasters. The sword he held was the very Dragon Chill Sword in Qin Mo's hands. Even if this sword were reduced to ashes, Tang Mountain Gate would never forget it. He then asked Qin Mo about his relationship with that old man. Qin Mo was also stunned. He hadn't expected Grandpa Long to have such a history. He then said to Shuishi with a proud look, "I am his descendant." The next second, Elder Shuishi bowed to Qin Mo. The remaining 1,000+ disciples all submitted to Qin Mo. Unaware of the arrival of a senior's descendant, Shuishi has failed to recognize greatness. "Please forgive me." Then he pleaded, sweating profusely. Shuishi truly knows he was wrong. "Please put in a good word for me with that senior. I will never dare to do it again." Qin Mo put his hands in his pockets, agreed, and then told them to prepare a boat to send them away afterward. Qin Mo and Dou Fengyao said their goodbyes at the airport. Before leaving, Dou Fengyao didn't forget to give Qin Mo a kiss, meaning that he must look for her when he gets to Yanying. Meanwhile, in Longcheng Huahai City, Yu Nu and Meng Wangxing took advantage of Qin Mo's absence to officially launch an attack on the South Prefecture. Qin Mo, who was at the Spirit Spring Villa, also received this news. Phi G2 was well aware that the 2 prefecture lords had challenged Qin Mo alone. It would certainly be disadvantageous for Qin Mo to fight 2 martial arts grandmasters at the same time. The most urgent task was to upgrade the Dragon Chill Sword as soon as possible to break through the peak of Qi refining. At this moment, inside the Spirit Spring Villa, Phi G2 paced back and forth in front of Qin Mo's room, his heart spinning with anxiety. Today was the day the 3 prefectures were launching their final assault on the South Prefecture, and Qin Mo was still in seclusion. Just then a loud bang came from the room and a dark figure slowly emerged from the mist. Phi G2 looked at the Qin Mo before him and couldn't help but swallow nervously. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly averted his gaze and bowed to Qin Mo. "Congratulations, Master, on breaking through your realm." Qin Mo's eyes began to become resolute. It was time to meet the people from the 3 prefectures. At this time, inside the South Prefecture, with a loud bang, the gate of the South Prefecture was broken by a powerful force. Yu Nu and Meng Wangxing led the disciples of the 3 prefectures into the South Prefecture in a grand procession. Faced with the powerful pressure of 2 martial arts grandmasters, Zhao Min, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "What is the meaning of this, you 2 prefecture lords?" After she spoke, the 2 of them burst into wild laughter. "What are we doing in the South Prefecture? Is there anyone in the martial world who doesn't know? Hand over the South Prefecture's seal of command quickly to avoid dying in vain." Zhao Min raised an eyebrow, gritting her teeth in anger. She hadn't expected the 3 prefectures to launch an attack while Mr. Qin was in seclusion. Then she said, "As long as I, Zhao Min, am here, I will not let you touch a single hair of the South Prefecture." Meng Wangxing showed a smile. "Evil, all right. You really believe Qin Mo is in seclusion? 3 months without eating or drinking, do you really take us for fools? Maybe your Qin Mo got scared and ran away." Zhao Min was rendered speechless by these words, because it was true that she hadn't seen Qin Mo for a month. "Hand over the South Prefecture's seal of command and we can spare your lives." Just as Zhao Min was at a loss, the roar of 3 cars came from outside the prefecture. Hundreds of cars were heading towards the South Prefecture. This huge commotion also attracted the attention of Yu Nu and Meng Wangxing inside the prefecture. Who were the people in the cars to make such a grand display? The people getting out of the cars were all wealthy merchants and powerful figures from Huahai City. They had all received favors from Qin Mo. Tai Xing'an took the lead. If the 3 prefectures want to touch Mr. Qin's South Prefecture, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Nu and Meng Wangxing didn't expect this group of wealthy merchants from Huahai City to dare to support Qin Mo. Yu Nu then smiled. My 3 prefectures' disciples have all undergone rigorous training. Just with you people from the Chamber of Commerce. Before he finished speaking, another convoy of cars drove over from a distance. Hundreds of luxury cars stretched for miles. What surprised everyone even more was that Qin Mohan and Leng Xin also brought people to support Qin Mo. Seeing this, Yu Nu laughed in extreme anger, pointing at these people and saying, Since you two want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. I'd like to see who else dares to stand up for Qin Mo. Then he gave an order. Disciples of the 3 prefectures, listen up, kill everyone who supports Qin Mo. Seeing this, Tai Xing'an immediately ordered them to prepare for battle. Suddenly a voice sounded between the two of them. Yu Nu couldn't help but be startled when he heard this familiar voice. The newcomer landed on the eaves of the roof. This person was none other than Qin Mo, who had come out of seclusion. You 2 prefecture lords, it's no good for anyone if so many people fight. Let's make it simple. We'll go to the Nanzhong Bridge to settle the score. Qin Mo alone will fight you 2 prefecture lords. Yu Nu and Meng Wangxing thought to themselves that they hadn't expected so many people to support Qin Mo. It was hard to say who would win if they really fought, but with 2 martial arts grandmasters joining forces against Qin Mo, victory was certain, so they agreed. Qin Mohan saw this and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. Qin Mo challenging 2 martial arts grandmasters alone was likely a perilous endeavor. At this time on the Nanzhong Bridge, the police from Nanqi and even police from other cities had all rushed to support Nanqi. Because the impact of this battle was too great, the government had to pay attention to it. Everyone looked towards the north side of the Nanzhong Bridge in unison. At this time, Chen Wan was also under the bridge, praying that Qin Mo could defeat the 2 grandmasters alone. Just then, the crowd suddenly became congested. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Dao Daiyang, and Li Tai beside him shouted loudly, Everyone make way, don't block the bridge entrance. Then a black luxury car appeared in the crowd. People were discussing what level of figure this was, to have the president personally bend down to clear the way. Shortly after, an elderly man in a heavy suit, looking spirited and robust, got out of the car. The moment the old man appeared, everyone's eyes focused on him. This person was none other than the feudal official of Huahai Province, the governor of the province, the de facto leader of Huahai Province, Lu Guobang. Hundreds of powerful figures stood up when they saw this person, bowing to the old man to show respect. Old Lu smiled and asked the martial arts president, In this duel, who is stronger and who is weaker? The president bowed and replied, Qin Mo is just a 21-year-old greenhorn. Challenging 2 martial arts grandmasters, he is sure to die. Lu Guobang was perplexed. The president of the Martial Arts Association frowned slightly. Seeing this, the president immediately explained, Yu Nu and Meng Wangxing are martial arts grandmasters who have been famous in Huahai province for decades. When they were young, each of them single-handedly conquered the inner city's martial world and established the unification of the martial arts. Although Qin Mo is a once-in-a-millennium genius in Huahai province, he is too arrogant. If he had cultivated diligently for a few decades, he would have no chance against the suppression of the 2 prefecture lords. But now he is bound to die. Li Shang and the others on the side heard the president and old Lu talking and were instantly excited because they had been suppressed by Qin Mo at school for far too long. At this moment, the broadcast announced that the competition on the bridge had officially begun. Then, with a sword cry from Qin Mo, the dragon chill sword appeared in his left hand. Yu Nu and Wangxing, however, said that Qin Mo was just all talk, and today they would make him die without any dignity in front of everyone. Qin Mo's form changed, and he said, Today, I, Qin Mo, will level your 3 prefectures. Then the spiritual energy around his body gathered on the dragon chill sword, and the entire body of the dragon chill sword vibrated with the spiritual energy. Seeing this, the 2 prefecture lords were not to be outdone and hurriedly mobilized their internal energy to respond. The next second, the 2 sword intents collided, producing a huge explosion. Next, the 3 of them continued to fight for more than 10 rounds with no clear winner. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Huahai's #1 prodigy to be able to last so long under the siege of 2 prefecture lords. The next second, the 2 prefecture lords appeared on either side of Qin Mo, forming a pincer attack. Seeing this, Qin Mo's brow tightened, and he revealed a smile. Is this all you 2 prefecture lords have got? As Yu Nu and Meng Wangxing attacked Qin Mo's speed suddenly increased and he leaped into the air. This astonishing speed gave the 2 a bad feeling. In an instant, a 10-jong high sharp sword qi, like the vast Yangtze River, came crashing down. The transcendent light emitted by the sword qi was so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. Meng Wangxing and Yu Nu were no longer as calm as before, nor did they have the composure of being at the peak of Huahai's martial arts. The 2 couldn't help but retreat, completely stunned. With several loud bangs, the 10-jong sword qi landed fiercely on the Nanzhong Bridge, instantly cleaving the entire bridge into several sections with its unstoppable force. Seeing this, President Dao Daiyang thought to himself, How can the Huahai martial world tolerate such a once-in-a-century prodigy? In an instant the 100,000 people had all run to higher ground to continue watching the battle. The western section of the Nanjang Bridge was completely destroyed by Qin Mo. Everyone thought the two prefecture lords had been instantly killed by Qin Mo, but two figures suddenly broke through the water's surface. Meng Wangxing and Yu Nu emerged from the bottom of the river. The crowd on both banks was stunned. They hadn't expected the two prefecture lords to survive such a world-destroying blow. The two of them scrambled onto the rocks looking wretched and roared, "If we don't kill Qin Mo today, what face will we have left to call ourselves prefecture lords?" Then the two looked at each other and simultaneously took out a pill from their bosoms and put it in their mouths. As time passed, their auras surged, and their strength had already surpassed that of martial arts grandmasters. The two leapt up at the same time and attacked Qin Mo, their momentum and speed clearly much faster than before. Faced with their pincer attack from both front and back, Qin Mo could only switch from his previous offensive stance to a defensive one. The sudden surge in their strength made Qin Mo frown. The disciples of the three prefectures were thrilled, continuously cheering for their two prefecture lords. Only Chen Wan on the side was so anxious she started crying. Faced with their combined attack, the other section of the Nanjang Bridge also began to collapse. The scene was filled with waves over 10 meters high, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. Seeing this, old Lu shook his head regretfully. "It seems it's just as you predicted. Qin Mo has lost after all." Then the president looked him straight in the eye and said, "No, old Lu, look closely." In the distance on the river's surface, the dragon chill sword was still held in Qin Mo's hand. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Qin Mo's figure slowly emerged, his eyes colder than ever before. "Qin Mo, I was originally planning to spare your lives." Seeing this, Meng Wangxing and Yu Nu's pupils shrank in fear. Faced with their combined attack, even the bridge was destroyed, yet Qin Mo was still alive. Qin Mo stood on the broken bridge with clouds of dust swirling around him. "Now it's my turn, Qin Mo's turn." At this moment, Qin Mo raised his sword and a magnificent sword chi suddenly appeared above the two of them. Before the two prefecture lords could assume a defensive posture, the magnificent sword chi had already descended upon them, even shattering the pavement on the side of the road into rubble. At this point the two fell into the water and disappeared. The story of the young man from Huahai who broke a bridge with one sword strike and a river with a second spread again, and at the same time he gained a group of cute little female fans. Seeing this, old Lu walked up to Qin Mo and smiled. "Mr. Qin, that was a truly spectacular battle. Could we go to a tea house for a drink and a rest?" Qin Mo looked bewildered. "And who might this be?" Just then the roar of an airplane sounded. The helicopter from the Yanyang military region suddenly appeared above the Nanjang River. Xiao Mulan got off the helicopter and informed Qin Mo that Director Sun from the military region had something to discuss with him and wanted him to go over immediately. Old Lu was surprised that Qin Mo knew people from the Yanyang military region, and that they would come to pick him up personally, which made him curious about Qin Mo's identity. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, he saw Dao Zhang and Director Sun waiting for Qin Mo. Qin Mo thought to himself, "This guy being here is never a good thing." When Dao Zhang saw him, he begged him to save Zhao Qing. Qin Mo looked at him, completely bewildered. Old Sun cleared his throat and explained the situation. Zhao Qing had been unfortunately shot a few days ago. Even though he personally operated to remove the shrapnel, he couldn't avoid leaving behind after effects, making it impossible for him to serve in the army because there was shrapnel near his heart. For Zhao Qing, this was undoubtedly worse than death. Then Dao Zhang took the opportunity to plead on the side. "Mr. Qin's medical skills are superb, and you have a good relationship with the Zhao family. Please, you must help." Hearing him say this, Qin Mo realized that this matter was definitely not that simple. Perhaps Dao Zhang was so desperately pleading in order to prove himself and show off, but Qin Mo still agreed to this matter. After all, the Zhao family had helped him a lot before. Hearing Qin Mo agree, Dao Zhang revealed a very sinister smile. Not long after, the group arrived at the hospital where Zhao Qing was. When Zhao Beifeng saw that the helper Director Sun had invited was Qin Mo, his heart skipped a beat. You must know, making medicine and performing surgery are two different things. Zhao Beifeng couldn't help but start to worry. "Mr. Qin, it's not that I don't trust you, but this surgery is extremely dangerous." But Qin Mo's eyes became exceptionally firm, and then he said, guaranteeing that this surgery would be successful. Seeing Qin Mo dare to make such a guarantee, Dao Zhang thought to himself, even Director Sun from the military region isn't confident about this surgery. If anything happens to Zhao Qing, Zhao Beifeng will definitely not let him off. Qin Mo gathered his spiritual energy in his hand, which made Zhao Qing next to him feel dirty. Old Sun had only removed the visible bullets and shrapnel, but the tiny fragments hidden around the blood vessels of the heart had not been completely cleaned out. The only option was to operate again and use silver needles to draw them out. At this point, Qin Mo had been in the operating room for over an hour. Dao Zhang outside the door was already overjoyed. Once Qin Mo failed the surgery, his reputation would be ruined. A moment later, Qin Mo walked out from inside, saying there was still a little bit left to finish. Seeing this, Dao Zhang shouted angrily, "I think you just failed." Seeing this, Qin Mo looked at Dao Zhang with sharp eyes, then sighed and said, "Help me find a silver needle." This was the first time everyone had heard of using a silver needle for surgery. Dao Zhang couldn't help but sneer on the side. "Qin Mo, just keep pretending. Don't make a desperate struggle. However, the silver needle was delivered very quickly. It was also Old Sun's first time hearing of using a silver needle for surgery, and he wanted to go in and observe. Zhao Beifeng was extremely anxious in front of the operating room door. Surgical surgery and traditional medicine were not the same system, and Qin Mo had never been on an operating table before. Qin Mo once again condensed his spiritual energy in his palm, and his next move directly stunned Director Sun. The silver needle danced rapidly in Qin Mo's hand, to the point that it created afterimages. 20 minutes later, Qin Mo pushed open the operating room door. The surgery was a great success and the shrapnel had been removed. Hearing this news, Dao Zheng's face couldn't help but change drastically, and then he shouted angrily, "Qin Mo has never been on an operating table before. How is that possible? It must be that Director Sun helped with the surgery just now for it to be successful." Director Sun was greatly displeased to see Dao Zheng being so unreasonable. He then stood up and guaranteed that the entire surgical process was completed by Mr. Qin alone. "If you insult Mr. Qin again, I will go back to the Yanyang military region and report you." Seeing this, Dao Zheng could only grit his teeth and accept this outcome. Director Sun then invited Qin Mo to be a professor at Yanyang University, becoming the youngest professor in the school's history. Hearing this, Qin Mo readily agreed. Anyway, he was going to Yanyang soon, so having a proper identity couldn't be more suitable. Then, just as Qin Mo stepped into Huahai University, Chen Wan found him with a blushing face. She spoke with a slight stutter at this moment. "I have something I want to say to you alone, Qin Mo." But when faced with Chen Wan asking him out to the stadium in the middle of the night, he was so nervous that his legs couldn't help but tremble. A lone man and woman in a corner of the campus in the middle of the night, such a scene couldn't help but make Qin Mo blush. Could Chen Wan be taking advantage of the night in this secluded place to confess to me? Thinking of this, Qin Mo instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If he accepted Chen Wan at this moment and others found out, they would eat him alive. Then he saw Chen Wan wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and say in a small voice, "I want to apply for a master's degree at Qingjing University in Yanyang, and I must get a spot this time, otherwise I feel like I'm becoming less and less worthy of Qin Mo, who is a giant in Huahai." Hearing this, Qin Mo was surprised to find that he had also become a goal for Chen Wan's efforts. He then turned around and showed a smile. "Coincidentally, I'm also going to Qingjing University to be a professor. Then we'll see each other again in Yanyang." A few days later, in an office at Huahai University, the graduate school entrance exam papers for Qingjing University were being reviewed. Everyone was discussing the professor who came to review the papers this time. It must be a white-haired scholar because he is a professor in both the medical school and the literature school. A second later, Qin Mo pushed the door open and the two were stunned. "Auntie, the exam papers for Qingjing University are being reviewed here. Students are not allowed to enter. Please leave immediately." Hearing this, Qin Mo showed his examiner's certificate in front of the two, and their attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. They hadn't expected the professor who held positions in two schools to be so young. Not long after, Qin Mo finished reviewing all the exam papers, but when the two saw the results they were stunned on the spot. One of them didn't expect Qin Mo to give a spot to Li Shang. After all, what Li Shang had done to Qin Mo was known throughout the school. Qin Mo replied righteously, "That's a separate matter. Since I'm in this position, I must be responsible for every candidate." What was even more unexpected was that Li Yan, the grandson of the dean of the literature school, and Li Mubai, a literary genius, were also selected by Qin Mo. He was Chen Wan's #1 pursuer, who later went abroad and now came back for Chen Wan. When the two learned of this, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Qin Mo. Qin Mo looked at Chen Wan's name on the bulletin board and was secretly happy. Chen Wan would definitely be happy when she saw it later. At this moment, Xu Ru noticed Qin Mo watching and asked with a proud look if Qin Mo planned to study at the sports academy. "There's no place for you here." Then she informed Qin Mo that the school was holding a celebration banquet tonight for the graduate students who got into Qingjing, and she wanted to take Qin Mo to see the world. Hearing this, Qin Mo thought to himself, "A celebration banquet for graduate students, Chen Wan will probably be there too," so he directly agreed. At the celebration banquet, Chen Wan felt disappointed to see her mother and Xu Ru also there. Today, Xu Ru also got into Qingjing University. Didn't that mean her relationship with Qin Mo was even closer? Then a hand rested on Chen Wan's shoulder, making her startle. Qin Mo looked at her disappointed expression and asked her to go to the rooftop to talk alone. Seeing the two of them getting closer and closer, Xu Ru's face couldn't help but turn ugly. At this time, a gentle breeze blew on the rooftop with a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Chen Wan said she was very happy to be admitted to Qingjing University. After speaking, she blushed and slowly approached Qin Mo. Qin Mo didn't refuse and slowly lowered his head. At this moment, the air seemed to be filled with pink bubbles. Just as the two were about to touch, a hand reached out and pulled Chen Wan away. This sudden scene left Qin Mo stunned in place. Li Mubai embraced Chen Wan, gently stroking her small head, then glanced at Qin Mo with contempt and said, "Who are you? How dare you touch my girlfriend?" Chen Wan struggled desperately in his arms, saying she was not his girlfriend and telling him not to talk nonsense. But Li Mubai dismissed Chen Wan's excuse, claiming that anyone he pursued was his girlfriend, and asked if she had a problem with that. He added that since she came from a poor family, she would naturally be willing to marry him and climb the social ladder. Then, Li Mubai threatened Chen Mo, saying that since it was a good day, he would let Chen Mo off if he stayed away from Chen Wan immediately. Otherwise, he would make trouble for him at the university. Hearing this, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, clearly having already thought of a countermeasure. Chen Mo said he would return to the banquet hall and apologize to him in person. Satisfied, Li Mubai took Chen Wan downstairs. Just as they reached the entrance of the banquet hall, Li Mubai reminded him, "When you apologize, do it in front of all the guests." Chen Mo thought to himself, "I agree." At this moment, Li Mubai had yet to realize the gravity of the situation and was still secretly pleased. With a loud shout from Chen Mo, all the guests in the room looked at him. He then apologized to Li Mubai word by word. "I shouldn't have seduced his girlfriend while he was abroad." Seeing that this person was Mr. Chen, everyone started discussing, "Who is this Li Mubai? Why is he apologizing to him?" Upon seeing this, Li Yan's jaw dropped. Others also asked, "Old Li, what's wrong with your grandson?" Li Mubai, on the other hand, expressed his dissatisfaction, demanding that Chen Mo speak louder. Before he could finish, Li Yan slapped him hard across the face, cursing him for being a scoundrel. "Who taught you to be so disrespectful to Mr. Chen? Hurry up and apologize to him." Li Mubai was furious at this and said, "Why should I apologize to that kid? He seduced my girlfriend while I was abroad." Chen Wan, standing to the side, tried hard to distance herself from the situation, saying she was not Li Mubai's girlfriend and telling him to stop talking nonsense. Li Yan looked at his grandson, who relied solely on the chin grass from the two academies. "The spot you got into Qingjing University in Yanyang this time was given by Mr. Chen." Hearing this, Li Mubai couldn't help but be astonished, thinking that even if he didn't believe it, his grandfather had said so. Seeing this, Li Yan bowed even lower to Chen Mo in apology, saying it was his failure to discipline his son and was unforgivable. Li Mubai quickly apologized to Chen Mo as well. Then Chen Mo looked at Li Mubai and asked again if Chen Wan was his girlfriend. Li Mubai immediately waved his hands in denial, saying she was Mr. Chen's girlfriend. Only after Chen Mo and Chen Wan had walked far away did Li Yan explain to Li Mubai that he was lucky Mr. Chen didn't hold it against him. He was invited by the Yanyang military region to be a professor at Qingjing University. Their Li family could not afford to provoke him. He warned him not to mess with Mr. Chen when they got to Yanyang. A few days later, the group arrived at Qingjing University. One moment they were complaining about welcoming new students. This task was really boring. The student council vice president Du Yang immediately became interested when he saw Chen Wan and Li Mubai arrive. Seeing Li Mubai immediately push Chen Wan away, Du Yang sized him up like a hungry wolf. After introducing himself as the vice president of the student council, he specifically offered to show Li Mubai the small woods on campus. Li Mubai's face darkened at this. Was this guy gay? He then politely declined Du Yang's kind offer. Seeing this, Du Yang changed his tune, saying it was fine if they didn't go to the woods. "Then let's go eat, and after dinner we can do other things." Li Mubai instantly understood his meaning. If he went, his chrysanthemum would not be safe tonight. Just as Li Mubai was about to be dragged away by force, Du Yang didn't forget to touch his body. Watching this gay drama unfold, Chen Mo couldn't help but burst out laughing, spitting out the coke he had just drunk. When Li Mubai saw Chen Mo, he repeatedly begged him for help, promising to be his loyal servant from then on. Du Yang, however, showed a disdainful expression and advised Chen Mo not to meddle in other people's business or he would get into trouble. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold as he stated that he would definitely get involved in this matter. Upon seeing this, Du Yang's lackey immediately slammed the table and stood up. "Who do you think you are? Do you know who our vice president is? How dare you provoke our vice president?" Chen Wan also chimed in. "We don't know each other in Yanyang, do we?" Before she could finish, Chen Mo showed a slight smile. "If you won't leave, then what can I do?" Du Yang was enraged by this and immediately ordered everyone to teach Chen Mo a lesson. Suddenly a person appeared and stopped Du Yang from being so reckless. It was Sha Ke, the president of the student council, the representative of the art school, and the young master of the Sha family in Yanyang, Qingjing University. Sha Ke accused Du Yang of being overly enthusiastic towards a male classmate just now, which made him stop. Du Yang looked innocent, claiming that Li Mubai had seduced him first and had been giving him amorous glances. Sha Ke frowned at Du Yang, who showed no manners, and told him to quickly apologize to the new student. Threatened by the president, Du Yang could only grit his teeth and accept. Seeing this, Sha Ke knelt on one knee to express his apology, stating that it was his poor management, and then he apologized to Li Mubai on behalf of the vice president. The three were stunned. As expected of a Yanyang talent, even his apology was so sincere. Chen Mo thought to himself that this president seemed to be a decent person, so he said he would give the president face and let Du Yang go. With a word of congratulations from the principal, the three quickly left the scene. Afterward, the two's expressions changed drastically. "President, look at that kid. He said he'd let me go, but I will never let him go." Hearing this, the president raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten what I told you? Find a secluded place to handle this matter. Don't tarnish the reputation of our student council." Seeing the president's sudden change, Du Yong's pupils shrank and he nodded in agreement. At this time, downstairs from the dormitory, Chen Wan invited Qin Mo to come up for a glass of water before leaving. Qin Mo replied that he was also here to register and had to hurry, so he couldn't go up. At this time, Chen Wan was still in the dark, thinking that Qin Mo had come specifically to see her and Li Mubai off. Could it be that Qin Mo had another identity? Qingjing University was really too big. Qin Mo walked for a long time but couldn't find the medical school, so he asked an old man on the side of the road. The old man was dressed exquisitely and had a satisfied smile on his face as if something great had happened. The old man looked at Qin Mo and said he was a famous teacher in Yanyang, Fan Xingchao, and if he wanted to go to the medical school they could go together. The old man showed a proud expression. This kid was very polite, but in the future all these kids would call him Professor. Director Sun from the Yanyang military region had already issued the notice to promote him to professor. Fan Xingchao smiled and asked the young man, "Are you also a student at the medical school?" From the medical school, Qin Mo held up the invitation in his hand and said with a smile that he was here to be a teacher. Fan Xingchao was clearly a bit flustered and couldn't help but look Qin Mo up and down. Such a young teacher, and from the medical school at that, how could it be possible? Then he thought to himself, a boy this young naturally couldn't be a lecturer. Thinking about his own impending promotion to professor, and that every professor would be assigned an assistant, Fan Xingchao took Qin Mo for his own teaching assistant. His expression immediately soured, and he gave Qin Mo the cold shoulder. At this time inside the medical school building, all the medical teachers knew that a new professor was coming today, and couldn't help but turn their gazes to old Fan. At this moment a young teacher in his 30s said with certainty, "The newest professor must be Teacher Fan." This person was Teacher Fan's proud disciple. He had gotten into the medical school as a teacher entirely through Teacher Fan's connections. Although he was being a bit of a suck-up, what everyone saw was the truth. After chatting for a while, everyone noticed the young man who was born in the corner, and they all looked over curiously. Fan Xingchao snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction, "I don't know what Director Sun was thinking sending me such a young teaching assistant. Coming here, isn't he just trying to embarrass me?" Qin Mo, listening on the side, was completely confused. When did a professor become a teaching assistant? Qin Mo could only sigh helplessly. Just as he was speaking, Director Sun and his assistant walked in. The teachers hurriedly stood up to greet them. Director Sun gestured for everyone not to be so formal, saying that everyone probably knew a new professor was coming today. The teachers interrupted Director Sun in unison, saying they already knew. Hearing this, Director Sun was stunned. He hadn't revealed any details, so how did they all know? Director Sun then directly announced Qin Mo as a professor at Qingjing University's medical school. Before he could finish, Teacher Fan had already given his inaugural speech. "Thank you, Director Sun, for your praise. I am honored to develop and progress with everyone." It wasn't until Director Sun said to let Qin Mo give his inaugural speech that Teacher Fan reacted. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. After hearing Director Sun invite Qin Mo to speak again, Teacher Fan was completely dumbfounded. This news was simply too shocking. If Director Sun hadn't said it himself, who would believe that the young man before them was the new professor? The teachers present stared at each other, utterly disbelieving. Their gazes, which had been momentarily stunned, now turned to Qin Mo. If Qin Mo was the professor and who would be the teaching assistant, Director Sun also heard everyone talking and immediately said to Teacher Fan, "The teaching assistant will be Director Fan." At this moment, Fan Xing was so angry his veins popped out. He said, "In what way am I inferior to that kid? I've practiced medicine for half my life only to end up being an assistant to a young boy." This makes Fan Xingchao very unconvinced. Director Sun was about to get angry when his phone suddenly rang. After hanging up, Director Sun's expression became extremely solemn. He then said, "Aren't you unconvinced by Qin Mo? Well, now you have a chance to prove it." Scene change. Qin Mo and Fan Xingchao follow me. Director Sun arrived at the Dou family residence. Seeing the Dou residence, old Fan couldn't help but smile smugly. "Little Qin, from the looks of it, this is your first time in Yanyang. You'll be my assistant from now on, so you'll have plenty of opportunities to meet all sorts of people. Don't narrow your own prospects." Qin Mo hadn't expected Fan Xingchao to be so old yet still so arrogant and self-important, which made him feel a bit helpless. At this moment, Fan Xingchao also secretly swore to himself that he could not lose to a brat. Director Sun, worried about the two, hurriedly walked into Old Master Dou's bedroom. He learned from Dou Si that Old Master Dou's condition had worsened because he had used an unpurified Juku pearl. Director Sun then picked up the medical records to look at them. The results made him break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly ordered someone to run a comprehensive kidney function test on Old Master Dou. Because the kidneys are responsible for filtering toxins, using an unsterilized Juku pearl would undoubtedly cause the kidney's filtering function to gradually weaken, leading to death. Just as Director Sun had expected, as soon as the monitoring equipment was hooked up, the old man's vital signs began to drop rapidly. Seeing this, Fan Xingchao couldn't help but think to himself, "These vitals are dropping way too fast. What's the point of trying to treat this?" With a long continuous beep, Director Sun announced that Old Master Dou had passed away. Faced with her grandfather's death, Director Sun could only helplessly inform the Dou family. When Do Fengyao heard this news, it was like a thunderclap in the rain. She hugged the old master lying on the bed and cried out loud. At this time Qin Mo was also in the bedroom monitoring the old master's health. Then Director Sun and Fan Xingqiao said the competition was cancelled. He hadn't expected the old master's condition to be so difficult to handle, so he told them to leave first. The grandfather's sudden death cast a gloomy atmosphere over the scene, with only Qin Mo's group looking thoughtful. Just as Director Sun was about to leave, Qin Mo stopped them. "You said you can save old Master Do." Although Director Sun greatly admired Qin Mo's medical skills, the equipment was not wrong. The dead cannot be resurrected. Fan Xingqiao also chimed in. "Director Sun is right. Do you have the ability to bring the dead back to life?" Even the grieving Do family didn't believe Qin Mo's nonsense, thinking he was just saying it to become famous. Then Do Si ordered the bodyguards to throw Qin Mo out, so as not to delay old Master Do's path to reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guards were escorting Qin Mo out of the Do residence. Qin Mo looked helpless. Why was it so difficult to save someone? Suddenly, Do Fengyao spoke up from the side, telling Qin Mo to come to her. Qin Mo answered with certainty that he could cure her grandfather. As they were talking, Do Si found out that Qin Mo was the one who had helped them get the Juku Pearl, and his heart began to waver. Faced with Do Feng's trust, Do Si was also at a loss with his daughter. Qin Mo smiled and asked her to prepare a large pot, and he would be able to bring the old master back to life. Faced with this strange request, Director Sun and Old Fan also felt helpless. What on earth was this kid trying to do? At his daughter's strong insistence, Do Si could only do as Qin Mo said, so he sent someone to bring the largest pot in the house for Qin Mo. Then he threatened Qin Mo, "If you dare to trick us, our Do family will not let you off lightly." At this time, Qin Mo gathered spiritual energy in his palm and stood next to Old Master Do. Old Master Do was currently in a state of suspended animation, and he could only use spiritual energy to protect him first before detoxification. At this moment, the entire room was immediately filled with spiritual energy. Afterward, he had Director Sun fetch a pot of rootless water, bring it to a rolling boil over a high flame, and then hand it to him. Director Sun expressed his confusion but did as Qin Mo said. Before long, a large bowl of rootless water was delivered to the Do residence. Rootless water, or rainwater, contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After refining, another watching pill can be made. It can weaken the strong acidity of leeches and has a protective and cleansing effect on the kidneys. Afterwards, Old Master Do drank the refined water. Director Sun was astonished to witness this scene, which meant that a dead person also had a swallowing function, changing his previous views. Qin Mo, on the other hand, had a calm expression because he had seen from the beginning that Old Master Do was not dead. Next, Qin Mo used his spiritual power to circulate within Old Master Do's body to cleanse his kidneys. Do Fengyao also watched Qin Mo quietly from the side, believing that he could definitely do it. Then the spiritual power in Qin Mo's hand suddenly erupted, thereby stimulating Old Master Do's heart meridian. Instantly, Old Master Do's body reacted and his hand also moved slightly. Seeing this, everyone's mouths gaped open in astonishment. Could this kid really have brought the old master back to life? As the instrument on the side made a continuous sound, everyone in the room was utterly shocked. They all praised this as a miracle of miracles, and called Mr. Qin a divine being. Seeing this, Director Sun asked how it was done. Qin Mo explained that the old master had only entered a state of suspended animation. He could be woken up by cleansing his kidneys and stimulating his heart. After hearing this, Director Sun felt admiration, calling Mr. Qin a truly deserving genius. "Old Fan, are you convinced this time?" Seeing this, Fan Xingqiao could only wave his hand helplessly, saying he was thoroughly convinced today and was willing to be Teacher Qin's assistant. Upon seeing this, Do Fengyao immediately threw herself into Qin Mo's arms, thanking him repeatedly. As they were leaving, Do Si also noticed his daughter's feelings and asked her to see Qin Mo off. The two then chatted a lot on the way. Do Fengyao said, "This place can't compare to Huahai. From now on in Yanyang I'll protect you." Since Qingjing University had not arranged a dormitory, Qin Mo had to stay in a hotel for a while. At this moment, a man stood in front of Qin Mo, introducing himself as the Do family's butler. "After Old Master Do woke up, he learned that you saved him and insisted on treating you to a meal." Hearing this, Qin Mo thought to himself that the Do family was one of the most powerful in Yanyang, and this was a good opportunity to build a relationship. Then Qin Mo smiled and agreed. The two then arrived in front of the Yanyang Torch Wealth Tower. Eating in a place like this, one could imagine the Do family's power. At this time, Du Yang and Fan Ren also appeared in the lobby of the Torch Wealth Tower. After seeing Qin Mo, some malicious thoughts couldn't help but arise in their minds. After finding out which private room Qin Mo was in, Du Yang couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. "A sinister smile? You're really asking for death. Qin Mo, just you wait." Then Du Yang called his good friend and told them to bring a group of followers. He was playing black card in and out. At this time in the room, after he recovered, Old Master Do repeatedly thanked Qin Mo for saving his life. After thanking him, he stated the real purpose of Qin Mo's visit this time. Following the order, Do Si took out a bank card containing 200 million. "This is your reward for treating my illness. In addition, I would like to hire you as the Do family's bodyguard with a separate salary." Qin Mo was stunned again. A bodyguard again? The rich people's methods were somewhat similar. At this time Do Fengyao stood behind, also hoping that Qin Mo would agree so she would have more opportunities to see him. While Qin Mo was thinking, Do Si added, "We know that for someone like Mr. Qin this amount of money is nothing. In addition, our Do family can also provide you with some conveniences. Any precious herbs we can provide them to Mr. Qin for free." Hearing this, Qin Mo thought to himself that his cultivation path was still long and herbs were essential. Then Qin Mo nodded in agreement. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of this matter, suddenly, the door was kicked open by a group of people. The newcomers were none other than Du Yang with a group of hooligans. "Qin Mo, you didn't expect to see me here, did you? Prepare to die." Seeing this, Qin Mo was speechless. Didn't this guy know that the people here were from the Do family? The receptionist couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Someone dared to cause trouble at the Do family's place again. The manager next to her quickly waved his hand, signaling not to get involved and to just come collect the bodies later. Seeing this, old Master Do scolded, "Who dares to be so rude to Mr. Qin?" Then he frowned, his face sinking. Du Yang, however, became even more outrageous with his words. "What are you looking at, you old man? I'll send you on your way with him later." Hearing this, old Master Do's anger was completely ignited. He hurriedly said, "Go call Deer and have him bring people." Qin Mo saw this and said it wasn't necessary to go to so much trouble. "I just need to borrow something from Do Si." Seeing that Qin Mo still had time to borrow something, Du Yang shouted and rushed towards him. At this moment, a business card appeared in front of Du Yang, instantly stopping his blade. When Du Yang saw that this person was from the Do family, he realized the situation was bad and immediately knelt on the ground, apologizing profusely. His followers behind him were even more shocked, not expecting to have provoked the Do family today. How could they survive in Yanyang in the future? Then the group of people threw down their baseball bats, abandoned their leader, and hurriedly knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. They even gave Qin Mo an idea: let the two of them slap each other until everyone was satisfied. Qin Mo showed a satisfied smile after hearing this. "If that's the case, then you two can start now. You can stop when we finish our meal." Listening to the symphonic sound of slapping, they had a long dinner. After dinner, Du Yang immediately called Sha Ke to report the matter. Sha Ke also hadn't expected Qin Mo to have latched onto the big tree of the Do family in such a short time. It seemed he would have to personally take action to suppress Qin Mo's arrogance. Then Sha Ke's face darkened and he came up with a sinister plan. He would organize a post-graduation party in the name of the student council. He would ask Chen Wan to invite Qin Mo, and then drug his drink. While he was making moves on Chen Wan, they would secretly record it, then accuse him of harassing a female student, making the kid carry this stain for the rest of his life. Not long after, in the Fadian bar, Chen Wan brought Qin Mo to the post-graduation party organized by the student council. As soon as Qin Mo entered the bar, a lackey informed Sha Ke of his arrival. Sha Ke immediately went up to greet him. "I didn't expect student Qin Mo to come too. Let's drink to our heart's content tonight." He didn't forget to have Du Yang hide behind him. He took this opportunity to apologize to Qin Mo. Sha Ke was a master of duplicity. His face-saving skills were perfect. Then he poured wine into a glass and said with a smile, "Cheers, everyone. Drinking this glass means you forgive Du Yang." Looking at the situation, Qin Mo couldn't help but become suspicious. He then took the glass handed to him by Sha Ke. With a faint smile, he said, "Then I'll give you face and forgive him." Chen Wan also looked at Sha Ke with admiration. In her eyes, he was still as charming as ever. After Qin Mo drank the glass of wine, Sha Ke showed a subtle smile, his heart filled with glee. "Qin Mo, let's see how you explain this." After getting drunk, they toasted each other again. At this time, Sha Ke looked at his watch. The drug should be taking effect by now. He then made an excuse to leave, leaving only Chen Wan and Qin Mo alone in the room. As soon as they left the room, they immediately contacted the school leaders, telling them that a male and female student were having sex there. Before they left, they didn't forget to lock the door from the outside. Everything was ready. All that was missing was the opportune moment. After a while, Du Yang pressed his ear against the private room door to eavesdrop, but there was no sound from inside. Just as the school leaders rushed to the bar, the next second, Sha Ke hugged him from behind. This startled Du Yang into letting out a moan. What followed was even more outrageous behavior, with him constantly saying, "Beauty, give me a kiss." At this time in the room, Chen Wan said she wanted to go to the restroom. Qin Mo heard this and planned to walk her to the restroom door, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw the two of them having sex. When Chen Wan saw this scene, her image of Sha Ke immediately shattered. It turned out that Qin Mo had long known that Sha Ke had drugged his drink. At that time, Qin Mo had used his spiritual energy as a substitute. At this moment, the leader walked towards the crowd furiously. "Who dares to publicly assault a female student?" Hearing this, Qin Mo pointed his finger. "There's no female victim, but there is a male student being assaulted." The leader was dumbfounded. He never expected the previously suave student council president, Sha Ke, to do such a thing. The leader then hurriedly had people separate the two to avoid tarnishing the school's reputation. At this point, Du Yang's butt was already a wilted chrysanthemum, and he kept letting out cries for help. To suppress this matter, the school decided that from this day on no one was allowed to speak of it. A few hours later, the strong smell of disinfectant in the hospital woke Sha Ke up. His father saw him and immediately gave him a loud slap. "You still have the face to wake up. I worked so hard to raise you, not for you to bring shame to the Sha family." Sha-Kei looked bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Just then, Sha-Kei's father took out his phone and played a video that others had just filmed. Seeing it, Sha-Kei's face changed drastically. Wasn't that person himself? Sha-Kei's father frowned and cursed him for being trash. A newcomer playboy could wrap him around his little finger. Then he snorted coldly and said, "Since that kid dared to disgrace the Sha family like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tomorrow you'll go with me to beg Master Guo-He to take action and kill Qin Mo." Hearing it was Master Guo-He, Sha-Kei thought to himself. The ones Qin Mo defeated in Huahai were mostly martial arts grandmasters. Master Guo-He might not be his match, right? His father frowned and said, "How can a Huahai grandmaster compare to one from Yanyang? Master Guo can crush that kid with just his little finger." Hearing this, Sha-Kei's face immediately twisted. "Qin Mo, I will repay everything I suffered today with your life." Scene change. Just as Qin Mo opened the apartment arranged by the school, he saw a scantily clad beauty lying comfortably on the sofa. He then took a closer look at the word dance hanging on the wall. He never expected his roommate to be a dance teacher. At this moment, the woman also noticed Qin Mo at the door. Before Qin Mo could introduce himself, she kicked towards his groin with a descendants-ending kick. Faced with this sudden kick, Qin Mo was so scared he quickly protected his family jewels, and hurriedly took out his faculty ID and placed it under her foot, looking at the word professor on the teacher's ID. Only then did the beauty realize she had misunderstood Qin Mo. She quickly explained that a student had been stalking her recently, so she had mistaken Qin Mo for him. Qin Mo asked doubtfully why she didn't call the police since she was being stalked. The beauty had tried, but everyone thought it was because she usually dressed provocatively and worked part-time at a bar, so she stopped reporting it. Hearing the beauty say she dressed provocatively, Qin Mo couldn't help but blush, thinking that being her roommate in the future would surely bring a lot of trouble. After returning to his room, Qin Mo began his daily cultivation. But he had now broken through to the Anadia realm, and the great nourishing pills could no longer support his continued cultivation. He had to find higher-level medicinal herbs. It was nearly midnight when the phone next to him suddenly rang. Teacher Bai was hiding in a corner, her expression tense, telling Qin Mo on the phone that the stalker had followed her to the Fadian bar again. Helpless, Teacher Bai could only ask Qin Mo for help. At this time in the bar, the stalker had already planned everything. He arranged for a group of hooligans to rush onto the stage and harass her, and then he would come in as a hero to save the damsel in distress. The beauty would surely be moved, and it would be easy to win her over. At this moment, Teacher Bai, who was performing on stage, also noticed the stalker in the audience. She thought to herself, "Why isn't Qin Mo here yet? If he doesn't come soon, I'm going to be in trouble tonight." The next second, with a bang, the bar door was pushed open by Qin Mo's palm. At this moment, his eyes were sharp, looking firmly at Teacher Bai on the stage. He slowly walked onto the stage, and in the next second he directly led Teacher Bai off. Seeing this unexpected situation, the man gritted his teeth in anger. His show hadn't even started. How could he let the main character leave? He immediately ordered his underlings to step forward and block them. Seeing this, the two could only quicken their pace and run towards the door. But just as they reached the door, Sha-Kei broke in with a group of people. The man was stunned for a moment, then a sinister smile appeared on his face. This man mistook the group for actors he had hired. At this moment, Qin Mo looked troubled. If he fought them now, he was afraid the stalker would take the opportunity to harm Teacher Bai. Just as Qin Mo was in a dilemma, the man punched Sha-Kei directly in the face, then roared angrily at the group, "You hooligans, how dare you touch my beloved Teacher Bai?" Seeing this, Qin Mo thought to himself that the script had gone off track. Sha-Kei, who was punched for no reason, was also dumbfounded. Only the foolish man laughed heartily at Teacher Bai, thinking she must be very moved right now. When Sha-Kei came to his senses just as he was about to speak, the man turned around and roared at him again. "I'm hitting you, so what? Get the hell out of here." Sha-Kei was the young master of the Sha family. How could he stand this? He immediately punched back and the two started fighting. Seeing this, the man shouted anxiously, "I didn't ask you to hit me, I want a refund." Before long, Sha-Kei had dealt with the stalker. Then he turned his head and stared deadly at Qin Mo. "Next up is you, Qin Mo." With Sha-Kei's order, two bodyguards quickly attacked Qin Mo. Qin Mo also looked helpless. "Can't you come up with a new line? Kill Qin Mo. I've heard that from Huahai to Yanyang. When will there be a new line?" Sha-Kei's mouth curved up slightly. "This is Yanyang, you, Qin Mo, are nothing here." Before he finished speaking, the walnuts in Qin Mo's hand drew a phantom arc in the air, swiftly smashing into the bodyguards' heads, and several of them fell to the ground instantly. One even shattered two of Sha-Kei's front teeth. Guo-He, standing to the side, was also shocked by this. To be able to repel bodyguards with just a few walnuts, this young man was not simple. Then a horrifying smile appeared on Guo-He's face. "It's just a pity you met me today." The martial arts grandmaster of Yanyang was indeed extraordinary. Just his aura alone was a huge gap compared to those from Huahai. He shouted arrogantly, "If Qin Mo obediently kneels and apologizes now, perhaps you can have a quicker death." Seeing this, Qin Mo looked helpless. Seeing Qin Mo's nonchalant attitude, Guo-He was furious, his veins popping. This was the first time someone dared to disregard him. His face was like a sword's edge as he swiftly attacked Qin Mo. "Arrogant brat, today is your death day." The moment Guo-He was about to touch Qin Mo, all the walnuts in Qin Mo's hand flew out, swiftly attacking Guo-He. As a martial artist from Yanyang, he also had extremely fast movement speed. These attacks were child's play to him. The next second a giant claw appeared in front of Chin Mo. It was the first time Chin Mo had encountered an opponent with such swift attacks, and beads of sweat couldn't help but run down his face as a phantom image appeared. Chin Mo teleported behind Guo He like a flash, and then began to toy with the martial arts grandmaster before him. Every one of Guo He's attacks was dodged by Chin Mo with extreme speed, and the next second he would appear in another direction. While Chin Mo was toying with him, Sha Ke noticed Teacher Bai watching from the side and immediately came up with a plan. When Teacher Bai let out a scream, Chin Mo also stopped because of it. He didn't expect to have been having so much fun that he had forgotten about Teacher Bai. Faced with Sha Ke's threat, Chin Mo's pupils shrank and he stood frozen on the spot at this moment. Seeing this, Guo He showed a wicked smile, thinking, my chance has finally come. Guo He unleashed his strongest attack, heavily striking the unprepared Chin Mo. Watching Chin Mo get severely injured by Master Guo He, Sha Ke could no longer suppress his inner joy. Thinking that Chin Mo would be killed by Master Guo just like that, the next second Chin Mo's expression suddenly changed, his eyes becoming colder than ever before as a phantom image swiftly appeared in front of Sha Ke. With a scream of "Ah!" Sha Ke fell to the ground. Facing a villain like Sha Ke, Chin Mo did not hesitate, his stone-like fists raining down heavily on Sha Ke's body. After finishing off Sha Ke, Chin Mo stood up and slowly looked at Guo He. Expressionless, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Now it's your turn. With a phantom image, the grounded Guo He was kicked into the air by Chin Mo, hit in the center of his forehead. Guo He, the Yanyang martial arts grandmaster who was once said to be able to be crushed with a little finger, thus fell. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws dropped. A martial arts grandmaster was killed in one move, completely resetting their understanding. In the hospital, old Master Sha asked who dared to injure his son like this. After hearing the whole story from his subordinate, old Master Sha was furious. To dare bully my Sha family like this, truly arrogant. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Guo He was just a pawn he had arranged. But if the Guo sect of Yanyang were to step in, then Chin Mo would not be far from death. At this time in the apartment, Chin Mo could only continue cultivating if he refined the Wugu pill. And refining the Wugu pill required Tianlin Shang. Thinking of this, Chin Mo had to make a call first, asking the Dou family to honor their promise of providing him with free medicinal herbs. Faced with Chin Mo's request for Tianlin Shang, Dou Si said they didn't have this herb at home but pointed him in the right direction. 2 days later, a medicine fair would be held at Yanyang's Tianfu Tower, and there would definitely be herb merchants who had prepared Tianlin Shang. He then asked if the Dou family needed to step in to resolve it. Chin Mo politely declined Dou Si's kind offer. It would be too high profile if the Dou family stepped in. He then went to the medicine fair alone, planning to trade his self-refined body-nourishing pills for the best Tianlin Shang. Faced with Chin Mo wanting to trade body-nourishing pills for Tianlin Shang, passers-by all thought Chin Mo was crazy. Tianlin Shang was so precious, yet he wanted to trade it for this broken pill. It was simply a pipe dream. Seeing this, Chin Mo could only sigh helplessly. It seemed they couldn't see the benefits of this body-nourishing pill. He then picked one up and shouted, "This pill can enhance martial arts strength. If it's fake, I'll compensate you tenfold. No cheating, old or young." Everyone was attracted by Chin Mo's words, but those who came all thought Chin Mo was bluffing and deceiving people. How could a single pill enhance martial arts strength? At this moment, the young master of the Guo family was also attracted by the commotion here. Next, Chin Mo let him take one for free to try, who knew that the next second he would slap the pill directly to the ground. "You dare to give this kind of medicine to this young master? I think you're trying to kill me." As soon as the pill hit the ground, a dog saw it and swallowed it directly. A moment later, a golden light flashed in the dog's eyes as if it were about to evolve. The next second, the dog's body underwent a huge change, looking directly at young Master Guo as if possessed by a Super Saiyan. The surrounding female dogs cast admiring glances. The dog slowly walked towards young Master Guo, its aura scaring the crowd into retreating again and again. Next, it beat young Master Guo, a martial arts master, until he was powerless to fight back. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but change their previous views. The dog could suppress a martial arts master just by eating one pill. This kind of effect was irresistibly sought after. They started to bid casually, saying they would buy as many as Chin Mo had. Chin Mo looked at the cash everyone was handing him and repeatedly refused, stating that the body-nourishing pills could only be exchanged for Tianlin Shang, and he would not accept anything else. Such a powerful body-nourishing pill naturally attracted some ill-intentioned people. A man named Kong Farron was currently discussing with Sect Master Shu of Eshan and Master Weixin on how to obtain the formula for this body-nourishing pill. Late at night, Guo Lin, the young master of the Guo family dressed in night gear, came to Chin Mo's residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Kong Farron and his group appear in front of Chin Mo's door. Guo Lin thought to himself, with Sect Master Shu of Eshan and Master Weixin here, this kid Chin Mo is dead for sure. Maybe I can even reap the benefits. Chin Mo, startled by a few big men breaking down his door, immediately sat up from his bed. Chin Mo still disagreed with them, stating that his body-nourishing pills could only be exchanged for Tianlin Shang. "Otherwise, please leave." Kong Farron's face instantly darkened. The Kong family did have a few stocks of Tianlin Shang, but they were the Kong family's treasures and it was impossible to trade them for pills. He then threatened, "Mr. Chin, you're choosing the hard way. Then we won't be polite." Chin Mo held the body-nourishing pill and said calmly, "The body-nourishing pill is right here. Come and get it if you have the ability." The next second a figure swiftly attacked. This person was none other than Guo Lin, who had been hiding on the side. Before Guo Lin could even touch Chin Mo, he was sent flying by the immense spiritual power generated in Chin Mo's palm. Kong Farron's face instantly turned ugly. According to the investigation, Chin Mo was just a professor at Qingjing University. It was never mentioned that he could kill a martial arts master in one move. This couldn't help but fill the bodyguards beside him with fear, thinking that if he could easily kill a martial arts master, wouldn't they be seeking death by going up? Seeing this, Kong Farron immediately ordered Sect Master Shu and Master Weixin to attack Chin Mo together. When the three forces collided, a loud bang was heard. It was only then that Chin Mo realized he was facing two martial arts grandmasters, and they were Yan Ying's martial arts grandmasters at that. This forced Chin Mo to temporarily avoid the brunt of their attack, but Yan Ying's martial arts grandmasters were indeed different from Hua Hai's. They instantly blocked Chin Mo, who was trying to leave. Kong Farron saw that a kid from Hua Hai dared to confront his Kong family and two grandmasters and said, "Today I will let you die here." Faced with the combined attack of two martial arts grandmasters, if Chin Mo were to take it, he would surely die. Kong Farron also looked on with anticipation. The next second the main door was smashed open with a bang by a purple phantom which swiftly attacked the two grandmasters. Then the old man just flicked his hands gently, and the two grandmasters were sent flying. This person was the mysterious old man Chin Mo had met in prison before. Faced with Senior Long Wu's sudden attack, the two grandmasters were very unconvinced. "Is that old man in a hurry to die? Get lost or we'll deal with you too." As soon as the words fell, Long Wu's expression changed, and he then said calmly, "Just with your meager strength facing the combined attack of the two grandmasters." Senior Long simply raised a single hand and purple spiritual energy began to gather in his palm. With a boom, the spiritual energy violently erupted, rendering the two grandmasters completely powerless to fight. Seeing Long Wu's strength, Kong Farron turned and ran. After the fierce battle, Senior Long Wu took out a brocade pouch and handed it to Chin Mo, saying that inside was the Tianlun Shang he wanted. After speaking, he turned to leave, thinking to himself, if that old fellow knew his descendant was still alive and had come to Yanyang, he would be very happy. After hearing this, Chin Mo hurriedly chased after him. What? This statement made Chin Mo can't help but suspect that Senior Long Wu is very familiar with his parents. At this time in the Kong family had also heard that Chin Mo had defeated Guo Lin in one move, and even Sect Master Shu and Master Weixin's joint attack was severely injured by an old man. But as the leader of the Yanyang pharmaceutical industry, the Kong family was determined to get the body-nourishing pill. Then, through investigation, he learned that Chin Mo had offended many people in Yanyang. So he planned to unite with other major clans in Yanyang to kill Chin Mo. Hearing this, the Guo family head at the side immediately stood up. A few days ago, Chin Mo first killed his disciple, then killed his son. This feud was irreconcilable. Seeing this, the Kong family head showed a look of joy. Guo Xiao's strength was formidable. He would be the first vanguard. Scene change. After Chin Mo got the Tianlun Shang, he began refining the Wugu pill in the pharmacy lab of Qingjing University. At this moment, outside the pharmacy lab door, a man tapped the communicator in his ear and reported to his superior that Chin Mo's target had been locked. "We can act tonight. The mission success rate is 100. He is a top assassin from the Tianmen assassin organization named Shi Lu, specializing in poison, and has never failed. A year ago he received an assassination mission from the Helite team and has been tracking Chin Mo for over a year. Recently he infiltrated Qingjing University as a teacher, looking for an opportunity to strike. He had intended to bide his time, but he didn't expect Chin Mo to walk right into his trap. It seems this mission of over a year is about to be completed. At this time, it was also Chin Mo's first time refining the Wugu pill. He had already failed 13 times before, and this was his 14th attempt at the Wugu pill. Under Chin Mo's fire control, the crucible began to shake violently. Seeing cracks appear on the red-hot crucible, Chin Mo immediately sensed something was wrong. Just then, Shi Lu appeared beside Chin Mo with a smile on his face. Seeing him, Chin Mo couldn't be bothered with much and hurriedly told him to get out quickly. Shi Lu, holding a bottle of poison, smiled and said he was here to help. Chin Mo thought, is this kid stupid? Can't you see this thing is about to explode? The next second, Chin Mo looked at the red-hot crucible and couldn't care less. He ran out frantically. Chin Mo ran, leaving Shi Lu standing there foolishly. Just now, Chin Mo had blocked the crucible. At this moment, Shi Lu finally saw a red-hot crucible shaking violently. With a loud bang accompanied by Shi Lu's scream, the entire pharmacy lab collapsed instantly with the explosion of the crucible. Looking at the situation, the power of this explosion was even greater than the last one. The commotion at the medical school quickly alarmed the entire Qingjing University. Director Sun and others rushed over. Looking at the fiery pharmacy lab, Director Sun clenched his fists, his eyes looking like he wanted to eat someone. Professor Chen, what on earth happened? Chin Mo swallowed hard, thinking that if he told the truth he wouldn't be able to make a living in Yanyang, and he'd also have to compensate Qingjing University with billions. He then quickly said that it was pharmacist Shi who was making medicine inside, and he didn't know what happened. It had already happened when I arrived. recalling how he had told him to run just now, but Pharmacist Shi had frozen on the spot, delaying his throwing of the crucible and causing this to happen, so in the end it was all Pharmacist Shi's fault. When Shi Lu was found, he already looked like he had lost the will to live. His whole body was covered in charcoal ash, lying on a stretcher. The medical teachers present all looked at Qin Mo. Now only Qin Mo could save him. Qin Mo thought for a moment and felt a little ashamed. After all, he was the cause of it, and the man had to be saved. After he was saved, Shi Lu slowly opened his eyes. After a while, Shi Lu finally remembered what had happened and then struggled to get up and kill Qin Mo. The caregiver next to him hurriedly stopped him. Everyone thought this guy's brain had been fried. Professor Qin had gone to so much trouble to bring his soul back, and not only was he not grateful, but the first thing he did when he woke up was to try to kill Qin Mo. Shi Lu's eyes widened and he said, "Qin Mo, you?" As a professional assassin with over 10 years of experience, he had never been so aggrieved. Qin Mo also very understandingly patted Shi Lu's head and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Will kill me after you get better, okay?" Just like a father talking to his son, he patiently coaxed Shi Lu. Everyone present thought that Shi Lu was like this because he had experienced a violent explosion and his mind might not be clear. A few days later, in the Guo family mansion, the head of the Guo family, in order to avenge the deaths of his son and disciple, decided to first target those close to Qin Mo, to also let Qin Mo taste the pain of losing a loved one. From his subordinates, he learned that recently Qin Mo had been taking very good care of a person named Shi Lu. Shi Lu blew up the key laboratory. But not only was Qin Mo not angry, he even saved him. Even after Shi Lu woke up and cursed at Qin Mo was very tolerant. Perhaps their relationship was unusual. Hearing this, the head of the Guo family stood up excitedly, not expecting Qin Mo to have such a weakness. At that time, we'll use him as a hostage to deal with Qin Mo. Shi Lu, having become Qin Mo's assistant by a strange twist of fate, was utterly bewildered. But for Shi Lu, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. This way he could get closer to Qin Mo and have a better chance of assassinating him. Qin Mo showed a smile, very trustingly handing the newly refined Wugu pill to Shi Lu to take to the medical school for cooling, saying he needed to test its safety. Then Shi Lu, holding the pill, walked out of the apartment gritting his teeth, cursing Qin Mo all the way. Just then, a group of middle-aged men in black night suits suddenly appeared and blocked Shi Lu's path. Shi Lu looked at these people foolishly and said, "What do you want?" The leading middle-aged man coldly looked Shi Lu up and down. "You're Qin Mo's assistant." At this moment, Shi Lu also guessed their identity as assassins, and couldn't help but think, "Are they here to steal my business?" Then his expression became even more solemn as he warned the other party. "Qin Mo can only be mine," the leading man thought to himself. "I wasn't wrong. No wonder Qin Mo is so protective of him. They really do have that kind of relationship. How disgusting." As soon as he finished speaking, the man ordered his subordinates to seize him. Shi Lu was so panicked he was about to cry. Why did he always run into this kind of trouble when he was around Qin Mo? He then introduced himself, saying he was also here to take Qin Mo's life, that he was an assassin from the Tianmen's China branch, and that he and Qin Mo were not in that kind of relationship. Hearing the words Tianmen assassin, the man couldn't help but be stunned. The group of people looked at Shi Lu with cold smiles as if they were looking at an idiot. "Then what's that medicine bottle in your hand for?" Shi Lu replied that he was delivering medicine for Qin Mo. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into a dead silence. The group of people looked at Shi Lu as if he were a fool. Before long, a dart landed on the door of Qin Mo's dormitory. The other party demanded that he go to the Guo family alone if he wanted to save Shi Lu. Qin Mo still didn't understand why the Guo family would kidnap Shi Lu, but he had to make a trip to see. After all, the Wugu pill on Shi Lu was more important. 3 days later, the Guo family's martial arts training ground was packed with people. The Guo family had used staffs as weapons for generations and had the reputation of being Sun Wukong's successors in Yanyang. The head of the Guo family, Guo Shao, was an even rarer top-tier staff grandmaster, known as the Sun Wukong Grandmaster. At this time, the crowd below was abuzz with discussion. "What is Grandmaster Guo doing? He has been meditating with his eyes closed for a day and a night." Then an insider explained that he was opening the staff path. It was rumored that the Guo sect had a treasure passed down for 100 years, like a golden hooped rod that could freely extend and retract. But to use it, one must have heaven's permission, which was called opening the staff path. Bai Yuren, dressed in a gown and hidden in the crowd, couldn't help but confirm that a weapon that required heaven's permission should be called a divine weapon. Just then, with a loud bang, a red staff descended from the sky, scaring the crowd into dodging. Guo Shao smiled faintly, and a 7'2" golden staff stopped behind him. And it was the heavenly staff. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "To kill a kid, does Grandmaster Guo mean he's more than just a Grandmaster?" Sectmaster Shu, standing to the side, smiled and said, "Of course." A dozen years ago, when Yanyang's #1 prodigy, Qin Yinan, left Yanyang, Guo Shao had already reached the Grandmaster realm, so naturally he has advanced even further now. At this time, Bai Yuren, hearing that Qin Mo would surely die, couldn't help but feel puzzled. She then stepped forward to confirm again if today was the day Qin Mo and Grandmaster Guo would compete. Faced with a beauty like Bai Yuren, Kong Feiren showed a lecherous expression and said, "Yes and no, it's just that the word compete is a bit inappropriate here because Qin Mo will be unilaterally crushed today." Bai Yuran gently clenched her fists and the face under her veil couldn't hide her nervousness. Just then the Xia family sitting on the side spoke up in support of Guo Xiao, saying, "The Xia family will put up 20 million to support you in killing Qin Mo." Clutching the big shots all hoping for Qin Mo's death, Bai Yuran couldn't help but feel nervous. Guo Xiao sneered and guaranteed, "If this son enters my Guo family's gate I will make sure he never returns. I really don't care about someone from Huahai. Then today I will come to experience the strength of Yan Yang's son Wukong Grandmaster." A cold voice came from outside the door, attracting the attention of all the guests present. The person who came was none other than Qin Mo. He walked in leisurely, carrying a sword on his back. After Qin Mo entered, everyone's eyes were focused on him, some with suspicion, some with contempt, and some with curiosity. When Bai Yuran saw Qin Mo appear, her body first trembled. Then she lightly bit her red lip, her gaze unable to move away from Qin Mo's figure for a moment. The two walked onto the stage and stood facing each other. Qin Mo placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword and then asked where Shilu was. Guo Xiao glanced at him contemptuously and said calmly, "As long as you, Qin Mo, can take 3 of my staff strikes I will tell you where he is." Hearing this, Qin Mo had to agree. After all, the Wugu pill was still on Shilu and he had to get it back. As soon as the words fell, Guo Xiao's strength erupted, and a violent wave of qi swept around. The power of a martial arts grandmaster was unleashed at this moment, and a fierce wind suddenly rose around Guo Xiao. Just as everyone was shocked, Guo Xiao's figure moved towards Qin Mo like a bolt of lightning about to strike Qin Mo down. Seeing this, Guo Xiao was instantly shocked. This staff strike could actually be met so calmly. When the second and third staff strikes fell, the scene was in a mess. The power displayed by the martial arts grandmaster instantly made the onlookers feel that Qin Mo was already dead. Xia Ke and Kong Farron's faces were full of joy because Qin Mo was finally dead. Only Bai Yuran was silently crying on the side. "Master, how could you leave me alone?" When the chi wave dissipated, 3 familiar voices came from the side. "I have taken your 3 staff strikes as promised. Grandmaster Guo, can you tell me where Shilu is now?" At this moment Guo Xiao was stunned, his eyes almost popping out. He hadn't expected this kid to be able to take 3 strikes from a martial arts grandmaster. He had never intended to tell Qin Mo Shilu's whereabouts in the first place, thinking that 3 strikes would be enough to finish Qin Mo, but he really hadn't expected this. Then Guo Xiao roared to the sky, "He's in the Avicii hell. Qin Mo, you can go die with him." With another roar from Guo Xiao, Heavenly Zan's staff technique, the Fire Country Heavenly Staff danced and spun in the air, igniting a sea of fire. Qin Mo looked up as 6 flaming staffs came crashing down like 6 fiery thunderbolts. The crowd was stunned to see this. This was Grandmaster Guo's strongest martial skill, the Heavenly Zan staff technique. Qin Mo would probably not escape this day. It was only then that Kong Farron realized that this kid Qin Mo couldn't die. He hadn't gotten the formula for the body nourishing pill yet. 6 heavenly staffs landed on the training ground and a huge pit appeared with a loud bang. Facing the Grandmaster Guo's strongest martial technique, Qin Mo still stood his ground, asking Guo Xiao where Shilu was with cold eyes. At this moment Guo Xiao was stunned in disbelief. The next second Qin Mo appeared beside Guo Xiao, directly grabbing the heavenly staff he was so proud of. Guo Xiao was shocked. How dare Qin Mo touch his heavenly staff? Seeing this, Kong Farron was secretly pleased. The heavenly staff recognized its master. An outsider touching it would suffer burns at the very least, or have their meridians severed in the worst case. Qin Mo was seeking death. The people of the Guo sect, seeing this, angrily reprimanded. "You're overestimating yourself. How dare you touch the Guo sect's heavenly staff?" Qin Mo, holding the heavenly staff, smiled faintly and said, "There is nothing in this world that I, Qin Mo, cannot touch." The expressions of everyone present instantly synchronized. A young man in his 20s could suppress the spiritual power within the heavenly staff. This young man exceeded everyone's imagination. Only Kong Farron stood aside, a smile on his face. Grandmaster Guo had not yet used his killer move. It seemed the pill formula was not getting away this time. With a roar from Guo Xiao, the 18 pillars of the Guo sect instantly rose from the ground. Everyone was panicked. The ground of the Guo sect shook violently, and some buildings began to collapse. Underneath the Guo sect was a huge formation. With a roar from Guo Xiao, the grand formation appeared, and 18 giant staffs danced in the air, roaring like 18 giant dragons. Everyone thought it was over. How could Qin Mo break this century-old formation of the Guo sect? 18 giant pillars crashed towards Qin Mo, forming an encirclement. If the 18 giant pillars hit Qin Mo, his soul would be scattered on the spot. At this moment, Qin Mo waved his hand and shouted, "Be destroyed." The 18 giant pillars crashed into each other and smashed towards Qin Mo. With a loud bang, the 18 pillars fell in unison and dust flew up on the training ground. The giant pillars stood straight, planted in the ground, motionless. The spectacular scene formed after the battle left people feeling solemn and awe-inspired. Qin Mo had been crushed to the ground by the towering pillars. Seeing this, Guo Xiao's face showed an expression of indescribable excitement. Facing Master Weixin's words, no one had heard of anyone surviving inside the formation unscathed for 100 years. Only then did everyone believe that Qin Mo was really dead. The martial arts practitioners present all applauded to congratulate the Guo sect on killing the little thief from Huahai. Although Guo Xiao was covered in dirt, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. "I said I would make that boy never return." Suddenly, a loud bang came from a distance. A cold voice suddenly came from beneath the giant staff. and a dazzling golden light erupted from under the giant pillars like the Buddha's palm. As the entire ground shook violently, the 18 pillars instantly shattered. At this moment, spiritual energy swirled around Qin Mo's body as he slowly stood up from the pit. Master Weixin couldn't help but be stunned. He actually knew one of the lost secret arts of Buddhism. How is this possible? The veins on Qin Mo's arms bulged like a demon from hell, about to sweep away everyone present. Finally, Qin Mo's gaze fell on Guo Shao, and he said, "You have successfully angered me. Today I will destroy your Guo sect." As Qin Mo's words fell, 3 streams of spiritual power shot out from his palm. Wherever they passed, nothing grew. In an instant, the Guo sect was annihilated. The air became quiet. Apart from the sound of dust falling from the sky, the crowd felt no other movement. Qin Mo walked towards Guo Shao step by step. Guo Shao looked at Qin Mo in horror, retreating again and again. A grandmaster facing death was no different from a mortal. Qin Mo quickly reached him, grabbed his collar, and lifted him into the air like grabbing a dying ant. Qin Mo looked at him with a half-smile and said, "Call me Daddy." The successor of the great Sun Wukong, the top staff grandmaster of Yanyang, actually called a young man of about 20 Daddy. After settling the Guo family's matter, Qin Mo walked out with Shi Lu in tow. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Shi Lu couldn't help but shiver. A man who could annihilate an entire sect just by saying so, how could I have ever thought of killing him? And since the mission failed, he couldn't return to Tianmen. So he decided to acknowledge Qin Mo as his master. At the main gate, Bai Yuren and Qin Mo met. Not long after, the two arrived at Qin Mo's residence. Bai Yuren said that the Bai's pharmaceutical had opened a branch in Yanyang and she was here to inspect the market and would be staying for a while. Hearing that she wanted to live with him, Qin Mo instantly panicked. After all, there was still a teacher in his dormitory. Just then, Teacher Bai suddenly opened the door. The air became quiet and a bit awkward for a moment. Bai Yuren looked at Qin Mo suspiciously and asked coldly who she was. Qin Mo hurriedly explained that this was just his roommate. He asked the two of them to talk outside. Back in his room, Qin Mo took out the Wugu pill. Whether he could break through this time depended on this Wugu pill. After taking it, spiritual energy burst forth from Qin Mo's body, instantly illuminating the entire room. At this moment, a refreshing feeling came over him. He had finally broken through to the mid-stage of the Anadia realm and unlocked his divine sense. Divine sense could detect movements hundreds of miles away and would improve with his realm. The power of the divine sense could also continuously grow stronger. Suddenly, the phone rang. On the other end of the line was Do Fengyao's hurried voice, trembling slightly as she said she was being haunted by a ghost and asked Qin Mo to come and save her. At this moment, Do Fengyao was curled up on the sofa in fear. The terror on her face was evident. Fengyao must have seen something terrifying. Seeing Qin Mo arrive, she hurriedly begged to hide in his arms, saying that the ghost was watching her. Qin Mo did not doubt what Do Fengyao said in her panic. Grandpa had once told her that the world was a balance of yin and yang, where humans and ghosts coexisted. Therefore, he had also taught her Taoist arts, which were ghost-catching techniques. Qin Mo turned on the video and swallowed hard. The ghost had appeared. Even at this moment, he was a little scared. Normally, a camera couldn't capture the image of a ghost. If it could, there was only one possibility. The ghost was close to attaining the Tao. It wasn't a minor ghost, but what was often referred to in feng shui as a ghost domain. Then Qin Mo hurriedly told her to prepare props to set up a formation. This was the only way to eliminate the ghost. Qin Mo took a few yellow papers from the living room table, had the servant bring a bottle of real gar wine, and then poured the wine on the paper. The ghost entered. The first step was to light a fire. The second step was to prepare lime powder. The lime powder could immobilize its body, preventing it from ever changing back to its original form. The third step, Qin Mo paused and unnaturally said, "Virgin boy's urine." Now everything was ready. The three of them slowly waited by the side, quietly waiting for the evil ghost to appear. At this moment, the doorknob showed a slight movement. With wisps of green gas, the door was pushed open from the outside. Qin Mo's eyes widened. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Grandpa had said that even if a fierce ghost appeared, it couldn't touch objects. But this ghost could open the door, which meant it was a vengeful spirit. Once it reached the level of a vengeful spirit, it was extremely terrifying. The evil ghost not only haunted people but also wanted to take their lives. Qin Mo protected the two behind him, telling them to hold the things they had just prepared. Qin Mo lit the yellow paper in his hand and with the speed of lightning threw the burning wood at the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit burned violently. At this moment, Qin Mo's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the vengeful spirit to be able to speak human words. He immediately ordered the two to pour down the prepared lime powder. 2 large buckets of lime were poured down and the burning flames were instantly extinguished. Then the evil ghost turned into a white figure covered in lime. The vengeful spirit coughed from choking. This vengeful spirit must have cultivated for 1,000 years. At this moment, Qin Mo roared, "Vengeful spirit, today I, Qin Mo, will destroy you." He was about to use his virgin boy's urine. Just then, the vengeful spirit began to beg for mercy, pleading with him not to do it. This voice was all too familiar to Do Fengyao. Recently, Rong Yun had been crazily pursuing her. She then hurriedly asked Rong Yun, "What the hell are you doing?" Rong Yun heard this and said he was originally trying to pursue her. So he dressed up as a ghost to scare her. Seeing this, Do Fengyao hurriedly ordered her servants to send him back to the wrong residence. Qin Mo, on the other hand, was speechless, having worked hard for half a day and was now tired. At this time in the Wrong family's living room, Father Wrong saw that Wrong Yun was covered in injuries, and tears fell from his eyes. He then asked who had injured his son like this. At this time, Wrong Yun, who was beaten to the point of being unable to speak, Father Wrong could only hear a few scattered words. Pursuing her, Chin Mo. Father Wrong instantly understood his son's meaning. It must be that Wrong Yun was pursuing Chin Mo, and Chin Mo refused him, which is why this happened. It was also the first time Father Wrong knew his son liked this type. He secretly vowed to accept Wrong Yun's pursuit. Just as Chin Mo stepped out, he saw the two of them looking furious. Do Fengyao, as if facing a great enemy, questioned Chin Mo about who that person was to him. Hearing this, Bai Yuren immediately began to assert her sovereignty, affirming that her relationship with Chin Mo was extraordinary. Do Fengyao snorted coldly after hearing this. So what if it's extraordinary? I've slept in the same bed with him. This immediately angered Bai Yuren, who angrily said in a low voice, and Chin Mo has seen me naked, he's seen every part of my body. Do Fengyao stood up from the ground, already losing her sanity, and roared at Bai Yuren. What's so great about that? Chin Mo once peeked at me while I was urinating. The moment was incredibly awkward. At this time, Chin Mo, Bai Yuren, and Do Fengyao looked at each other. This matter seemed to be nothing to brag about. Only after saying it did Do Fengyao realize she had said the wrong thing. After speaking, she covered her mouth in shame and then kicked the two of them out again. Scene change. At night, Chin Mo was walking home alone. People sent by the Wrong family were hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. They had also investigated and learned that Chin Mo was a powerless university freshman, but he was very strange, so they told the others to be careful. The next second, a group of people in protective suits suddenly appeared in front of Chin Mo, holding wine in their hands and a piece of white powder. While Chin Mo was coughing from being choked, this group of people had already surrounded him. At this time, the leader said to Chin Mo, "You idiot, if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better come with us." Chin Mo had already broken through to the mid-stage of Inadia. That little bit of anesthetic was nothing to him. Looking closely at their clothes, Chin Mo decided to play along and fell directly among the crowd to see what tricks they were up to. I didn't expect young Master Wrong to like this. We can't understand the lives of the rich. Then he ordered the others to quickly take the person back to the Wrong family and hand him over to the master. At this time in the Wrong family hall, Wrong Yun knew that his father had personally stepped in and would definitely be able to bring Do Fengyao back for him. His mind was already filled with images of being with Do Fengyao. Not long after, seeing his father return with people, he was ecstatic. "Son, look what surprise father has brought you." At this point he could no longer suppress his inner joy and began to laugh out loud. Not long after, Wrong Yun saw his father bring Chin Mo over and was instantly scared speechless. Seeing his son so excited he couldn't speak, Father Wrong hurriedly told his subordinates to put Chin Mo on the bed, then walked to the bedside and said in a low voice, "Not only did your father kidnap him for you, but I also hired a few proctologists. You can play however you want tonight." As he left, Father Wrong ordered his subordinates not to open the door and disturb them, no matter what noises came from the room tonight. Then he looked at Wrong Yun dotingly and said, "Son, have fun tonight." Lying on the bed, Chin Mo almost laughed out loud. Wrong Yun next to him couldn't even cry anymore. Instantly the door closed, and Chin Mo picked up the props beside him. Chin Mo looked at Wrong Yun with arrogant eyes, constantly making hee-hee sounds. "Then let's have some fun." Despite the indescribable screams coming from the room, the bodyguards all thought the young master was really enjoying himself. When the sounds reached a certain stage and he had had enough fun, Chin Mo immediately slipped out the window. The next day, when the Wrong family's people entered the room, Wrong Yun had been played until he passed out tied to the bed. They only heard Wrong Yun tremble and say with a faint breath, "Chin Mo is a devil." Hearing this, Father Wrong trembled with anger, constantly holding his precious son in his arms. At this time in the laboratory of Qingjing University, Shi Lu received an order from his superior to assist number 0, number 2, and number 3 in assassinating Chin Mo. These people were number 3, number 9, and number 13 from the Tianmen headquarters, all famous on the assassin rankings. If they teamed up, wouldn't Chin Mo be doomed? But Chin Mo had been kind to Shi Lu, which put him in a difficult position. At this moment, Shi Lu overheard the conversation between Chin Mo and Commander Shu. Commander Shu said urgently, "We have received internal information that the Tianmen headquarters has sent several assassins to Yanyang to assassinate you. Some of these people had even assassinated heads of state." After hearing this, Chin Mo said, "Okay, thank you for the reminder, Commander Shu." After speaking, Chin Mo hung up the phone, his expression turning grim. Shi Lu, who had heard the whole process, instantly panicked. "Chin Mo, could he know that I'm the assassin sent to kill him?" A moment later, Chin Mo called out, "Teacher Shi." Shi Lu was so scared his body began to tremble. Then Chin Mo said, "Tomorrow night I will prepare a few pieces of wasteland for you on a remote mountain." After hearing this, Shi Lu's jaw dropped in fright. "Chin Mo has even thought of where to bury me?" At this time, on the roof of Chin Mo's dormitory building, 3 black shadows gradually appeared. The 3 people were laughing and talking while waiting for Chin Mo to appear. Number 0 actually spent a lot of money to hire us to kill a university professor. What a fuss. The men decided to hunt him like prey. letting Chin Mo die slowly in excruciating pain. Seeing Chin Mo arrive, the two instantly jumped down from above, silently approaching Chin Mo. At this moment, one person landed on a pile of rocks. Chin Mo also sensed the movement and immediately activated his divine sense. After knowing the enemy's location, Chin Mo said, "Since you're here, let's get started." A voice came from the street lamp. "I didn't expect the Washaw pigs to be not so stupid. This hunt seems to be very interesting." Hearing the words Washaw pig, Chin Mo instantly became serious. The man next to him took the opportunity to mock. "A pig can get angry. How interesting." Then the two men looked up to the sky and roared, "No matter how angry a pig gets, it's just powerless rage. Killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant." The next second, two leaves shot towards the two men at an extremely fast speed, knocking them back several meters on the spot. The person on the roof, seeing this, also hurriedly reminded, "Stop playing around, kill him quickly." At this time, the three of them quickly attacked Chin Mo at the same time. The spiritual energy in front of Chin Mo quickly condensed, forming a solid wall in front of him. With a loud bang, the spiritual energy exploded instantly, killing one person instantly. The other person fell to the ground and died. The strength Chin Mo unleashed far exceeded their cognition. Looking at Chin Mo's berserk state, the two were so scared their bodies trembled and they retreated. Again and again, Chin Mo pointed at the two again and said solemnly, "I'll ask you again." Seeing this, the two hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "The Chinese are gods, we are the pigs. We beg the gods to spare our lives." Chin Mo would not tolerate people who insulted the Chinese, so he began to gather spiritual energy in his hands. He looked at the two with a demonic and ferocious expression. "Today God grants you death." At this time on the mountain, Shi Lu had already dug the graves and was grieving to himself. "The scenery here is beautiful. After burying Chin Mo, he can come here every day." Then a familiar voice came from a distance. "Shi Lu, what are you doing there? Hurry up and help me." Chin Mo came over, panting, carrying 3 corpses. Seeing this, Shi Lu's jaw dropped in surprise. This person had killed all 3 Tianmin assassins and was unscathed. Then Shi Lu knelt on the ground again, kowtowing nonstop. "Teacher Chin, from now on you are my master. I will do whatever you say. If I disobey, may I be struck by lightning." Seeing this, Chin Mo was also at a loss and had to reluctantly agree. Afterwards, he arranged for him to be Yuren's bodyguard. Shi Lu readily agreed. In Mexico, a few days later, the Tianmin Assassin Organization held an emergency meeting because of Chin Mo. The elder of the Tianmin headquarters took out a photo of Chin Mo and said, "A few days ago, the FBA in the United States gave us an assassination mission. I sent 0, 9, and 13 to carry it out, but they were all killed in action." Everyone was in an uproar after hearing this. After all, 0 had never failed before. How could he be defeated by a young boy? Then the elder angrily slammed the table, because the FBA's reward this time was $500 million US. But if we fail to complete the mission, we have to pay 10 times the commission. The scene immediately fell silent. Seeing this, the elder's veins bulged with anger. "Whoever goes to solve him will receive a lot of rewards." A man waved his hand and said, "Elder Tian, what happened in my Asia? Just leave it to me." This person was from the Tianmin headquarters in Mexico, known as the 7th Duke. Scene change. Chin Mo suddenly received a call from Confronting, who said that because of the pill matter last time, he had specially prepared a banquet today to personally apologize to Mr. Chin. Not long after, Chin Mo arrived alone at the Jian Tower. He didn't know if Confronting was sincere this time. Seeing Chin Mo, Confronting immediately put on a fawning attitude. "Mr. Chin, your personal presence is a great honor for me. This is Director Sun's third brother, Sun Dewei. He has long admired Mr. Chin's great name and has always wanted to meet you." Chin Mo looked at the crowd's fawning appearance, then waved his hand to indicate there was no need for politeness and got straight to the point. At the dinner table, although Chin Mo ignored Confronting was very respectful to Chin Mo, his words of apology never leaving his mouth, every sentence not straying from Mr. Chin. This couldn't help but make Chin Mo doubt whether his intuition was wrong. Could it be that Confronting was sincere this time? Seeing him like this, Chin Mo also changed his previous cold attitude, saying that what happened before could be written off, but if it happened again, it wouldn't just be an apology with a glass of wine. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chin Mo returned to his dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Bai Suishui injured and unconscious at the door, and the house was in a mess. Chin Mo hurriedly picked up Bai Suishui from the ground. Fortunately, Teacher Bai's stomach was only injured by a palm technique, and her life was not in danger for the time being. And the bottle that was originally full of body-nourishing pills was already broken, and the pills inside were gone. Chin Mo was instantly so angry he gritted his teeth. "No wonder Confronting wanted to apologize and treat me to a meal. It turned out that during my absence from home, martial artists took the opportunity to come in and steal the body-nourishing pills. That night at the Kang's pharmaceutical company, all the third-rate martial artists of Yanyang gathered here. Master Weixin did not disappoint and brought back the body-nourishing pills. The head of the Kang's pharmaceutical medicine god Kong was overjoyed. Master did well. With this body-nourishing pill, our Kong family can develop and mass-produce it. Then we will rename the body-nourishing pill to Kangwu pill. That way it will completely belong to the Kong family." The person in charge of this pill experiment was Sun Dewey, who was also the mastermind behind this plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Sun Dewey immediately became a popular figure in the Kang's pharmaceutical company, and the company even gave him a Bentley as his car. At this time, Director Sun walked anxiously to the door and said, "Chin Mo is suddenly coming to visit. I have to personally welcome Mr. Chin." Sun Dewey also said with a look of ridicule, "Third brother, it's not that I'm lecturing you, but you shouldn't bring just any cat or dog home. Isn't it better to focus on your career?" After speaking, he took out his Bentley key and flaunted it in front of Director Sun. "Look, your second brother is now the head of the Kang's pill department, and the company even gave me such a luxury car. Look at you hanging out with a country bumpkin all day. I think you've got water in your brain." Suddenly, a sneeze came from behind Sun Dewey. "The bumpkin's pills, didn't you steal them too?" Chin Mo heard that Sun Dewey was from the Sun family, so he tried to find him. "I really didn't expect him to be here. You stole my Chin Mo's things, so you have to pay the price, right?" Director Sun was immediately frightened silly. At this time, Sun Dewey didn't expect things to be exposed so quickly. Then his face immediately returned to normal, as if he hadn't done it. "You say I stole your pills. What evidence do you have? If you can't produce it, then you're slandering our Sun family." Hearing this, Director Sun hurriedly pulled his second brother and said, "Second brother, if you really stole the pills, just say a word to Mr. Chin." Sun Dewey looked at his third brother's useless appearance and immediately shook off his hand. "Even if I stole Chin Mo's pills, what can he do to me? This is my Sun family. I dare him to lay a finger on me." The next second, Chin Mo's arm drew a phantom image in the air and slapped Sun Dewey across the face with a smack. At this moment, Sun Dewey was shocked. He didn't expect Chin Mo to really dare to hit him in the Sun residence. Before Sun Dewey could react, Chin Mo's palm slapped his face again and again. Chin Mo had wanted to kill Sun Dewey, but after all he was related to Director Sun, and Director Sun had helped him a lot when he came to Yanyang. So he spared his life and made him promise Chin Mo two things. One was to give Chin Mo a blueprint of the Kang's pharmaceutical company, and the other was to ask him if he knew Chin Yinan. Sun Dewey stammered that the blueprint of Kang's pharmaceutical was no problem, but he didn't know the other person. Seeing this, Chin Mo's fist immediately went towards Sun Dewey. Seeing this, Sun Dewey could only reluctantly explain, "Regarding the person you asked me about, I dare not say, but I know his wife has a loyal servant. You can definitely ask more from him." When Chin Mo heard Sun Dewey mention his mother's servant, he was stunned for a moment. He had wanted to learn something from him, but no matter how Chin Mo threatened Sun Dewey, he only knew this much. He turned and left, telling him to prepare the blueprint within 2 days. With Sun Dewey's matter settled, it was now the Kong family's turn. A few days later, at the headquarters of Kang's pharmaceutical company, pharmaceutical merchants of all sizes from Yanyang came to participate, because this time Kang's pharmaceutical had developed the Kangwu pill, which could rival the body-nourishing pill, and its efficacy was even better. At the previous medicine fair, even a mutt could completely crush a martial arts master after eating a body-nourishing pill. The efficacy of the Kangwu pill naturally goes without saying. After listening to Medicine God Kang's introduction, everyone present praised, "Medicine God Kong is truly a hero of Yanyang's martial arts world." Then someone immediately raised a question. "Family Head Kong, the efficacy of this pill is so great, what will the imported retail price be?" After hearing him talk so much, praising how good his medicine's effect was but not mentioning the price, the small vendors couldn't help but become nervous. Medicine God Kong smiled and said, "The Kangwu pill will be at the city government's auction in a week, but there is one condition." At this point, Medicine God Kong looked like a conscientious businessman. "So the importers of the Kong family are absolutely not allowed to buy medicine from other families." After hearing this, the faces of everyone present immediately sank. The Kong family was trying to monopolize the Yanyang pharmaceutical industry with a single pill. How were some small-scale pharmaceutical merchants supposed to survive? This idea was proposed by Sun Dewey, the director of Kangwu Pill. At this time he was still very complacent. The Kong family was Sun Dewey's backer and would surely become the leader of the Yanyang pharmaceutical industry. And the blueprint Chin Mo got was also a fake one given by Sun Dewey. He was waiting for Chin Mo to fall into his trap according to the map's route. Thinking of this, his face instantly twisted, unable to hide the joy in his heart. But what kind of person was Chin Mo? How could he fall into the same pit twice? He was also ready to make a move. A few days later, in Kang's pharmaceutical company, Chin Mo disguised himself as a handsome man and walked around the company openly with Bai-Yuran. The employees standing nearby all lowered their heads and greeted them. According to Sun Dewey's blueprint, the Kong family's medicine storage was on the 10th floor. Outside the elevator on the 7th floor, a group of bodyguards in black suits holding guns waited grimly, ready for Chin Mo to emerge from the elevator. The moment the elevator doors opened, the bodyguards were stunned. The leader's eyes nearly popped out in fear, and he hurriedly ordered the bodyguards to lower their guns. Turning around, he immediately put on a fawning expression. "Young master, rest assured, the Kangwu pills have been placed in the safest part of the medicine storage. Everything is ready here. We'll capture that punk Chin Mo as soon as he arrives." Hearing this, Chin Mo sneered inwardly. He hadn't expected Sun Dewey to dare to trick him like this. Fortunately, he was prepared. So Chin Mo swaggered towards the medicine storage and said, "I'll be right back, you guys handle things here, don't let Chin Mo get away." Entering the medicine storage, the two walked directly to a cabinet labeled for auction. After taking out the Kangwoo pills, Bai Yuren placed the candy she carried with her inside. Before leaving, she didn't forget to loot the rare medicinal materials storage. At this time, the auction hall at the city hall was packed, with everyone eagerly awaiting the appearance of medicine god Kong and his Kangwoo pills. With a loud bang, the Kangwoo pills made their debut. The Kangwoo pills were like a naked beauty, driving all the pharmaceutical merchants present wild. Soon, small carts were pushed in. I believe everyone knows the efficacy of the Kangwoo pills. There are only 100 boxes here, with bidding starting at 1 million per box. Feel free to bid. At this point, a merchant raised a paddle for 10 million, instantly multiplying the price by 10, but this didn't shock anyone. Some even felt it was low. The people present grew more and more frantic. Medicine god Kong laughed wildly in his heart. He never expected that the pills, which cost only a few tens of thousands to produce, were projected to sell for over 1 billion. Suddenly a voice came from the back of the crowd. The MA sect bought the first box of Kangwoo pills for 200 million. A small box of Kangwoo pills could sell for 200 million. He still had over 90 boxes left. If this continued, the Kong family could even control the third-rate martial arts world. Before long, the auction for the 100 boxes of Kangwoo pills ended. One by one, the Kangwoo pills were delivered into everyone's hands. They held them carefully, their gazes burning on the pills as if looking at a rare treasure. At this time, medicine god Kong stood up and said with a smile, "Our Kangwoo pills are considered top-tier pills. When you take them, remember not to leave even a crumb behind." Just as he finished speaking, Sect Master Shu stood up angrily, holding a lump of yellow sugar in his hand, and shouted, "This is a divine medicine, you dare to fool me, you're asking for death." Subsequently, everyone at the auction was stunned, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Medicine god Kong also panicked. He hurriedly explained it must have been a mistake during packing. He then guaranteed with the Kong group's reputation that everyone would receive their Kangwoo pills. Sect Master Shu and the others didn't want to completely fall out with medicine god Kong either. If they did, not only would they not get the pills, but it might also cause a huge scandal in Yanyang. Sect Master Shu waved his hand and left the scene with his people. Medicine god Kong slowly breathed a sigh of relief, vowing to himself that he must find out what happened. With a dark expression, Medicine god Kong led a group of people up to the 17th floor and angrily questioned the head of security, who entered the medicine storage today. The head of security swallowed fearfully. Seeing Kong Farron, he said it was young Master Kong and his girlfriend who had entered the medicine storage. Medicine god Kang's gaze immediately fell on Kong Farron. "Explain this to me clearly." At this moment, Chin Mo directly admitted on the spot, "That's right, I did it." Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. "Young Master Kong, what on earth is going on?" Chin Mo then said calmly, "And Sun Dewey, he's my accomplice. It was his idea to steal the Kangwoo pills." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Dewey waved his hands in terror. "Family head Kong, please calm down, I really know nothing about this." Of course, medicine god Kong wouldn't believe an outsider. He immediately fired him, then looked fiercely at his grandson and said, "And you give me the Kangwoo pills and I'll pretend nothing happened." Hearing this, Chin Mo sneered on the spot, "Are you dreaming?" Then, in front of everyone, he slapped medicine god Kong hard across the face. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Was Kong Farron crazy? How dare he hit his own grandfather? Medicine god Kong trembled with anger and threatened again. "If you don't hand over the Kangwoo pills, I'll disown you as my grandson." Chin Mo looked indifferent, made a face at him, and thought to himself, "You disowning Kong Farron has what to do with me, Chin Mo?" Medicine god Kong was so angry he fainted on the spot. Sect Master Shu immediately sent people to follow medicine god Kong. He couldn't fall, as the production of the Kangwoo pills still depended on him. At this time, in a large auction hall at the city hall, Kong Farron was tied up, curled up on the ground, whimpering continuously. He secretly vowed that once he got out he would cut Chin Mo into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, the people outside the door seemed to hear the sounds from inside. Seeing the person lying on the ground was their young Master Kong, they were instantly stunned. Wasn't the young master just arguing with the family head outside? How did he end up tied up here? Then, from Kong Farron's whimpers, they understood he wanted to be untied. After untying the ropes, Kong Farron hurriedly asked how the auction was going. The bodyguard replied calmly, "The auction ended long ago. Weren't you just confronting the old master?" Kong Farron couldn't be bothered with that anymore, and rushed to find his grandfather. His grandfather had said that after the auction he would ask the martial artist to help capture Chin Mo. Since it ended so early, something must have gone wrong. In a corner of the hallway, Sun Dewey was muttering to himself, "It's all over, all over." The moment he saw Kong Farron, the anger in his heart erupted and he punched Kong Farron in the head. "Kong Farron, why did you have to harm me?" Then his fists rained down one after another heavily on his head. "Sun Dewey, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Look clearly. I'm the young master of the Kong family." Hearing this, Sun Dewey gritted his teeth in anger. "Kong Farron, the moment you stole the Kangwoo pills, you were no longer the young master of the Kong family. You can seek your own death, but you also had to get me fired from the Kong family, Kong Farron said with a blank expression. When the auction started, I was tied up by Chin Mo. The bodyguards just rescued me. After hearing this, Sun Dewey's heart skipped a beat. You were tied up before? Then who was it that attended the auction this morning? It was Chin Mo. He never believed the blueprint I gave him was real from the start. After being tied up, he impersonated me and stole the Kangwoo pills. This was all his scheme. No wonder I didn't see Chin Mo's shadow from beginning to end. It turns out he had a plan all along. Then a plan formed in his mind and he said with confidence, "Young master, I already have a plan for revenge." Scene change. To get revenge on Chin Mo, Sun Dewey came up with another plan. He shamelessly went to find Chin Mo again, saying he had been possessed before, and begged for Chin Mo's forgiveness. If he didn't agree, he would work at the Bai's group until Chin Mo forgave him. This was the first step of his plan, to stay in Bai Yurin's shop. The second step was to cooperate with Rong Yun, the young master of the Rong's financial group. Rong Yun had been humiliated because of Chin Mo, and the psychological shadow would never be erased. After Rong Yun appeared, he immediately expressed his willingness to invest 5 billion in Bai's pharmaceutical, with Sun Dewey first apologizing and then Rong Yun investing. Chin Mo thought there must be something fishy going on, so he decided to play along. Chin Mo told the two that he was going out for a few days. Since the Rong family was willing to invest in the pharmaceutical business, he would have to trouble them during this time. This was the second step of their plan. After investing, Rong Yun also gained Chin Mo's trust. Before leaving, Chin Mo instructed Shi Lu that he had received an invitation from the Yanyang military region. "If anything happens while I'm away, call me immediately." Chin Mo knew that only by leaving the shop would these two rats have a chance to cause trouble, and then he could catch them all in one go. The next day, Special Forces member Dodi learned that Chin Mo had arrived and personally led a guard of honor to welcome him. In his eyes, Chin Mo was not only the developer of the body-purifying pill but also his idol. Although he was his idol, he had never met Chin Mo, nor did he know his name. Dodi thought, "I can use this opportunity to get my idol's praise." At this moment, a Lamborghini approached from a distance. Dodi's face was full of anticipation, but after seeing it was Chin Mo, his face instantly fell. "Why him? Isn't he my sister's bodyguard, just a punk from Huahai? I wonder what kind of love potion he fed my sister." Seeing this, Dodi immediately went forward to stop him. He couldn't let this country bumpkin enter this area. It would be bad if he offended my idol. So he found an excuse to have Chin Mo get out of the car for an inspection. Recently, foreign agents have been trying to infiltrate the military district. "Please cooperate with our investigation." Chin Mo got out of the car helplessly and said, "If there's such a thing, why didn't Commander Shu tell me?" The next second he pulled out a hood and put it on. "In that case, please cooperate." Dodi looked at Chin Mo's lazy appearance with contempt. "How can he protect my sister Feng Yao like this? I think I should take you to the investigation room." The more Dodi thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't let Chin Mo ruin the impression we made on our idol. Subsequently, Dodi pushed Chin Mo into a cell saying, "You just wait here." Chin Mo took off the hood and looked at the few people in front of him with a blank expression. "This doesn't look like an investigation room. That soldier must have lied to me." The few men looked at Chin Mo with evil smiles. "Looks like us brothers are in for a treat tonight." At this time, in front of the main gate, Dodi and a guard of honor waited for a long time but saw no sign of Chin Mo, so he planned to go and ask Commander Yuan what was going on. At this time in the general's room, Commander Yuan was secretly showing off his calligraphy, his skill having improved quite a bit. The next second he heard Dodi's deafening report from outside the door. Commander Yuan was so startled he immediately lost his interest and the ink in his hand splattered everywhere. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Commander, we've been waiting at the gate for a long time but we haven't seen the VIP you mentioned." "I didn't see anyone, so I'm afraid I missed him. Please give me a photo of that VIP." After Dodi saw the VIP's photo, his face turned pale and his eyes almost popped out in shock. The next second he rushed into the cell filled with regret. "He's so powerful, why would he hide his identity to be my sister's bodyguard? He's really going to kill me." The moment he opened the cell door, he saw that the other inmates all had large bumps on their heads and were respectfully massaging Chin Mo's back. Seeing Dodi, Chin Mo immediately looked at him. "Well, do you have the results of your investigation?" At this time, Dodi lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "Actually, there was no investigation. I beg you to come back to the military district with me." After hearing this, Chin Mo said, "You let me in when you wanted and you want me to leave when you want. There's no such good thing in this world." Seeing this, Dodi was so anxious tears fell. "Come with me for my sister's sake, I beg you." Chin Mo said speechlessly, "Do I know you? How do I know which sister you're talking about?" "Instructor Chin, I am Do Feng Yao's brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Yuan received the news and rushed over anxiously. "Dodi, you dare to imprison Instructor Chin without authorization? I declare that from today, Dodi is expelled from the Blade team and discharged from the military." Scene change. Night falls on the Yanyang Blade unit's main base. The other members were very dissatisfied with Commander Yuan's actions. "Commander Yuan, isn't this too much, discharging him from the military for such a small mistake?" At this time, Dodi's heart was also filled with resentment. If Chin Mo hadn't hidden his identity, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Then he told everyone the purpose of Chin Mo's trip. "Don't you know, the military district invited that kid to be our Blade's chief instructor to lead us." After hearing this, everyone immediately frowned. "A young punk, what right does he have to lead us?" as everyone argued. The Blade unit's deputy captain Chu Hu shouted, "What are you arguing about? How can the Yanyang Blade be led by that kid? Tomorrow we'll give him a show of force." Chin Mo was brought to the forefront by Commander Yuan with the goal of having him mass-produce the body-purifying pill. Chin Mo explained that the body-purifying pill was different from ordinary pills and was refined by him through special means. Mass production was impossible. He then gave them a modified formula suitable for military production, but its effect was weaker than the original pill. Seeing this, Commander Yuan immediately thanked Chin Mo. With the matter of the pills settled, it was time to get down to business. He then took Chin Mo to the Blade Special Forces base. Blade was one of Washa's top Special Forces units and also a UN task force. Yesterday, all members of the Blade team had been notified to welcome Chin Mo, but now the base was empty. Commander Yuan was instantly enraged and hurriedly asked Colonel Long what was going on. "Where are the people I asked you to arrange yesterday?" At this moment, Chin Mo suddenly sensed something. "Commander Yuan, don't ask. They're here." As soon as he finished speaking, a helicopter and a heavy tank appeared before them. Chu Hu stood in their midst and shouted, "I heard that this time Chief Instructor Chin is going to lead our Blade unit. Today I'll give Instructor Chin a chance to show his strength." Chin Mo's face instantly darkened. "Who said I wanted to be Blade's chief instructor?" "Instructor Chin, our team is also one of the best. Last time we even had the level of a martial arts master. As long as you defeat the 5 of us, the position of chief instructor is yours," Chin Mo said speechlessly. "You guys are too boring." "Boring? I think you're scared, aren't you? Our century-old Blade is at least the face of the Washa military. That Huahai chief instructor can only teach those wastes from Wolfang HMPH. Seeing this, Dodi was also secretly pleased. It seems this Chin Mo is just a stray dog, not even daring to fart in front of Captain Chu. "Chu Hu, watch your words. Instructor Chin is at least..." Before he could finish, Chin Mo interrupted him. "Do you know why I said you're boring? Because in my Chin Mo's eyes you are nothing, not even as good as ants." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Wow, Blade is at least the face of the Washa military. Chin Mo's words were a bit too arrogant. Instantly Chu Hu was enraged and said, "Surname Chin, are you looking for death, brothers? Teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Chin Mo just beckoned with his hand and said calmly, "You two come at me together." As soon as he finished speaking, the team members charged at Chin Mo with their knives. However, facing their attacks, Chin Mo only used his swift movements to dodge. Seeing this, Dodi immediately smiled and said, "Instructor Chin, why don't you fight back? If we start shooting later, you won't even have a chance to struggle." The general didn't want the situation to become tense, and hurriedly ordered Chu Hu and the others not to open fire. Chu Hu also looked disdainful. "Don't worry, Commander. We don't need to use guns to deal with this kid. The commander is overestimating him. I'll make him cry and beg for mercy." As he spoke, Chin Mo had already shaken off the crowd. Chin Mo looked back at the crowd chasing him, a faint smile on his face. The next second, Chin Mo suddenly stopped, and facing the combined force of 2 people, Chin Mo treated them like monkeys, easily dodging the attacks of multiple people. The next second he left the crowd far behind again. At this time, Dodi realized something was wrong. He was at least the Do family's bodyguard. He couldn't just know how to dodge. At this time, the Blade members were also exhausted from being played by Chin Mo, panting heavily. Chin Mo in the distance still looked calm as if nothing had happened and said, "Well, are you tired? Is that all you've got?" Hearing this, the Blade members were instantly blinded by anger. Clearly they had disregarded Commander Yuan's earlier words. "Let's see how you dodge bullets now." As soon as he finished speaking, several people took out their phones and fired at Chin Mo simultaneously. After a volley of gunshots, the birds in the forest were instantly startled. Only a trail of bright red blood was left on the scene with no sign of Chin Mo. Seeing this, Dodi couldn't help but be overjoyed. Chin Mo was finally dead. Facing Commander Yuan's questioning, Chu Hu said that what happened had happened. "If you say it was an accident, none of us need to take responsibility." This showed the influence of the Blade Special Forces in Yanyang. Even Commander Yuan had to yield to them. When the few of them began to search for Chin Mo's body, a voice came from above. "Thank you all for the extra meal. Good shooting. These few ducks will be my return gift." Everyone was shocked that what they had used just now were wild ducks. He not only dodged the bullets but also led us to hunt birds. This showed just how terrifying Chin Mo's skills were. Chin Mo swaggered among the Blade members. Dodi angrily roared at Chin Mo, "Without cover, let's see where you hide now." Chin Mo just smiled coldly. "Isn't that your problem?" The next second, before anyone could react, their faces were already covered in the feathers of the duck from before. Chin Mo said calmly, "Plucking your wild ducks for you, by the way." The scene before them instantly stunned Commander Yuan. Quick, report this to Commander Shao." At this time, on the Tiger Roar platform in the suburbs of Yanyang, a military officer rushed in, panting, his expression flustered, saying, "A message from Commander Yuan's representative from the Blade members." When Instructor Chin visited the Yanyang Military Region's Blade base, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the 2 of them. Instructor Chin must have been taught a lesson by the Blade people. No wonder. Who doesn't like to give a new instructor a show of force? After hearing this, the officer immediately shouted, "No, it was Instructor Chin who single-handedly defeated the Blade unit." Hearing this, feeling that something was up tonight, he immediately took the VIPs to the Blade base to find Chin Mo. At this time on the Blade base's training ground, all the team members had been knocked to the ground by Chin Mo, each with a duck. Just then a military jeep sped towards Chin Mo. The person who came was Yi Yulan, the captain of the Blade Special Forces team who had just returned from an international mission. "Captain, we can't." "Captain Chu, no need to say anything. I saw everything. You are no match for that officer." Soon, Yi Yulan came to Chin Mo's side. "The Chin family of Yanyang is one of the 4 major families of Yanyang. I wonder if Instructor Chin has any connection to the Chin family?" After hearing this, Chin Mo replied nonchalantly. Hearing that Chin Mo had no connection to the Chin family, Yi Yulan was instantly relieved. This was also the first time Chin Mo had come to Yanyang and someone had proactively mentioned the Chin family. Chin Mo thought to himself, could this instructor Yi know something about the Chin family? Yi Yulan's attitude immediately began to change. "I'm telling you, as long as I, Yi Yulan, am here, a nobody like you will never defeat us. Yi Yulan, how dare you speak to Instructor Chin like that?" Commander Shao slowly walked over from behind, accompanied by Commander Shu. Chin Mo's heart skipped a beat. What does the Yanyang military region want now? Commander Shao had already thought about how to win over such a powerful monster on his way here. "Instructor Chin, are you interested in leaving Wolfang and developing in Blade? As long as Instructor Chin comes, I will immediately apply to the higher-ups to make you the chief instructor and give you the highest authority in the Yanyang military region." "No," I said, "staying in Wolfang is just fine." Chin Mo had promised in Huahai that he would never leave Wolfang. Faced with such a tempting offer, if it were Commander Shu, he would have gladly accepted, right? Commander Shu was instantly panicked. "If Wolfang lost Chin Mo, what would we do?" Then Commander Shao added, "As long as you agree. The command of Blade will be yours." Blade's reputation in the military would be greatly enhanced. After hearing this, Chin Mo directly refused Commander Shao. "I, Chin Mo, only want to stay in Wolfang. I'm not interested in power, money, or fame." After all, he had many good experiences and inseparable ties in Wolfang. After speaking, he left the scene. For Chin Mo, the formula for the body-purifying pill had been handed over to the Yanyang military region, so his trip was over. Suddenly the phone rang. On the other end of the line, Shi Lu shouted urgently, "Mr. Chin, Bai Yuran disappeared this morning. Please come back quickly." Chin Mo was a top existence in the Wuxia martial arts world, yet someone dared to abduct his beautiful disciple from the shop and occupy her body while he was away. Chin Mo rushed to the Bai's pharmaceutical branch company in a panic. He heard that Rong Yun had used his status as an investor to dismiss Bai Yuran. All the employees inside were replaced with his own confidants, and the entire pharmacy was hollowed out by Rong Yun. Chin Mo's face changed drastically upon hearing this news. At this time a sob story was playing out in the Bai's pharmacy. Sun Dewei learned that a mysterious foreign assassin organization called Tianmen was going to assassinate Chin Mo, so he personally staged this sob story to get close to Chin Mo. Just as Chin Mo was about to arrive at the shop, Rong Yun's confidants were casually ordering him around. "The shop's bathroom is short-staffed, can I leave it to you?" The laughter of the crowd filled the entire shop. "Your Rong family is really ungrateful. Why don't I recommend Rong Yun?" Rong Yun's confidant, Deputy Manager Zhao, said with a smile. "So what? Do you want to give him an award?" "Listen up, his girlfriend is about to become young Master Rong's woman, and he still hasn't shown up. Do you think that kid will be kind enough to come back and save you?" As soon as he finished speaking, they all laughed again. "What a pity for these actors not becoming actors. Cut the crap, old man. Get up and work. Don't expect Chin Mo to come back." Just then, the door was pushed open heavily, and a dark figure slowly appeared before everyone. The pressure emanating from him instantly alarmed everyone present. With cold eyes, Chin Mo slowly walked towards Deputy Manager Zhao. Sun Dewei was overjoyed to see this. "It's great that he saw this scene. He will treat me as one of his own." Then Sun Dewei cried and complained to Chin Mo, "Mr. Chin, save me quickly. They are simply beasts." The next second a loud bang echoed throughout the shop. Everyone present was stunned. Chin Mo stepped on Deputy Manager Zhao's head, looked at him with an indifferent expression and said, "Where have you locked up Bai Yuran?" At this time, in order to carry out the plan, Deputy Manager Zhao could only bite the bullet and say he didn't know. As the sound of bricks cracking on the ground was heard, Deputy Manager Zhao's head sank directly into it. "I'll give you one last chance. Where's my disciple Bai Yuran now?" Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly revealed Bai Yuran's whereabouts. A second later, and Deputy Manager Zhao's face would have been crushed by Chin Mo. On Tuesday evening, Chin Mo arrived at the place where the few people had just provided that Bai Yuran was kidnapped. He hadn't expected the Tianjin villa at the foot of the mountain to have such abundant spiritual energy. Chin Mo thought to himself, after rescuing Bai Yuran, this villa will be Rong Yun's compensation. In the dark of night, the bodyguards at the door mistook the person walking towards them for young Master Rong and hurried forward with smiles to greet him. Then, with a gentle point of his finger accompanied by a muffled thud, the two bodies fell straight to the ground. Hearing the sound from the door, Bai Yuran in the room instantly became alert. She picked up the vase beside her, ready to fight this old bastard to the death. Just as Chin Mo stuck his head in, a vase came flying towards him. Seeing that it was Chin Mo, Bai Yuran finally calmed down from her tense state and hurriedly leaned against Chin Mo. "Master, you're here. Let's go quickly." At this moment, a murderous intent appeared in Qin Mo's eyes. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Rong Yun did this to you. I will never let him get away with it. I'm going to teach him a lesson he'll never forget." Qin Mo then told Bai Yuren his plan. At this moment, a drunken Rong Yun arrived at the entrance of Tianjin Villa. "Qin Mo, you ruined my chances with Do Fengyao. So tonight I'm going to take your woman." Thinking of Bai Yuren's perfect figure, Rong Yun immediately got a lustful look on his face. Seeing that the bodyguards at the door had slipped away at some point, he couldn't be bothered with them and staggered towards the door. The moment he opened the door, he saw Bai Yuren dressed in revealing clothes sitting cross-legged on the bed. At this moment, Bai Yuren put on a pitiful act, the expression on her face proving that her acting skills were already spot on. Seeing this, Rong Yun's nose instantly started bleeding. "Little lady, I'm going to dote on you tonight." Seeing Rong Yun's infatuated look, Bai Yuren immediately echoed, "Young Master Rong, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've always wanted to have a deep exchange with you." Hearing this, Rong Yun was overjoyed. He excitedly reached out his demonic claws towards Bai Yuren. Seeing this, Bai Yuren quickly dodged and then immediately took out a pill, saying that it would have a magical effect after taking it. Of course, the foolish Rong Yun would not refuse the beauty before him. Without a second thought, he took it and swallowed it directly. "Why did you only bring out such a good thing now?" Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Bai Yuren revealed a wicked smile. Before long, the medicine began to take effect, and Rong Yun felt unwell. The next second, he saw his head growing larger and larger with intense pain. Faced with this sudden change, Rong Yun was terrified and told Bai Yuren to take him to the hospital quickly. Bai Yuren sat on the bed with a triumphant smile. "You've treated me like this, and the good show is yet to come." Bai Yuren then took him to the operating room of the Yanyang Second Hospital. However, the person performing his surgery was Qin Mo. Seeing that the chief surgeon was Qin Mo, Rong Yun's headache became even more severe. With an innocent look, Qin Mo took out 2 contracts, meaning that he would perform the surgery as long as he signed them. Rong Yun's head was splitting and he couldn't care less. Without even looking, he signed the contracts and put his thumbprint on them. Seeing this, Qin Mo's face instantly lit up with joy, because these 2 contracts were for the shares of Beihe Pharmaceutical and the transfer deed of Tianjin Villa. After an injection of anesthetic, Rong Yun instantly passed out. At this moment, Qin Mo revealed a wicked smile. "When you wake up, you'll see the surprise I've prepared for you." A few hours later, Rong Yun woke up to find that his family jewels had been cut off by Qin Mo, and he instantly burst into tears. Hearing his son's cries, Father Rong burst through the door. Seeing his son, his heart ached. While comforting Rong Yun, he promised to help him get justice. Rong Yun then asked his father to smash that bitch's pharmacy because he still held the majority of the shares and could crush them in minutes. The next second, a servant rushed in to report, saying that someone had delivered copies of 2 contracts. They stated that the young master had transferred his shares in Beihe Pharmaceutical and the entire Tianjin Villa to Bai Yuren. Hearing this, the 2 were instantly stunned. Rong Yun had no memory of this at all until he saw his thumbprint, and only then did he remember. Before the surgery, Qin Mo had him sign 2 contracts. But at that time, Rong Yun couldn't care less. He just wanted the surgery done as soon as possible. He never expected that signing that contract would lead to the loss of his family jewels, as well as his shares and villa. He fainted on the spot. Father Rong was also furious upon seeing this because that villa was prepared for a Grandmaster level figure. He'd like to see if Qin Mo had the life to take it. Scene change. The next day, Qin Mo brought Shi Lu to the Do family. He wanted to build a Spirit Lake Grand Formation in Tianjin Villa, but needed 3 mountain godstones as the formation's eyes, so he came to the Do family to inquire. In the Do family's living room, the Do family warmly welcomed Qin Mo's visit. When they heard that Qin Mo was looking for the Yanshan Godstone, their expressions immediately darkened. They then advised, "It's best not to touch this thing. The Yanshan Godstone is the fated object of the third-rate martial arts world of Yanyang. It's coveted by the entire third-rate martial arts world of Yanyang. Anyone who obtains it will be besieged by the martial arts world, so no one has dared to touch it to this day." At this point, Do Si added, 10 years ago, a man in Yanyang named Che Gong took the Godstone and fled abroad, entering the headquarters of the Tianmen assassins. There's news today that he has returned to Yanyang." Hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. It seemed that it wouldn't be difficult to get the Godstone after finding him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Do father and son instantly panicked and waved their hands. "Mr. Qin, please don't go looking for him. And don't mind me for being blunt, but I'm afraid your strength is still lacking compared to a figure of this level. You must not take the risk." Qin Mo said that it might not be necessary to use force, there might be other ways. But when Shi Lu heard that Qi Gong was coming to Yanyang, he was so nervous he couldn't speak. He must be coming to Yanyang for the failed assassination attempt. Anyone related to Qin Mo would have to die. After saying that, he walked away frantically, muttering, "We're all going to die." Qin Mo was baffled by Shi Lu's sudden change. Before leaving, he thanked Old Master Do for his advice, but he was determined to get the Yanshan God Stone. The Do father and son thought to themselves, they didn't know if this was a blessing or a curse. Then a voice came from behind them and a figure slowly walked towards the 2. "Worry about yourselves first. Qin Mo's supporters can go down and wait for him." Scene change. Qin Mo searched for a long time but couldn't find Shi Lu. It was strange. After all, even if the people from Tianmen came for revenge, they would be looking for him. Why did he run just then? Sun Dewey ran anxiously towards Qin Mo. Mr. Qin, something terrible has happened. The Dou family was just wiped out. When they arrived at the Dou family's residence, they saw Dou Fengyao standing dazedly in the ruins. Qin Mo immediately went up and asked who did it. Dou Fengyao weakly said it was Tianmen's Qi Gong. He let me live because he wanted me to tell you that if you offend the people of Tianmen, everyone around you will die. Tomorrow it will be your turn, Qin Mo. Hearing this, Qin Mo's expression began to grow solemn behind him. Sun Dewey didn't say a word because he had received the news long ago. He had already pledged allegiance to Qi Gong and was now waiting for the right moment to strike at Qin Mo. Qin Mo held the weak Dou Fengyao and said solemnly, "Call Chen Wan and the others to the villa. Bring Naichu too. From now on you all must stay by my side and not leave me." Seeing Qin Mo like this, Sun Dewey couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. It's useless to stick close. The last secret plan failed, but this time you're dead for sure. Seeing Qin Mo asked to bring Naichu, the group was very confused. Even if Qi Gong went crazy, he wouldn't kill a dog, right? Qin Mo said Naichu was coming to help. Qi Gong has the Yanshan Godstone, so I might not be his match, but the spiritual energy here is abundant, so it might be able to stimulate Naichu's sacred beast bloodline and help me. Feng Yao said to Qin Mo, "Naichu is just a dog. If it helps you, shouldn't we be running for our lives?" Qin Mo gazed at Naichu and said, "Run, we can't run away. Now we can only hope that Naichu can pull its weight." Just then, Sun Dewey ran quickly towards Qin Mo. "Mr. Qin, that Qi Gong is here and he brought Rong Yun and Master Weixin with him." Qin Mo patted Sun Dewey's shoulder and said, "You go protect them in the back. Leave the rest to me." Before he could finish, wisps of smoke drifted in front of Qin Mo. At this moment, Sun Dewey finally revealed his true colors. "With a great enemy at hand, I won't help anyone. You've been poisoned by my soft bone incense powder. I'd like to see how you're going to survive later." Qin Mo looked at Sun Dewey with a deathly pale face, and he also began to get nervous. The next second, with a wave of his hand, Qin Mo instantly sent Sun Dewey flying into the wall, and then began to cough because of the smell of the soft bone incense. Bai Yuren couldn't help but start to worry about Qin Mo. Qin Mo said that this bit of soft bone incense powder didn't have much effect on him. He just needed some time to force the poison out with his spiritual energy. Just then, Qi Gong pushed the dying Shi Lu and slowly walked in. "So you're the famous Qin Mo of Yanyang. Looks like you're nothing special after all." Qin Mo looked at Shi Lu and shouted at Qi Gong, telling him to let Shi Lu go. Hearing this, Qi Gong sneered and said, "I can let him go, but you have to trade your life for his." Rong Yun was secretly overjoyed on the side. "Qin Mo, you dared to provoke Qi Gong. You're dead for sure this time. My revenge is served." In a corner, Kong Farron was filming this scene with a camera. He wanted to record the process of Qin Mo being instantly killed by Qi Gong and post it online, to make Qin Mo a laughingstock nationwide. If it weren't for his meddling, he wouldn't have ended up in this state, nor would he have lost that thing. Then he quickly moved behind Bai Yuren and grabbed her. "Qi Gong, I'll help you." Qin Mo was distracted by the sudden event behind him. Qi Gong took the opportunity to leap towards Qin Mo, instantly arriving in front of him and saying, "Qin Mo, you lose." Master Weixin saw this and sighed in his heart. "Is this the power of a Grand Master? It's too terrifying. I'm afraid Qin Mo will be reduced to dust with this blow." At this moment, Qin Mo still needed one more minute to expel the poison of the soft bone powder. Just then, Qin Mo activated his divine sense and his body underwent a huge change in an instant. Qi Gong's movements were as slow as a turtle, so Qin Mo easily blocked his terrifying punch. "Who did you say was going to lose?" Qin Mo counterattacked. That punch instantly sent Qi Gong flying. Seeing this, the few people were immediately terrified. How is this possible? Shouldn't Qin Mo be the one who was instantly killed? At this moment, Qi Gong was heavily slammed against the wall by Qin Mo, and cracks appeared on the wall because of it. "Is the martial arts grandmaster this weak? I've already taken your punch." Just then, Qi Gong immediately stood up. "Do you think you can defeat me with one punch? It's not even enough to scratch an itch." At the same time, the soft bone powder toxin in Qin Mo's body had been completely expelled. At this moment, Qi Gong smiled and clasped his palms together. "Let me give you a taste of this move." Immediately, a golden energy ball formed in his hand. Before long, the energy ball quickly shot towards Qin Mo, creating an extremely powerful energy wave. Qi Gong smiled coldly at this time and said, "Qin Mo, I have to say, even in Yanyang you are a peerless genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. It's rare for a talent like you to appear in the vast land of Huasha, but today, I, Qi Gong, will extinguish this talent." This immense destructive power made Master Weixin hastily retreat. This was Qi Gong's Quila soul-severing cannon. According to legend, this was an ultra-powerful finishing move that he had only used twice in his life, and no one had ever been able to withstand it. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Qin Mo suddenly felt powerless. Kong Farron, who was nearby, also risked his life to film this so-called relic for Qin Mo. Just then, Qin Mo suddenly felt the approaching force had significantly weakened, but when he looked up, a huge claw mark appeared above him. As the Yanluo phoenix palm descended, Qin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted and his face began to look like a monkey's. Today, facing such a powerful opponent, he was clearly outmatched. When the Quila phoenix palm fell, the mountain shook, and the giant rocks on both sides collapsed with a roar, crushing Qin Mo underneath. At this time, Master Weixin was still shaken with fear. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Qin Mo was hit by this palm, even the gods couldn't save him. Wang Yun also showed a happy smile at this moment. The nightmare that had entangled them was finally dead. But just as everyone was preparing to leave, a familiar voice came from the billowing dust. "Everyone is celebrating too soon." These words struck everyone's heart like a thunderbolt. In the pile of rubble, a tall and straight figure slowly stood up. Not only was Qin Mo not dead, but there wasn't even a single scratch on his body. Sun Dewei looked at Qin Mo in disbelief. Impossible. He was clearly poisoned by my soft bone incense powder. How could he absorb Qi Gong's fire phoenix palm? Master Wei Xin immediately understood after hearing this. The soft bone incense powder is of a cold nature which counters fire. When detoxifying, he opened his acupoints, which could also counteract the spiritual energy of Qi Gong's fire phoenix palm. Therefore that young man not only completed the detoxification in an instant but also neutralized Qi Gong's palm force. Just then, Qin Mo threw the giant rock he had just been carrying on his shoulder at Qi Gong. Qi Gong's expression instantly changed. This kid actually absorbed the fire phoenix palm's power and infused it into the giant rock. The next second, Qi Gong's golden Buddha body protection stood a foot in front of him. The two forces collided, creating a deafening roar. At this moment, Naichu, seeing that Qin Mo was safe, barked excitedly from the side. The Grand Master of Yanyang's martial arts world was indeed as reputed. Shattering the giant rock infused with the fire phoenix palm's power with a wave of his hand. Just then, Qin Mo suddenly appeared in front of Qi Gong with lightning speed, his fists raining down on him like a storm in a flash. Qin Mo was behind Qi Gong again. With a loud bang, the surrounding rocks were shattered, and Qi Gong was heavily slammed onto the ground. This palm is for the Dou family. Qi Gong was already petrified by Qin Mo. He looked at Qin Mo in terror and said, "Qin Mo, if you let me go, I promise never to return to Huasha." Qin Mo snorted coldly. "Let you go? What about the dozens of lives of the Dou family? What about Shi Lu's 4 limbs?" Hearing this, Qi Gong's eyes began to turn cold. "Qin Mo, I don't want to fight to the death with you. A few lives are nothing compared to people of our level." Hearing this, Qin Mo looked at him coldly and said, "Do you think your life is that precious? You kill innocent people like this. Do you think I could possibly let you go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Gong's face gradually turned into a monkey's. "In that case, no one will leave here alive today." Then Qi Gong took out the Yanshan God Stone and kept chanting something. The stone also grew brighter and brighter as he chanted the spell. The next second, Qi Gong's entire expression began to twist and his face looked like a monkey's. At this time, Master Wei Xin screamed and fled in panic. "This is a summoning technique. All beasts are soldiers. Qi Gong wants to die together with everyone here. All beasts are soldiers is the strongest and most vicious martial technique at the peak of the Grandmaster level. The activated plants, trees, birds, and beasts will kill everyone in this area. In this area, Qin Mo looked at the 2 barriers in front of him and muttered, "Am I really going to die here today?" Just then, an eagle's cry came from the sky. The one who came was the guardian god of Yanshan. Everyone looked closely and saw that there seemed to be something on the Eagle King's back. It was Naichu, whose sacred beast bloodline had been activated. At this time, Qin Mo was already surrounded by several giant beasts. Following Qi Gong's command, they simultaneously rushed towards Qin Mo. An unprecedented sense of oppression rushed towards Qin Mo. Just then, Naichu jumped off the Eagle King's back and the spiritual energy in front of its mouth suddenly began to condense. With a roar, a wave of spiritual energy instantly shot out from its mouth, fiercely hitting the summoning Qi Gong. For a moment, all the giant beasts instantly turned into phantoms and disappeared in front of everyone. Qi Gong looked at Naichu in front of him, his eyes filled with fear. "What the hell is this thing? It can actually interrupt. All beasts are soldiers." At this time, Naichu looked at Qi Gong with killing intent, and Master Wei Xin looked at Naichu in terror. The domineering martial technique that could only be used once in a lifetime was actually broken by a big dog. Then he looked closely and saw the holy light emanating from Naichu's head, which was the mark of a sacred beast. And the sacred beasts had long been hidden for thousands of years. Why would they come out at this time to help Qin Mo overcome this tribulation? The next second, Qin Mo was seen affectionately stroking Naichu's head, saying it did a good job and that he would give it an extra meal tonight, the best canned food for Naichu. Seeing that his once-in-a-lifetime violent martial technique was interrupted by a dog's bark, Qi Gong's psychological defense completely collapsed. "I don't believe my martial technique is inferior to a dog's bark. I'll kill you." Seeing this, Qin Mo raised his hand and instantly sent him flying. "Naichu, ask your brother in the sky to help me deliver a package." Before long, the Yanshan Eagle King flew towards the distant Tianmen headquarters with Qi Gong in its beak. "The major matter has been resolved. It's time for those bastards." At this time, the 3 of them were frantically trying to leave the scene quietly. Qin Mo grabbed Sun Dewei and said, "Did I say you could leave? From beginning to end, inside and out, you instigated all of this." After a crack sound, Sun Dewei was instantly twisted into a pretzel. At this time, facing Qin Mo's treatment, Shi Lu was filled with guilt. "Mr. Qin, don't save me. My real identity is the disciple of Tianmen's Shi Qi." Before Shi Lu could finish, Qin Mo interrupted him, saying he knew. "You're from Huasha's Tianmen, a poison expert. Teaching at Yanyang University is also just a cover." After hearing this, Shi Lu instantly felt that he had failed Qin Mo's trust, and felt that he was no longer qualified to live. With a faint smile on his face, Chinmo said, Bati Pharmaceutical has so many medicinal materials it's really hard to find a suitable person to manage them. If you die, I'll be in a lot of trouble. After hearing this, Shi Lu's eyes suddenly dimmed, and then he slowly lowered his head. At this moment in his heart, Chinmo had already become his boss. He secretly vowed in his heart to work for Chinmo for the rest of his life. A few days later at the headquarters in Mexico, Tian Lao smiled and said that Qi Gong had been gone for so long it was time for him to return to headquarters. The blonde beauty next to him said it was unnecessary. He had a rare opportunity to return to the Asia-Pacific region, so he would definitely want to play for a few more days. Just then, the window behind the old man suddenly opened, and Qi Gong's body appeared before them. Everyone in Tianmen was stunned in place. This was completely different from the result they had expected. Looking at the frozen Qi Gong, his spiritual energy had been exhausted, and he had been frozen for several days. Tian Lao gritted his teeth in anger at the sight before him. It's one thing for that kid Chinmo to kill Qi Gong, but he also wants to humiliate our Tianmen. My Tianmen will never forgive him. The next day, at the entrance of Bati Pharmacy, a voice suddenly called out to Chinmo. This person said he was Fu Yang, the vice president of the Yanyang Martial Arts Association, and wanted to invite Chinmo to go to the tomb of the Dao slaves to retrieve the 7 martial god techniques. Fu Yang said that one of the 7 martial god techniques was in a certain place in the Dao slave tomb, and such a precious scripture must not be stolen by foreign races. He hoped that Mr. Qin could help the Martial Arts Association find the true treasure and then hand it over to the state. Chinmo thought to himself, hand it over to the state, you have the nerve to say that. I believe you, you ghost. However, when he was a child, Dragon Lord had told him about these 7 martial god techniques. In the ancient desolate era, the earth was full of energy, and it was a time when immortal cultivation flourished. At that time, there were 7 ancient powerful figures who specialized in martial arts, forming the 7 strongest martial god techniques, which were later called the 7 martial god techniques. Chinmo thought to himself, the 7 martial god techniques are a classic that all martial artists strive for. If it were to be handed over to the state, why would they only send a Yanyang Martial Arts Association to find it? Unless he wanted to monopolize it. But seeing his sincere face, he must have a lot of information about the ancient tomb. That 7 martial god techniques could also allow him to improve his realm again. Chinmo could take advantage of this wave, so he readily agreed. The next day, in the student dormitory of Fu Luan, the son of the vice president of the Yanyang Martial Arts Association, Fu Luan was already getting impatient. Accompanying him was a mysterious old man named Zhang Ling. Chinmo looked at Fu Luan's foolish appearance and didn't say much. What a pity. Where is our target this time? Fu Luan said they had to first go to Lilu village in Dao New province to find the tomb keeper. The tomb keeper of Lilu village is a mysterious profession passed down from generation to generation. Some people never reveal their true identity in their lifetime, making them difficult to distinguish. Just as Chinmo and the others were about to leave, Bai Sushui called out to them. I heard what you guys said just now. If you're going to Lilu village, I can be your guide because I'm from Lilu village. That afternoon, a few bullies in the village were beating an old man. It wasn't until the village chief Li Feng appeared that they stopped, but at this moment the village chief thought of these 2 adults, who could make money for the village, and then said, you chase this old Bai away and this matter will be over. When the old man heard he was to be driven out of the village, tears immediately fell. Please don't do this, I still have my mission. Just then, Bai Sushui returned to Lilu village. The village chief instantly broke out in a cold sweat. No one expected his Anna to actually return, and she even brought people with her, who seemed to be rich people from the city. Li Feng turned around and said with a fawning expression, everyone please don't mind. The villagers are ignorant and there was a small conflict. Don't worry about it. Welcome to Lilu village. I'm the village chief Li Feng. At this time, Bai Sushui looked coldly at the 2 people who had just bullied her father. I just saw someone bullying my dad. On the side, Fu Yang advised that their purpose for this trip was to find the tomb keeper, so it was best to let other matters go. Hearing the words tomb keeper, the village chief's face immediately lit up with joy, because many people had come for this matter before. If he used his brain, he could make a lot of money. Then he said with a fawning expression that he knew a little about the tomb keeper. Rest in the village tonight and we'll look for the tomb keeper tomorrow. Fu Yang immediately agreed. He didn't expect to find a source of information so quickly. At this time, the old father on the side tried his best to persuade them not to stay at the village chief's house, but for some reason he couldn't tell Fu Yang the reason. At this time, the group naturally would not believe the advice of an ordinary old man. After all, Li Feng was the village chief. Chinmo also didn't expect to find clues about the tomb keeper so quickly, but an inexplicable sense of unease welled up in his heart. The next day, Zhang Ling and Fu Yang were stunned by the insects on the ground. What was terrifying was not the insects but the pattern formed by the insects. It was the pattern of the tomb. Ancient books said that the location of the tomb keeper could trigger some miracles. The village chief, seeing this, immediately pretended to say slowly from the side, here. What pattern is there? It's just that the children in the village accidentally spilled some candy wine on the ground yesterday, which attracted these insects. The village chief deliberately put on a look as if he was lying, making them think he was lying, which made them mistake him for the tomb keeper. Sure enough, Zhang Ling first thought of the village chief's other identity. He was very likely the tomb keeper. Then he said, ordinary people can't attract so many insects, and the insects won't line up like this. You just said it wasn't the first or second time, and this pattern hasn't appeared for the first time. So if I'm not mistaken, you are the tomb keeper we're looking for. The village chief, seeing this, was overjoyed. He didn't expect him to fall for it so easily. Then he said with a helpless face, since that's the case, I won't hide it from you all. I am the tomb keeper. Fuyang, seeing this, was overjoyed. He had found the tomb keeper so easily. Then he proposed his conditions to the village chief. As long as you take us to the tomb, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Then Fuyang took out $10,000 in cash from his pocket and said, if we find the tomb, I'll pay you another $5 million. The village chief had never seen so much money in his life. Then Fuyang took out a suitcase and said that if a $10,000 deposit wasn't sincere enough, there was another $500,000 here. This $500,000 will be the deposit. The village chief had never seen so much money in his life. So he immediately agreed. Fuyang smiled and said, the tomb keeper loves money too. I told you to bring more money. Yes, this time Zhang Ling was also very convinced. It might be that times have changed. So the current tomb keeper has become like this. Qin Mo quietly watched the few people from the side. According to ancient records, every generation of tomb keepers was indifferent to money and material possessions. This sense of disharmony grew stronger and stronger. At this time, the village chief had already calculated everything. Tomorrow he would ask someone to take them up the mountain and torture them a bit more. Maybe he could earn more money. Scene change. The next day, Qin Mo and Bai Sushui ran into Father Bai at the village entrance again. When Father Bai heard Qin Mo say that the village chief was the tomb keeper they were looking for and was going to take them to the divine tomb, he immediately frowned. He then urged them not to follow the village chief. The village chief was not the tomb keeper and definitely had ill intentions. Faced with Qin Mo's question, do you happen to know who the tomb keeper is? He began to stammer, then directly told Qin Mo that he was the real keeper of the divine tomb. Bai Sushui was also greatly surprised to hear this. It was the first time she had heard her father talk about this. All of Qin Mo's previous feelings of disharmony were instantly answered. Father Bai said that the divine tomb was extremely mysterious. Without a tomb keeper to lead the way, it was impossible to find, let alone navigate safely. The village chief's actions were clearly driven by ill intentions. Hearing this, Qin Mo's gaze became resolute. He said he had a reason he absolutely had to go and asked for directions to the divine tomb. Hearing this, Father Bai could only show him the way, as it was the only path to the divine tomb. Listening to her father's story, Bai Sushui couldn't help but worry about Qin Mo. After all, she had learned from her father that in the past 100 years, no one who entered the divine tomb from Lilu village had ever come back alive. He was a complete scumbag, acting like a good village chief in front of everyone but secretly leading people to their deaths in ancient tombs for money. For the past 30 years, people from the city had come here every year looking for ancient tombs, and countless city girls had fallen into his hands. In the end, no one, male or female, escaped death. Now, Qin Mo's group was using the village chief as a guide to find the tomb. Just as the village chief had planned, they had to pass through a patch of bushes. The men the village chief had arranged were on that road ready to intercept them at any moment. However, they watched as the car sped past, showing no intention of stopping. Seeing that Qin Mo didn't stop at the designated spot, the village chief immediately grew anxious. He hurriedly shook Qin Mo's shoulder, reminding him that they had already passed the ancient tomb, so why was he still driving forward? At this moment, Qin Mo didn't expose him, only glancing at him. Village chief, are you kidding me? We're only 5 kilometers from Lilu village. The ancient tomb couldn't be this close, could it? Upon hearing this, the village chief broke out in a cold sweat and quickly forced a calm smile, saying that the terrain here all looked similar. Perhaps I remembered it wrong. Qin Mo smiled and said, just give me a shout when we get there. At this point, the village chief suddenly felt that something was off. He guessed that Qin Mo must have discovered something. They weren't going to find a place to kill him, were they? The more the village chief thought about it, the more panicked he became. He then requested to get out of the car, citing danger. Hearing this, Qin Mo calmly said, the 2 people in the back are from the Yanyang Martial Arts Association. What are you afraid of? The village chief's face instantly turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit. The people from the Yanyang Martial Arts Association were all experts. If they found out they'd been deceived, he would probably be beaten to a pulp. Before long, following the route Father Bai had given them, the group smoothly arrived at the entrance of the divine tomb. They then got out of the car and walked towards the tomb. Seeing this, the village chief tried to run away because he knew that no one who entered the divine tomb had ever come out. Qin Mo saw this and grabbed his shoulder, saying, Village chief, where do you think you're going? The village chief immediately broke free from Qin Mo and shouted loudly, I'm not going in with you. Just as Qin Mo was about to warn him that the place was full of traps and he shouldn't run around, in the next second, with a few whooshing sounds, a dozen sharp arrows shot towards him simultaneously. Qin Mo sighed helplessly. Well, that saved him the trouble. But just then a voice came from the tomb entrance. It seemed more people had come to die. At this moment 2 figures walked out of the ancient tomb. This made Qin Mo secretly astonished. He hadn't expected someone to be ahead of them. Obviously their goal was also the 7 martial godly skills. To dare to venture in here, they must be formidable opponents. Zhang Ling recognized the two at a glance. The boy was named Yuqi Lingqian, the eldest son of the Yuqi family, and the girl was named Murong Wan, the second daughter of the Murong family. Both the Yuqi and Murong were among the godly families of Yanyang, so their combat power was naturally not low. The scene instantly became tense. Zhang Ling timely took out a map of the Divine Tomb and said to the two, "Miss Murong and young Master Lingqian, we are from the Yanyang Martial Arts Association. We can enter the tomb together." The two were just worrying about not having a map to find their way. They then put away their weapons, indicating their willingness to enter the Divine Tomb with them. As the group went deeper, the light in the tomb passage grew dimmer, with a faint green glow emanating from the rock walls above. Fu Luan was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in the back, but no one paid him any attention. Everyone was captivated by the glowing text here. The writing on the side resembled the oracle bone script of the Shang dynasty, with a long history of 3,300 years. What was recorded here was the text array of King Wu's campaign against King Zhou, a story from the investiture of the gods. From this they deduced that this was a Western Zhou period tomb, and the tomb owner was likely the Thousand-Mile Eye general of the Shang dynasty. After hearing Qin Mo's analysis, Fu Luan immediately retorted that he must have watched too much Investiture of the Gods. Lingqian then explained that Thousand-Mile Eye was a general term for military intelligence personnel at that time, and this tomb was built according to some of the general's signature designs from his lifetime. After hearing this, Fu Luan immediately suggested that Qin Mo scout ahead. If there was any danger, he would be the first to face it. This way they wouldn't have to offend the godly families either. Qin Mo didn't mind and readily agreed, telling everyone to follow in his footsteps. A short while later, a statue of a four-eyed man hung from the ceiling ahead. At that very moment, Fu Luan in a panic bumped into a mechanism. The next second, countless arrows shot down from above their heads. Just then, several shadow-like figures appeared in front of Qin Mo, blocking all the arrows. The moment Lingqian made his move, Qin Mo judged that his strength was not weak. It seemed an intense battle with him would be inevitable after finding the martial godly skills. Qin Mo needed to find a way to leave the group before they got the manual. Then Qin Mo continued to scout ahead. When he reached a trap, Qin Mo suggested that everyone pass through one by one. While passing, they shouldn't look at the stones on the pillars or they would have hallucinations. Qin Mo had some understanding of this. It was something like a soul-confusing array equivalent to walking on a mountain of blades and was very common in ancient tombs. As he spoke, Qin Mo accidentally touched Murong Wan's hand and couldn't help but wonder, "Why is this girl's hand so cold? Are you okay?" Murong Wan immediately replied, "Touch me again and I'll kill you." Lingqian on the side was very agitated. He hadn't even touched Murong Wan's hand yet, but this nobody, Qin Mo, had touched it first. He secretly thought to himself that he would definitely get rid of him when he had the chance. Just then, Fu Luan was scared out of his wits by a rustling sound. This sound wasn't like a mechanism, it sounded like something was climbing. But it was very dark here and no one could see clearly what it was. Then Qin Mo immediately recognized them as spiders. This type of spider was called the heavenly poison spider. A single bite would cause blood vessels to fester and internal organs to bleed. Just as Zhang Ling was introducing this poisonous spider to everyone, Fu Luan glanced at his own neck and his face instantly fell. Qin Mo also broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Don't move." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped the heavenly poison spider to the ground. Seeing this, Fu Luan immediately stomped on it. Qin Mo rolled his eyes on the spot, thinking, "It's over." Just then, the heavenly poison spiders collectively flew into a rage and swarmed towards them. At this moment, Zhang Ling found the location of a secret chamber on the map. By now, Fu Luan was completely terrified. Qin Mo had no choice but to grab him and follow Zhang Ling towards the secret chamber. Then the heavenly poison spiders chased after them at an extremely fast speed. Before long, everyone saw the mechanism of the secret chamber. Just then, a poisonous spider landed on Murong Wan's clothes. Seeing this, Murong Wan quickly swung her sword to beat them back. Then, Fu Luan was the first to rush into the secret chamber. Qin Mo took the initiative to stay behind to block the heavenly poison spiders, letting Lingqian and Murong Wan go in first. After everyone had safely entered the room, Qin Mo also ran towards the secret chamber. But Fu Luan, seeing the tide of heavenly poison spiders swarming behind him, actually closed the door to the secret chamber. Qin Mo was instantly speechless, but he didn't expect the swarm of spiders to stop at this moment. Qin Mo suddenly realized that this secret chamber was not a sanctuary but the palace of the heavenly poison mother spider, which was why these smaller spiders dared not approach. Thinking of this, Qin Mo couldn't help but shiver. Fu Luan just stomped on a heavenly poison spider, didn't he go in? In the secret chamber at this moment, everyone was keeping their distance from Fu Luan, which made Fu Luan very confused. Zhang Ling stared wide-eyed at Fu Luan and said, "Young Master Fu, don't move. There's a giant spider behind you." It had been attracted by the scent of the spider Fu Luan had crushed under his foot. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Fu Luan. At this moment, Fu Luan slowly turned his head, only to see a huge monster behind him, staring at him covetously with its blood-red eyes. This was the heavenly poison mother spider. After coming to his senses, Fu Luan screamed in terror. At this time Qin Mo had already moved far away from the secret chamber. Qin Mo then slowly pushed open a stone door, and what greeted him was a dense carpet of white bones. Presumably these were all the passers-by who had come here in search of the 7 martial godly skills. Qin Mo carefully stepped on the white bones. The next second the white bones under his feet immediately collapsed, causing Qin Mo to fall straight down, being chased by the heavenly poison mother spider. Fu Luan was scared out of his wits and hurriedly ran towards Zhang Ling. At this moment Ling Tian shouted urgently that there was no use in hiding, as even the spider's silk was poisonous and would poison everyone in the secret chamber. Seeing this, Zhang Ling also hurriedly shouted at him, "Young master, open the door quickly, we can only survive if we run out," but Fu Luan refused to listen. In his view, the outside was surrounded by heavenly poison spiders, and opening the door would lead to a quicker death. Brongwan expressionlessly lifted her foot and kicked Fu Luan toward the switch as if he were a stone, and the heavenly poison mother spider no longer held back, lunging directly at them. On the other side, Qin Mo landed heavily on a pile of white bones. He slowly stood up and heard Fu Luan's miserable screams from above. From this it was clear they hadn't escaped the heavenly poison mother spider yet. This was a perfect opportunity for Qin Mo to avoid them and try to get the 7 martial godly skills for himself. Qin Mo came to a dark alley. Before long he arrived in front of a large circular array. In the center of the array was a huge stone with the words chess array carved on it. Looking at the mysterious chess array before him, Qin Mo fell into deep thought. Dragon Lord once said that the chess array was a formation used in ancient warfare to confuse the enemy and cover the commander's retreat. These flags were like chess pieces, changing every 3 seconds, so there was only one path to survival. The challenger had to find that path to pass. One wrong step, and the challenger would be buried in the chess array. So if Qin Mo wanted to pass, he had to calculate the position of the safe path before entering the array. Just as Qin Mo was contemplating the chess array, Fu Luan's voice came from the entrance of the corridor. Zhang Ling had a map, and they had escaped from the entrance with Zhang Ling. Merongwan and Ling Tian were still fighting the heavenly poison mother spider in the secret chamber. Fu Luan couldn't be happier if they were eaten by the heavenly poison mother spider, as that would eliminate his strong rivals for the 7 martial godly skills. However, the moment he saw Qin Mo, he was greatly shocked. Qin Mo wasn't dead yet. This immediately reminded him that he had locked Qin Mo outside the secret chamber earlier. Qin Mo must hold a grudge against him, so he had to find a way to get rid of this kid. So he ordered Qin Mo in the tone of an employer, "Since you're not dead, go into the chess array and clear the way for me." Hearing this, Qin Mo glanced at him and said indifferently, "Who do you think you are to make me clear the way for you?" Fu Luan was furious but didn't dare to do anything to Qin Mo. He then showed a wicked smile and said to Qin Mo, "You brat, don't you regret this?" Then Fu Luan took out a manual from his pocket and said that as long as Qin Mo called him daddy, he would tell him the technique. With a disdainful look, Qin Mo said coolly, "Grandson, you can keep this manual. My manual is already engraved in my brain." Fu Luan was instantly so angry he gritted his teeth. "Just you wait, Qin Mo. Without my manual you'll never get through." Qin Mo was seen slowly walking towards the chess array. The next second the flags above his head attacked him like a warship. Qin Mo swiftly dodged with his movement technique, but it was clear he was struggling. The chess array was not just about attacks, it was a series of moving numbers. After understanding its secrets, Qin Mo successfully reached the other side of the array. At this time Fu Luan, following the instructions in the manual, found the position of the black flag. The manual said that the black flag could break the array, so he deduced that he could pass by grabbing it. But when Fu Luan touched the black flag he found that he couldn't move. The next second, a roar came from the chess array. "You vermin, why have you trespassed into the divine tomb and disturbed my brother's peace?" The one who came was the guardian spirit of the divine tomb. Seeing this for the first time, Fu Luan was instantly scared out of his wits. The guardian spirit said to Qin Mo, "Kid, did you just pass through the chess array alone?" After getting Qin Mo's affirmative answer, Zhang Ling instantly panicked. Qin Mo must have angered the guardian spirit. Were they going to die here? Just then the guardian spirit smiled, saying that he was qualified, because anyone who could pass this chess array was the chosen one selected by the Lilu divine tomb. Then the guardian spirit showed Qin Mo a clear path. As long as he followed this path to the end, he would reach the center of the tomb. After Qin Mo left, the flags were activated again, and the chess array rose once more, blocking Fu Luan and the other man outside. The guardian spirit also fell back into a deep sleep. When he arrived at the center of the divine tomb, he saw a divine general standing on a high platform. Presumably he was the master of this tomb. Qin Mo hurried forward to pay his respects to the general. The general's oppressive aura made even Qin Mo feel a chill. Qin Mo stated that he carried the burden of avenging his parents' murder and needed to obtain the 7 martial godly skills to improve his strength and kill his enemy with his own hands. Qin Mo then continued, "The general is one of the 5 great divine generals known as Thousand Mile Eye. Such a great master would surely not hold things against a junior. Before coming to the divine tomb, Qin Mo had called Grandpa Kang to ask if he knew anything about this general, and then recounted it in front of the general. A moment later, the great general didn't expect that after so many years someone would still remember his deeds. He was truly filled with emotion. He said that Qin Mo could have the martial skill, but he had to pass his trial. Hearing this, Qin Mo was stunned on the spot. Grandpa Kang didn't say anything about this. Didn't he say that just by recounting the general's deeds he would give me the godly skills? The general said to Qin Mo, "Don't think that knowing my story will let you pass the trial." Ashamed to say, all the people who came for the trial before had died. A trial personally conducted by General Lilu was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Although his current strength was less than 1% of his original body's, if he could break through his limits under the general's hand, his own strength would reach a new level. After a moment of thought, Qin Mo agreed without hesitation. He was the 1,000-mile-eye general, one of the 5 great divine generals, and held one of the 7 martial godly skills, the divine illumination, yet he perished in a bizarre fire. After his death, a wisp of his remnant soul remained in his own tomb just to find a fated person who could pass his trial to inherit the martial godly skill. Qin Mo was burdened with the revenge for his parents' murder. Even after learning that all who came for the trial had died without a complete corpse, would he still insist on trying? He was the 1,000-mile-eye general. Just how difficult was the trial? When Qin Mo agreed, a terrifying energy shot out from the general's eyes. Everywhere it passed turned to rubble, and the scene was instantly filled with smoke. In the past, even when facing 2 grandmasters of martial arts, Qin Mo hadn't had such a difficult time. Now, facing the general's attacks, he had almost no power to fight back. Even the clothes on his body were instantly burned to nothing upon contact with the flames emanating from the general's eyes. After dodging several attacks, Qin Mo concluded that there was a 3 to 5 second interval between each attack, which was also when he was weakest. As long as he could disperse his divine soul during this period, he could pass this trial safely. Then Qin Mo immediately activated his divine sense, and his body's functions were instantly activated, his eyes immediately becoming sharp. "Great General, I'm determined to take these 7 martial godly skills of yours." The next second, Qin Mo gathered spiritual power in his right fist and appeared in front of the general. After a loud bang, the general's divine soul was instantly shattered by a single punch. The general looked at Qin Mo in disbelief, then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. His body then fell in front of Qin Mo, and he said with a smile, "You are the first person in 3,000 years to pass the trial." Immediately, the sound of a stone door opening came from behind, and a golden light shone from within. The general said, "This is the martial godly skill that countless martial artists have yearned for. Qin Mo, you know what to do with the rest." Qin Mo immediately closed his eyes to comprehend its profound meaning, reciting countless incantations. Xuanwu, lend me your oracle bone. Let light shine in the yang and shadow darken in the yin. Let the sun and moon join endlessly, generating with eyes open to the sun." After finishing, Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and said, "This junior understands." Seeing this, the general instructed him that the martial skill must be used for the righteous path. After telling Qin Mo the secret passage out of the tomb, his figure gradually disappeared from before Qin Mo. To prevent others from taking this martial skill and wreaking havoc on the world, Qin Mo then modified it using Oracle Bone script. With the general's slumber, Fu Luan and the other man walked in from the corridor on the other side. At this moment, Fu Luan shouted loudly, "Qin Mo, don't even think about stealing my martial skill." Qin Mo turned around and said calmly, "I didn't steal it. The godly skill is recorded in this corner, feel free to look." Fu Luan looked at the Oracle Bone script on it with great anticipation, and said with a smile that the name of this martial art was Evil Dragon's Roar. He then thought to himself, "This is enough. Only a holy beast martial skill like this could make the heavenly poison spiders stop us." Just then a voice came from behind them. "Young Master Fu, if you hand over the 7 martial godly skills to me now, I can spare your family's lives." Only then did Fu Luan realize that the 2 who had been entangled by the heavenly poison mother spider had escaped. After obtaining the martial godly skill, Fu Luan looked at the 2 with disdain. The godly families are nothing but a bunch of ants. Yuchi Lingqian and Murong Wan were stunned on the spot. Even Fu Luan's father wouldn't dare to speak to the godly families like this. "Has this kid gone mad?" Fu Luan said to the 2 with a proud face. "I'm the only one in this room who has read the godly skill. I didn't want to fight you, but your attitude has really offended me. Today I'll kill you first." The next second, Fu Luan quickly attacked the 2. 7 martial godly skills, Evil Dragon's Roar. Remember my name before you die. I, Fu Luan, am the future king of Huasha. The 2 were momentarily at a loss. Was that one of the 7 martial godly skills? It could dominate the martial arts world, yet Fu Luan had managed to get it first. Seeing this, Yuchi Lingqian was instantly nervous while Murong Wan was smiling in the back watching Fu Luan's foolish display. Fu Luan was still roaring on the side because he didn't see any effect. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward. Yuchi Lingqian quickly pulled Murong Wan away from the scene. It seemed this martial godly skill was a fake, so there was no need to bother with this fool. Qin Mo, having learned the 7 martial godly skill, Tianjiao, had already walked out of the Lilu divine tomb. 5 days later in his bedroom he realized this godly skill was indeed not on the same level as his previous martial skills. Even after practicing for so many days, Chin Mo hadn't made much progress, but it wasn't without benefits. At least it helped him break through to the mid-stage of Bigu. Suddenly a cry for help came from outside the room. Chin Mo rushed out to see a man harassing Bai Suishui. When Bai Suishui saw Chin Mo, she immediately threw herself into his arms for help. The moment the man saw Chin Mo, he couldn't help but be startled, thinking this was Bai Suishui's husband. Faced with Chin Mo's questioning about whether he was just bullying Bai Suishui, the man saw Chin Mo's muscular build and immediately knelt down, waving his hands repeatedly, saying that he was Bai Suishui's performance teacher Fang Wen, and had come to her home to rehearse a script with his student. Bai Suishui was already terrified. Even though she knew the other party was lying, she didn't dare to make a sound. After hearing Fang Wen's words, Chin Mo thought to himself, "This kid has misunderstood my relationship with Bai Suishui." He then smiled at the man and said, "In that case, I've wronged you. I'll leave her in your hands then." For the next 5 hours, Chin Mo directed Fang Wen to do a pile of daily chores he didn't want to do. After finally finishing, Fang Wen was so tired he gritted his teeth. "I will have my revenge." After Fang Wen left, Chin Mo asked her what had just happened. Bai Suishui explained that 2 days ago she had signed up for a competition and was noticed by teacher Fang Wen. He was a famous music producer and lyricist. Fang Wen said he thought highly of me, and even told me to wait for him at home wearing something skimpy. After speaking, Bai Suishui leaned back in her chair helplessly. After what she did to Fang Wen this time, no one would write lyrics for her song. Bai Suishui then said, "Without Fang Wen's song, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the competition." Seeing this, Chin Mo immediately said he could help write the lyrics. A few days later at the Chinese singing competition, at this moment Bai Suishui's face was filled with nervousness. After all, in her eyes it was Chin Mo's first time writing lyrics, so Bai Suishui was still uneasy, with the host shout, "Next, please welcome Bai Suishui from Yanyang's Qingjing University." The scene instantly fell silent. "Who is this Bai Shui? Never heard of her. From a university. She's not a middle-aged woman, is she?" The next second Bai Suishui was seen walking slowly onto the stage in a gorgeous gown. "Hello judges and everyone in the audience, I am Bai Suishui." Seeing Sushui's fairy-like face, the audience was no longer silent as before. The next second the scene immediately erupted as expected. When Sushui sang the lyrics written by Chin Mo, she instantly moved everyone present. No one could help but shout and cheer. The cheers were simply fit for a first-place winner if there were no underhanded dealings. Even the judges on the side were full of praise. Only Fang Wen had a jealous look on his face, not expecting Bai Sushui to be able to write such good lyrics without his song. But having offended Fang Wen, he was afraid tonight would not end so well. Next up was the judges' critique of Bai Sushui's performance, starting with teacher Fang Wen. At this point, Fang Wen first praised Bai Sushui's singing and lyrics as being very good, but said she could not pass, because he suspected that Bai Sushui and the lyricist Chin Mo had plagiarized his Yan Honglu. Hearing this, Bai Sushui was stunned on the spot, at a loss for what to do. When the audience heard teacher Fang Wen's words, their faces instantly darkened. No wonder the lyrics were so good, it turned out they were copied from teacher Fang Wen's. What a disgrace. Curses filled the entire venue. Although Sushui kept trying to defend herself on stage, she couldn't stop the wagging tongues. The calls for her to get off the stage were endless. Seeing this, Fang Wen came up with a plan and shouted at Bai Sushui on stage, "You still say you didn't plagiarize? Let's go backstage right now, do you dare?" Bai Sushui trusted Chin Mo very much, knowing he wouldn't do something like plagiarize. She immediately agreed to Fang Wen's request. At this time backstage, Chin Mo thought that Fang Wen definitely had ill intentions. He then installed a micro camera on a nearby plant to record everything that happened in the room in real time. Bai Sushui followed Fang Wen to a room backstage, panting. As soon as Bai Shui entered the room, Fang Wen immediately locked the door and then looked at Bai Sushui with a lecherous smile. At this moment, the big screen on the stage was live streaming the conversation between the two in the room, and a shocking scene appeared. Fang Wen began to grope Bai Sushui, then said, "You bitch, if you want to make it in this circle, you need my approval. If I say you plagiarized, who among those foolish audience members would doubt me? I have hundreds of millions of fans and you'll never reach that." Hearing this, everyone present gritted their teeth. They didn't want to be the fools he was talking about. The next second, Fang Wen's agent called him anxiously to tell him that in less than a minute his current 100 million fans had dropped to just 250. It turned out there was no good ending for those who offended Fang Wen. Hearing this, Fang Wen knelt on the ground, unable to believe his fan count. As the two were leaving, a voice from behind called out to them. The leading woman said she was Rong Kaier from the Fengyue Tower and asked if they could talk. Hearing Fengyue Tower, Chin Mo was stunned because Fengyue Tower was where his mother had worked before she passed away. The Fengyue Tower of Yanyang was the holy land of the Chinese entertainment industry. Bai Sushui was immediately excited. Rong Kaier offered Chin Mo a deal. She liked Bai Sushui's singing. If Chin Mo was willing to join Fengyue Tower as a contracted lyricist, she would not only help clear Bai Sushui of the plagiarism charge, but also make her the top star of Fengyue Tower. These two conditions were so tempting that both of them were instantly moved. Chin Mo immediately agreed, but not because of the two conditions. It was because his mother was once the top singer at Feng Yue Tower. This was a chance to investigate the cause of his mother's death. Before leaving, Chin Mo said to Rong Kaier, "As for clearing up the plagiarism matter, I won't trouble Feng Yue Tower. I'll owe you the condition for joining Feng Yue Tower and tell you later." Soon after, the two returned to the competition venue. The hall was still filled with curses against Fang Wen. Compared to his previous 190 million fans, he now had less than 50. When the host enthusiastically welcomed Bai Suishui back to the stage with Fang Wen no longer an obstacle, she won the championship with the highest score of 500. The next day, Chin Mo reported to Feng Yue Tower on time. Feng Yue Tower gave Chin Mo the highest reception. A group of top courtesans warmly welcomed his arrival at the entrance. Before Chin Mo could react, he was surrounded by them. "Mr. Chin, calm down, there's a first time for everything." The next second, a man appeared and the courtesans around Chin Mo all vanished. He was Luo Chengwen, the gold medal lyricist of Feng Yue Tower. The courtesans swarmed him, all begging Mr. Luo to write a song for them. In their eyes, Chin Mo and Mr. Luo were worlds apart. At this moment, Luo Chengwen said to Bai Suishui, "Suishui, I've chased you all the way here. My love for you is witnessed by heaven and earth. Can you accept me?" Before he could finish, Bai Suishui took Chin Mo's hand and said, "I already have a boyfriend, don't bother me again." At this moment, Chin Mo was also baffled. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Seeing this, Luo Chengwen glanced at Chin Mo with contempt. "You're that new trainee lyricist, right? I know you." He then offered Chin Mo a deal. As long as Chin Mo broke up with Bai Suishui, Luo Chengwen would grudgingly take him as a disciple. Hearing that Mr. Luo was taking on a disciple, the courtesans all showed envious expressions. Mr. Luo was the head of the 4 talents of Feng Yue Tower. It was a great honor to receive his guidance. Besides, Feng Yue Tower had no shortage of women. "Kid, are you going to give up this God-given opportunity for one woman?" Chin Mo pondered for a moment, his face instantly turning grim. He then took Bai Suishui's hand and said he disdained being his disciple. Seeing this, Luo Chengwen was instantly enraged, veins popping on his face. "You ungrateful brat, I'm going to have a proper competition with you. Whoever loses will be kicked out of Feng Yue Tower forever." Chin Mo thought to himself that to find out the cause of his mother's death, he must enter the upper echelons of Feng Yue Tower. Replacing Luo Chengwen was an excellent choice, so Chin Mo agreed. The two agreed to create a song within 3 days, with the winner to be decided at Dengguan Pavilion 3 days later. This competition attracted countless Yanyang celebrities, and even the Qin family, whom no one dared to mention, was drawn in. Chin Mo's surname caught their attention because in Yanyang no one dared to have the surname Qin except their family. With the appearance of the 4 talents, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited. In their view, the winner this time would inevitably be Luo Chengwen, the head of the 4 talents. After the host introduced the 2 competitors, the audience looked at Chin Mo with a hint of ridicule. This person looked like a fool, daring to compete with Mr. Luo. As Mr. Luo took the stage, the scene fell silent. The lamplight before the mountain signals dusk, clouds come and go over the peak. A crane, a few villages, a chance meeting with an old friend in Shaoshang. After hearing these lyrics, members of the audience offered 3 million, then 5 million, wanting to buy the song, but in the eyes of the Yanyang Qin family, although the lyrics were gorgeous, the theme was somewhat contradictory. Now it was Chin Mo's turn to present the results of his 3 days of creation. After drinking 3 or 5 riders in Qingyang, we spurred our horses across the plains, proud at Yangguan Pass. Faint clouds, a broken moon, the beacon's edge appears. Dust from the wild fields brushes the clear sky. The 8 wildernesses are settled, the 6 directions are at peace. Upon hearing this, young Master Qin was instantly stunned. What a line. The 8 wildernesses are settled, the 6 directions are at peace. Seeing this, Luo Chengwen panicked. Just an intern, how could he have such skill? Young Master Qin then offered 70 million to buy the lyrics. Chin Mo glanced at him coolly and said, "Sorry, the lyrics are not for sale." The courtesan beside him was stunned. "Mr. Qin, do you know who he is? He's Qin Huang, the 2nd young master of the Qin family." Hearing this, Chin Mo thought, the Qin family, could he be? Then someone offered 70 million for Chin Mo's lyrics, but he still refused on the spot. After learning the buyer was from Yanyang's #1 noble family, the Qin family, Chin Mo gave the lyrics to him. Chin Mo had come to Yanyang to find the cause of his parents' death, and the Qin family was a major family in Yanyang, very likely the one his father had mentioned before his death. Chin Mo thought that he should be able to find out more about the Qin family from this young master in the future. "2nd young master Qin, my lyrics are only for those with a destined connection, not for sale. But since we both share the surname Qin, it can be considered fate. Consider this song my gift to you." Qin Huang was also stunned, thinking that Chin Mo was a really good person, only giving and not selling. He then thanked Chin Mo for the gift. He would definitely come to the Qin family for drinks and a chat when he had time. Having won young Master Qin's praise, Chin Mo became the top star of Feng Yue Tower as he wished. As for Luo Chengwen, he was expelled from Feng Yue Tower. After the matter was settled, Chin Mo was just about to find a place to live on his own when Fu Luan and Zhang Ling blocked his way with a group of people. Because he had been tricked by Chin Mo in the Divine Tomb last time and learned a fake godly skill which made him bark like a dog in front of the godly families and lose all face, he had held a grudge ever since. The men menacingly approached Chin Mo, demanding he hand over the real godly skill immediately, or he would die without a burial place. In Zhang Ling's view, although Chin Mo had reached the peak of martial arts with so many people joining forces today, they could definitely take him down. With Fu Luan's order, the crowd rushed at Chin Mo. Facing the attack from the crowd, Chin Mo stood calmly in place just as their fists were about to hit him. A series of explosions echoed through the street. In an instant, the several attackers were almost simultaneously sent flying by, Chin Mo crashing to the ground. "You are all too weak." Zhang Ling and Fu Luan were utterly stunned. Chin Mo's strength far exceeded their imagination. Zhang Ling had no choice but to use his family's ultimate technique. Although using a spirit general was dangerous, if Chin Mo wasn't killed, he would become a major threat in the future. With a cry, a form materialized on Zhang Ling's body, transforming into a tangible spirit general standing behind him. Following Zhang Ling's command, the spirit general's war banner drew a full moon in the air. Just then, a golden light flashed in Chin Mo's eyes. The war banner instantly stopped in front of Chin Mo, motionless. The next second, the spirit general suddenly changed its attack, lunging towards Fu Luan and Zhang Ling. This was the hidden danger Zhang Ling had mentioned. Although he could summon a spirit general, if the opponent's cultivation was higher than his, the spirit general could be controlled by him. Fu Luan, however, couldn't dodge the spirit general's attack. He was killed on the spot by the spirit general Zhang Ling had summoned. At this time, in the Yanyang Martial Arts Association building, family head Fu was waiting for his son to bring back the 7 martial godly skills to then give them to the Yi family. The Yi family had promised that as long as they stood with the various divine halls, they would definitely help him secure the throne of the Yanyang Martial Arts Association. Just then, Zhang Ling ran back, injured and panicked. Seeing this, family head Fu was shocked. "Why are you alone? Where's my son?" Zhang Ling gritted his teeth. Family head, the young master, he was killed by Chin Mo. Hearing this, family head Fu was struck as if by lightning, stunned on the spot. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he vowed to kill Chin Mo to avenge Fu Luan. The Yi family members didn't expect Fu Luan to be killed while trying to snatch the martial skill. So they said to family head Fu, "The Yanyang Special Forces are about to hold a drill competition, and Chin Mo happens to be the chief instructor of Wolfang. I will have Yi Yulan use the opportunity of the Special Forces drill to eliminate Chin Mo and retrieve the godly skill." Scene changed to the Longtai base. 3 days later, the troops participating in the drill had all arrived. Zhao Qing waited for a long time but didn't see Chin Mo and couldn't help but feel nervous. The Xiaolong team next to him looked at Zhao Qing with instant mockery. "Captain Zhao is leading Wolfang through the motions again this year, which is not bad. Wolfang, if you don't come, our Xiaolong would be in last place." After speaking, a burst of laughter followed in their eyes. Even if Wolfang had defeated the Herlit, the US military must have gone easy on them. This trip to Miaoyang was just a group day trip, and everyone knew which team was on a day trip. Chin Mo looked at the Xiaolong captain with disdain. The Wolfang team members became serious the moment they saw Chin Mo. In their eyes, Chin Mo was the soul of Wolfang, a guiding light in the dark. At this moment, Chin Mo patted Zhao Qing's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, with me here, Wolfang will definitely take first place this year." Just then, Yi Yulan walked over arrogantly with his team members. "With just you, Chin Mo, you think you can make Wolfang, which has been last for generations, win the championship? How ridiculous." The other captains, seeing Yi Yulan, immediately put on fawning faces, all saying their teams were just going through the motions and that with Captain Yi's leadership, Blade would surely win the championship this year. Under Yi Yulan's manipulation, this year's competition, in addition to the competition between the special forces of various districts, also added a competition for chief instructors. But because Blade didn't have a chief instructor, Yi Yulan was temporarily acting as one. Although this coach sounded casual, the Tiger team he led was second only to Blade in strength. This couldn't help but make Zhao Qing nervous, and at this moment in the chief instructor competition segment, Yi Yulan drew Chin Mo as he wished. Everything was going according to his plan. He wanted to settle the score for his last humiliation. Facing Yi Yulan, Chin Mo didn't say much. In his eyes, Blade was just a group of clowns, and he couldn't be bothered to waste words on them. But Chin Mo's silence was seen as cowardice by others. Facing Captain Yi, Chin Mo doesn't even dare to fart. Wolfang is going to be last this year. When the Tiger team and Wolfang team lined up, Chin Mo learned that over the past year under Zhao Qing's leadership, they had practiced the body refining forging technique he had taught them every day. He then ordered the Wolfang team not to bring any other equipment, just a dagger. Zhao Qing was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of not bringing any other equipment, but Chin Mo was a man who could always bring surprises. Zhao Qing did as Chin Mo requested. 10 minutes later, the commanders of both sides were in position. The first Special Forces competition, Wolfang vs. Tiger, officially began. At this moment on the other side, the Tiger team, seeing that the Wolfang members had no equipment, were delighted. In their eyes, Wolfang was sure to lose. This gave them a good excuse and saved them some face. The Tiger team commander said to Chin Mo, "Chief Instructor Chin, aren't you sending them to their deaths? Fighting a group of unarmed soldiers is no different from fighting 4-year-olds." Chin Mo smiled and said, "To fight you tigers, a knife is enough." Hearing this, the Tiger team commander thought, "This Chin Mo is too arrogant. I'll see how you handle this." Just then, the person in charge of observation for the Tiger team was suddenly startled because he couldn't see a single Wolfang member in his field of vision. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The Tiger team commander was furious and said, "Look for them again carefully." Meanwhile, Qin Mo quietly watched the panicked Tiger team members, thinking that Zhao Qing's training results were even better than he had expected. At this time on the battlefield, the Wolfang team, unburdened by other equipment, lurked in the grass like 7 wolves, slowly approaching the Tiger team. Soon, the Wolfang members appeared in the Tiger team's field of vision. The Tiger team commander was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Zhao Beifeng to make such a low-level mistake, revealing himself in such an important position. With the commander's order, the heavy machine guns on the turrets fired at the Wolfang members. "Chief Instructor Qin, is this your tactic?" Qin Mo smiled faintly. In the face of absolute strength, all combat techniques are futile. The world only knew of Qin Mo's body refining technique. The Wolfang members were unharmed under such dense fire because their speed was simply too fast. The machine guns couldn't predict their next move, either the bullet density was too sparse or the height was inaccurate. Seeing the dozen or so Wolfang members completely disappear from sight, the commander ordered the Tiger team to enter close combat defense. The words had barely left his mouth when the broadcast announced, "Number 5 is killed, please lie down." "Number 3 is killed, lie down." Before the others could react, the entire Tiger team was annihilated in close combat. The Tiger team commander stared blankly at the unscathed Wolfang team standing before him. When the last one was killed, the Tiger team captain was eliminated, ending the match. Wolfang annihilated the Tiger team with 0 casualties, winning the match and directly qualifying for the finals. This was somewhat beyond Yi Yulan's imagination. But fortunately, everything was still under his control. In his view, Wolfang was bound to lose, and Qin Mo was bound to die, at the opening ceremony of the finals the next day. At this moment, the police had surrounded the scene. This couldn't help but quiet everyone present. Seeing the guards with shouldered guns and loaded bullets, it was clear a big shot was coming. A car with a military flag appeared in everyone's sight. The figure who got out of the car stunned everyone present. He was Lu Weijin, a veteran of the Huaxia military. The commanders immediately saluted him. As Wolfang's chief instructor Qin Mo and Blade's chief instructor Yi Yulan entered the arena, the competition officially began. Just then, Yi Yulan suddenly interrupted the host. "I just counted, Wolfang only has 19 members while we have 20. I suggest Chief Instructor Qin directly participate in the frontline command." Hearing this, Qin Mo agreed with a nonchalant look. At this moment, Yi Yulan showed a barely perceptible smile. Yi Yulan said, "Since it's the finals, it should be more exciting. As the captain of Blade, I request to change the drill rules to an unrestricted life-and-death battle." Everyone present showed expressions of terror. If Wolfang went on like this, they probably wouldn't last an hour. The Yi family members on the side were secretly delighted. Winning wasn't important. They were just using the drill to kill Qin Mo and take back the 7 martial godly skills. However, unexpectedly, Lu Weijin agreed to this request. Qin Mo also looked indifferent, because in his view, Zhao Qing's body refining technique was more than enough to deal with this scum, and he didn't even need to participate. Yi Yulan also ordered the Blade members to unload all their firearms and prepare for close combat. With the host's command, the competition officially began. This was not just a simple team battle but a contest between military martial arts and body refining techniques. Everyone present was shocked. Wolfang, who had been last, was actually able to fight on par with Blade. Hearing this, Yi Yulan immediately showed a wicked smile. On par, the real show is yet to come. The next second, the Blade members seemed to enter a berserk mode, their bodies becoming impervious to blades and guns. Seeing this, Qin Mo's eyes grew firm, and he immediately felt something was wrong. These people must have done something. He quickly ordered Captain Zhao Qing to surrender. Hearing the word surrender, the captain was stunned for 2 seconds, but in those 2 short seconds, the Blade team instantly killed a Wolfang member. Seeing his team member die in front of him, Zhao Qing roared, "I'll fight you to the death." Seeing this, Qin Mo panicked and quickly shouted to stop him. They have all opened their spiritual apertures. Wolfang is no match for them now. Soon, the Wolfang members were all down. Yi Yulan stepped on a Wolfang member's head, showing a triumphant smile. "Today I will return all the shame Qin Mo brought to Blade back to Wolfang. Wolfang team, as long as you say Qin Mo is a waste, I'll let you leave here alive. Zhao Qing, you're the captain, so let's start with you." Zhao Qing was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back, collapsing to the ground, gritting his teeth at Yi Yulan. "We and Wolfang are not afraid of death. Don't even dream about it." Yi Yulan was instantly enraged, veins popping on his face. "Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish." He immediately had a team member hand him a dagger. With a squelch, blood purted out instantly as the tip of the dagger pierced Zhao Qing's body. The scene was suddenly filled with a thick smell of blood. Seeing this, Qin Mo's pupils constricted. He never expected a simple competition to turn out like this. Yi Yulan smiled and sighed. "My hand slipped, didn't hit the lung. The next stab definitely won't be off, Captain Zhao. Just say Qin Mo is a waste and I'll spare you." Zhao Qing looked at Yi Yulan with determined eyes. "Yi Yulan, listen up. Compared to Instructor Chin Mo, you are just trash. Hearing this, Yilan's face changed drastically. Since Brother Zhao doesn't want to live, I'll grant your wish. He then drew several phantoms in the air and attacked Zhao Qing. At this moment, Zhao Qing smiled and awaited the arrival of death. Just then, with a loud bang, Chin Mo made his move, punching Yilan. At this moment, Zhao Qing looked at Chin Mo full of hope. Instructor Chin has made his move, our Wolfang is saved. At this moment, Chin Mo looked at Yilan coldly and said, "You think you can make our Wolfang yield?" Chin Mo was going to fight 1 against 30. He said to Marshal Lu, 1 against 30, can I go? Commander Shu on the side began to panic. Chin Mo was his last trump card. He couldn't have anything happen to him. Seeing this, Marshal Lu took off his hat as a sign of respect and then said to Chin Mo, "The game can continue." The words had barely left his mouth when Chin Mo at an extremely fast speed led the Blade members into the woods. All the spectators were stunned by Chin Mo's speed. This speed was simply beyond their comprehension. Chin Mo running into the woods was exactly what Yilan wanted. With so many people at the competition site, it was difficult to poison Chin Mo. In the woods, Chin Mo was sure to die. As soon as the Blade members entered the woods, Chin Mo disappeared from their sight. With a series of sounds, Chin Mo appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Yilan showed a smile. "Stop pretending. Blade members, listen up, attack together. Today, Chin Mo must die." At this moment, Chin Mo calmly watched the surprise attack and said faintly, "Overestimating yourselves." Just then, with a series of loud bangs, more than a dozen Blade members fell to the ground wailing. In Chin Mo's eyes, these people were just a group of clowns who couldn't stir up much trouble. Yilan saw Chin Mo knock down 20 members who had opened their spiritual gates almost instantly. His pupils couldn't help but constrict, shocked, but he said proudly, "As the captain of Blade, I won't be as weak as them." Yanyang Military Martial Arts Spirit Blue Rend. After speaking, a wave of energy instantly gathered in his palm. If Chin Mo was hit by this palm, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Just as this terrifying energy was about to be unleashed, Chin Mo instantly flashed below. With an unexpected cry, Yilan took a solid punch from Chin Mo. Seeing this, Chin Mo seized the opportunity and grabbed Yilan's neck. Yilan panicked. "Chin Mo, you want to kill me?" Chin Mo smiled faintly. "You abused Zhao Qing just now, and now I'll do the same to you." At this time, Commander Shao saw his blade captain being held by Chin Mo and shouted at him, "Enough, Chin Mo, this is Yanyang, your Wolfang has already won. Don't go too far." Hearing this, Chin Mo lifted Yilan into the air with one hand and said, "Sorry, he just crippled Zhao Qing when Wolfang was seriously injured. Did you ever come out to stop it?" Seeing that Chin Mo had no intention of stopping, Commander Shao quickly asked Marshal Lu for help. But Marshal Lu replied, "In war, would you expect the enemy to be merciful to you? Besides, the rule of an unrestricted deathmatch was requested by Yilan. Changing orders is a great taboo in military strategy." Hearing this, Yilan's brother Yi Tuchong frowned. If Marshal Lu hadn't come, he would have definitely launched a sneak attack on Chin Mo today. Now, if he helped Blade in this situation, his rank would probably be affected. At this moment, Yilan was being choked by Chin Mo, gasping for breath. The Wolfang team, which had been last for 10 years, had now won first place under Chin Mo's leadership. After the competition, Marshal Lu learned that Chin Mo shared the same surname as the Chin family, and couldn't help but remark that, as expected, no one from that family was not a monster. It wouldn't be surprising even if he destroyed the Huasha military district. Yi Chang watched as his brother Yilan's Dantian was shattered by Chin Mo, feeling regret. Once the Dantian in the Sea of Qi was destroyed, he would probably never be able to practice martial arts again in this life. He then secretly vowed to kill Chin Mo to avenge his brother. Wolfang won first place, standing at the pinnacle of the Huasha military world. The young man who had once shocked the Yanyang martial arts world became the subject of everyone's discussion again. And the news of Yi Yulan being crippled spread like wildfire through the martial arts world. Seeing his brother crippled and his face ruined, Yi Chang also felt deep remorse. If he hadn't sent Yi Yulan to kill Chin Mo, this situation wouldn't have happened today. Yi Chang stroked his brother's head and comforted him softly. "Brother has already thought of a countermeasure. In a few days I will ask our uncle to come and cripple him," the second target of the flower and medicine industry. A phone call woke Chin Mo from his rest. Director Sun's cry for help came from the phone. "Mr. Chin, come quickly, there's a patient who needs your help." But when Chin Mo saw the patient, he was stunned. A pregnant woman was having problems during labor and her blood pressure was too high to deliver. Hearing this, family head Hong shed tears of nervousness. Is the Hong family's lineage going to end with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Director Sun's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, I've brought you an expert. He can help Mrs. Hong deliver safely." When family head Hong saw Chin Mo, he was instantly enraged. "Director Sun, isn't this just a young kid? He's delivering my wife's baby. Are you kidding me?" Director Sun immediately replied, "A life is at stake, how could I joke?" Chin Mo took Mrs. Hong's medical records and prenatal checkup reports and instantly understood the basic situation. The baby was in the wrong position, its hand was stuck and the mother's vitals were low, making it impossible to stop the bleeding. This was not going to be an easy operation. Then Chin Mo inserted silver needles into Mrs. Hong's head. After the baby was born, he would help regulate her qi. Director Sun thought to himself from behind that Mrs. Hong was really lucky to have met Mr. Chen. If it were him and anything had happened to the mother or child during the operation, he would have definitely offended the Hong family. At this time the people outside the operating room heard that Chin Mo was inside helping them, and their hearts were filled with joy. May heaven bless my Hong family descendants, Master Hong thought to himself. The Hongmen was now the #1 family in the lower martial world. If he could befriend Chin Mo, they would surely rise to another level, perhaps even breaking into the middle martial world. As the cry of a baby was heard, Mrs. Hong gave birth to a son and both mother and child were safe. The Hong family was instantly moved to tears. Master Hong even wanted Chin Mo to be his child's godfather. Thinking of the child's mischievous appearance, Chin Mo immediately refused him, saying that he had a fateful connection with the child and would visit him often in the future. After the matter was settled, Chin Mo had to go back to hold a press conference for Bai Yuer since he had crippled Yi Yulan. The Yi family would definitely not let the matter rest. In the Martial Arts Association, Yi Chong burst in and told the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, Fu Yang, that his brother had been crippled by Chin Mo, and their Yi family had become a complete laughingstock in the middle martial world. At this moment, Fu Yang calmly stated that this might not be a bad thing. Your brother was crippled, and my son was killed. Now all of Yanyang knows that Chin Mo crippled Yi Yulan without any martial virtue, so it's only right for the Yi family to condescend to seek justice for young Master Yi. Yi Chong instantly understood Fu Yang's meaning and immediately said he would issue a kill order against Chin Mo to the Yi family. As long as Chin Mo was in Yanyang for a day, the Yi family would hunt him for a day. He was once a top assassin in the world's strongest assassin organization, but now he had become the target of assassination for a generation of the most loyal. Chin Mo crippled Yi Yulan, the heir of the middle martial world's Yi family. The Yi family directly issued a kill order against him. In the Lily pharmaceutical industry, Shi Lu was working at the pharmacy as usual. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Shi Lu, the disciple of the Tianmen's miscellaneous handyman assassin, is unexpectedly deigning to work in a company under Chin Mo. How unexpected! The newcomers were the 4 pillars of the Yi family, including Yi Lai, Yi Jin, Mi Yin, and Yi Ming. They were meritorious officials who helped the Yin and Yi family masters conquer the world. The true backbone of the Yi family, Shi Lu saw that the visitors had ill intentions and sensed that something was wrong. These people rarely appeared, and when they did, something major was about to happen. Shi Lu looked at the 4 people behind him and said calmly, "Have the 4 seniors graced my humble shop to fetch some medicinal herbs?" Mi Ming took out the Yi family's kill order in his hand. "Stop feigning ignorance. Out of respect for the Tianmen, we can give you a chance to leave Chin Mo." Just as the words fell, a loud bang suddenly echoed past Shi Lu's ears. The Yi family's kill order was directly embedded in the wall. "We're here today to deliver a kill order to Chin Mo. As long as you leave Chin Mo, we'll spare your life." Each of the 4 pillars of the Yi family was much stronger than the 7 dukes. Chin Mo had clearly struggled when dealing with the 7 dukes, and Chin Mo had been kind to Shi Lu. He quickly found an excuse to prevaricate. "Mr. Chin hired me to watch the shop. I won't leave without his orders." At this moment, sharp blades grazed Shi Lu's neck, piercing his heart. Blood immediately gushed from his carotid artery and heart. "In less than 10 minutes you'll bleed out. Tell us where Chin Mo is and we'll help you live." Seeing that Shi Lu was silent, the group began to search the shop. They didn't even deign to lay a hand on someone like Shi Lu. Facing 4 figures of such terrifying strength, Shi Lu felt powerless. Just then he remembered what Chin Mo had once said. If any bad people came to cause trouble at the pharmacy, he should press the alarm to evacuate the crowd and press the self-destruct button. At that time he had confidently declared that as long as Mr. Chin was around, no bad guys would dare to cause trouble. He didn't expect it to be of use so soon. With a sudden explosion, a giant fist-shaped cloud appeared in the sky above the city. At this moment, Chin Mo happened to be at the entrance of Lily Pharmacy and witnessed the explosion with his own eyes. Only Shi Lu knew about the self-destruct device. For him to press it, he must have encountered a very urgent situation. The bad premonition arose. After activating his divine sense, he discovered a figure that looked very much like Shi Lu. Chin Mo quickly lifted the boulder that was pressing down on him. At this time, Shi Lu was already mangled beyond recognition. The moment he saw Chin Mo, tears immediately welled up. "Mr. Chin, run quickly. The 4 pillars of the Yi family have placed a kill order on you." Chin Mo hadn't expected that crippling Yi Yulan would bring so much trouble to those around him. "Shi Lu, don't say anything more. I can save you. I'll transfer spiritual energy to you." At this moment, Shi Lu said with tears in his eyes, "Don't waste your energy. Every breath I take now is painful and my body is already charred. I only regret that I can no longer serve you and Miss Yuren." Soon, Shi Lu collapsed in front of Chin Mo, lifeless. This was the first friend Chin Mo had lost since he started to panic. Chin Mo finally couldn't hold back his inner pain, and tears instantly soaked his cheeks. He vowed to kill the 4 pillars of the Yi family to avenge Shi Lu. Chin Mo carried Shi Lu out of Lily Pharmacy, and in the blink of an eye the entire building collapsed into a pile. At this time, Bai Yuren was outside the police cordon. Seeing the state of Shi Lu on Chin Mo's shoulder, she burst into tears. Then the 2 of them buried Shi Lu on the hill behind the Qingjing University dormitory. After this incident, Chin Mo also sensed that something was wrong. If the Yi family just wanted revenge for Yi Yulan being crippled, they only needed to kill Chin Mo alone. But now that the Yi family was making such a big fuss, their purpose was not so simple. It might involve many forces in the middle martial world. Then Qin Mo had Zhao Min summon the elite disciples from Huahai and the Baiyang military region to protect Bai Yuran. As for the Yi family and the forces related to them, Qin Mo swore to eliminate them all. At this time in the Yi family, Yi Yulan learned that the 4 pillars of the Yi family had killed Qin Mo, but he felt it was far from enough. At this moment Yi Yulan's veins bulged, his face changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, "Qin Mo made me a cripple. I will kill everyone related to Qin Mo, then cripple Qin Mo and make him live in guilt and self-blame for the rest of his life." Lying on the bed, Yi Yulan painfully begged Yi Lai to help him. Yi Lai had watched Yi Yulan grow up and naturally couldn't bear to see him like this, so he agreed. Just then, Yi Ming behind him said, "Qin Mo recently delivered a child for the Hongmen in the lower martial world. He is very close to the Hongmen, so let's start with the Hongmen." Luo Yichang, who was on the side, said, "Leave the matter of exterminating the Hongmen to me. Anyway, Yulan is my brother, so I won't trouble you uncles." At this time in the Hong family manor, a banquet was specially held to celebrate the Hong family and invite Qin Mo. The manor was peaceful, with the occasional cry of a baby. The appearance of a person suddenly broke the atmosphere of the scene. Yi Chang arrogantly burst in, ignoring the people who tried to stop him. How heartwarming! The Hong family gathered together to celebrate the newborn. Seeing this, the Hong family master stepped forward to block his path. "May I ask what business you have trespassing in the manor?" Yi Chang replied, "I've come to the Hong family for something." As soon as his voice fell, he raised his hand and the people next to him died in less than a second. "I want the lives of the 73 members of your Hong family." Such great destructive power. The crowd immediately recognized this as a move from the middle martial world and hurriedly left the scene. Yi Chang looked at the fleeing people around him and became more and more frantic. "I'll kill you today. If it weren't for Lu Hai's presence that day, I wouldn't have been able to make a move and Yi Yulan wouldn't have been crippled by Qin Mo. Not a single Hong family member will escape." As he spoke, miserable pleas for mercy filled the entire manor. Soon, Yi Chang carefully counted 70 people, with 4 remaining. The Hong family master quickly told his wife and father to leave while he dealt with it. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Yichang immediately landed in front of them. "Is that cute little boy the one Qin Mo delivered?" The Hong family master was shocked. "How do you know?" Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chang waved his hand. The Hong family master instantly spat out blood. "How ironic. If it weren't for this child, your Hong family wouldn't have been exterminated today." Yi Chang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he slowly walked towards the 3 of them. After a squelching sound, all 74 members of the Hong family were dead. Yi Chang looked at the scene of blood flowing like a river in the Hong family manor and laughed. "Qin Mo, this is my gift to you. I hope you like it." At this time, Qin Mo followed the instructions to the gate of the Hong family manor. Looking at the silent manor before him, he wondered, "Isn't the Hong family having a banquet today? Why is it so quiet?" Suddenly, a thick smell of blood entered his nostrils. Qin Mo immediately sensed that something was wrong and quickly pushed open the gate. The Hong family courtyard was flowing with blood and a highly sarcastic sentence was left on the ground. The letter writer, Yi Chang, seeing this tragic scene, a burst of anger rose in Qin Mo's heart. Uncontrollable towering anger and deep shame. More than 70 members of the Hong family were exterminated because of Qin Mo alone, with no one spared. Just then, Qin Mo's phone rang. The caller was Yi Chang. "Qin Mo, if you want revenge, come to the Hong family manor in 3 days. My Yi family will be waiting here. I'm just afraid you, Qin Mo, don't have the guts. Let's settle this matter here." For the next 5 hours, Qin Mo silently buried the deceased Hong family members, and then swore before the tombs of dozens of Hong family members that he would definitely exterminate the Yi family to avenge them. He would also bring the heads of the Yi family members to the tombs to pay tribute to the deceased Hong family members. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to Qin Mo, "The old master finally waited for you. Before he died, he told me to bring the young master to you." Hearing this, Qin Mo suddenly became emotional. The Hongmen was not extinct, there was still an heir. Then he asked the old gentleman what the child's name was. The old man said the child had no name yet. The family master had originally planned to ask Mr. Qin for a name today, but he didn't expect this to happen. Qin Mo looked at the child in his arms with tears in his eyes. This life has survived a difficult extermination. In the future, he will surely be as brilliant as the sun. From now on, his name will be Hong Zhangqian. The old gentleman said that Hong Zhangqian was a good name, but the aura was too strong and he was afraid the child couldn't bear it. Qin Mo stopped and said, "I will treat him as my own younger brother. As long as I am here, I can bear anything." In the dormitory 3 days later, Qin Mo sent people to protect Bai Yuran and the others, and came to the Hong family manor alone with a sword. This matter was caused by Qin Mo alone, and he would solve it. Not long after Qin Mo arrived at the Hong family, the Yi family members and people from the middle martial world arrived at the scene one after another. Yi Yulan, sitting in a wheelchair, did not forget to mock Qin Mo. "Long time no see. Qin Mo, my brother admires you very much and specially asked me to come and appreciate Chief Instructor Qin's despairing look." Qian Wen and Zhao Zhan were also from the middle martial world. The two looked at the boy Qin Mo and couldn't help but sigh. The Yi family had united with the middle martial world families just to kill him. A Yi family member then said, "Whoever can take Qin Mo's head can share the 7 martial godly skills on Qin Mo with the Yi family." As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately boiled over, with people clamoring to go forward and kill Qin Mo to snatch the 7 martial godly skills. Seeing this, Yi Yulan's words became even crazier. My brother killed the 74 members of the Hong family. The Hong clan wailed like stray dogs. Qin Mo, are you used to getting angry? Come and kill me if you have the guts. At this moment, Qin Mo's anger was completely ignited. The dragon cold sword was unsheathed, and with the sound of a dragon's roar, a dragon cold sword was held in Qin Mo's hand, drawing phantoms in the air. The people of the middle martial world instantly recognized the dragon cold sword. They didn't expect a young boy to have such a fine weapon. Qin Mo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, his anger had reached its peak. Today, the Hong family's ancestral home will also be Yi Yulan's Red Land. You all must die. The loud moving sound soon followed. Qin Mo suddenly attacked Yi Yulan. Seeing this, Yi Yulan immediately ordered Qian Wen and Zhao Si to quickly kill Qin Mo. Qin Mo looked coldly at the 2 people chasing him from behind and said indifferently, I only want to kill the people of the Yi family. The rest of you get lost. As soon as his voice fell, the 2 came up behind Qin Mo at an extremely fast speed, with 2 squelching sounds. Qin Mo's back was solidly struck by the 2, and the next second he appeared in front of Qin Mo again. Seeing this, Yi Yulan immediately showed a smug smile. At this time, Qin Mo knew that to break through the siege of the people from the middle martial cauldron, just using spiritual power was definitely not enough. Qin Mo thought, I can only use that move. As the spiritual power in Qin Mo's body began to burn, the spiritual power next to him began to surge. The burned spiritual power gathered on the dragon cold sword. Today, the people of the Yi family must die. A brilliant sword aura attacked the 2. With a loud bang, the 2 were instantly knocked back by this terrifying sword aura. Qian Wen and Zhao Zhan were also shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Mo, who had just been so seriously injured, could still use such a powerful move. If this person was not eliminated, he would become a major threat. Taking advantage of the 2 being knocked back, Qin Mo immediately attacked Yi Yulan to take his life. The next second, Qin Mo appeared in front of Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan was so scared that he trembled all over. Qin Mo, what do you want to do? Qin Mo looked at Yi Yulan with murderous intent. I should have killed you back at the Longtai base. At this time, Yi Yulan was already a little scared. Qin Mo, you can't kill me. I can ask my brother to spare you. The Yi family can let you live. Qin Mo looked at Yi Yulan, smiled faintly and said, Can the Yi family let me go? The next second, Qin Mo's dragon cold sword pointed directly at Yi Yulan's neck. Now it's the Yi family, you should think carefully about how to make me Qin Mo let you go. You should. Yi Yulan was lifted up. Uncle Lai, hurry and save me. Seeing Qin Mo treating his nephew like this, Yi Lai's face turned livid with anger. Don't be afraid, he dares not kill you. As soon as his voice fell, a sword intent swept across Yi Yulan's head, separating his head from his body, and blood fumed from his neck. The scene instantly became deathly silent. No one expected Qin Mo to actually kill Yi Yulan. Fortunately, everyone present was from the middle martial world. This was simply showing no respect for the people of the middle martial world. Seeing this, Yi Lai ordered the Yi family to attack together to avenge the young master. At this time, Qin Mo was already exhausted and panting. He had just been seriously injured by 2 people from the middle martial world, and now more than half of the spiritual energy in his body had been burned. If he fought them, his chances of winning were slim. Just then, a voice accompanied by petals attacked the Yi family. The spiritual energy around Yi Lai instantly turned into petals. The Yi family has a lot of nerve. Feng Yue Tower's current eldest daughter, Rong Kaier, protected Qin Mo behind her. You dare to touch my Feng Yue Tower's talent. It did not belong to any level of Yanyang's lower, middle, or upper martial arts, nor did it participate in the Yanyang martial arts disputes, except for more than 20 years ago when the top star of Feng Yue Tower and a young master of the Qin family escaped from Yanyang. It had always kept a low profile. Fortunately, Qin Mo had made preparations last night, telling them he had a new song and asking them to come to the Hong family manor to get it today. Yi Lai looked at Rong Kaier and said, Feng Yue Tower, aren't you also meddling in Yanyang's martial arts affairs? We don't interfere, but Mr. Qin is now the top star of my Feng Yue Tower. He told me last night that he wrote a new song and specially asked me to come to the Hong family manor to pick him up today. Mr. Yi, my artist has just debuted. If he has offended you, please forgive him. Seeing this, Yi Lai could only smile wryly and say, Then I will come to learn from you another day. Then Rong Kaier took Qin Mo and left the scene. Qin Mo turned back to Yi Lai and said, I'll trouble you to collect this head for Yi Chong. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me to take his life. In front of all the people from the middle martial world, Qin Mo was allowed to leave. Feng Yue Tower was a top power in Yanyang, and Yi Lai did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch Qin Mo leave powerless. Not long after, in the Yi family head heard the news of his son's death and instantly trembled with anger. Qin Mo, what does he think he is? How dare he kill my son? He then ordered people to guard the gate to Feng Yue Tower. Once Qin Mo stepped out of Feng Yue Tower, he was to be killed immediately, even if it meant offending Feng Yue Tower. At this time in Feng Yue Tower, after Qin Mo had burned his spiritual power before, he had inadvertently broken through to the peak of the Bigu stage. So he asked Rong Kaier if he had a chance to destroy the Yi family. Rong Kaier said the chances were high. The top strength of the Yanyang martial arts could represent the highest standard of Wuxia martial arts. Since ancient times, the Yanyang martial arts have been divided into three major worlds: initial martial arts, middle martial arts, and high martial arts. Although the three major worlds are all in Yanyang, their status is different due to the disparity in strength. It can be understood this way: two people from the middle martial world can destroy the entire initial martial world. The same is true for the high martial world, suppressing the middle martial world. In other words, only by entering the high martial world can one be qualified to be an enemy of the middle martial world. To enter the high martial world, one must participate in the divine trials. Qin Mo asked how he could participate in the divine trials. Rong Kaier said that in Fengyue Tower, as long as one gets the appreciation of the Tower Master, one has a chance to be recommended by the Tower Master to the Divine Hall to participate in the divine trials. But in recent years, the Tower Master's health has not been good. He has recently developed anorexia and now rarely sees people. Just then, someone from outside the door reported that several suspicious people had been queuing outside Fengyue Tower, old and young with angry faces. Qin Mo heard that it was the Yi family. At this time, Qin Mo had adjusted his state and successfully broken through to the peak of Bigu. So Qin Mo decided to go out and meet this group of Yi family members. Outside Fengyue Tower, Yi Chong and the four pillars of the Yi family were guarding the gate, shouting, "Qin Mo, come out, what's so fun about hiding in a red light district?" Just then the gate of Fengyue Tower suddenly opened. Qin Mo stood alone at the door and said, "Yi Chong, stop shouting. I'll come out and take your dog's life." As soon as his voice fell, spiritual energy swirled around Qin Mo and his eyes began to sharpen. In an instant, Qin Mo appeared a meter away from Yi Chong. The few of them clearly felt that Qin Mo's speed was much faster than before. The next second, Qin Mo jumped up again. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he attacked Yi Chong. As Qin Mo used the 7 martial godly skill Divine Illumination, a strong light shot out from his eyes. The light was like a sharp blade that cut across Yi Chong's arm. Following Yi Chong's painful scream, his arm was immediately severed. Then Yi Yin, seeing the power of the godly skill, told Yi Lai to retreat. But Yi Lai said that with Qin Mo's cultivation, using this move would surely damage his vital energy. As long as the 4 pillars attacked together, they could definitely kill him. As soon as his voice fell, the few of them shouted in unison and formed a formation. The 4 Seasons 4-leaf array was an ultimate skill that could only be activated by the 4 pillars of the Yi family working together. Once the formation was activated, it was complementary, with the 4 seasons flowing and changing unpredictably. At this time, Qin Mo had already used up the Divine Illumination move. His eyes were slowly bleeding bright red blood and he could no longer hold on. Looking at the exhausted Qin Mo, the ordinary people took the opportunity to attack him together. Yi Lai looked triumphant and laughed loudly. "Qin Mo, what do you have to fight us with like this?" As soon as his voice fell, Qin Mo's body underwent a huge change. Divine Sense, Divine Illumination, Dragon Cold. "This is Qin Mo's last trump card. You think you can kill me with just these withered leaves?" The next second, sword auras suddenly appeared in the air, forming a spiral that attacked the 4 of them. Wherever the sword aura passed, the ground was littered with broken limbs. Seeing this, Yi Lai quickly pulled a companion beside him and fled. What they didn't expect was that Qin Mo, in such a weak state, can still deliver such a terrifying blow after this battle. Qin Mo was completely weakened and knelt on the ground. The remaining people from the middle martial world saw this and immediately revealed a sinister smile. "Qin Mo has the 7 martial godly skills. Let's take them while he's weak." Before the words were finished, the people from Fengyue Tower immediately pulled Qin Mo back. After Qin Mo woke up, he first came to the tombstone of the Hong family. "Uncle Hong, I said I would avenge you and bring the faces of your enemies to pay respects to you. I did it, so please rest in peace." The next day, in order to get close to the Tower Master, Qin Mo voluntarily applied for a job as a chef in the kitchen. Hearing that Qin Mo was coming to be a chef, head chef Li slowed down on the spot, because it would be troublesome for a stranger to enter the kitchen. However, Qin Mo was now a celebrity in Fengyue Tower, so naturally he couldn't offend him. Then he said that he was very happy for Qin Mo to join, but to enter the kitchen he needed to pass many tests, so he let Qin Mo intern in the kitchen first. If he passed the regular assessment next month, he would let him into the kitchen. Qin Mo readily agreed after hearing this. After Qin Mo left, his face changed instantly. He didn't want Qin Mo to stay at all. Letting Qin Mo intern in the kitchen was just a delaying tactic. In the dishwashing room, Qin Mo met a student named Kai Huo, who was also from Huahai's Nanchi. This person was sallow and emaciated, as if he had been oppressed for a long time. During the conversation, he learned that his family was poor, and he had painstakingly saved up 100,000 yuan to pay his master for tuition, thinking that he could learn a skill in the future. But it had been 5 years and every day he had to wash 3,000 bowls here, learning nothing else. Moreover, his monthly salary was 2,000 yuan, of which 1,000 had to be given to his master as a sign of respect. But in Kai Huo's eyes he felt that being able to survive was satisfying enough, and there was nothing to complain about. Then Chef Kai Huo stole some food to treat Qin Mo. Just then a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The 2 of them quickly hid in the cabinet. When the door opened, head chef Li and his apprentice saw the steaming hot pot and thought it was a late-night snack prepared by some chef who was afraid they were hungry. The two of them sat down and ate while chatting. Master is still wise, arranging for the apprentice to be in the kitchen and not having to teach anything. And every month Fengyue Tower pays him a salary of 6,000 yuan. Not only did you deduct 4,000 yuan, but you also made them give you 5,000 yuan every month as a sign of respect. As soon as the words fell, Kai Huo was so disgusted by their conversation that he threw up. He never expected that the master he once respected was such a person. The next second, Qin Mo directly treated them to a meal of spicy pig's head meat. Scene changed to the next day. Head chef Li's actions were maliciously reported to Rong Kaier by Qin Mo. Master Li was an internationally renowned chef invited by Fengyue Qing, so he was highly regarded. Thus Qin Mo was told to set up a table in front of all the chefs tomorrow and personally apologize to Master Li. Seeing this, Qin Mo could only helplessly agree. Bai Sushui, who was on the side, also saw Qin Mo compromise for the first time. Then she asked in a low voice, "We heard about what happened yesterday. Are you really going to apologize to that head chef?" Qin Mo said of course not. So Qin Mo told Sushui his thoughts and that he would need her help. At this time, the gate of Fengyue Tower was facing outside. The Yi family master hoped that the two of them would be attached to Qin Mo for 24 hours. When Fengyue Tower came out, he would kill him at all costs. Just then, the gate of Fengyue Tower turned back. Oh, it turned back. The sound of Sushui and Qin Mo arguing attracted the attention of the two. "Qin Mo, you scumbag, you cheated on me and found a mistress in Fengyue Tower. And it's a man." Seeing this, the two of them immediately went forward with fawning faces. "Miss, if you can tell us the news about Qin Mo just now, this card is for you. It has 5 million in it and the password is 6 zeros. The two looked at each other and thought based on the scene just now, Bai Sushui must have been hurt by Qin Mo and she might even hold a grudge. The temptation of money coupled with her hatred for Qin Mo might make her sell the information to us. Bai Sushui directly took the bank card and cried to the two of them. "Qin Mo is completely obsessed with head chef Li, who cooks in the Fengyue Tower restaurant. He says that in this life, besides his cooking, he won't eat anyone else's. He also said that however long head chef Li stays in Fengyue Tower, he will stay in Fengyue Tower." Scene changed to the next day. As soon as head chef Li walked out of Fengyue Tower, a group of people immediately appeared in front of and behind him, surrounding him. The next second, he was forcibly dragged into a truck and quickly left the scene. Compared to the time in the Fengyue dining room, everyone else was waiting for head chef Li to appear, and then they would make Qin Mo kneel down and give him 2 slaps. When the time came, they would take a photo of Qin Mo kneeling, and spreading it would definitely suppress his arrogance. 2 hours passed, and there was no sign of head chef Li that day. Qin Mo stood up and said calmly, "Don't wait for him. Today I apologize to him in front of everyone. I have fulfilled my promise to Sister Kaier." He then poured the wine from his cup onto the ground and lamented to everyone, "Chef Li, I, Qin Mo, have let you down." Chef Wang Li's apprentice swore silently to himself that when his master returned he would make Qin Mo kneel and apologize. However, half a month passed and there was still no sign of Chef Li. After his disappearance, no one could replicate the taste the Tower Master craved. The Tower Master hadn't eaten for 8 or 9 days. Helpless, she had to choose his apprentice Chef Wang to take his place. Hearing this, Qin Mo immediately stood up and said, "Sister Kaier, I, Qin Mo, can also cook. Let me be the head chef. Don't you believe me, Sister Kaier? You can let me compete with Chef Wang." Chef Wang immediately agreed upon hearing this, but he stated that if Qin Mo lost he would have to get out of Fengyue Tower immediately and be left at the mercy of the Yi family. In his view, Qin Mo would certainly not dare to accept his demand. After all, if Qin Mo lost he would be kicked out of Fengyue Tower. Without its protection, the Yi family would definitely not let him go. Rong Kaier's expression turned serious again. "Qin Mo, are you sure you want to compete?" Qin Mo replied with a solemn face that he had no problem and would do as Chef Wang requested. At this point, everyone thought Qin Mo, a musician, was deluded to think he could compete with Chef Wang, who had been a chef for decades. In the eyes of the chefs, Qin Mo was like a buffoon. With a command from the eldest daughter, the greasy kitchen instantly transformed into a stage for their competition. Chef Wang was a well-known figure in Huaxia, and it had been many years since anyone dared to challenge his culinary skills like this. "Mr. Qin, since you're a novice, you can decide the theme of today's competition." Qin Mo replied calmly, "I initiated the challenge so Chef Wang can decide on the dish. The result will be the same anyway." Although Chef Wang's skills were not as good as Chef Li's, he was still one of the best. This was the first time someone had been so arrogant in front of him. "Since Mr. Qin has let me decide, let's make the simplest dish. Stir-fried shredded potatoes." Stir-fried shredded potatoes seem simple, but precisely because of their simplicity it is very difficult to create a unique character and an exquisite taste. For Qin Mo to challenge Chef Wang's livelihood with his hobby was undoubtedly like an egg hitting a rock. Just peeling the potatoes could reveal a chef's skill. Chef Wang's fundamental skills were solid, a rare sight even among the many chefs in Huaxia today. In contrast, Qin Mo was a stark contrast to Chef Wang, even accidentally cutting his finger. Seeing this, Rong Kaier couldn't help but worry. No matter the result, Qin Mo had probably already lost. But just then, Qin Mo suddenly placed the potato on the cutting board without peeling it. The chefs all saw this and couldn't be bothered to mock Qin Mo anymore. Such an amateur was not worth their attention. Just as everyone was laughing, a chef noticed something. Chin Mo had already peeled the potatoes while cutting them, and the strands were so finely connected they resembled hemp thread. Wang Shifu gradually stopped what he was doing and stared blankly at Chin Mo. He was completely shocked. Another chef stammered, "I've heard a legend about a master who could cut 3 different colors of potato shreds from a single potato, creating 3 different textures. The dish was called 3 Beasts Worshipping the Moon. When the dish was ready, everyone present was so astonished their mouths hung open, rendered speechless. Beside them, Chef Wang had completely stopped. Although he couldn't believe it was real, his chopsticks involuntarily picked up a piece of Chin Mo's stir-fried potato shreds. After one bite, his expression froze for a few seconds. The taste was just like his childhood, like his mother's flavor lingering around him. Chef Wang silently put down his chopsticks. "You don't need to try it." "I've lost." After Rong Kaier tasted it, she had no time to comment and hurriedly got a bowl of rice to eat with it because the dish was simply too delicious. Chin Mo became the head chef of the Fengyue kitchen as he wished. Rong Kaier then told Chin Mo that she wanted to eat stir-fried shredded potatoes again that night and asked if he could come to her room to teach her. After successfully becoming the head chef, the next step was to find a way to get close to the Tower Master. So Chin Mo agreed. 2 days later, Chin Mo created a novel dessert. Whether he could win the Tower Master's appreciation at the Fengyue Gala tonight depended on how delicious this dish was. At night, red lanterns adorned the entire Fengyue Tower. Fengyue Tower was known as the most prestigious gathering place for celebrities in Yanyang. Middle martial families, quasi-divine families, and even reclusive high martial families would try every means to come to Fengyue Tower today. The child before them was the descendant of Qin Yinan's sworn brother. In their youth, Qin Yinan and his brother often came to Fengyue Tower for pleasure. Zhu Shaoxuang had also inherited his father's fine tradition. The moment he saw a pretty girl, he would make a move. The old man beside him was a renowned figure in the middle martial world, hailed as the #1 swordsman of the middle martial world, and was now Zhu Shaoxuang's mentor. "Miss Morang, I'm sorry, I'll take Shaoxuang with me first, have fun." Just then, the Tower Master slowly walked in. In the past, Yanyang's Fengyue Tower had 2 stars, Shuiluoji, whose voice was as clear as a celestial melody, a peerless songstress, and Mei Wu, whose dance was unparalleled, as light as a flying swallow. 20 years ago, these 2 were known as the Fengyue Immortals, but now only Mei Wu remained. The moment Mei Wu appeared, everyone quickly lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. Even Murong Wan and Yuqi Lingtian bowed slightly. No one, not even those from the high martial world of Yanyang, wanted to provoke the Tower Master of Fengyue Tower. Naturally, these juniors from quasi-divine families did not dare to be disrespectful. After entertaining the guests, Mei Wu returned to the kitchen. At this moment, facing these dishes, she felt no appetite day after day. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chin Mo personally brought the golden sundae into Mei Wu's room. Rong Kaier was shocked to see this. Even the previous head chef didn't dare to bring food to Mei Wu, as he would be driven out every time. Rong Kaier cautiously watched Mei Wu. Tower Master Mei Wu frowned the moment she smelled the sundae, saying she didn't want to eat and to take it away quickly. Rong Kaier didn't want the Tower Master to miss the chance to eat Chin Mo's cooking, so she said, "This is the new head chef of Fengyue Tower. His food tastes even better than the previous one. Tower Master, please try it." Hearing this, Mei Wu's frown deepened. "I'm not interested in food, get out." Mei Wu had spoken so bluntly that if Chin Mo were to persuade her further, it would be tactless. Then Chin Mo gently placed the sundae on the coffee table. "Tower Master, I've left the sundae here. It's up to you whether you eat it or not. I'll be leaving now." But just then, the people in the hall were eating their golden sundaes with abandon. "Oh my God, how can there be such a delicious dessert in this world? It's so fragrant." Seeing the people in the hall in such a frenzy, Mei Wu slowly looked at the golden sundae placed aside. Was it really that good? So she decided to try it. Seeing this, Rong Kaier's eyes turned red. The Tower Master had been relying on nutrient solutions to sustain her body, and this dessert had broken a years-long pattern. Just as Chin Mo was about to leave, Mei Wu immediately grabbed him. Chin Mo turned around to see Mei Wu had finished the golden sundae, looking at him with a rapturous expression, begging for another cup. Seeing how much the Tower Master liked it, Rong Kaier secretly wiped away her tears. All these years, her biggest worry was the Tower Master not eating. Now she was even asking for another cup. The worry that had hung over her for years was finally gone. The Tower Master caressed Chin Mo's chin and said, "Your name is Chin Mo? You look so much like him. You look so much like him, especially your eyes. They're exactly the same. I thought I would never see them again in this life, but I didn't expect to see you. From now on, Mr. Chin will be in charge of my meals." Chin Mo nodded in agreement. He had thought it would be a pleasant surprise just to get close to the Tower Master of Fengyue Tower and obtain the qualification for the divine trials. Now it seemed the Tower Master probably knew more about his parents' lives. Just then, Zhu Shaoxuang noticed the person upstairs. "Brother Yuqi, what's that person upstairs doing? Why isn't he coming down to eat?" Yuqi Lingtian was also surprised to see Chin Mo. How could Chin Mo be here? Wasn't he being hunted by people from the middle martial world? Hearing that this person was Chin Mo, Zhu Shaoxuang's eyes widened in shock. He was the good brother his father had mentioned, Chin Mo. The Fengyue Gala has concluded successfully. Zhu Shaoxuang ran towards Qin Mo. Brother, I finally found you. This was the first time Qin Mo had seen this child. Little friend, did you get the wrong person? Zhu Shaoxuang pointed at Qin Mo and smiled. I didn't get the wrong person. You are my brother. Your father is Qin Yinan, and he was my father's sworn brother. The night before my father left the Zhu family, he told me that if I ever met someone named Qin Mo, he would be my brother and we should help each other. But Qin Mo had no idea what the child was talking about and asked where his father was now. Shaoxuang said, my father went to avenge Uncle Qin. He hasn't been back for many years, and many people say he won't be coming back. Can you wait for him with me? Hearing this, Qin Mo sighed and said he was afraid he couldn't wait for his father with him. After all, he didn't even know about his own father's affairs, and for now he didn't know if what the child was saying was true. Seeing this, Zhu Shaoxuang's face fell with disappointment, and tears welled up in his eyes. Brother Qin, if you change your mind in the future, come find me, Zhu Shaoxuang, at the Zhu family. Scene changed to the next day. In the main pavilion of Fengyue Tower, a painting made Qin Mo stop in his tracks. A sense of déjà vu washing over him. Mei Wu said from behind, she was once the most beautiful singer in Fengyue Tower in a century, the most famous songstress. If she were still alive, she would be the one sitting in the Tower Master's seat today. Her name was Shueluoji, Mei Wu's only good friend in this life, and her eyes are exactly like yours, Qin Mo. Although Qin Mo was shaken internally, his face remained calm as he said indifferently, I'm sorry, I don't understand what the Tower Master is talking about. I came to ask the Tower Master how I can obtain the qualification for the divine trials. Mei Wu didn't mind and smiled. Never mind, you've grown up. As long as you enter the divine hall, you will find the truth you seek. Then Mei Wu took out a photo and handed it to Qin Mo. This woman in the photo is a test for you. If you can bring her back to Fengyue Tower safely, you will get the qualification for this year's divine trials. Then Mei Wu smiled at Qin Mo and said, call me Aunt Mei from now on. Qin Mo replied, thank you, Tower Master, you're too kind. Scene changed to 5 days later in Tokyo Fuso. Aunt Mei said that Netsuki was Fengyue Tower's top dancer. She went to perform last month and was captured by the Iga ninja clan of Fuso because of her beauty. According to Qin Mo's investigation over the past few days, the Iga ninja clan was a top power in Fuso. To infiltrate and bring Netsuki out was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. It would be best to first contact the Koga ninja clan, which was a level below the Iga. Just then a man in yellow appeared before Qin Mo. The badge on his chest caught Qin Mo's attention. It was the unique emblem of the Koga ninja clan. The person on the other end of the phone was shouting loudly that they must hire that Washin diviner no matter what. Qin Mo thought to himself, it seems the Koga and Iga clans are rival gangs. Then Qin Mo walked up to the man. Sir, I see a dark cloud on your forehead. I'm afraid you're about to face a bloody disaster. The man was just worrying about not being able to find a diviner. The next second he pulled Qin Mo directly into the car. Big brother, this kid doesn't look like a diviner. We haven't found Master Xuanbei yet, so let him try. If he's no good, we'll throw him into Tokyo Bay to feed the fish. Scene change. A young man just waved his hand and half a snowy mountain melted instantly. The showdown between the Koga and Iga ninja clans was about to begin. The Koga clan's diviner hadn't arrived, so Kato could only have Qin Mo temporarily take his place. Yamazaki, the Grand Master of the Iga ninja clan, looked at Qin Mo with a face full of disdain and said, you're from Huasha, right? You dare to call your third-rate skills divination? You're all trash in front of Fuso. Qin Mo looked at Yamazaki contemptuously. Divination originated in Huasha. If it weren't for Chinese characters, you wouldn't even know how to write by now. Yamazaki couldn't refute and hurriedly accused Kato. Kato, are you accusing the Koga clan's diviner? Just grabbing a random Washin exchange student to make up the numbers? Seeing this, Qin Mo stepped forward and said, Mr. Yamazaki, whether I'm just making up the numbers, we'll know once we try. Hearing this, Yamazaki said, if you're not convinced, I'll show you. If you lose, I'll tie you up and throw you into Tokyo Bay. Whether you live or die will be up to fate. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamazaki waved his sleeve and the candle in front of him instantly lit up and a strong wind immediately blew through the scene. Everyone present was shocked. In Fuso, only Mr. Yamazaki could achieve such a level. When Yamazaki waved his sleeve again, the strong wind stopped. Kid, you weren't scared, were you? Qin Mo quickly hid his shock and said he could do that trick too. These words, coming from a 20-something Washin youth, immediately drew curses from the onlookers. Only a handful of people in Fuso can reach this level. You Washin kid, who do you think you are to say that? Yamazaki looked at Qin Mo calmly and said, then show me what you can do, Washin boy. Let me see what kind of trash moves you Washin diviners can pull off. Back in Jianwang, Dragon Lord had taught Qin Mo this move. It had been a long time since he used it, so he wasn't sure of the success rate. Just then, Qin Mo raised his hand and a burst of spiritual energy shot out, aimed at the distant Mount Fuji. Yamazaki looked at the scene, which only stirred up a little dust, and laughed wildly. As expected, Washin people are just trash, all smoke and mirrors. Before he could finish, a series of ear-piercing screams erupted from the scene. The snow-capped peak of Mount Fuji, thousands of meters away, melted with just a wave of Chinmo's hand. Only a heavenly master could achieve such power. Right now in Fuso, there was only one person known as a heavenly master, and that was the one who came from the distant Tsuchimikado, founder of Fuso's feng shui and also his master. Seeing this, Yamazaki cried out loudly, "I didn't know the heavenly master was here. This junior was blind and deserves to die." Kato immediately appointed Chinmo as the heavenly master of Koga, making him an honored guest of the Koga ninja clan. Just then, Chinmo proposed two conditions. No one is to boss me around. Second, if anyone in the Koga clan dares to disrespect Washa again, I will kill them anytime, anywhere. After hearing this, Sato said, "No problem. From now on my Koga clan will respect Washa." That night, the Koga ninja clan held a reception for Chinmo. "We have arranged special entertainment for you." During the chat, Sato mentioned that the Koga clan had a treasure, one of Fuso's two famous swords, the Evil Blade. Chinmo said he knew all this, as it could be found on Baidu. Chin Inusai certainly didn't know what he used to forge it, whether it was Koga's Evil Blade or Iga's Yin Spring Sword. Both were forged from the same piece of Jinlian stone. Hearing about the Jinlian stone, Chinmo's heart stirred. This stone was only produced in Washa, but because it was so rare, only 3 pieces remained. One was preserved in the Washa National Museum. One was in the hands of a Yanyang high marshal family, and the other's whereabouts were unknown. He hadn't expected it to have ended up in Fuso. Today, the Dragon Cold Sword was due for a breakthrough, and the Jinlian stone was the perfect treasure to upgrade its rank. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Chinmo's lips. "Fuso stole my Washa's treasures. It's time for them to be returned. I'll use them to upgrade Dragon Cold." The next day, Chinmo had Mr. Kato get the data for the Sasai sword and carved an identical one based on it. That night, Chinmo came to the entrance of the sword nurturing pavilion. He overheard their conversation and learned that there would be a 10-9 ceremony in a few days, and they had invited him to complete this ceremony. After it was done, they would tie him up and throw him into Tokyo Bay to feed the fish. Chinmo looked helpless. Why was he being targeted everywhere he went? As a puff of purple smoke emanated from Chinmo's hand and drifted towards the 2 guards, they both fell to the ground shortly after. Chinmo walked into the sword pavilion and came before the evil blade. Looking at the teeth of varying lengths, he then looked at the replica in his hand. The difference in length was too great. Was Mr. Kato trying to trick me? Chinmo didn't know how long the 2 men outside would be unconscious, so he could only insert this blade. It wouldn't be noticeable once it was in anyway. Just then, a series of cries for help came from behind him. This sent a chill down Chinmo's spine. Then under a bookshelf he found a strange book. The other books were covered in dust, but this one was very clean. Chinmo picked up the book and saw a string tied around it. After a loud bang, the door opened and the cries for help grew louder. Chinmo heard the people crying for help speaking standard Washan Mandarin. He hurried down to check and saw a group of ragged people locked in the same cell. Seeing Chinmo, they waved their hands frantically, begging him to get them out. He learned from them that they were all Washan people who had been tricked into coming to Fuso to work, and now they were almost out of food. The reason the Koga ninja clan didn't kill them was to use them as living sacrifices for the 10-9 ceremony. The 10-9 ceremony? Hearing this, Chinmo's veins bulged with anger. He never expected the Koga ninja clan to be such beasts. But now was not the time to kill these animals. After rescuing Natsuki, he would wipe out both the Koga and Iga clans. Then Chinmo took out Natsuki's photo and showed it to them. "Have you seen this girl? She's also from Washa." A woman recognized Natsuki at a glance because she was her assistant. The woman said Natsuki was being held by the Iga clan. She was a dancer who was supposed to perform a dance at the 10-9 ceremony before being sent for sacrifice. At this moment, Chinmo realized the drug's effect on the 2 men outside was about to wear off. He told them to endure a little longer and he would get them out of there. Hearing this, the group panicked. "Why should we believe you'll come back to save us?" Chinmo looked at the crowd with determined eyes. "Just because I'm from Washa, I will not go back on my word." 2 hours later, a ninja came to report to Sato that Master Chin had observed the celestial phenomena and said there was a matter of life and death concerning the Koga ninja clan that needed to be discussed with him. At this time, Chinmo was in his room. According to the information Mei-Yi gave him, the Koga and Iga clans had suffered heavy casualties fighting over the ownership of their ancestor, Takeda Shingen. In the end, the leaders of the 2 ninja clans reached a consensus that Takeda Shingen belonged to both clans. To end this war, the 10-9 ceremony was held. This was a ceremony to worship Takeda Shingen. Right now, Chinmo alone definitely couldn't handle both clans. He had to stir up conflict between them. Just then, Sato entered with his men. "Master Chin, please enlighten us." Seeing Sato, Chinmo still closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear. The person next to him saw Chinmo's attitude and instantly got angry. "Is Master Chin playing with us? The Koga ninja clan has stood tall in Fuso for many years. How could it be destroyed?" At this moment, Chinmo put on a mysterious expression, slowly walked towards Sato behind him and whispered, "Keep your voice down, your ancestor is about to appear." Chinmo was so serious they naturally wouldn't believe he was lying. Then he asked the man to step down, saying, "The master blames my subordinate for being rude. Please enlighten me." Then Chinmo slowly turned his back. Pay attention to the ancestral shrine tomorrow night. I can't say more lest I reveal a heavenly secret, but if anything is amiss with the shrine tomorrow night, your Koga clan will be annihilated. Chinmo was the only remaining heavenly master in Fuso, and his words convinced Sato. The next day, in the ancestral shrine of the Iga ninja clan, a group of Koga ninja disciples all gathered in front of the ancestors' statue, all wanting to witness the ancestors' manifestation with their own eyes. At this moment, Chinmo was hiding behind the statue, secretly pleased. Calm down, your ancestor is almost here. The next second he infused the Amaterasu's spiritual energy into his flashlight, and the scene was instantly filled with a brilliant golden light as if the ancestor had personally descended. Sato ordered everyone to kneel. All members of the Koga clan pay their respects to Lord Shingen. We juniors do not know our crime, and we hope the ancestor will enlighten us. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinmo used his spiritual energy to slap Sato hard across the face. My statue is enshrined in the Iga clan's shrine, don't you know? Iga is just a wild ninja clan. How dare they enshrine my statue? They are truly audacious. Tomorrow, Iga will come to kill people and destroy my shrine. I will wipe out the descendants of Koga. Hearing this, many people were instantly enraged. They already had a conflict with the Iga clan, and Chinmo's words today ignited the flames of war. Sato roared angrily, Lord Shingen, rest assured. Tomorrow I will lead troops to Iga and completely annihilate the Iga clan. The war was successfully provoked. He could then take the opportunity to release the people imprisoned in Koga during the chaos, then go get the Yin Spring Sword and rescue Natsuki. Scene changed to the next day. Sato went to the sword pavilion, took the evil blade, and led a troop of soldiers out. Sato had launched an all-out attack on Iga. The dungeons must be unguarded now. But when Chinmo arrived at the dungeon again, it was a ninja battle that would go down in history. Two top figures wielding famous swords clashed with a shocking impact. Chinmo and Zhu Shaoxuang hid in the bushes of the Iga ninja clan because in less than 10 seconds the Iga clan would surely be in chaos. Just then a ninja came to report. The Koga ninja clan mobilized all its members at 3 p.m. today and is marching towards the ancestral temple of the Iga ninja clan. Ryuzawa felt a sense of unease upon hearing this. The Iga and Koga clans had a deep-rooted feud over the ownership of their ancestor. The Koga clan's large-scale mobilization today must be aimed at settling the score. Then Ryuzawa immediately ordered all ninjas to be summoned to defend Iga. If the Koga dared to come, they would not be allowed to return. Soon after, the Iga hall was empty. Chinmo took advantage of the Iga clan's emptiness and successfully swapped the clan's treasured Yinquan sword for a peach wood sword. The two then headed to Mount Fuji to rescue the remaining Washin people. As soon as Chinmo left, Ryuzawa came in. Ryuzawa was also very clear that the Koga were really coming to kill them. This would be a battle of the century, and he had to use Iga's Yinquan sword to fight them. Soon after, the two great ninjas met head-on. They were both representative figures of an era in the Fuso ninja world. True epic-making giants of the Fuso ninja way. Ryuzawa, yesterday our Koga ancestor's spirit appeared. You Iga bastards angered our ancestor so much his coffin board couldn't stay down. If I don't wipe out your Iga today, I'll be letting down my Koga ancestors. As soon as his voice fell, an explosion immediately sounded on the scene and the two men slowly raised their famous swords. These two swords were called the strongest swords, but they had never fought before, and a winner had never been decided. To witness the unsheathing of a century-old famous sword was a great honor, and they were even more excited. X3 after this battle they probably won't see it again until they die. The next second the two of them looked at the drawn evil blade and yin spring, and they were both dumbfounded. The air instantly fell silent, and only a flock of crows could be heard flying by, cawing. The two of them didn't care about the state of these century-old famous swords anymore, and their men directly started fighting. In less than half an hour the bloody massacre had resulted in heavy casualties for both sides. The nauseating smell of blood filled the air. Just then an Iga ninja rushed over and handed Ryuzawa a note. Thank you, sirs, for the swords. We'll meet at the summit of Mount Sugama in 3 days. Sender, Chinmo. Replicas of Evil Sha and Yin Spring. Chinmo. After learning the sender's identity, Sato was so enraged that blood rushed to his head. He struggled to breathe, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and staggered back 2 steps. A ninja hurriedly stepped forward to support Sato. He then planned to join forces with the Koga ninja clan to go to Zhangzhou and kill Chinmo. At this time, Chinmo had already rescued Natsuki and the other Chinese people. He had Zhu Shaoxuang lead them along a small path on Mount Fuji, where someone would come to meet them. 2 days later, in a natural cave on Mount Sugama, the alchemical stones from the evil Sha and Yin Spring swords had been completely extracted, with a dragon's cry. The dragon cold sword emitted a dazzling silver-white light. After absorbing the light of the gold refining stones, it became brighter and brighter, completely transforming into a dragon and phoenix sword. With that, the dragon cold sword successfully broke through. In an instant, as Chinmo held the dragon cold sword, images flashed through his mind. A sacred dragon so large it blotted out the sky, soaring high above. This was the dragon cold sword's exclusive skill. On this trip to Fuso, Chinmo had completed the Fengyue Tower's mission, but the matter was not yet over. Because the Fuso people had insulted the Chinese, Chinmo was determined to wash away this shame. The next day, at the summit of Mount Sugama, the Heavenly Ninja Grand Ceremony was held as usual. Members of the Fuso imperial family and dignitaries from major financial conglomerates were all present. There were so many people today that the government dispatched hundreds of police officers to maintain order. Kurakawa, everything's normal on Mount Sugama. I guarantee no outsiders have snuck in. Don't worry, Chief, everything's normal. Not even a fly can get in. Just as Kurakawa finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the snow-capped peak of Mount Fuji. Chin Mo, holding the dragon cold sword, stepped onto Mount Fuji. It's really lively today. Not just the heavenly ninja grand ceremony but also the killing of a Chinese man. Sato and Ryuzawa looked at Chin Mo on the snowy peak, their eyes filled with unconcealed killing intent. Today there is only one enemy, and that is Chin Mo of Huasha. The two great ninja clans joining forces to kill Huasha's Chin Mo instantly ignited the patriotic fervor of the masses. The entire Mount Fuji echoed with shouts of Chinese pigs and dogs must die. They eagerly anticipated the two seniors, Sato and Ryuzawa, to sever this Chinese boy's head and boost their national prestige. Chin Mo looked at the two men indifferently and slowly walked forward. Today I, Chin Mo, right in front of the Fuso imperial family, will use your blood to consecrate my ninja banner right here on the snowy peak of Mount Sugama. Chin Mo, hand over the sect-guarding treasures and kneel before our millions of citizens and I will give you a quick death. After hearing this, Chin Mo sighed lightly. Otherwise you'll make me wish I were dead, is that it? Sato looked at Chin Mo arrogantly and said, it's good that you know. The Chinese are an inferior race. To die at my hands is an honor for you Chinese. Today we will use a Chinese person as a sacrifice to the heavens to save you rotten degenerates. Chin Mo looked at the two men indifferently and said, a nation of ants. Today I, Chin Mo, will slaughter Fuso. This is the way of the warrior. A lethal weapon used by the sage only when there is no other choice. As soon as his voice fell, Sato and Ryuzawa placed two fingers on their chests and shouted, Ninjutsu! The battle of the heavenly ninjas erupted instantly as the two swiftly attacked Chin Mo. Ninjutsu, thunder light cage. With a loud bang, the snow on the ground surged, and several iron pillars shot out, completely sealing off Chin Mo in all directions. Each pillar carried a voltage of 100,000 volts. The crowd watching from behind the cordon couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In an instant they had used multiple ninjutsu techniques in perfect coordination. What does this Chinese kid have to block this? Mocking voices continuously rose from the crowd. Killing you, Chin Mo, is just that simple. I hope you're reborn as a Fuso person in your next life, not a lowly Chinese. Chin Mo looked at Sato, smiled faintly and said, you've got some real nerve. As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Mo gathered a large amount of spiritual energy in his hand, grabbing a 100,000-volt electric pillar with his bare hand. The powerful blue lightning emitted from the thunderlight cage was completely absorbed into his palm. Seeing this, the two were stunned. Not only did it not harm Chin Mo at all, but the entire technique was absorbed and completely controlled by him. Just then, with the lightning in his hand, Chin Mo unleashed a palm strike. The lightning combined with the white snow and exploded in an instant, covering the entire summit of Mount Fuji in electricity. Let me show you our Huasha martial arts. Dragon Cold Sword style, frozen domain permafrost. At that moment, Chin Mo swung the Dragon Cold Sword, which whipped up flurries of snow, forming a blizzard around him. The silver-white sword light continuously traced beautiful lines in the blizzard. The next second, the silver-white blade pierced through the blizzard and instantly arrived in front of Ryuzawa and Sato. The two let out a painful howl that echoed through the heavens. Their arms were severed by the Dragon Cold Sword and blood spurted from the wounds. Chin Mo, holding the Dragon Cold Sword, looked indifferently at the two men with severed arms. Just how powerful is my Huasha that it makes ants like you feel so lowly? The thousands of ninjas at the foot of the mountain were all stunned, looking like fools. The entire Mount Fuji fell silent, the noisy sounds disappearing. The scene before them was truly unbelievable for the people of Fuso. But just then the two suddenly broke free from the ice. Ryuzawa and Sato slowly raised their remaining hands. You are the first Chinese person to injure the two of us, but it ends here. As soon as the words fell, the two began to form hand seals. They had thought their top-tier ninjutsu would be enough to kill this Chinese man, but not only did they fail to kill Chin Mo, they each lost an arm under his control. And now Ryuzawa and Sato were preparing their true killing move. The legendary god-tier ninjutsu. Because this ninjutsu was overly brutal, it hadn't been used for hundreds of years. They never expected to use this ultimate killing move today for a Chinese youth in his 20s. This was a deity summoned by Fuso's most domineering ninjutsu. On the battlefield, as streaks of white light flashed, a young woman in a snow-white dress slowly rose from the center. Chin Mo looked up at the woman and couldn't help but say, so this is the legendary snow goddess of Fuso. Sato and Ryuzawa, the two top-tier ninja clans of Fuso, were actually using an ultimate forbidden technique on a Chinese youth. When the deity was summoned, this battle had gotten serious. At this moment, the snow goddess appeared, suppressing everything. Chin Mo looked at the deity on the snowy peak and said with a smile, I didn't expect your strongest ninjutsu to require a Chinese deity to hold the stage. Do you know that the snow goddess is actually a deity from my Huasha? Chin Mo's taunt made Sato and Ryuzawa furious. A deity summoned by a forbidden technique. I don't care if you, Chin Mo, are from Huasha or Fuso. Fujiroku, kill Chin Mo for me. With Sato's order, Fujiroku slowly raised her 6 arms. A blizzard gathered on the horizon and came crashing down towards Chin Mo with a loud roar. Even if Fujiroku was a minor deity of Washa, she was still a deity. Chinmo couldn't withstand this divine strike. Chinmo had no room to dodge as the massive sky-obscuring blizzard crashed down. At this moment the crowd looking at the buried Chinmo cheered, "Washa has been defeated, my Fuso is invincible. This is the pride of our nation." The sense of national superiority surged once again. Sato glanced at the thick snow behind him. Chinmo's body must have been completely buried. It is his life's honor to die on Fuso's sacred peak. Just then a loud bang suddenly echoed. The two looked towards the snowy peak and saw Chinmo holding the dragon cold sword actually fly out from the summit, breaking through the snow barrier and rushing straight into the sky. He then appeared above their heads, looking at them with sharp eyes, raising the dragon cold sword above his head and slashing down fiercely. The dragon cold sword emitted a dazzling light, and a giant sword that blotted out the sky descended, striking at the summoned deity. The next second the entire sacred peak of Fuso, the mountain of national faith, rumbled violently. With one strike the snow-capped mountain was split in two, and even the just-summoned snow goddess Fujiroku was swallowed whole by a giant dragon. Seeing this, everyone's mouths hung half open in shock. The millions of Fuso people who witnessed this scene were so scared their eyes nearly popped out. Many stumbled back several steps and some even fled directly. Sato and Ryuzawa were already scared silly. Crying, the two hurriedly admitted defeat. They thought everything would be over after they surrendered, but Chinmo had no intention of letting them go. The cold edge of the dragon cold sword slashed across their necks. The two instantly went limp and fell to the ground lifeless. Chinmo looked indifferently at the crowd at the foot of the mountain. "Fuso, who else dares to fight me?" Netsuki stared blankly at Mr. Chin's figure. In that moment she was completely captivated by this image of Chinmo. Industry insiders looked at the high and mighty Chinmo with terrified expressions. In the next second Chinmo's figure moved rapidly, and the dragon cold sword's energy carved the two large characters for Washa into the base of Mount Fuji. The millions of citizens looked at Chinmo with anger. They wanted to rush up and fight him to the death, but they lacked the spirit to confront Chinmo. Chinmo looked sharply at the thousands of ninjas at the foot of the mountain and shouted, "Listen up, you beasts of Fuso." This time the people of Fuso were speechless. The thousands of ninjas at the foot of the mountain couldn't help but all kneel down, their dignity completely crushed. At this time in the city of Mausoleum Washa, Mei Wu had the Plum Blossom Group investigate Chinmo. It had only been 10 days, but after the Plum Blossom Group learned that Chinmo possessed the dragon cold sword, they dared not investigate further. Rong Kyer asked doubtfully, "We were assassinated before and you never investigated it personally, Tower Master. Why are you doing so this time?" "Because this assassination mission was issued by the Qin family of Yanyang." Hearing that the mission was from the Qin family, Rong Kyer broke out in a cold sweat. With their current strength, how could they possibly stand against the Qin family? "Are we to kill him?" Mei Wu also knew that killing Chinmo was certainly simple, but Chinmo was now the master of the dragon cold sword, so he must have a close relationship with its previous owner. She didn't want to do the Qin family's bidding only for Feng Yue Tower to be left out in the cold. "You may leave for now. Let me talk alone with the son of Qin Yinan and Shui Luoji." The two were Mei Wu's best friends, but today Chinmo was just too strong. He was only 21, yet he wanted to go to the Divine Hall and talk with the Qin family, to the point that even that prodigy from the Qin family was a little scared. Mei Wu at this moment caressed Shui Luoji's tombstone with eyes full of deep affection. "Little Shui, don't blame me. For the sake of Feng Yue Tower, this is the only way. I imagine Chinmo is already dead in Fuso by now. I will have him buried with you." Just then someone came to report, "Miss, please come back." Not only did Chinmo rescue Miss Netsuki, but he also swallowed the snow goddess Fujiroku with a single sword strike on the wall of Fuso's sacred mountain and carved the words Washa with his sword. He not only didn't die, he wiped the Fuso ninja way off the face of the earth. Hearing this, Mei Wu said to herself, "Perhaps this is fate. The child of those two is no ordinary fish in a pond." Then Mei Wu instructed Rong Kyer to give Chinmo the qualification for the Divine Hall's trial. After returning to Feng Yue Tower, Chinmo received the invitation to the Divine Trials as he wished. Mei Wu told Chinmo, "Don't get too happy too soon. Only 5 people can participate in the Divine Hall's trial each year, and of the 5, only 1 can gain the Divine Hall's recognition and enter the high martial world. But in last year's trial, all 5 people died in the Divine Hall." Chinmo stated that he had a reason he absolutely had to go to the Divine Trials, and he would definitely participate. At this time in the Yi family, the head of the Yi family learned that Chinmo had not only returned from Feng Yue Tower but had done so safely. His veins instantly bulged with anger. Later, upon learning that Chinmo had obtained the qualification for the Divine Trials, his face changed drastically. He immediately ordered Yi Chong to gather all members of the Yi family to block the entrance of Feng Yue Tower, absolutely preventing Chinmo from entering the Divine Hall. Soon after, outside Feng Yue Tower, Chinmo looked at the empty street outside the entrance and stopped, saying, "Come on out. I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as his voice fell, the 4 pillars of the Yi family appeared before Chinmo, smiling. "Chinmo, you still dare to come out?" Chinmo looked at the 4 and said frankly, "Today I walked out of Feng Yue Tower to settle the score with your Yi family for the Han clan." As soon as the words fell, Yi Lai launched a surprise attack on Chinmo. Qin Mo, with the four of us joining forces today you will surely die. When Yi Lai saw that Qin Mo's dragon cold sword was different from last time, it was already too late. At that moment Qin Mo swung his dragon cold sword, and a dragon's cry echoed through the sky, transforming into a sword chi that hurtled towards Yi Lai. Just then, Yi Yin's thread swiftly pulled Yi Lai away from the scene, otherwise being hit by that strike would have likely shattered him to pieces. But when Qin Mo focused his gaze, only 3 of the Yi family's 4 pillars remained in his sight. Yi Ming suddenly appeared behind Qin Mo. At this moment Qin Mo suddenly sensed a slight movement behind him. The next second, Yi Ming stabbed at Qin Mo with his sword. Seeing this, Qin Mo immediately retreated. Just then, the 4 of them fiercely attacked Qin Mo in unison. Qin Mo, today we'll let you taste the power of our combined force. To kill you, we developed the wooding combination technique, inverted puppet. At this moment, Qin Mo looked at the 4 and showed a faint smile. I wasn't idle during my time in Fengyue Tower. Witness my Qin Mo's martial god technique, Dragon's Roar. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Mo pointed his sword to the sky and spiritual energy instantly wrapped around it, a dragon's cry echoing through the street. Qin Mo fiercely swung his sword and the sword chi transformed into a giant dragon, pouncing on the 4. In an instant, the 4 pillars of the Yi family were turned to ashes. The remaining members of the Yi family were stunned upon seeing this. They immediately returned to inform the head of the Yi family that when Qin Mo returned from the trials it would be the day the Yi family was annihilated. Soon after, Qin Mo arrived at the Divine Hall. I am Qin Mo, invited by the Fengyue Tower of Yanyang, here to participate in the Divine Trials. Inside the hall, Yuqi Lingqian, the head of the quasi-divine Yuqi family, looked at Qin Mo indifferently. The boy designated by Fengyue Tower has arrived, Qi Chen, the head of the quasi-divine Qi family, remarked. Does Fengyue Tower think life is too peaceful, so they deliberately sent this boy over? Murong Feng, the head of the quasi-divine Murong family, looked at the crowd awkwardly and said, should we let him in? Zhu Gong, the head of the Zhu family, then said, since Qin Mo has obtained the invitation to the divine trials, we should let him in. Easier said than done. Qin Mo is the person designated by Fengyue Tower. If he comes in, do you want the Yu family to be eliminated? As soon as the words fell, the main gate suddenly opened. Yu Ru, the head of the quasi-divine Yu family, walked in. A bunch of smelly men daring to discuss kicking out the Yu family while I was eating breakfast. Don't you want those things in your pants anymore? Seeing this, the men hurriedly protected their treasures. Otherwise they might be cut off by her. In a moment of carelessness, Yuqi Lingjian explained, we were just discussing having the Zhu family withdraw. Back then Mr. Zhu stood against the entire Yanyang martial world for the sake of brotherhood. Now that the descendant of the Qin family is right outside the door, shouldn't the head of the Zhu family give up his position? Upon hearing their words, the head of the Zhu family's expression instantly changed. A tiger in a flat land is bullied by dogs, and besides, the Zhu family no longer had the qualifications to enter the Divine Hall. The Zhu family was probably finished. Even if your old brother helps you again, the Qin family and I will give this spot to you, you brat. Afterwards, as soon as Qin Mo arrived at the Divine Hall, the 4 great families told him to participate in the Divine Preliminary Trials tomorrow. At the hotel, he happened to run into Murong Wan, who had been kicked out by her father. Murong Wan said she also wanted to participate in this divine preliminary trial, but when her father heard this, his face changed instantly. Are you trying to die, a piece of trash at the initial realm? What qualifications do you have to step into the divine hall? Her sister covered her mouth and laughed from the side. You should just stay at home and learn embroidery. You can be married off for the Murong family's benefit in the future. Why bother suffering? Murong Wan finally couldn't hold back the grievance in her heart and burst into tears. I am also father's daughter. Why is father always partial to Su Shui? As soon as the words fell, her father slapped Murong Wan across the face and said, you get back home, I shouldn't have brought you to the Divine Hall in the first place. At this time in the hotel room, Qin Mo learned everything from Murong Wan. There were a total of 5 tickets for the Divine Preliminary Trials. Whoever snatched a ticket on the stage would be the winner. There were no rules, and any means could be used. Hearing this, Qin Mo sighed lightly, then stood up and walked towards the door. Looks like it's going to be a busy night. The 2 arrived at the underground parking lot. Before coming to the Divine Hall, Qin Mo had seen a spirit beast car here, which would come in handy now. Murong Wan asked doubtfully, what's different about this car from the others? The body is made of extremely high-density titanium alloy. Even someone at the initial realm would have a hard time taking this car down. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mo raised his hand and a surge of spiritual energy instantly appeared. The vast spiritual energy immediately flowed into the spirit beast car. Seeing this, Murong Wan was greatly shocked. Controlling objects with spirit was a skill that could only be mastered at the core formation realm. She never expected Qin Mo to have progressed so quickly. Qin Mo recalled his childhood when Grandpa Long and Grandpa Kang used alloy and vast spiritual energy to create a top-tier war chariot-level supercar. He never expected this car to have ended up in Yanyang and to be recognized by him. The next day, on the stage of the Divine Preliminary Trials, the 5 great quasi-divine families still saw no sign of Qin Mo. Yuru laughed from the side and said, maybe he heard that we gathered over 100 middle martial masters and was scared away. the head of the Yi family, watching from the stands as one top-tier middle martial expert after another entered the arena, was overjoyed. This was the best and last chance for the middle martial world to jointly kill Qin Mo. Then Qi Chen signaled to the referee behind him, "No more waiting. Start the competition directly." With the referee's order, the competition officially began. Just then, a car glowing with golden light rudely rushed in. Some of the middle martial experts who tried to block it were instantly sent flying. Even they had trouble stopping this car. Everyone watched dumbfounded, completely delighted by the sudden turn of events. Isn't this the legendary safest car in the world? And why is Qin Mo sitting inside along with Murong Wan? Seeing this, Murong Feng's eyes immediately widened. He had clearly sent his daughter home last night, so how did she appear in the arena now? Seeing Qin Mo actually controlling the divine car with spiritual energy, Qi Chen thought to himself that logically, to be able to do this, even in the core formation realm, one would likely be an old monster. He never expected a young man to have reached such a level. The spirit beast car rampaged wildly on the competition grounds. Countless Wooding realm martial techniques bombarded the car but couldn't even shake it. Murong Wan gripped the seatbelt tightly, her face turning pale. Qin Mo wasn't driving, he was playing with his life. Hundreds of martial artists used all their skills but couldn't budge the car. Screams of agony rose and fell on the competition grounds. The extremely tragic scene made countless people unable to bear watching. Just then, the spirit beast car suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at it intently. If Qin Mo wants to get the tickets, he has to get out of the car. Dozens of surviving middle martial masters gathered here, just waiting for the car door to open to kill Qin Mo instantly. With a click, the car door slowly opened. The middle martial experts raised their weapons and even began to silently chant their mantras, preparing to unleash their martial techniques. If Qin Mo dared to get out, they dared to kill him in an instant. The next second, Qin Mo appeared in everyone's sight, wrapped up like a rice dumpling with countless chi-dissipating spirit talismans stuck to his body. The second the two got out of the car, the crowd shouted in unison, "Kill Qin Mo!" Dozens of Wooding realm martial techniques and various Wupo realm martial techniques were all unleashed, fiercely attacking Qin Mo. The heavens and earth roared at this moment, and the Heavenly Steps platform also fell into a frenzied vibration. With various high-level martial techniques thrown out at the same time, even someone at the Wuhun realm would find it hard to withstand. At this time, the audience in the stands laughed loudly. Is that Qin Mo kid a fool, daring to get out of the car like that? About 10 minutes later, even that incomparably sturdy spirit beast car was completely smashed to pieces. At this moment, besides fatigue, the crowd was mostly filled with smiles. Qin Mo, this rat that had stirred up the middle martial world, was finally eliminated. Seeing this, Zhu Gong closed his eyes in pain, his heart aching, thinking to himself how useless he was, unable to protect Qin Yinen's descendant. Aside from the sad Zhu Gong, most of the people in the stands showed victorious smiles. Only Murong Feng's face was grave, as his own daughter was also in that pile of scrap metal. It's all over. Qin Mo was just an ant after all. How could he possibly stand against so many middle martial masters? Just then, two figures slowly walked out from the rolling yellow dust. Apart from some dust on their faces, the two were completely unharmed. Qin Mo even had a teasing smile. "Did you guys hit me just now? Why didn't I feel anything?" This was undoubtedly a great mockery. The faces of Qi Chen and the others turned green. At this moment, the crowd came to their senses, and everyone burst forth with all their strength, attacking Qin Mo. A free-for-all brawl without levels turned into a battle to encircle and annihilate Qin Mo. Qin Mo, facing countless Wooding realm martial techniques, slowly walked towards the tickets. Everyone panicked. Qin Mo shrugged helplessly and raised the 5 tickets in his hand. "I'll be taking these first. Warner, there's one for you too." Just then, Qin Mo slowly raised his head, scanned the crowd in the viewing stands, his gaze stopping on the head of the Yi family. He then leaped onto a pillar and shouted at the Yi family head, "Yi Qing, do you remember the Hong family? Listen up, this is the fate of the Yi family. I, Qin Mo, keep my word." This sentence struck Yi Qing's heart like a bolt of lightning. Murong Wan's heart was in turmoil at this moment. She had disobeyed her father's words to participate in the divine preliminary trials. If she got the ticket, her father would surely acknowledge her, but when she saw her father, she was pointed at and scolded. "Murong Wan, you are truly audacious, daring to defy your father's orders to participate in the preliminary trials, and even hanging out with that brat Qin Mo. You have truly disgraced the Murong family." Murong Wan's body began to tremble with grievance. After all, she also wanted to become a woman who supported the Murong family. Then her father sighed and said, "Since you're here, then go participate in the divine trials." Hearing this, a smile immediately blossomed on Murong Wan's face, but a sinister look appeared on Murong Feng's face. "I have one more thing for you to do. Since you're so close to Qin Mo, find a chance to kill him. As long as we get rid of Qin Mo, with you assisting your sister, our Murong family will surely walk a prosperous path. With a prosperous path, doesn't that mean honor will be acknowledged? Killing Qin Mo is your only choice." Hearing this, Murong Wan hurriedly replied, "The spot in the divine trials was given by Qin Mo. Now you want me to turn around and get rid of him. How is that possible?" Murong Wan stated that she would do her duty to help her sister pass the trials, but she absolutely could not kill Qin Mo. Hearing this, Murong Feng's face changed drastically. "If you can't do it, then get out of the family. I, Murong Feng, will act as if I never had this useless daughter." At this moment, Murong Wan was already in tears, not knowing how many times she had been kicked out. From today on you are no longer my Murong Feng's daughter." As soon as the words fell, Murong Feng immediately slammed the door shut and left. Just then, Murong Feng said to Murong Sushui behind him, "If you encounter your sister in the competition, don't hold back. She is a traitor to our Murong family." At this time, in Qin Mo's room at the Divine Hotel, Yuqi Lingqian kicked open the door. "Qin Mo, you dare to sleep with my Wanner, I won't let you go." Fortunately, Qin Mo was prepared and leapt up. Then Qin Mo said with a bewildered look, "What the hell are you doing?" At this moment, Yuqi Lingqian swung his staff down and the bed was instantly split in two. "Did you two sleep in this bed last night? Do you like Wanner? If you're still a man, knock me down and I'll automatically withdraw." Yuqi Lingqian excitedly grabbed Qin Mo's hand and hit his own head with it. "Why don't you hit me? If you've got the guts, string me up on a tree and beat me to death." The more Qin Mo avoided the fight, the more agitated Yuqi Lingqian became. "If you're a man, stop dawdling. Whoever can't take it can film a video, send it to Murong Wan and then automatically withdraw." Qin Mo, getting annoyed by him, said, "You asked for this." As soon as the words fell, Qin Mo gathered spiritual energy into his fist and punched Yuqi Lingqian in the stomach. Yuqi Lingqian was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Then Qin Mo took out his phone and said he was going to start recording. Yuqi Lingqian panicked instantly, immediately crying for his parents. "Brother Qin, you're my real brother. Please don't film me. If you let me go, I'll tell you a secret about the divine trials." After hearing this, Qin Mo put down his phone, frowned, and asked, "What secret?" Yuqi Lingqian struggled internally for a moment, then hurriedly said, "In the divine trials, you and Wanner have no chance of passing. The four of us each have our own family's ultimate treasure. The divine trials have 3 stages, each one extremely dangerous. Without a family treasure, it's basically impossible to pass even a single stage." Qin Mo eyed Yuqi Lingqian with ill intent. "So what's your sect guarding treasure?" Seeing that Yuqi Lingqian was reluctant to say, Qin Mo directly raised his phone towards him. Seeing this, Yuqi Lingqian said, "My sect guarding treasure is the invincible pill. After taking it, I'm invincible for 10 seconds. Not even a god could break through my defense." The next second, Qin Mo directly retrieved a small golden pill from Yuqi Lingqian's body. "Great, this must be it, right?" Then he picked up his phone again, threatening him to reveal the details of the other families. Yuqi Lingqian reluctantly revealed all the other families' sect guarding treasures. Jiyu's trump card is the mirror in his hand called the Concord Mirror. It can mesmerize people. Su Shui is very strong. She probably doesn't need any trump card weapon. Yu Ziming is a cripple and has no trump card weapon. After he finished speaking, Qin Mo looked at Yuqi Lingqian with gratitude. "Then thank you very much, brother Yuqi. I'm leaving. Fix my door when you have time." Just as Qin Mo left the hotel, he saw Yu Ru of the Divine Yu family stepping on a child. This person was none other than her own son, Yu Ziming. This mother was a psychopath. Not only did she break her son's legs with her own hands, but upon learning that he wanted to participate in the divine trials, she crushed his spine, leaving him completely crippled. Just then, Qin Mo reached out and grabbed her high-heeled shoe. Junior Qin Mo of Huahai pays his respects to the head of the Divine Yu family. "Please show mercy." Yu Ru pretended to be shy and said, "Do you like my feet that much? I can let you play with them." Seeing this, Qin Mo quickly let go and apologized. But for the head of the Yu family to treat her own child like this was truly improper. At this point, Yu Ziming had only a breath left, lying on the ground in agony. Yu Ru stretched her limbs, looking like she was about to attack Qin Mo. "He's my child. I'll hit him if I want, scold him if I want, and cripple him if I want. What right do you have to interfere?" Hearing this, Qin Mo gathered his courage and said calmly, "I'm also thinking of the Yu family's head. The Yu family is one of the 5 great divine families. If word of this gets out today, I'm afraid it will cause gossip. If someone with ill intentions uses this to stir up trouble, it might be difficult to handle." Yu Ru's eyes began to turn sinister. "You dare threaten me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you to silence you?" Qin Mo smiled coldly. "Wouldn't killing me cause an even bigger commotion?" Yu Ru was so angry with Qin Mo that she clenched her fists. "You'd better not let me catch you." The scene shifted to outside the Divine Hotel at night. Yu Ziming said that although he knew he couldn't pass a single stage of the divine trials, he still wanted to try. He had been under his mother's control his whole life, but she was still unhappy. He felt that if he passed the 3 trials, he could make his mother happy. "Qin Mo, can you help me?" Qin Mo was moved by his filial love, and agreed without hesitation. Later, back in his room, Qin Mo thought about what had just happened and instantly regretted it. Why had he been so hot-headed? He would have to protect him then. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Just then, a hand lightly tapped Qin Mo from behind. Murong Wan said softly from behind, "Qin Mo, my father sent me to kill you today." Hearing this, Qin Mo was stunned. Seeing this, Murong Wan repeated herself. "Qin Mo, I said I came to kill you. Aren't you a little too calm?" The next second, Qin Mo shouted at Murong Wan, "Shouldn't that be my line? You're clearly trying to kill me, yet you tell me so calmly. Are you people from the divine families all problem children?" But on second thought, since she said it, she must have already refused her father's request. Later, during their chat, Qin Mo learned that Jiyu had a family heirloom, the Concord Mirror. Anyone shown upon by this treasure will fall into a dream. Jiyu also had one major characteristic. He was a narcissist and often dreamed of debuting as an idol. After hearing this, Qin Mo thought to himself that it seemed there was a way to get the Concord Mirror from him. The next morning, Jiyu was admiring himself in the mirror as usual. Just then a voice suddenly came from behind. Gu, how can there be such a handsome young man in this world? Gu was overjoyed to hear this. I think so too. Then he suddenly realized he had never heard this voice before. At this moment Chin Mo, wearing ugly makeup, appeared before Gu and said, Gu, I only realized today how handsome you are. Even though I'm a man, I'm attracted to you. As Chin Mo spoke, he slowly approached Gu, gradually pulling him into an embrace and saying, I don't want to suppress myself anymore. All I want right now is to use all my strength to kiss your thick lips. Seeing this, Gu hurriedly broke free, but his judgment of people was still quite unique. This young master appreciates your feelings. At this moment, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Chin Mo's face. Since you say so, I won't insist on a kiss. I have a gift for Gu. As soon as his voice fell, Chin Mo took out a medicine box. This is Beihi Pharmaceuticals' latest product, the youth-preserving pill. Taking it will not only grant eternal youth but also enhance beauty, making it perfect for a peerless beauty like young Master Gu. If you can take one youth-preserving pill, no man in the entire universe will be able to compare to your beauty. After listening to Chin Mo's flattery, Gu was completely immersed in the fantasy of being the most handsome man in the universe. When he came to his senses, Gu suddenly realized that Chin Mo's unsolicited kindness today might be a trick. But then he thought again, Chin Mo probably wouldn't dare to tamper with the pill. After all, the G family could crush this ant with a single finger. He directly took the pill from Chin Mo's hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Boy, you're very sensible. I'll allow you to be my Gu's little brother. In the divine trials I'll ensure you pass with ease. After Gu swallowed the entire pill, Chin Mo revealed a sleazy smile. You brat, I called you handsome and you actually believed it. The next second, with a thud, Gu fell to the ground unconscious. Chin Mo successfully retrieved the Concord mirror from him. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the divine trials to begin. The next day, at the trial grounds of the divine main hall, the disciples of the 5 great families, except for the Zhu family, had all arrived along with Chin Mo. The next second, a burst of energy suddenly appeared and snatched away several people's tickets. Looking at the familiar formation, Chin Mo thought to himself, this is the Yang-locking heavenly formation. The divine main hall actually has such a massive barrier. Murong Wan, standing beside him, explained, hundreds of years ago an ancestor of the Qin family set up this formation, locking the divine hall for centuries. Chin Mo was shocked by her words. He had thought that since the divine families had been here for so long they would be considered top-tier existences in Yanyang, but he never expected them to be just the Qin family's watchdogs. The divine trials officially began. As soon as the words fell, the stone door in the main hall suddenly opened. Ji-Yu at the side gaped in shock. Isn't the first stage supposed to be puppets? Why is it so quiet? This couldn't help but make Chin Mo suspicious. Ji-Yu should have known something about the trial process, so why had the process changed today? Yu Ziming beside him smiled and took out a piece of soft armor. This is soft armor I made for you overnight. It can withstand ordinary swords. It should be of some use if you wear it. Just then, a huge sound echoed through the hall. Just as people were wondering what the sound was, accompanied by dragon roars, a monster over 10 meters tall slowly stood up. This monster, which looked like a dragon but wasn't, looked down at Chin Mo and the others as if they were insignificant ants. The 5 family heads in the viewing pavilion were already scared silly. The Qin family had changed this year's divine trials. They had placed one of the 9 spirit beasts in the first stage. This was completely cutting off any path for the divine families. With their strength they would surely die in the dragon's belly. Qi Chen thought with a grim expression that the Qin family didn't want Chin Mo to enter the high martial world at all. This year's divine trials were not for selecting a divine successor, but for killing Chin Mo, because Chin Mo was considered the only stain on the Qin family. This was the dragon scale sacred beast, one of the 9 ancient spirit beasts. It was originally the Qin family's guardian spirit beast, but now it was being used against a group of wet behind the ears kids. The dragon scale sacred beast let out a roar and charged at Chin Mo and the others. Yuqi Lingqian was instantly terrified and fled in a panic. Ji-Yu shouted loudly, "What are you running for? It's so big here. If we work together we might have a chance." He then directed the agile Su Shui to attack the monster's flank, while Yuqi Lingqian attacked its weak point. At this moment, Chin Mo looked at the 3 with a slightly contemptuous gaze and said, "As for you 3 waste, just find a place to hide. And don't hold me back." But the dragon scale sacred beast was an ancient spirit beast. How could it be defeated by a few wet behind the ears kids? On the stands, Murong Feng looked worriedly at Murong Su Shui. "Cher and the others definitely can't defeat the dragon scale sacred beast. Can we open the door and let them out?" Qi Chen frowned and said that after all his own son was also inside, and moreover, the control of the Divine Hall's gate was in the hands of the Qin family. Since the Qin family wanted to kill Chin Mo, how could they possibly open the door? There was only one way to alleviate their predicament now, and that was to transfer the sacred beast's hatred to Chin Mo. Seeing this, Yuqi Lai hurriedly ordered his son in the trial arena to transfer the spirit beast's aggro to Chin Mo. Faced with his father's command, Yuqi Lingqian had no choice but to obey. The next second, the sacred beast was lured over by Yuqi Lingqian and suddenly pounced on Chin Mo and the other 2. Seeing this, Murong Wan immediately said, "Weren't we supposed to hide? Why did you lead the sacred beast over here?" Zhu Gong at the side reminded Chin Mo, "Ji-Yu and the others have already ganged up on you, so be careful." Chin Mo slowly stepped forward. Since it was coming for him, Qin Mo didn't want to involve Wanner and Zimming. Just as the dragon scale sacred beast was about to reach Qin Mo, he immediately leaped up less than 2 meters away from the beast. "I'm right here, old man. Come and get me if you've got the guts." Instantly, the sacred beast pounced. Qin Mo spread his hands and a vast amount of spiritual energy poured out, condensing with the air to form a blue great saint spirit wall. The sacred beast crashed into it with a loud bang and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Qin Mo could actually block the dragon scale sacred beast's attack. Qin Mo's strength far exceeded their imagination. Looking at the shocked expressions of the family heads, Zugong couldn't help but sneer. "Did you all still think that Qin Yan'an's son was a simple character?" Just then, Qin Mo grabbed Jiyu by the collar and, without waiting for him to speak, pushed him out of the great saint spirit wall with a single palm strike. "This spirit wall can only be used to protect us wastes. It can't protect someone as amazing as you. You can continue playing with the sacred beast." The dragon scale sacred beast found its target again and chased after Jiyu. Jiyu was so scared he ran around in a panic. How could he possibly be a match for this dragon scale sacred beast? It wasn't long before he was beaten by the beast, crying for his parents and frantically shouting "Papa Qin," begging to be let into the saint spirit wall. Qin Mo complained with dissatisfaction. "I don't have a son like you." In the end, he still had to deal with this waste. Qin Mo slowly walked out of the great saint spirit wall, threw a dozen spirit talismans from his bosom, and with a wave of his hand the talismans danced and floated around his body, emitting a faint blue light. Qin Mo silently chanted a spell formation, Spirit Beast Binding Formation. With a loud shout from Qin Mo, the dozen talismans suddenly fell, firmly sticking to various parts of the dragon scale sacred beast's body. The dragon scale sacred beast let out a miserable cry. No matter how it struggled, it was firmly held to the ground by the talismans. The next second, Qin Mo, holding the dragon cold sword, fiercely stabbed at the sacred beast. Instantly, the sharp light of the dragon cold sword pierced through the dragon scale sacred beast's body. A loud bang was heard, and after struggling a few times, the dragon scale sacred beast fell silent. When the dust settled, Qin Mo, covered in dust, sat on the sacred beast's head and said, "It's done." At this moment, 4 rays of light lit up the sky above the hall, and 4 divine cards slowly descended. Qin Mo gave one to Murong Wan and one to Yu Ziming, leaving one for Yuqi Lingqian and Murong Sushui to decide between themselves. Seeing this, Murong Sushui immediately snatched it. "This is mine. Come and get it if you dare." Now that Yuqi Lingqian's strength was inferior to Murong Sushui's, and the invincible pill on him had been tricked away by Qin Mo, he was no match for her. He could only helplessly accept this outcome. At this time on the viewing platform, the various families had already begun to congratulate the Murong family. Qin Mo was no match for Murong Sushui. The others were not a threat. The group cautiously walked into the second stage. Everyone was very nervous. The hall on the second floor was no different from the first. There was no sound at all. It was even a bit quiet. But just then, the sound of drip, drip suddenly echoed. Qin Mo couldn't help but look up and saw a drop of rain appear on the empty ceiling. Not knowing the effect of these raindrops, Qin Mo hurriedly raised his hands and a blue shield enveloped the 4 of them. The group carefully watched the water surface in the distance. The rainwater began to condense, forming rain people. Qin Mo and the others were completely stunned, staring blankly at the thousands of rain people. These rain people were slowly surrounding them, holding various weapons. Just then, the rain people suddenly launched a fierce attack on Qin Mo, striking the spirit shield from all angles. The sturdy spirit shield shattered instantly, broken by a single blow. Qin Mo pushed the wheelchair, fleeing in a panic with Yu Ziming. Murong Wan and Murong Sushui reacted quickly. They leapt up and instantly split the charging rain people in half. But the severed rain people instantly split into new ones, one becoming 2. The rain people were condensed from rainwater. To eliminate the rain, one must eliminate the rain people. So Qin Mo immediately ordered Wanner and Sushui to quickly bombard the southern wall to let the sunlight in. But mere sunlight couldn't directly eliminate this group of rain people. Qin Mo slowly said 3 words, "Midday sun." As the words "midday sun" fell, the world's undercurrent surged, and a red sun hung in the sky, emitting a soul-shaking golden light that fiercely shone upon the rain people. The rain people instantly struggled in pain and soon all melted into the rainwater. The various families on the viewing platform were completely shocked. Who on earth was Qin Mo's master? This was an ancient Chinese feng shui forbidden art. One careless move could lead to a backlash. Looking at the shocked faces of the several people, Zugong smiled to himself. As expected of Qin Yan'an's son, he always brings different surprises. Just then, several floating divine cards appeared in midair. Just as the group was about to reach for them, a thick fog suddenly rose in the air, began to condense, and gradually formed a huge curtain that enveloped the entire second-floor space. The curtain fiercely smashed down on the group. In the nick of time, Murong Wan with astonishing speed used her frail body to block the massive white bone sky curtain. If this white bone sky curtain were to fall, everyone would be turned into meat paste. Murong Wan shouted with great effort, "Hurry up and get the divine cards." Murong Feng, seeing Murong Sushui looking at her sister, was instantly furious. "What are you doing? Go get the card now. Try to get the card as soon as possible and move on to the next stage." Murong Sushui said, "But my sister is still there. She's my sister." Hearing this, Murong Feng grew even more furious and said, "You bastard. She was born to be a sacrifice for the Murong family, a stepping stone for you to ascend to the high martial world." Murong Wan was already exhausted, her face covered in sweat and tears. Sister, Dad is right, I am the Morong family's stepping stone. Mom promised Dad she would help you pass the trials. The next second, Morong Sushui came to Morong Wan's side, rolled up her sleeves, and together they lifted the misty curtain, saying, "You are not anyone's stepping stone. You are my sister." At this moment, Chin Mo stared blankly at Morong Wan and Morong Sushui. This was completely out of character for Morong Sushui. Seeing both his daughters like this, Morong Feng's veins instantly bulged with anger. "Rebellious daughters, are you trying to anger me to death?" The remaining people began to panic. The Qin family didn't want Chin Mo to pass. At this rate, Chin Mo would become the most likely one to pass. Even if the major families didn't say it, they didn't want to offend the Qin family. Morong Feng's eyes began to turn fierce. "No, when he gets the High Marshal certificate. We must take the opportunity to kill him when he leaves the Divine Hall. I would rather sacrifice my 2 daughters than offend the Qin family." Zhu Gong, at the side, hearing the words of the other 4 family heads, secretly vowed that if it really came to that, he would definitely use the entire Zhu family to protect Chin Mo. Chin Mo and Yu Ziming quickly passed through and entered the 3rd floor. On a stone platform in the center of the hall, a card was floating. "This must be the identity certificate for the High Marshal world. As long as I get this certificate, I can be in the same world as the Qin family, and then all grievances will come to light." Just then, Yu Ziming's expression began to turn grim. "Brother Qin, there is only one High Marshal identity certificate. Please let me have it." As he spoke, he slowly reached his hand behind his back as if to activate some mechanism. At this time, Chin Mo also noticed and said, "Ziming, what are you trying to do?" A faint smile appeared on Yu Ziming's face. "Mr. Qin, you are a top-tier feng shui master. You should know what my dad uses, right?" As soon as the words fell, Chin Mo's pupils shrank and he became nervous. "Ziming, why are you suddenly saying this?" At this time, Yu Ziming said he was also helpless. If he didn't kill Chin Mo, he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the Yu family. Then Yu Ziming pressed the crucial button and several large cannons appeared from behind the wheelchair. Yu Ziming looked at Chin Mo with a sinister expression. "Chin Mo, if you're going to hate someone, hate my mother." Then all the cannons were aimed at Chin Mo and he said, "Brother Qin, I'm sorry. I'll repay your kindness in the next life." As soon as his voice fell, Yu Ziming directly pressed the fire button and a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Of course, all the shells fired were plush toys. Seeing this, Yu Ziming's face instantly turned pale. Chin Mo frowned slightly and said with a smile, "The day I took you back to your room, I scanned your vehicle with my divine sense. As a friend, I was afraid you'd be in danger, so I secretly helped you dismantle it. I replaced them with balls and some other toys." Then Chin Mo picked up the globe next to him and added, "I remember you said that day you wanted to go out and see the world. I, Chin Mo, will put this globe in there. I'll let you, Ziming, choose a country you like from it, and then I'll take you there." After hearing this, Yu Ziming was moved to tears. This was the first time someone had cared for him so much. "Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I would rather be killed by my mother than kill you. I'll untie you now." At this time, Yu Ru on the viewing platform looked at her son like this and let out a string of angry curses. "You're such a waste." Everyone had been fooled by Chin Mo. Ji Chen's brow also began to furrow. Now that it was acknowledged that Chin Mo alone was qualified, he didn't know what traps the Qin family would set in the final stage. Zhu Gong looked at Chin Mo on the screen, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. "Yinan, did you see? Your son, after 20 years, is about to return to the Yanyang High Martial world." The scene shifted to entering the 4th floor, which was like being in an endless abyss. At this time, a figure walked out of the darkness. This person was dressed in white. It was only when he was a dozen meters away from Chin Mo that Chin Mo could see the man's face clearly. Then Chin Mo was completely stunned, as if struck by 5 thunderbolts, staring fixedly at the approaching man. The various families in the viewing pavilion all gaped in shock. The Qin family had used a forbidden feng shui technique to lock his soul. They had actually hidden Qin Yinan's soul. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of anxiety and confusion surged in Chin Mo's heart. Chin Mo had completely lost his composure and could be killed at any moment. "Dad, I've been training well in the Sword Wasteland. The people from the Long and Kang families all praise my talent and rapid progress." No matter how much Chin Mo said, the expression on Qin Yinan's face did not change. The current Qin Yinan was just a puppet of the Qin family. In just an instant, Qin Yinan fiercely swung the brush in his hand and ink splattered onto Chin Mo's clothes. Accompanied by a strong burnt smell, a sharp burning sensation came from Chin Mo's chest. Just by being touched by the ink, his clothes were directly corroded. Looking at Qin Yinan's empty eyes, Chin Mo realized that the person before him was not his father. He swung his dragon cold sword at the wall, but when the sword chase swept past Qin Yinan, it all turned into black ink. At this moment, the brush in Qin Yinan's hand swung fiercely, heavily striking Chin Mo. Chin Mo was instantly knocked to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of blood. He never expected the Qin family to come up with such a vicious plan. Even knowing that hand was just a phantom of his father, Chin Mo couldn't bring himself to strike. At this time, Chin Mo lay on the ground at a loss, countless childhood memories flooding his mind. His mother's voice suddenly echoed in his head. "Yinan, let's name our child Chin Mo in the future." He was originally in existence at the pinnacle of Washa's martial arts, but now his soul was sealed, completely becoming a killing machine arranged by the family. Chin Mo had given up struggling at this point. Section talk paste section end section. Never expecting the result to be getting killed by his own father, Qin Yinan's empty eyes looked at Chin Mo. As he walked towards Chin Mo, his expression suddenly became strained and his hollow eyes began to flicker. At this moment Qin Yinan spoke. "Chin Mo, kill me quickly." He also told Chin Mo to do whatever it took to stay alive. Qin Yinan groaned in pain, but only Chin Mo could hear him. Qin Yinan's powerful soul was actually resisting the pain of the soul-locking technique, forcibly engaging in a yin-yang conversation with Chin Mo. At this moment tears streamed down Chin Mo's face. This was the first request his father had ever made of him since his birth, and it was to kill himself. At this time, with a loud shout from Chin Mo, dust flew, boulders shook, and a soul tremor suddenly rotated out with Chin Mo at the center. The sword's blade swiftly swept past Qin Yinan, and the dragon cold sword emitted a dazzling blood-red light. A huge sword light enveloped the entire hall. The various family heads on the viewing platform all gaped. Qin Yinan is at the martial soul realm. How could he? After a loud bang, a black shadow was seen slowly walking out of the dust and smoke. At this moment Qin Yinan spoke. "You are truly my son." For a couple of moments Qin Mo saw the black shadow. Qin Mo then couldn't help but sigh, revealing a bitter, helpless smile. Did old Kang lie to his son like Dad did? Dad doesn't really want to take his son with him, does he? Qin Yinan took out a huge scroll from his bosom. At this moment he waved his hand fiercely, and the scroll flashed with golden light, unfurling with a boom. Qin Yinan's empty eyes looked at Qin Mo. A look of terror appeared on the faces of Yuchi Lai and the others. They looked at Qin Yinan as if they were seeing a monster. Zhu Gong thought with a heavy heart, "Qin Mo can't possibly withstand this." Qin Yinan then let out a loud roar, and another huge black mountain appeared in the black hole in the sky, fiercely pressing down on Qin Mo. Before Qin Mo could react, the Ink Mountain. The Ink Mountain pressed heavily down on Qin Mo, its powerful force instantly shattering his spirit shield. With another deafening boom, Qin Mo was sent flying dozens of meters away. He struggled to climb out of the rubble. At this rate he would surely be killed by Qin Yinan. At this moment, Qin Yinan's eyes glowed with a purple light as he summoned all his weapons. As soon as the words fell, countless sharp blades rained down like fallen leaves. Their target was solely Qin Mo. Although Qin Mo was desperate at this point, he had always held one desire: to surpass his father. Facing the sharp blades, Qin Mo suddenly stood up, and a massive boom echoed from the ground. Qin Mo painfully cried out the forbidden martial art blood sacrifice barrier. At this point the bloody light on the ground contracted, enveloping Qin Mo's entire body. The family heads in the viewing pavilion were all stunned, staring at Qin Mo. The blood sacrifice barrier exchanges blood for spiritual energy and was once a forbidden art in the cultivation world. When the earth entered the Dharma ending age, cultivators nearly went extinct. The blood sacrifice barrier, being a forbidden art, was also quickly lost to time. Hearing Zhu Gong's words, Yuchi Lingqian and the others laughed. What's the use of replenishing his spiritual energy? Does Qin Mo have another trump card? Hearing this, Zhu Gong smiled mysteriously and said, "Say no more, it seems Qin Mo already has a trump card." Yuchi Lai immediately looked at the trial grounds, his face changing drastically. At this moment Qin Mo had completed his spiritual replenishment through the blood sacrifice barrier. Qin Mo was depleting his life force to fight Qin Yinan, and at this time all the ink soldiers had reached Qin Mo. Qin Mo suddenly closed his eyes, and a golden light flashed across his body. Even with his eyelids closed, the dazzling golden light could not be concealed. Ancient martial art, divine illumination. With a fierce shout from Qin Mo, a golden flame erupted from his pupils, incinerating everything it came near. The onlookers were stunned. The 7 martial divine arts far surpassed any martial break or martial soul divine arts. When he opened his eyes, all that lay in his path was scorched earth. Everything created by the painting of rivers and mountains had vanished into thin air. At this moment Qin Mo stopped the divine illumination. He knew what divine illumination meant to his father. It would make the closest distance between him and his father disappear forever. Qin Mo then said with tears streaming down his face, "Dad, I don't want you to die." Qin Yinan's body began to tremble. His soul was still fighting against the soul-locking technique. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Qin Mo, kill me quickly." Qin Mo closed his eyes, stunned for a long time. Even with his eyes closed, the tears wouldn't stop flowing. He then said, "Qin Mo, your son obeys." Then Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and swept past Qin Yinan. Qin Yinan's body began to slowly dissipate. Qin Mo knelt on the ground in a daze, watching his father slowly fade away. At this moment Qin Yinan also turned his head to look at Qin Mo and said, "You've grown up." As soon as his words fell, Qin Mo burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Yuchi Lingqian and the others watched as Qin Mo used forbidden divine arts twice in a row. Thinking that with his spiritual lake now empty it was the perfect time to kill him. Just then an old man's figure suddenly blocked the 4 of them intending to kill Qin Mo. Seeing this, the head of the Zhu family immediately stood up to stop them. The others then looked at Zhu Gong indifferently and said, "When we 4 great divine families think highly of you, you're somebody. When we don't, you're nothing. Do you think you can protect that boy?" In a short while the 4 stood before Qin Mo, coldly looking at the exhausted young man. "That dog Qin Yinan is finally dead. He used to walk all over me, and now isn't he killed by his own son?" Hearing this, Qin Mo spoke hoarsely, his voice as cold as a statue. "Enough!" Yuru looked at Qin Mo's lifeless expression and said with a smile, "Are you crazy? What's going on in that head of yours?" At this moment Qin Mo suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot like a demon. I mean, the reason to destroy your divine hall is already sufficient at this time. Ji Chen looked at Qin Mo with a smile and said, you are a cultivator. Your spiritual energy should be depleted by now. Besides, a 7 martial divine art like divine illumination, using it twice in one day is already your limit. The current you, Qin Mo, is just a half-dead fish on a cutting board. Qin Mo, come and die. With a fierce shout from Yuru, the 4 family heads charged like lightning. These 4 represented the strongest power in Yanying today. Qin Mo still looked at the 4 indifferently, making no move. Then Qin Mo threw his head back and laughed like a badan. The laughter echoed above the divine hall. You dare to act so presumptuously here. I, Qin Mo, am Qin Yanen's son, so killing you is as easy as turning my hand. Blood sacrifice barrier. Qin Mo suddenly chowed, and a thick bloody light erupted from his entire body. In an instant the divine hall was shrouded in a strange and terrifying blood-red glow. Ji Chen and the others looked at Qin Mo in horror. Does this kid not want to live? Yuru and the others were completely stunned.